5.0.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
After a slumberous start, Raglan roared to life.
So he's going to go big, you know that. He throws the air, unbelievable, sticks the landing.
A 10-point ride.
And New Zealand delivered champions that sent shockwaves through the surfing world.
Carissa Moore has an oncoming section. She floats it.
For the first time since becoming a mom, Carissa Moore showcased backhand excellence in her return to the top of the podium.
This is for the moms that never stop dreaming.
In the men's draw, Italo Ferreira rose above the rest as he unleashed his full arsenal of goofy foot prowess.
Italo Ferreira, your new world #1.
Bienvenidos a Punta Roca. The 2026 World Surf League Championship Tour returns to El Salvador and Surf City's most famous cobblestone point break.
Hey. Whoa!
Come on now!
Make it.
Will the fresh faces ignite a mid-season campaign to get back in the postseason race? Or will the veterans continue their resounding revival? Imagine what's next at the 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero. Buenos dias, everybody, and welcome to El Salvador here at Punta Roca for the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero. Gabriel Medina's here, fired up. He's been lighting up this wave on his backhand over the last couple of days. Lakey Peterson said, let's go already. She loves this venue, along with Joao Chianca waxing off, Ramsey Wilkie in first heat of the morning, and the man of the hour, local hero Brian Perez, has been giving us some thoughtful takes on the forecast. One of the best we've been handed at this event in the last few years. Jack Robinson went in the rails. Had an all-CT practice day yesterday, as you guys might have seen online, and Jack is more than ready to try to pick up his world title campaign here in Central America, La Libertad, El Salvador. Check out the waves that we have here on opening day on Friday morning. It is absolutely pumping, and it's looking like it'll be non-stop throughout this waiting period. All signs showing we are going to have a massive day today of competition. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar, and Jesse Starling. Jesse, your first trip here to El Salvador. How have the last few days been for you?
Oh, so good. The waves have been absolutely cooking since the moment I landed here. So just been surfing, getting to know the wave and the place a little bit. The people are incredible, honestly. Like, I just love how quickly they are to welcome you into the community here, but I've been loving it. It's warm. I'm a tropic girl. I love it, so I'm happy here.
Fantastic, Mitchell. We lean on you a lot when we come here. You represent Mazatlan, but also Latin America. I loved hearing your voice at the press conference, welcoming everybody. Means a lot for you to have a CT at this level where everyone's speaking Spanish and having a good time.
100%, and obviously the representation goes a long way too, but more importantly, the quality of the wave that we have right here. The last 2 years has really been showcased the way that we've wanted it to, and I think 26 is going to be the same exact replica of that, Joe.
Mitchell, give us an idea of where we're sitting in the world. We just came from New Zealand, which was incredible to have Raglan on tour for the first time at the CT level, and then we flew across to Central America. We're bordering Honduras and also Guatemala. A nice long section of coast that hugs the Pacific Ocean. Right here, we're posted up at La Libertad.
Yeah, about 40 minutes away from the airport right here in San Salvador, Punta Roca, one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. Usually you want that offshore wind. It's light, typically from the north. But I mean, we're talking about one of the longest point breaks in Central America. Swell, south-southwest, and interestingly enough, Joe, this is actually the same swell that we saw over there at Raglan in New Zealand, sitting right now here in the Pacific Ocean in Central America. And we talk about the different takeoff sections. There's plenty of ways to do it over here at Punta Roca, but more importantly, the takeoff point is typically all the way up the point. So you're looking at Mama Roca over there. It's a big rock that really stands out, especially on a low tide, which we will be having at about noon today. The cool thing about this place is that there's several sections where you can take off. There's several sections where you can score excellent points too. I feel like we might be seeing that later today.
Yeah, long rides, and the surfers on tour sharing a wave here, and it might have been a little strategic, perhaps, because they know the contest is starting really soon. Alyssa Spencer and Tia Zabrowski still riding. Jesse, you've been here for a few days. You've seen a lot of the world's best warming up. You've been out there as well. For Tia, this wave could feature a lot of her strengths.
Oh, absolutely. It feels like this is kind of a lot of the events for a good chunk of people where they need a result at this point. Finally, Tia got that breakthrough heat win over at New Zealand, but for her to come here, she's on her forehand. She's been absolutely ripping the last few days. It feels like, okay, let's shake it off and rip into a good result here for Tia.
Well, Surfline, thanks so much. We love forecasts that look like this. Knowing that we'd be starting really quickly today on Friday. There's been a little talk, Mitch, about maybe some dicey winds tomorrow, but even locals are saying, hey, wake up and check it just in case.
Yeah, and you see those purple blobs. That's usually good when those south swells come all the way from New Zealand. It pushes up here to this part of the Pacific Ocean. I'm a huge fan of seeing those purple blobs, knowing that you're going to get waves for a long period of time. And the best thing about these swells is that they're long period too. So there's good time in between sets. You're knowing that they're usually clean, 8 to 10 feet on the faces, both in the morning and in the afternoon. And luckily, slight onshore this afternoon. It's going to be slightly side shore. That's not bad here at the point though, Joe.
I like it. Plenty of size in the surf. Maybe a little dicey wind tomorrow, the next day, but then things really clean up. That really strong reinforced south-southwest will continue for the remainder of the waiting period. Brian Perez said himself, he's like, I'm so happy the world will get to see what this point break is really all about. We got a couple of days last year, but this has got to be one of the better forecasts we've had on paper for Punta Roca, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely. And for me, usually this event is on when I'm sleeping. So to be able to watch it and the waves are pumping, it's such a cool moment to just enjoy this wave and in all its glory. The free surfs, I know I mentioned it, but they've just been incredible to watch. We got to broadcast some of that free surf yesterday, but it's been back to back, like day after day after day of really good waves so far.
Let's talk about who's in and who's out. Some big news, unfortunately, for Jordy Smith, who won't be able to defend his title here at Punta Roca, forcing him to withdraw. But kind of some magical moments for South Africa, because that brought up Matthew McGillivray, who made the final with Jordy here last year. So we're going to see Matty back in the jersey here at Punta Roca. Brian Perez once again into his 5th consecutive wild card representing his home break, and a new name entering the CT, Melvin Ayala, winning the trials yesterday. The 18-year-old had an emotional victory in the trials over some of his best friends in the area, and once again the powerful and very heat-savvy Kira Pinkerton in the draw again for the women.
Yeah, with the waves we have on offer right now, Kira Pinkerton is definitely going to be hard to beat. But Matthew McGillivray, as you said, last year it had been 40 years since we saw an all-South African final on tour once again. And Matt, I mean, deserving of it, posting multiple excellent rides. I think this wave just resembles J-Bay in a way so much that he felt right here at home. But I mean, the consistency that we talk about, surfing all the way from round 1 all the way to the final, Joe, it's hard to maintain that over a calendar week, and Matt was able to do it in fine form. Unfortunately, just came short against Jordy Smith, his fellow South African, but what a cool moment to be able to share that in the water with him.
Emotional words from both these athletes, sharing the final together, representing South Africa. Great to see Matty back in the jersey to represent once again here in the main event. That contest is getting exciting because it looks like we are on. Coming up next on Dawn Patrol, we'll talk about Carissa Moore's emotional win in Raglan. We'll be right back.
pivot. Hit up your friends or go against the world. Leave no doubt. Pick your fantasy team. There's only one champion.
Yes, everybody, a good time to check out your fantasy team. Well, you need to lock them in because we're starting this morning with round 1, so you are running out of time. Remember, it's important to pick a power surfer. That surfer gives you double points. I'm going to Mitch Salazar for some advice for you guys, for your power surfers for men and women. Mitch?
Yeah, statistically speaking, Felipe Toledo is the most dominant surfer here at this point break of all time. He's my power surfer on the men's side. On the women's side, I got to go with the OG champ here back in 22, Stephanie Gilmore. She's already won an event this year, Joe. She could go 2 for 2 right here in her finals.
Great choices. And then maybe a harder one to pick. Tier C, Jesse. What are your thoughts there?
So on the women's side, I've gone with Tia Zabrowski and Kira Pinkerton. Kira gives me that wild card energy that she'll go really deep in the draw. In my bracket challenge, I had her to second. And then men's, I've got Al Cleland and Luke Thompson in my Tier C.
Well, what a year it's been, especially on the women's tour. The return of the legends, the world champions against the younger guard. That's been the narrative. Lately, it's been the queens really standing up. And what a victory for Carissa Moore. Her first as a mom. But the way she did it was a reminder of John's domination at Margaret River with the amount of 9s she had round after round. It was not just a convincing win, but a motivating win for Carissa to officially be in the world title race, Jess.
Oh, this was one of the best things I've ever witnessed with my own 2 eyes. Just to even see her come back as a mum, have a chair up with a beautiful baby girl, but to see the dominance that she had rolling into that, there is no doubt in my mind that she's in title contention this year. She made a big jump up all the way to 6 in the ranking. So the veterans, they're making some ground right now.
A big jump. 6 now. We can honestly talk about maybe world title number 6 for us now, Mitch.
100%. And once again, you know, the dominance that she showed over there. I mean, there was one heat where she was throwing away multiple excellent scores, too, which is not something that you normally see at the CT level. Those are usually counting scores for yourself. She hasn't won here, though. Can she do it? Can she go back-to-back, especially going from the backhand into the forehand right here at a point break as good as this? It has that kind of Hawaiian power that we see, Joe.
And I always feel like Carissa's always been mentally strong after a win, where when she feels that winning feeling, she can often repeat that success. She's had 2 starts in the past year, a quarterfinal and a semifinal, so still yet to make the podium, but after a win like that meant a lot to her. She's going to be one of the most dangerous in the draw.
Again, going back to the free surfs, she has been such a standout. Obviously, it's been pumping, so everyone surfs good when it's pumping, but there's been something about Carissa where her turns just look so big, so connected, and I feel like she, similar to what she was doing at Raglan, is reading this wave so beautifully. So, yeah, I see Carissa being a big threat, and who knows, I feel like when she catches fire, she really does catch fire, so it could be another big run for her.
Let's go into the short history that we've had here at Punta Roca as past champions. Mitch's power surfer, Steph Gilmore, won in 2022. That helped her make the Final 5, which then saw her win her 8th world title. Caroline Marks, back-to-back titles in 23 and 2024, and then Gabby Bryan beat Isabella Nichols last year in the final. Gabby, once again, wearing the yellow jersey this year. But the big story is, you know, we had Gabby win at the start. We've had the veterans win. But what's happened to a world champ named Caroline Marks? An extremely slow start to the season. She's really got to rely on great success at Punta Roca to move up the ranks, Mitch.
Yeah, and in her 2 victories here, she didn't post a single excellent score any time throughout those 2 events in 23 and 24. She did beat Gabby Bryan in the final in 24, though. I mean, we're talking about somebody who's on the backhand, one of the most dominant surfers on the planet in the history of professional surfing. She needs to get going, though. I mean, 4 events in, you're outside of the top 10 right now. This is your event right here, number 5. You got to get things going right here, considering the size of the waves, too. This is perfect, knowing that she goes to lowers quite often when she's at home in San Clemente, a way that resembles the right-hander over there. I feel like she's got a good chance to go all the way here, Joe.
Caroline always looking happy here. One thing to note, though, she did finish World runner-up last year. She's been seeded in round 2 for the start of the season. Now she's dropped down to round 1, where she'll face the wild card, Kira Pinkerton.
That's a hard first draw as well. Kira has been surfing so good, and I feel like she is definitely one of those wild cards whose surfing really does suit this wave. She's so powerful. So they're both probably evenly matched when it comes to power, but being a goofy footer, similar to what we saw for the regular footers at Raglan, you're going to have to bring variety to really get a one-up on those really hard rail cards of the natural footers out here.
An important wave for Caroline. After she took a long break from the tour, she decided to come back to her first event on tour to El Salvador. She got a 3rd, went on to do well in the back half into her world title the following season. So it's a happy hunting ground. We'll see if she can really step up this year in 2026 at Punta Roca. We'll take a short break. Coming up next on Dawn Patrol, we see this man, Italo Ferreira, back to world number 1. More on Italo coming up, and Gabe Medina on the rest of the storm.
Ya tenemos a uno de nuestros representantes de este primer ronda 1 por el lado de los muchachos ingresando al agua. Eso no significa ya a la playa. Vamos a dar inicio en los próximos 14 minutos.
Flashing back to Raglan, New Zealand, we saw Italo Ferreira fire up big combinations on his front side and was able to win his first event of the season, Jesse.
Oh, I mean, Italo just went crazy. I feel like he did easily 20-30 airs this entire competition and taking down big names. I mean, he got Yago Dora in the semi-finals and everyone was kind of picking Yago to take it all the way. So as soon as he defeated him, the trophy was pretty much his, and he had such an incredible speech dedicating that win to his son, so it's lovely to have him on top.
And then just the other day, we heard a statement from Italo saying that he had a surf session in El Salvador and got run over, suffered a deep cut to his knee that required 8 stitches. He said he's been treated pain-free. He's been monitored by the medical team. He's happy that everything is under control. He's all just focusing on his recovery and making sure that he'll be ready to push forward in this event. So a little hiccup for a guy like Italo who feels no pain, and we're hoping that he'll be solid enough to compete. And the good news for him, having a high seed, he's got today off, so he can he can have some great time to heal. Hey, look at this guy, Tanner Gudauskas, joining us here for stop number 5 of the season, a CT shredder, one of our favorite goofy footers joining us. Tanner, so good to see you, my friend.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm so excited. The surf is absolutely cranking, and it's been cranking for the last couple of days, so I'm excited to get it going.
Well, I just want to get your take on this season that we've had so far as we bring up the rankings into stop number 5. A lot of your peers that you've competed against in your lifetime are just owning the top 4 picture representing the Brazilian Storm.
It's goofy foot and it's Brazilian, and I just couldn't love it more. There's been so many crazy heats to this year. I'm thinking already like Yago and Medina, Winky, and then of course the Medina Felipe heats have been so fun to watch. So I'm sure there's gonna be fireworks going off right here.
A lot of fire there. Ethan Ewing winning an event. That was great to see. And also Felipe Toledo, who's just been quietly blowing up numbers-wise, but is still looking for his first win of the year, Jesse.
It's so crazy to me that he hasn't had his first win already this season, considering how good he's been surfing and all of these incredible moments that he's had this year. Let's think of the highest heat total already. It belongs to him for the season so far. So Felipe, for him, this is one of those places where, yeah, he probably does need a win here to keep up with the rest of the field who are slowly starting to break away. he's been a part of the conversation so much this year. So just to have already get one win under his belt, it's definitely going to be helping him going into the back half of the season.
Yeah, so fresh in his board choices as well. Mixed it up with a 2+1 from Sharp Eye and small conditions at Raglan and flared up big time. But coming to Punta Roca, he has all of his weapons as one of the best high-performance surfers on the planet. And then we switch to Griff. You know, is he in a must-win situation, Tanner, to really be involved in the world title race this year?
Yeah, but what a sweet spot for Griff. I mean, we know he loves this wave. I think he's double finaled here. He has everything it takes to win this event. You look at him and he's got the long carve game. He's tight arcs in the pocket. He can get over the lip or do airs like this. So he's been looking incredible, him and Crosby, in the free surf days. He just looks tapped in and relaxed, and that's a dangerous place for Griffin to be operating from.
I suppose he got tested early this year, you know, with Dane Henry back at Bell's, where he started finding that magic early compared to the season before, which is a great sign for Griff.
Yeah, and it can engage you in the competitive process. When you get challenged like that right out of the gates, you know you're competing. That's what you're here to do, and Griffin looks alive and frisky, and I'm sure he's going to be bringing it today.
And it's a good take, Jesse, like you were saying. You know, as we transition to cumulative points this year, and with Pipe being the show at the end, you start going, how important is it for surfers to win their Penn events? Places where they can feature their strengths, like with Felipe, and also with Griff here as well.
I just feel like this is a big moment for both of those surfers to be able to just take a little bit more of a stranglehold. I mean, those top four surfers have a full just take on those top spots right now. So you need a win at this point to even break into that kind of equation. And this is a place for them where they kind of need to nail it. I would put Gold Coast as both of their kind of pet event as well. And they didn't really get the big result, the big win there. So this is the time for those two surfers right now.
Well, when you come here to Latin America, one surfer that maybe has more fans than anyone, even though he's not from El Salvador, is representing Mexico, is Al Cleveland Jr. And, you know, he's been suffering from just a really tough start to the year. You know, just waiting for heat wins. Thing is, when your seed's dropping, you're getting guys with momentum. He's got Griffin Colapinto in his first matchup in round 2, which is just a giant to take on, but with all the love that Al gets here, maybe he could create a big upset.
It's so weird, and the only solace is that he's had such gnarly heat draws this entire year that he would almost be used to coming up against those Goliath figures. And Griffin is looking good, but Al's feeling good. You know what I mean? We've been seeing him doing his thing, and when Al does his thing, he's tapping in, and that energy that he brings to the events it almost has a free surf element into the competitive scene, and we all really enjoy seeing that.
Big names, like you mentioned. Let's just think about it for Al. Medina at Bell's, Medina at Margaret's, Jack Robinson on the Gold Coast, and then Colapinto back in New Zealand. So, like you said, he's had these juggernauts. However, even his wave count's been relatively low in all of those heats, Jesse. I would love to see him with a pumping forecast just to get surfing. We love watching that guy on waves.
I feel like it's so funny as competitive surfers is how quickly you can overcomplicate things, and when you do break it down, it literally is just two best waves of the heat, and it is so consistent out here. So I would like to hope that wave count is going to go up quite a fair bit. He's been here for a couple weeks, training with Julian Lasser. Now he's working with Snake for the event, so he's got two incredible coaches in his corner. So there's no more excuses to not have a great result anymore.
Looking forward to a big day for pro surfing here at Punta Roca. Ethan Ewing, always a favorite on the point break, so one on the Gold Coast, and he looks even more fired up here in Central America. We'll break down the opening round for the men right after this on Dawn Patrol. contest is on. We talked about fantasy, picking your power surfers, but also it's a great time to play the bracket challenge. It's new for this year. And see all those heads on screen? All of our friends, all of our peers that we hang out with all the time. You can battle us in the Battle of the Booth Clubhouse. You can find it on worldsurfleague.com or on the WSL app. And you could brag about how you're beating us, because there's a lot of people ahead of us at the moment heading into stop number 5. But yeah, the greatest pick there was Ronnie Blakey looking into the distance. Stunning stuff. The bracket challenge is fun because you get to actually look at matchups ahead of time. You pick who's going to win, and it sets up who might be in the final at the end of the week. JJ, you've got a clubhouse as well that you're proud of. Pretty fun to see everyone getting involved.
Yeah, it's so cool just to almost, it kind of builds this big family. I love fantasy. I'm a massive bracket challenge fan too. I always do that before I pick my fantasy picks, because then you can see who's going to match up and who's not. So it's become quite religious for myself and our picks team that we have, that everyone gets it in, and we're very competitive for it as well, so it's good.
Well, contest is on. Men's round 1, also women's round 1, and men's round 2. That's the whole plan today. So a giant opening day here on Friday, but we like looking at those matchups in round 1 as well. Round 1 for the men is kind of this funky round that nobody wants to be a part of, and even some people like Morgan Siblick was calling it the trials accidentally, you know, just because it's like these extra 4 heats that you don't want to be a part of. For Morgan, he did well in Raglan, so he's into round 2. But check out how we're kicking off the contest. Ramsey Bookham taking on Maddie McGillivray, Tanner.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these heats is fireworks. Personally, the Ramsey-Matthew combo will be amazing to watch. That's power on power. And in the last couple of days, Eli Handyman has been looking so good, so much variety on the wave face, and he's going up against local favorite Brian Perez, so that's going to be a hot one.
And also, you know, Oscar Barrett going through the emotional roller coaster being a rookie. Man, he's had some wild outcomes and some close calls to almost get his first heat win of the season. He's hoping it happens here today.
It was back-to-back buzzer beaters with Snapper and Raglan. He had the win, and then all the way up until the end of the heat, then he just lost in those dying stages. So for Oz, he hasn't had a heat win this year. For him, this is a really good matchup. I see him and Seth being really equal opponents, and I feel like if he can just clean up those tiny little decision makings, he'll easily be able to move on through and get his first heat win of the year. But then you look forward and you're like, oh my goodness, I have Gabe Medina in round 2. So it's a big thing to look forward to that next round.
And then just a great moment for Central America and El Salvador. Brian Perez has just been the local favorite year after year, but now he's got some backup. An 18-year-old named Melvin Ayala coming out of the trials will take on rookie Luke Thompson. But as we know, Brian's got a huge reputation out here, Tanner. And with a forecast looking this good, this could be his most dangerous year. He's still young, he's fired up, but he's more ready than ever to prepare for the best in the world.
I think, and too, we're ready to see it happen. You know, like he has everything he needs to do very well in this event. With the forecast that we're looking at now, you know he's going to be tapping in. He serves big on big waves, so it'll be exciting.
Matthew McGillivray already positioned out the back here and just getting back into the Red Bull athlete zone, seeing all of his friends and rivals. It's been a while for Matty. From making the final last year, that's one of his best results of his career. However, he still didn't have enough points to get past the cut when it was all said and done. So we've missed this guy, and now he's going to have a chance against the Moroccan Ramsey on his back end, so it'll be a good contrast to kick off the morning.
Oh, definitely. I love that we're seeing Maddie McGillivray back in the water. It's been too long. He did a couple of the Challenger Series events, but had a good start. Got a 3rd over at Newcastle, and then just slowly started slipping back down the rankings. And I think he just decided he was going to take some time off. He has this love for jumping out of planes and skydiving, which I just personally don't have, but I think that's cool that he's kind of found another hobby, really dipped into that for a while, but it feels right to have him back in the championship tour Rashi.
We're counting in the start of the day. Ramsey versus Matthew. Tanner Gudauskas will give you a break, and we'll see you in a couple of heats from now, and we'll bring in Leonardo Fioravanti to join us for the call to kick off this event. Ramsey taking on Matthew. Top 2 waves. They've got plenty of time, 35 minutes, not overlapping, just standard heats. So they'll have this entire lineup to themselves to try to move into round 2 action. Fun day to kick things off once again. If you missed the official call for the day, it's going to be men's round 1, women's round 1, and get into round 2. Opening ride for Ramsey on the back end. Solid start here. just chucking his board over the roof and having to eject on that backhand float. And that'll give McGillivray priority as Ramsey was looking for that quick start. Here's Maddie not wasting any time. Drawing off the bottom, looking like a broken board for Bookiam to start. As we see the slice in the pocket for Maddie. The man from J-Bay doesn't look like he's been out of the mix. He's just finding a nice gear to kick things off with a finishing move over that turbulent end section. And we are off and running. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and a man that sits inside the top 10 here at stop number 5 of the season, Italy's Leo Fioravanti. Thanks for joining us, and buenos dias.
Great waves to start this event. This place is pretty amazing as far as waves come.
How nice is it too, Leo, to show up, to prepare, and it's pumping?
Oh, I also feel like usually we've been having that every event, a really good preparation as far as waves, and then the day that the contest starts, it kind of like the swell goes away. But today, that's not the plan, and it looks like the whole week there's so much swell. So I think it's going to be an exciting week. The warm-ups were so much fun, and I think everybody's ready to go.
Thanks for joining us for the call. Leo Fioravanti, a really close friend with Ramsey, dealing with a tough start, Jesse. First wave, went for a big rooftop float, broken board, and he's got to basically start all over again.
I feel like if there was ever a time to do it, though, it is probably at the start of the heat, because they're 35-minute heats. He can go in, change the equipment over. I know he's got so many boards from JS. I feel like I saw him over at Raglan, and he had this massive quiver for there. So he travels with heaps of boards. So you can see here, this wave, it does have a couple of little ridges on it. That first one had an odd looking bit, but then to come up into that, I mean, it just shows how strong the swell is today. It was a meaty looking section. He was never not going to go for that. But yeah, that was a clean break in half layer. I don't know if maybe that board was creased prior to that, but that is an easy break on that one.
Definitely not creased. I mean, as we see Maddie McGillivray, I'll talk about Ramsey's board, but Maddie, great start. I mean, this is pretty crazy. He hasn't surfed the heat in a long time, and it's really cool to see Maddie back here. And obviously, he's from J-Bay, so he knows how to surf a right-hand point break. And looks like, he started off the heat pretty solid. And, as far as Ramsey goes, I know he's on a 6. He was on a 6.1.5 prior to it breaking. Unfortunately, that's, like you mentioned, that's probably the worst start, but if you're going to break your board, the start of the heat is probably the best time to do it. So at least you kind of just go, all right, it is what it is. I broke my board, but obviously I know he has a lot of good boards. He's been preparing for the last week, so you've tried a couple of different boards, and usually it's like, yeah, we pick a magic board, but it's happened to me that I go from a magic board, break it, go to another board, and just go, oh, wow, actually this board's almost better. So hopefully you can reset. This is a good time to get back out, reset, and get going.
Well, it's interesting, Leo. You're going out in your heat. You're planning on things going the way you have it in your head. When it doesn't, to actually recover and stay strong, like I can start all over. You're so close with Ramsey. How do you think he's handling this moment?
Yeah, for sure. He's obviously right now is going to be a lot going through his mind. Like, he's been surfing really well. This event, this wave, he's been ripping every free surf, so I know he has a lot of confidence at the moment. And right now, he has an important moment right here, because there's only been 5 minutes, but the heat, like you mentioned, didn't go how he was hoping it would start. I'm sure he's been thinking about it. I'm going to start on a good wave, get a good score going, and then hopefully back it up. And as you can see, also his results to start this year haven't been what he would like, haven't been what we would all like to see Ramsey Bookiam do, as he is truly one of the best surfers in the world. So I really felt a big switch these last few days here. He's been completing his waves, doing big turns. So I really hope that right now in this moment he can reset and just go back to what he's been doing and just go, you know what, it's okay. It was a little hurdle, little moment in the heat that wasn't expected, but it's part of the game. And this next wave, I think, will be very important, not only for the whole heat, but for his own confidence.
Ramsey's supporters are passionate, Jesse, for all he's been through in his career, the injury he had before his rookie debut, and then hoping for a wild card to come his way, and then, getting the last-minute call-up this season with John deciding to keep sailing. It's like everyone's just going, let this guy get going. He is so amazing to watch on his backhand. We saw what he did at Big Chopes as well. But to have the start like he's had this year, the fans are going, okay, let's go. Let's get some heats together, because you don't want this guy to deal with another requalification scenario on the CS.
Yeah, it would have been an emotional roller coaster at the start of this year for Ramsey. I feel like as well, those first few events, thinking of Bells, even the Gold Coast, they really do allow him to have that type of big wall to open up on his backhand, which he's just so incredible on. I mean, I feel like Ramsey would know that this is probably, we spoke about it in the Dawn Patrol for Philippe and Griffin, this is probably one of those events where Ramsey should be getting a pretty big result in, considering how good his backhand surfing is.
As we see the South African up and out, his opening ride a 4.5, and just a quick look at that one with the wave still filling through. As we know, we always talk about waves are firing and firing, but Leo, as far as performance on what you're seeing this morning, are the targets pretty easy to read, or?
It's probably, here goes Maddie, it's probably one of the most trickiest days I think we've had since we've been here. That was a really nice opening turn, and this is a big wall. It's, you know, a lot of these ones kind of go off the reef, but this one looks like it's really hugging the reef, you know, straight to the top, and the camera decided to go straight to Ramsey on a really big wave. So let's see, this looks like Ramsey back in Morocco, a nice big open turn. He really put that tight, and a nice wrap, you know, waiting for the moment, hopefully to stand up. You know, these bigger ones sometimes get pretty hard to serve, but so far he's done good. Hopefully he can get a big finish and get back out. Let's see it.
Yeah, his patience off the bottom and his coil up is unreal. Yeah, that messy little end section, couldn't fit that JS in there. I was just thinking, Leo, you've got two of the heaviest backhands in your sparring crew, you know, with Ramsey and Connor O'Leary. And, you know, Brian Perez are kind of breaking it down, thinking the frontsiders would have an advantage on a swell like this, having maybe more options. What has been their take from Ramsey and also Connor on what's available on their backhand in waves like this?
I think, you know, Ramsey and Connor are both so good. It's been really cool to spend a lot of time with them, and I think when the bigger ones come, you do have an advantage on your forehand because it's so hard to get tight, and at least on your forehand you can do some big open carbs. We didn't see how Matty finished off this wave, but you know, he got a couple of decent turns out the back and was able to open up as a finish. You know, these bigger ones, they sometimes miss, you know, they don't hug the reef, they don't hug the rocks, and that's what you want. And both of these waves were really hard to surf. They were kind of not hugging the rocks, and Ramsey did decent. You know, he did good for what was on this wave, but you can tell he's kind of looking for something that's not really there. And I think, you know, what Connor's been amazing at doing, and also Ramsey these last few free serves, was catching kind of these medium waves that went a bit slower and hugging the rocks. And that's when on your backhand you can go top to bottom, top to bottom. On the forehand, it's easier to adapt if it's a faster wave, a slower section and everything. But you know, the advantage, I can see it on the bigger size, but when you get that one slow on your backhand and you just go top to bottom, it makes life a lot easier, especially when you're Connor O'Leary or Ramsey Bookham and you can do some big turns. And you know that if you get 3 good ones, that's excellent.
Game over. Yeah, some of the biggest backside turns you'll see on tour from Ramsey and also Connor O'Leary, part of the dog pound with Leo Fioravanti, and also Tyler Wright. With now 25.5 to go. Happy to have the Red Bull skis in the mix for the Water Patrol, and Maddie's got to be loving that too. It's interesting when you talk about being match ready, Jesse, and you know, for someone that, you know, hasn't thought about points, requalification, or winning events in a while, and to get a late call up going, hey, you're in, sometimes it can put you in a headspace where you're like, well, I'm a wild card, but with a lot of experience, you know, especially on a point break like this.
And when your last big result was at this wave as well, there's definitely a lot of confidence for Matty to draw from that. He's the type of guy, though, who's just so cool, calm, and collected. Like, he would have got the call up, and I bet he would have been like, oh, yeah, cool, that sounds sick. Like, I don't think he would have had this big, elated response, because he loves surfing. He loves competitive surfing. Obviously, he fell off the tour, wanted to stay on, but the fact that he's got the call up, he's back at a wave where he shared a final with one of his mentors and good mates. It's pretty cool to see him back in the jersey.
Here comes Ramsey. Remember, broken board to start. Backup's looking nice. Good timing on the backhand snap.
That was a nice first turn.
Belts it again, just crispy off that lip line.
Get around it. See these medium ones, how they hug the reef, and he's able to go top to bottom 3 times. And that was a great pick under priority.
That is a scary look on that backside vertical. 12 o'clock with power. Now super smooth out front. Ramsey's best so far, and he will just clean it up so well. Great wave selection. It didn't have the size, which is probably better. Just a nice, comfortable size to really rip those first sections and stay on his feet.
Exactly the wave that I know Dog right now would be very happy with Ramsey. After catching those first two waves that were gigantic, he kind of reset. It was second priority, and Maddie obviously, with first priority, sometimes you have this curse that you got to wait for this perfect wave. And Ramsey's like, let me have a look at this. And that wave did exactly what we spoke about. It was hugging the reef. It wasn't too fast. A couple of times it sped up, but Ramsey really opened up. And I can definitely see a little bit of nerves in Ramsey surfing a little bit right now. But I think this wave will take off those nerves and get him definitely in the heat. I think this is the best score of the heat by far.
I also think that board looks great. I think that was maybe a blessing in disguise. I'm sure the other one was incredible as well, but that turn in particular, the amount of speed that he gets off the bottom turn through the second, like the mid face of the wave, he gets a second amount of acceleration through that. The board looks like it's responding really well. You can see here just that little second bit. Those fins still poking out and showing the whole way up until his board is nice and vertical on the lip line. You can see Ramsey just is building confidence every turn down this wave, and you nailed it. It's this mid-size one, and he just went vertical 4 or 5 times on this wave, especially that turn. That was so sick.
I think this one was the fourth one that we all loved. That was four top to bottom, and I think the judges are going to really like that. And I'm happy to see Ramsey reset and get back out there with a pretty good score in 20 minutes to go.
That's right. Ramsey turns in a 6.67 for the effort. Matty McGillivray drops to second. His best is his last at a 5. And now Matty chasing a 6.41 with first priority. For Ramsey, Matt, it's fun seeing his backhand. I was curious, though, when we went to Raglan, there's this joy from goofy footers, but then there's some going, but I love my backhand attack. And Ramsey growing up on the Moroccan Rights, he's probably really looking forward to Punta Roca to really get back into that winner's circle. Leo, have you been to Ramsey's home to visit and surf the waves that he grew up on?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time over there with Ramsey, and 667 by Ramsey, that was a great wave. But I spent a lot of time over there, and there's some incredible waves. I mean, he grew up in Agadir, which is got Anchor Point right there, which is a really fun, rippable right-hander. So fun, and sometimes you get some barrels too. And then, of course, you got Safi, which is one of the best waves in the world, which is about 4 hours drive, and he just goes back and forth from those places. And this is the exact reason why Ramsey's so good on his backhand, because he grew up surfing those waves and really perfected his backhand. And I think he has a very special backhand. It's different to anyone, I think. I think it's very smooth, and when he connects, it's as good as it gets. And like you mentioned, myself traveling with Connor and Ramsey, when I went to Raglan, not even joking, all I did was flip their clips on my iPhone the other way and just try to learn from both of those guys.
That's insane. I love that. I love that. And just finding inspiration from some of your best friends on tour. What a great year we have ahead of us. 2026, there's so much excitement coming into this tour schedule. It was like the ocean is signing off on the world title race. We're here at Punta Roca. We're moving quickly, Leo. I mean, how fast is the year gone?
So fast. I mean, those first 4 events went by so fast, and obviously 4 events back to back, you're always like, wow, it's going to be intense. But I was really happy personally on how I handled the events, and I came out of Raglan with still a lot of energy and excited for this event, and some good results. So I was really happy with my first 4 events. But man, it is moving fast, and now we're in Punta Roca, which we absolutely love, straight to Brazil, which is, I think, the coolest place, the coolest surfing stadium there is. I mean, the fans are so amazing. So the year is up and going, and I mean, the stretch that we have after Brazil is as good as it gets.
Oh my goodness, Choves, Cloud Break, Lowers, that is gonna happen real fast. There's not a lot of time in between. There'll be a postseason where top 22 for men will continue, top 14, then the whole tour rejoins at the Pipe Masters. And Jesse, we've been talking about how different this will be in the world title race. We'll be making predictions on qualification, and also who will take the 15,000 points for the heavyweighted Pipe Masters finale, which we have never done before. So we're in kind of new territory leading into what will be the final event of the season, back at pipe where it belongs.
I love the fact that we're back to this format. I feel like it really does just suit the championship tour. It gives the rookies more time to be able to figure out what their role is and kind of where they sit in the CT as well. I mean, think about someone like Oscar Berry. This is the 5th event. If it was back at last year's format, he would be out and wouldn't have really had a great run. We'll see what it goes for this event. But Maddie here is a fun-looking wild card.
Carve to start for Matty McGillivray, the man from Jeffreys Bay, just controls that line. Back down to the bottom of the wave. Just using a lot of the open face here, Leo.
Yeah, it's almost, oh, that was a big turn. I was about to say that wave didn't give him too much, but those few turns, wow, that was great surfing. This wave doubled up nice for him, and he just put a 3-turn combo. That's what we remembered about Matty McGillivray and making the final over here, right?
And his adrenaline just doesn't spike. He stays so calm in the pocket.
Yeah, of course, because he's crazy.
And look at him, still finishing, staying so engaged. That was a special ride for a guy that got the call just a couple of days ago to get his flights together and show up here in Central America, put on a CT jersey, and that section that he kind of paced himself for. Look how casual he was to start. Learning that patience from J-Bay, knowing he doesn't need to force anything. And that money section came, and that big explosive layback into a combo vertically. Judges are going to eat that up, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Leo and I might have been on the same page. I was watching the start of that wave going, oh, come on. Like, I really wanted it to bowl up, and then it did exactly that, and Maddie just did not hold back. I forgot how much Maddie's surfing kind of keeps you on edge. Sometimes I feel like, oh, is he going to land this turn or not? Because he hits in the most critical part of the wave every single time. I love that really big drawn-out carve. That was kind of like Mike February-esque, where he just holds the line all the way through. But this next part of the wave was when he went really crazy. This is what I mean. Like, you're not sure if he's going to hold on to those turns or not.
That's Maddie, and the start of that wave, I thought it was going to go fat, and this thing doubled up really nice. And when you can get a 3-turn combo out here, I said it before, 3 turns is kind of all you're looking for, and the rest is a bonus. And he really got his 3-turn combo with some good patience at the start and a really good finish. But this layback, I mean, that he ripped in and just went as tight as possible to the whitewash, brought it all the way back, and came out of it with speed straight into a big open carve. So I really think the judges are going to like that, and we definitely have a matchup going on.
Wow, it's like you never went anywhere. McGillivray, thank you for that combination. Big critical layback with some risk, but had no hesitation between turns. Just silky smooth, turn for turn. And McGillivray is on the Red Bull ski, enjoying the Dream Tour once again, only needing a 6.41 for a lead change over Ramsey Bukiam. And I always felt like with yourself, Leo, even before you qualified for the tour, because Maddie's kind of in this wild card feeling. You had great success kind of before you qualified officially the first time, of that feeling of kind of going, hey, I've got nothing to lose. I felt like you embraced that really well, and Maddie might be feeling that now with a lot of experience,
It's an exciting feeling because exactly you're up against the best in the world, but you don't have anything to lose because it's a really cool opportunity. And it also depends on the mindset that you take it in, because sometimes you see some guys that they go, I have nothing to lose, and then they just try and do these crazy things, and it's like way over the top, or they think that to beat us, you have to do some absolute, crazy thing. But a lot of times, especially someone like Matty that has the experience, he's been here, many times. He was last year, he made the final here. We all know he's one of the greatest South African surfers there's ever been, and one of the greatest competitors too. He's a fierce competitor, and I love what you said before, Jesse, because with Matty, it's always like that. You don't know what you're going to expect. He's on a wave, he's going. It might just be a simple cutback, or it might be the biggest frontside, just lip line turn we've ever seen, and he usually completes them. Or he also can take it to the air, which is pretty incredible. He sometimes throws some of the biggest airs, and you just go, wow, where did that come from?
It's a great call. Or sometimes the horizon disappears and he's getting a 10 at chokes. So just like that, he becomes one of the guys that's going the deepest on the reef. He has that element of surprise as judges are keeping their comparisons tight here. The IC scoreline locks in at a 6.33. One judge went as high as a 7 there. but not enough for a lead change. So they took some time to look at Ramsey's backhand attack on his 6-6-7, and their decision ultimately was it was just under. And so South Africa's Matthew McGillivray needing a bit more, as we'll take a quick break. We'll wrap up the opening heat of the event right after this. Let's flash back to last season where Matty McGillivray got his best result on tour and got to have a final with his good friend and mentor, Jordy Smith. Waves were clean, really rippable, some of the better conditions we'd had at the time here at Punta Roca. And Matty just got on a roll, Jesse.
Oh my goodness, Matty McGillivray. It's so fun to watch these highlights back. Like I mentioned, the Dawn Patrol, usually this event, because of time zones, is on when I'm sleeping back home in Australia. But we'd wake up the next morning and just see this highlight reel of Matty McGillivray. But to see the two South Africans in the final and Jordy getting his first win of that year, and obviously to go to Margie's as well, it was just so cool to see Jordy get on that roll. It's a shame that we're not seeing him try and back that up again this year. But Matty McGillivray is such a perfect replacement for Jordy Smith.
Yeah, such a calm human being. You know, on land we talk about how he likes an adrenaline rush, you know, but when you hang out with him, even after he jumps out of a plane, he's still just so cruisy and comfortable. I always felt like that recipe would make sense in heats under pressure. You know, because you're not freaking out, you're not overloading and not in your head. You're probably just going, yeah, cool, I need a score, let's see if I can do it.
Yeah, he's like, well, I need an 8. I mean, what's that? I was jumping off a plane yesterday. What's an 8? 8's easy in life if I can jump off cliffs and plane.
Maybe the coolest entry to a heat of all time
that was
at J Bay last year, when we're going, wait, he hasn't checked in yet, and we looked up and he jumped out of a plane. He had his jersey on already, and then ran up the beach, got his board. He didn't make the heat, but man, that was impressive.
I'm pretty sure that was Connor in the heat with Matty McGillivray that he jumped out of the plane for. But I remember we were in the booth and just like looking behind, and Matty McGillivray is just flying through the air. I was like, oh my goodness. But if anyone was going to do it, it's Matt. And you see, if you go to his Instagram, more recently, it's pretty much been a highlight reel of stuff like that, and jumping out in the, I don't know what the suit's called, but they look like a flying squirrel kind of suit. You know what I mean? So he's such a daredevil. I love it. I love that he's got something else that he can go to and get just as much exhilaration as surfing big chopes.
Yeah, what a legend. So great to have him back, and with just a great start in this heat, chasing a 5.08. Waves on the way. Ramsey with priority, still carrying a 4.73. He's had a few 33rds this year. That means a loss in this opening round of competition. Just 4 heats in this new draw for 2026. And while we're hanging out with Leo Fioravanti, who sits in the top 10, just a quick review of your season so far, your performances, and how you're feeling coming into El Salvador.
Oh, I feel great. Like I mentioned, I feel like I'm really happy with the start that I've had. Couple quarterfinals, couple 9s. So I think all keepers. You definitely always want more, and I think in life you always want more, but at times you just have to be happy with where you're at, and I'm really happy with where I'm at. I'm happy with the way I'm surfing, which is, I think it's the most important thing for me. If I feel like I'm surfing good and I'm surfing the way that I want to surf, then everything just, becomes so much more easy and happy. And even if I go down in heats by performing, I'm totally okay with that. And at the moment, I am feeling that way. So let's see if hopefully Ramsey can perform in this wave.
Here we go. Ramsey locks in, total control, beautiful bottom turn, and what a hammer to start. Silky smooth with power, jams it again. He's got that flow state activated. Deep bottom turn, crushing vertical.
Wow, he's picked off a really good wave. It's one of the cleanest waves I've seen all morning, and if he can finish this wave off, not only finish it off, he's...
Oh, okay.
Wow. Excellent.
Wow.
That's an excellent score. Oh, Maddie with a big turn out the back. That looked like a really good size set, that perfect sort of mid-size set. And we'll see if Maddie can, obviously he doesn't know what Ramsey did, but he's gonna need a big score. And he's finished off a pretty big turn and he's able to hold on to it. Wow, that was really, really well done.
That wave was doing everything good to knock him off, and he pulled it off. Look at that effort from our wild card, last year's runner-up in the event, answering to what might be something really high in the excellent range from Ramsey. The balance of being that smooth for his size and his unbelievable timing on those big backside hangers was, I think, my favorite wave of Ramsey this season, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like Ramsey, when he gets into that state, you can see, it feels like maybe his back knee drops just a little bit lower when he's super confident and flowing. But that first turn, to have the drama of the airdrop out of it and then backing it up again with that turn a little bit under, but that gave him enough speed to come back around and really punch nice and vertically into that third. But Ramsey, it just felt like there was another level of confidence on this wave. And this is what we're so used to seeing of him in free surf clips or clips of him back at home. So to channel that in the jersey, I think this is the moment we've all been waiting for this season so far.
Totally, that was a huge first turn, and I just love the patience he had in between turns. He was just back in Morocco surfing his local surf spots, and just perfect technique, squaring up. That one he cut it a little bit short, but just to prepare for this finish. And I mean, big first turns, smooth turns, and this last combo I absolutely loved it because he went square, got the big finish, and cut it off the bottom to get another turn up there. And there's the passion of the Moroccan. You know, the World Cup is coming up. He's so excited, and he's a proud Moroccan. So it's really cool to see Ramsey put on a big wave, and that's going to be a solid score.
And then this is what Maddie did, the work he did out the back to start.
Yeah, 6-second turn. It just feels like, unfortunately, it's lacking the same amount of pace that Ramsey's had at the start. It had that bowl where it just kept on cupping out, where Maddie having to fight for a couple more sections, and especially fighting for this N1. This was crazy. I mean, Punta Roca, watching back from previous years, I never thought it was a super powerful wave. And then I came and surfed here, and I was like, oh my gosh, no, this wave has so much more power than what you're expecting. So the fact that Maddie held on for so long, it would have been like riding a bull through all that white water on the inside. But I don't think it's going to match of what we're going to see from Ramsey on that last wave.
Wow, what a big exchange, and a big one for Ramsey. The Moroccan locks in a 7.83 on the IC drop down. 3/8 locked in. I was in that category there, seeing how explosive that start was for the judges. It's all about comparisons. So they've got Ramsey 7.83 and 6.67 as the two best waves of the matchup. Last for McGillivray, a 5.5. So now needs an 8.17 to extend his trip into round 2.
Yeah, I thought Ramsey's score was going to go into the excellence, and some judges thought the same. But I think we got to remember it's the first heat of the entire event. And I do think the judges like to, keep that scale a bit lower, have some, patience with those big scores, and as long as they adapt, the heat to whatever, if we think that's excellent score, as long as, the 8.17 they compare it and they make the right decision, it's always okay. But that was, to me, full excellent surfing by Ramsey.
Yeah, you love it. Yeah, separations are so important, and right now Ramsey has priority in a giant total out front. McGillivray under prio. As we're getting close to the second heat of the morning, there's going to be a lot of noise out there for our trials winner, Melvin Ayala, just 18 years of age, surfing in the main event for the first time. and taking on rookie Luke Thompson.
I'm excited for that heat. I mean, Luke's been absolutely ripping in the free surfs. I feel like Luke has found another level of confidence over here in El Salvador, but the locals here absolutely dominate the lineup. I think it's pretty easy to say that, and the smile of Melvin right now, he's so excited, and I think this is a great moment for El Salvador as well to have two El Salvadorian competitors in the draw. Luke has obviously had an incredible strike rate against wildcards this year. He's got 100% on wildcards with Winter and Tom Butland, so he's got to back himself against Melvin. But I feel like the local wildcards here, they know this wave so well, and wave selection, as we've already seen in this heat with Ramsey 783, is really key. So Melvin needs to use that to his advantage in that heat too.
Yeah, there's just that element of the unknown when you have a wild card who's surfing here in the main event for the first time. You know, we kind of know what to expect from Brian Perez, and now we'll get to see what Melvin does in his debut. It's like, what a magical moment for El Salvador when the CT comes to town. We've seen what it's done for Brian in his career, and now Melvin's just getting started.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, El Salvador, the whole country has put so much love and effort and, you know, excitement into surfing. They've basically turned surfing and the Surf City and El Tunco, Punta Roca, all these places into a big surf destination. And they can be proud of themselves because, you know, it is a really cool place. You go into El Tunco, there's so many cool coffee shops. There's so many, there's a couple surf shops. There's, you actually eat some good food. It's a really great acai place, honestly. I've been really enjoying going into El Tunco, and I think 10 years ago, it would not have been the same thing. It was, this country was a complete different world, and they've done an incredible job. And as far as surfing, you're going to see that talent coming up now. You know, Melvin is only 18 years old. I think this newer generation is probably going to be even better than those guys because of the effort that the country's put into surfing in this country. And it'll be really exciting to see, you know, how he performs out here, how Brian performs here. But also what I'm really excited about is how the next generation of Salvadorian surfers will look like, and will they be, you know, just these power open carve surfers that South Africa has been able to bring out.
Habla español?
Sí, habla español.
I had a feeling. You had a pretty good handle on it. It's got to be fun for you, ordering pupusas, speaking Spanish. Pretty close to Italian, or?
It is really close. It's a lot of times when, you know, my Spanish is good, it's not perfect, but when I don't know a word, I just bring in an Italian word in there and hope that it works. And 90% of the times it works. So that's the way that I get out of things sometimes.
Oh, that's so good. I was thinking too, for you, Leo, with the schedule, the way it looks, everything ending at the Pipe Masters. That's turned into like a pet event, you know, 2 finals over there. Runner-up to Jack Robinson, the tiebreak against Baron Mamiya, but worth 15,000 points. You know, as far as being a world title contender, that whole idea is going to change for people like you that love that wave.
For sure. I mean, I love pipe. I love competing out there. I feel like I can perform really well out there. And it's just, you know, thinking about the world title and how it's going to go. It's going to be an incredible opportunity, but at the same time, if I don't put myself in that situation, in that opportunity, it's not even, you know, there's no point in thinking about it. So I'm really trying to, I know it'll be an exciting moment, but I would love to get myself in that position. And, you know, it's all about event after event, putting on some good performances. And, you know, this year, I felt this year was a little more thoughts into my season, because we've been starting at pipe and I've been starting really well. So that sets your season up really well. Now starting in Australia, and I love surfing in Australia, but my results weren't that big in Australia. So it was about figuring it out. And I feel like this year I'm glad that I started good in Australia and on the way to a great season. And good job, Ramsey. Super proud of him. The best heat that he surfed this season by far, and amazing surfing.
We guess what Dog is saying half the time when we see you guys run up after a heat win. What do you think Richard Marsh is going to say to Ramsey after that performance?
Proud of you. Good job, and great work. Let's keep it going. Keep pushing.
Keep pushing. Ramsey Bukiem, a crucial win, and great to see Matty McGillivray just jump into form after a long time of being out of the jersey, put together a vicious 3-turn combination down the stretch. But Ramsey will be moving on to take on world number 1, Italo Ferreira, in round 2. Leo, thanks for joining us. We knew you had a day off today, so we're stoked you got to hang out with us for the conversation. Best of luck, best of waves moving forward against Mateus Hurdy.
Thank you guys for having me, and let's have a great event.
Awesome. Leo Fioravanti in round 2, taking on Mateus once again this season. As we will come back to more action at Punta Roca, local Melvin Ayala takes on rookie Luke Thompson right after this.
Estamos en Playa El Zonte, a unos 15 minutos manejando de Punta Roca. Es una playa perfecta, es como un pequeño paraíso. Tiene una energía propia, a donde se siente la cultura de El Salvador. Está el océano, pero también están las piedras, y si ves hacia la montaña puedes ver las cordilleras. Soy un entrenador holístico y ahora entrenador olímpico, y me encargo de plantar semillas en las personas para que sean su mejor versión. Tenés que tener momentos en los que te liberes y te relajes y dejar de hacer, que es en el mundo en el que vivimos ahora, es hacer, 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 hacer. Brian lo tiene bien presente porque es disciplinado. Para ser un atleta de ese nivel también hay que aprender a parar.
Here we go, round 1, heat number 2. We're getting to see the first wave ridden by Melvin Ayala, the 18-year-old in the CT jersey for the first time. Covering some ground, speeding, still looking for his first big turn, just set up work. Deep on the point at Punta Roca, finds it a place to throw the top turn, touches the rail on the bottom turn, and throws the arc. Ayala pushing way down the line, late hit, and ends up going down. But trying to get that quick start against Luke Thompson, who's up now. Big draw in the pocket there for the rookie representing South Africa. Great start for Luke out the back, some power turns off the coping, and then lays into a nice hook in the pocket. Some whitewater on the face from Melvin's wave. And then leaning into a classy little finishing move. Luke Thompson rides away and will kick things off in the lead, Jesse.
Okay, I like that start of Luke. That was aggressive. It really carried on that same kind of energy he's been taking from his free surfs now into the competitive Rashi. So I feel like that's something that Luke has maybe been lacking this year ever so slightly, as he's been ripping in the free surfs but not carrying that through into being in the Rashi. But guess what? He started his heat with great energy and that exact same intensity is what we've been seeing for him over the last few days. Melvin, on the other hand, had a great wave. I just felt like maybe rode through a couple too many sections. He was trying to get down the line, but you could see there was moments on that wave there where when Melvin connects, it's something pretty special. So this is going to be a great heat between these two guys.
Melvin, such a fan of pro surfing. His favorite surfer at the moment on tour is Ethan Ewing. So for him, just getting to see him in the same locker room is really special. And then even the trials yesterday, you know, when you're a good surfer from the area, oftentimes it's your best friends that you're competing against, which was the scenario for Ayala. But I love how he just got a wave quickly to shake off those nerves.
You can see this wave had so much potential. Maybe for that first section it was running a bit fast. He could have definitely hit that section there. He had so much speed on his board where that turn I was like, okay, he's got something to give on this wave right now. You could see pushed really hard through that second turn there as well for Melvin. I felt like this is probably, that was maybe the biggest mistake on that wave, is he could have hit that first section that he dodged and then just left that steep section alone at the end there. And then Luke, I mean, what a way to start here for Luke Thompson. This second carving hack in the pocket had a certain amount of aggression that I don't really feel like we've seen from Luke this year in the Rashi at least. And then to come through this inside section, it was foamy. It looked a little bit hard to deal with here. So the fact that he managed this so well and gave us this amount of flair on an end turn, that feels like Luke. You can see he's got confidence behind him right now. And I feel like he's got a lot more to give than what we've seen on that wave there, but that's such a great way to start for Luke.
Red Bull skis have been very busy with this pumping south-southwest swell that we're enjoying on opening day here on Friday morning at Punta Roca, and expecting plenty of swell throughout the entire waiting period. And tomorrow, winds might look dicey, but still worth a look. Sometimes there's local storms that can kind of affect the wind direction, but today's looking to be a great day to finish round one for the men, women, and also men's round two to get started with that round as well. Certain surfers still have the day off because they're high seated and probably waiting to see what will happen tomorrow morning. But when you show up with swell, the warm-ups have been incredible, and you get to see Luke Thompson on how insane he is on point breaks, representing Durban, Cape Town, but also he got his start at the CT surfing at Jeffreys Bay in the Jersey, and he was one of my favorites to watch at that point break.
Even last year when we saw him at J-Bay as his second time as a wild card there, he got that because he won Bolito. He was the highest ranked South African surfer, and then he had this incredible heat against Geordie. I mean, those guys just went back to back, and they both went excellent in that heat, and unfortunately it just went, the ocean went flat, and Luke didn't get another chance to really take it to Geordie there. We saw that rematch over at Bells, but Luke is such a great addition to the CT. I feel like when you watch someone surf and you think, oh yeah, he's a CT surfer, that really does come to mind for myself for Luke Thompson. I don't think his results have really reflected that so far this season, but I just love the energy he's bringing already so early on in this heat.
Well, we saw the last heat won by Ramsey Bukiem. Ramsey's with Chris Cote.
Ramsey, what a wild way to start it. This is day one of the waiting period, heat one of the entire event. How are things going in your mind? You break your board and then you got to get right back to work.
Well, a lot of build-up, definitely, that's for sure. There was some really amazing practice days. Some like 3 days back-to-back of really good waves. Everyone was ripping, so that was not the way I wanted to start, especially breaking pretty much my magic board. That yeah, I don't know, I took off, I saw this, because the bigger ones are not that good, so I took off and I was like, oh, this one might be copy. And I did this first turn, and then I came, I was like, wow, it's actually really copy, and I went for the kind of a float, but then I realized, I was like, start of the heat, I don't want to, with my knee, I didn't want to try to stomp it, so I jumped and yeah, broke the board, got back out, and yeah, just strong mentally, I guess, and readjusted and got 2 nice waves.
And you got a special surprise going up against Matthew McGillivray, who has had an incredible run out here. But I know you fear no man. You don't think about your competitors. But what was it like when you heard that name?
I mean, yeah, Matthew, semi-final and final back-to-back here. So, yeah, it's a surfer that definitely deserves to be on tour and will be back on tour. So you don't you don't look at Matthew and saying, it's no. Matthew is gnarly everywhere, pretty much. So, yeah, it was a big hit and like I said, today it's a little more bumpier, broken up the swell than the practice days. So we had to readjust and find find the nice ones in the middle of the. It was a hard heat, so I'm really happy I stayed composed and pulled through that one.
Now, I know Morocco has waves similar to this, so tell me about your comfort level and your goals moving through.
No, I feel comfortable, you know, like everyone knows my backhand, I feel comfortable. It's just about getting some confidence and picking the right ones, but bottom turn, top to bottom, I've been doing this my whole life, so I just need to pick the right ones and do it, you know, do it and then do my best, and yeah.
It's an effective equation. Good luck moving through, Ramsey. Congrats.
Love how Ramsey just simplifies that and breaks it down, just top to bottom surfing. He's been doing that his whole life, just big backside hangers, which is a really true statement. Growing up in Morocco, moved to France at a young age as well to get really competitive through the European Series, met good friends like Leo along the way. Had that story of taking about 10 years to officially qualify, but he's in the prime of his life, and just more importantly, a crucial heat win in his season.
He needed that. He really does need to probably make it to at least the quarterfinals beyond to start ruffling some feathers on that rankings. Obviously, Leo mentioned it, it's not the season star that we thought we were going to see from Ramsey. He's one of those guys where you can tell he's been going up and down on his backside like his whole life. He's such a good surfer. So I feel like that was finally the Ramsey that we're all used to seeing competing in that last heat, and he just found his own, came into it, and I felt like in that post-heat interview you could see he was maybe like a little bit fidgety, but in a good way. I felt like he was really amped up from winning that heat, and I feel like when a surfer can take that energy from a heat win and keep reapplying it, good things happen. So Ramsey, I'm really loving the energy so far from him.
Might be amped up because he's got the most amped up surfer on tour in round 2. World number 1, Italo Ferreira. We'll have Ramsey booking him, battle the backhands in that one. Got the smooth, powerful, sizey attack from Ramsey, and then you've got the hyperactive Italo who could do really anything he wants above the lip. He could probably turn a one maneuver section into an excellent score. You know, we got the report that Italo did get the stitches in his knee, but still sounds like he's doing everything he can to show up for that matchup.
Yeah, I would love to see Italo competing. Obviously, if he can, I think the whole world would want to see him competing. Thinking back to that air over Mama Roca as well, but the wild card just unfortunately taken a little bit of a lip to the head there, but he had a heat back on Italo really quickly against George, I want to say last year, and he did a crazy air over that Mama Roca rock. So I really feel like Italo brings a certain amount of fireworks to his heat, and I feel like Ramsey and Italo, that goofy foot affair would be incredible to watch.
Good call. Melvin Ayala going down on the takeoff. Maybe some nerves there. Losing priority. Luke now has the lead with his 5-6-7 and controlling the lineup. Ayala takes a moment to check his equipment out. Representing Playa Zonte, that's his hometown and local break. Just like Brian works with Marcelo Castellanos over at Puro Surf, as all of his friends and family looking on, and just had a big sigh when they saw him go down there. He's still got plenty of time to show what he's made of.
He's also been Zhao Chianca's board caddy over the last 3 years, and now he's in the main event. And I just think there's a great photo of those two together kind of celebrating Melvin's win yesterday. So this has been a long time coming from Melvin. He's been immersed in this event for a few years now, and I just think you can see he's surfing it. It's got a lot of torque in it, and he's got a certain amount of energy to give to this wave. So maybe a little bit of nerves at the start so far. I would be nervous competing in my first CT at my home break. But he's got all the love in the world, family on the beach, coach, and someone like Brian to look up to. I mean, the damage Brian's done in this event, he really is a great role model for this next generation.
21.5 to go. Luke Thompson holding priority, dealing with a few wild cards this year, and he's handled them well.
Yep, great. Winter Vincent defeated him over at Snapper, and then of course we had Tom Butlin just at Raglan a few weeks ago, and Luke, he's got 100% make rate with the wildcards at the moment. The only time we've seen him lose in this opening round was to Ramsey at the second event of the year over at Margaret River, but he beat Ramsey in the first event of the year. So those two kind of had this back and forth battle for a little while, but Luke not making it out of the second round just yet. So we want to see him push through. Similar story to Ramsey. Luke really needs a big result here to be able to, I feel like at this point, you never know what the end of the year is going to look like, but at this point, Luke needs to think about top 22 rather than the 1 and 2 positions for the world title race, because he's got the world to give on the championship tour. He just needs to find his recipe that helps him get through that next round and hopefully see him back on tour next year.
Jesse, in your opinion, you know, what Luke's capable of, looking at the schedule that we saw moments ago this year, does he have to get it done here and capitalize on the points of Punta Roca to move up the rankings, or are there some other events you think he could feature potentially in the final series?
I see him doing really well at a wave like Brazil. Think back to his win on the Challenger Series over at Bolito. Beach break conditions, bit junky as well. There's constantly changing in those beach breaks. I feel like Brazil and Bolito are quite similar in that sense. So I could see Luke doing really well there, considering he's won at an event like that. And then, of course, Trestles, I know he was there before he came to this event, just getting a couple reps in over at Lowers. So Luke, for him, I feel like this is probably a great chance to get a big result at an event like this because of how well he's been surfing this wave. But then when you look to waves like Chopu and Cloudbreak, obviously they have their surfers who you just pretty much would put as a guarantee to get a result there. So I feel like places like that, can it be done? Yes, it'll probably be harder for someone like Luke, though, when you have guys like Cali Vast or Miggy Pupo who are just incredible at waves like Chope. So Luke, yeah, I would just be focusing on top 22 at this point, and probably here, Brazil and Trestles, let's get to quarterfinals and beyond.
He seems like a guy that, you know, after a tough loss, which he's been dealing with in round 2 a few times this year, doesn't seem to wear that loss too long. Every time I see him in the locker room, he seems to shake it off and move forward. Melvin Ayala setting up the backhand carve on the open face. Sees a section, he's gonna speed past it here, loading up, and finds the lip line well. Ayala has a nice canvas to play with there. Hitting it off the top, nice bowl out in front. He'll ends up sinking that rail on the top turn carve. Draws it off the top end section approaching, and his final turn he'll let go of and be incomplete. So finding some space under the priority of Luke Thompson. And the 18-year-old, who will be turning 19 on June 16th. Got to tag a few sections to try to ditch that 2.67, Jesse.
I liked it. I really liked just the attack on that. You could see he looked loose and free. Let's see how Luke can answer back on this one.
Luke Thompson way out the back, finding a nice set, nice pace, not rushing things. Second turn, a big blast, and controls it off the lip line. Big section goes down in front of him, so he'll have to settle for a 2-turn combo.
I still think that 2-turn combo had enough venom in it that it's going to be a nice score for Luke. It'll back up that 5. That second turn was huge. Seriously, that was a lot of power in it. For Melvin, though, what a level up. I mean, he felt maybe a little bit shaky on that wave prior, just waiting for him to find his flow, and I feel like on that last wave, so much more confidence was oozing out of him. His backhand has such a zippy approach to it as well. I feel like he's got an extra 10% as he comes out of those carves. So Melvin, also great name. I love the name Melvin. I was like, when I saw that he was the wildcard, I was like, that is one of the best professional surfer names I've ever come across ever. Just had to put that on the table really quickly. But Luke, this second turn was vicious. I mean, big section, pushed hard off his back foot, really laid into it. And I love the fact that Luke really waited for that. He had extended out his bottom turn. You could see that really did correspond to a big top turn there. And then for Melvin here, there's a lot of zip in his backhand surfing. He read this wave so beautifully, dropped that turn, high line to come round and just reap the rewards for the end of this wave. Nice second turn. That's a better looking third. Great amount of spray coming off the back. And you can see just a slight bobble. He had to readjust his feet on that second to last turn. I felt like that just slightly put him off rhythm for the end section, but that was a pretty kind of gnarly end section to try and make anyways. There was a bit of backwash and warble in that wave, but that's a lot better from Melvin so far in this heat.
Melvin spending a ton of time at Punta Roca, but maybe his first opportunity to enjoy a Red Bull ski ride. And definitely his first at the CT level as he gets back into the lineup against Luke Thompson. Yesterday, though, was one of the best days of Melvin's life. Let's flash back to the moment where he won the trials.
I don't know, I was just happy and I started crying and I just saw all the crew, all my friends from my town outside here and just cheering from me. I was just like, I can't even believe it. I was just so excited in the water. I just hold my tears like for a while in the water. I was like, this is so great. To be with Brian sharing the waves on this WSL contest is going to be amazing. Just with the idea to be there is like, it's so cool. I'm so happy to share the waves with all these guys.
What a happy kid. What a polite kid as well, and great English as well. And he was so thrilled to share that with his friends and family. The beach was erupting on that short trials day just yesterday, and Melvin, knowing that he's in the main event, to back up a mentor, that he's always looked up to Brian Perez. Brian's been representing their town for multiple years on the big stage. They work with Marcelo, they have the same coach, and I think what Marcelo and what Brian have been through over the last few years, I mean, they've had Olympic training, they focus with mental training as well over at Puro Surf. And so with Brian and Marcelo kind of paving the way, they're lifting up guys like Melvin and the rest of the local crew to really set them up for maybe a shorter line to success than they've had in the past.
Well, and talk about pressure as well. It was one heat, four surfers, 4 best friends as well, going out. It was 7:30 in the morning. You had 30 minutes to win that heat. That is so much pressure. So for Melvin to get that done, it really does show that all that work that he's been putting in, and you talk about, Brian, putting in a lot of work on the headspace. All that stuff really does add up, and it does matter. And so Melvin, having role models like Brian and just an incredible team of people to work with in this community is so cool to see that he's applying that and adapting that. And now guess what? He's on the world's highest stage for the first time ever. He's 19 in like a week. He is so young still. So it's so cool to see this storyline start to unfold for Melvin right now.
Melvin Ayala only chasing a 6.0 here against rookie Luke Thompson. Luke's best, just a 5.67, so keeping things really close. Both surfers letting this wave go through as we see another one standing tall out the back. 8:30 in the morning. Tide's going to be dropping till noon, which is the low tide. And both surfers are going to have to punch underneath this one. So no takers on this one. And Luke still out in front, 5.67, 3.83. Undefeated against the wild cards that he's had to deal with this year in 2026. But he's been stuck in round 2. Winner of this heat has to deal with Iago Dora in the next round. As we will take a short break here at Punta Roca and wrap up the second heat of the opening round. And remember, it's never too early for a pupusa. Help yourself. We'll be right back.
You say you're a fan? Prove it. Hit up your friends or go against the world. Leave no doubt. Pick your fantasy team. There's only one champion.
If you forgot to set your men's fantasy team, I'm sorry, it's too late. But you still have time to mess around with your women's team. You can make those last-minute changes because that round hasn't started yet, but it will start soon. Remember, round 1 for the men is only 4 heats, and we're already past the halfway mark of heat number 2. Power surfers, we had Mitch say he's got Stephanie Gilmore, Jesse Starling. Power surfer on your women's squad?
Gabby Bryan.
Oh, that was just a smart move. Her free surfing highlight clips are frightening. Like, if you are on tour, you shouldn't watch that.
No, absolutely not.
Here we go. Luke Thompson setting the rail off the bottom. Spicy vertical snap to start for the South African rookie. Nice arc in the pocket, good pace, on a great wave that's just waiting for him to coil up and belt the lip line. He's identified that wave that hugs these rocks on the inside. He hasn't had to chase any sections till now, and it's just a nice tight finishing move in the closeout section for Luke Thompson. He'll put that one into his top 2 and extend his lead over Melvin Ayala.
How perfectly did he surf that wave in the pocket? He was just in that nice tight coil where every time he finished a turn, there was another pocket right ahead of him. So not going too far out and having to come back to the rail, just finding the steepest part of the wave, and this is going to pay off. I love this first turn, so critical. Had the fins drift out the back on top of the lip line here, lays it hard on this second one, but again, look at that positioning and put him so perfectly in to be able to tee off twice vertically here, and then this is where he had to chase for it, like you said, Joe, but just made the most of those nice steep pockety sections out the back. And I feel like it's so easy to just get a bit nervous and not kind of hit it as hard as you can, but Luke just went full foot down on the accelerator, went turbo, and then came through the inside and had a really nice finish. I prefer this to his 5, 6, 7. There was a lot of intensity, aggression, and just attack mode, and Melvin's finding that too here.
Ayala coming off a nice section, goes upside down and will step off. Ayala stepping out of his 4th wave of the matchup. Luke waiting to see what his 3rd wave will be scored as, so being pretty selective with 8:15 to go. And a big morning for all surfers from El Salvador, all the fans here in this amazing country in Central America watching Melvin. Then they'll be watching Brian Perez hit the lineup with Eli Hanneman. Eli drifting down into round 1 after having a really great start, seed, I should say, from the Challenger Series, finishing runner-up to Cowley Vost for the title from the CS. This is a great venue for Eli. A lot of big sections that you can enjoy, but you can't get past the local knowledge of Brian Perez.
He would arguably have to challenge potentially the largest professional surfer ever. I mean, Cole obviously is tall and he's strong, but I would say Brian is probably pretty similar stature. I was shocked when I met him. I was like, oh my gosh, this is a very tall man, and he uses that power to his advantage on this wave here. So I'm really excited to see exactly what he's going to do in this heat. Completely different field when you think about the difference between Brian and Eli. It's night and day, the type of surfers they are. Brian, this really powerful surfer, has a good air game as well, but the rail surfing that he has is impeccable. And then when you go to Eli, he's a lot more of a light-footed surfer. He can go to the air. So we're thinking heavy-footed v light-footed. So that's going to be a really interesting heat for the judges and where they're going to set that scale between the two of them. And both have strengths that they can use against each other. So I love that matchup is what's going to go down in that next heat.
Yeah, there was Eli working with Chris Gallagher, putting the right words in Eli's head before he walks out to the rocks. Eli working so hard to put himself back on tour, going through a lot in the last few years. And he said his first surf trip of his whole life was actually to El Salvador. You know, leaving Lahaina, Maui as a young superstar, and this was his first official surf trip destination when he was a young Grom. So he's got some great memories coming back to him. Able to compete here now on the championship tour again, but dealing with the local favorite, that's always going to be tough. And like we've seen, you know, we see giant sets and it's pumping, but not every wave is the one you want to take off on. So we could see the big advantage with just identifying the right waves for Brian Perez coming up next.
Definitely. And that's kind of what Melbourne needs to do in this heat now. Obviously, Luke's applied a good amount of pressure here. That's left Melbourne chasing excellence with just over 5 minutes to go. So an 8.73 is a pretty hefty number. I mean, think about what Ramsey did, and it didn't even hit that 8 mark. It sat just below. So Melbourne would have to go pretty crazy to get up into that excellent range. He still has time to definitely break it down in 2. But those local knowledge, that insider trading that these guys would have would definitely be what they need to be relying on right now. But for someone like Luke and for someone like Eli, they've been surfing this wave pumping for the last couple of days, and it does look a little bit different this morning. So for them, they need to just try and, if I was Eli or Luke, I'd probably be sitting right next to where the locals are sitting to be able to be like, okay, this is the spot for today, because some of them do have a slight lump to deal with in the wave here, but it looks like the ones that we've seen Melbourne have, they do have a really nice cupped out bowl, and Luke identifying one on that last one too. So this is, yeah, the locals definitely have an advantage with what we're seeing today.
And all the locals watching on, all the competitors watching on as well. And great to have the Red Bull Athlete Zone with the air conditioned full blast at the moment. You got to stay cool down here. It's 83 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment, but it feels like 85, 86. It's really hot down here. Water's warm. But the Red Bull Athlete Zone is actually glassed in, so you could take advantage of some air conditioning to stay cool. A lot of the surf sessions for the best in the world have been, you know, short, meaningful, and just working on hydration down here because it is blazing hot. And, you know, it is interesting on the lower tide watching people do the rock dance. The dry rocks get so hot you could actually cook a pupusa on it probably at some point of the day.
Seriously. You absolutely could. I did a middle of the day surf the other day. I thought, you know what? I'm just going to do it so I know what it's like, so I can tell my friends and family what it's like to surf in the middle of the day heat here. I have never experienced heat like I felt on those rocks in the middle of the day. I was like, oh my goodness. And I had all these plans of running up and rocking off up the top, and I just ran straight down to the water's edge like a little girl because it was so hot.
Here we go. Melvin Ayala, the trials champ. Big bottom turn and attacking well on a big section. Love how he gets nice and low on that bottom turn. Little fade and cut back. He's hoping for another section, but he has to get out of there. Here comes Luke Thompson. The rookie sets up a beautiful arc. Out in front of the open face. Little wrapping cut back, and Luke steps off as well. So shorter waves in this matchup compared to our opening heat of the morning. Luke settling for another 2-turn combo, but also seeing where Melvin was, kicking out in front of him in the race for priority.
It feels calculated, doesn't it? It's definitely a priority move here from Luke Thompson, and I actually do appreciate that with seeing how much spray that first turn would have sent for Melvin on that previous wave. Luke would know that he still is a threat right now. He still can get this done in one wave. There's waves on the way, so he may as well kick out, try and get another one and take the best wave of the set to roll through here. So, and it would take so much willpower not to surf that wave all the way through, just with how fun the waves look right now. So Luke playing defense really well right now in the dying stages of this heat.
You're seeing it's getting a little crowded out there. That's just the next heat getting ready. Eli Hanneman will be in red, and a local hero, Brian Perez, will be wearing the blue jersey. Eli trying to get his year going and get himself seated back in round 2 where he kicked off the season this year. And Brian trying to go as far as he can. Remember that heat he had with Italo a couple of years back, a giant frontside air to finish. And he's only gotten better since then. Still a minute 40 till we see that one go down. Meanwhile, scores from the last 2 waves didn't even change anything in the top 2 for Luke and for Melvin. Both kicking out very early, and with the tactical move of the CT surfer, Thompson able to get first priority to shut it down with a minute 22 to go.
I think something pretty crucial to note in this heat as well, especially with that 6.83 from Luke Thompson, that wasn't a set wave. It was actually probably maybe one of the smaller to medium-sized waves that we've seen roll through this entire heat, but he's got close to a 7, the best wave of the heat so far. So I feel like that's something to really take away for a lot of the athletes coming up throughout the day, especially on this tide, that right now the sets aren't really the priority for these surfers, and those mid-size waves, as long as you're going as vertical and hard as you can at the copy lip line sections, the judges have made it pretty clear that they're going to reward it. So close to 7 points for Luke on a small and medium-sized wave, and I love that the judges are really keeping a close eye on just good quality surfing on those sections here. So that's something for a lot of the athletes to take away right now.
Luke looking to go undefeated against the wild cards that he's dealt with this year on tour. From Tommy Butlin and Raglan, also Winter Vincent. Luke is looking at taking this wave. He'll use priority here, representing Durban, and he will draw into the pocket well. Thompson, just a little setup arc. He might as well commit with 5 seconds to go. Just pacing, feeling his way through the points. It's kind of bending away, and he's just stepping off. Melvin Ayala stepping into this last wave here, and hearing the horn. This one might be a little bit after. Melvin's going to surf it just in case it's going to count, but it might have just been a little too late for Ayala coming out of the trials. And Luke Thompson's looking very safe for a heat win. And officially taking the win over Melvin Ayala. This one just a little bit too late. And Luke Thompson will be moving on into round 2 to take on the reigning world champ, Yago Dora, and try to get really moving in the Rookie of the Year race. No one's really taken off with it just yet in the rookie class. So I'd say it's still wide open for guys like Luke to take charge.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Callie and Mateus both had results over on the Gold Coast, so it's time for Luke to really lay it in, try and take home that Rookie of the Year. But I mean, for Melvin, I see him being a wild card in this event for many, many years to come. He's such a good surfer, and he's going to soak this all up. We know that, and probably come back bigger and better next year.
100%. Well, we've got a huge heat for the event. The hero, Brian Perez, is out there right now, about to take on Eli Hanneman. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Mitchell Salazar for the call right after this. The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
We are right back into it. Welcome back. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, straight to the Pink Panther. We're live from Punta Roca. And this guy right here, an absolute threat. This is his 5th time competing. And just like that, we get a nice glimpse of what Brian Perez is capable of. But Mitch, right, just as we expected, nobody knows this lineup better. He literally grew up right around the corner, surfs here every single day when he's not competing in the Olympics and competing in multiple regional events. Hi, I'm Chris. This is Mitchell. We're about to be living La Vida Roca. Punta Roca is firing, and the pros have arrived. The last 4 days, they've really had their fix of this wave, so everybody's figuring it out. And we do give Brian, of course, a little bit of hometown advantage, but everybody's been surfing so good. This is anyone's game at this point.
They have, but I will say the last 5 or 6 days, it's been nonstop out here, and he's definitely been the standout. And especially when you talk about local knowledge, he's not the person you want to follow during a free surf, because there's certain waves that only he can surf out there right now. And you know, Punta Roca, we talk about it, it's been consistent the last 2 years. It's definitely the biggest we've ever had it for CT competition though, Chris, and good heat out there. Eli Hanneman has a lot to prove, only 1 heat win so far in 26 against the local wild card.
And of any wild card around the world, Brian Perez is not the guy you want to draw. Eli Hanneman will have his hands full, but we know Eli, I mean, this guy is so focused. He is a student of this game, constantly trying to improve. He fears no man, he fears no wave, and I think out here, the test is going to be, you know, him showing that he fears no section. We've seen this guy do the impossible. You know, if a big, gnarly end section comes at him, who knows? He'll fly, he'll bash up into it. He's got plenty of power from Lahaina in the island of Maui. This is going to be a really interesting heat. I love the matchup, the tail of the tape. You know, this is a David and Goliath type of situation, but of course, both surfers, they've been on fire all week long. Watching those warm-ups was maybe the worst thing I could have done for my fantasy team because I wanted to pick everybody, but today's going to be telling, right? Today is going to be the foreshadowing of what's to come for the rest of this event.
And can he pull it together in those 35 minutes too? That's the real question right here, and it's a big test, as you said, for Eli coming up against somebody that knows this wave better than anybody else. The one thing I will say about Hanneman is that he's obviously deserving of a spot on the Championship Tour. This is his second stint, and he's also proved himself to win one of the bigger events in the world, the US Open. So he has the capability of maintaining that consistency throughout several rounds. Can you do it now in the spotlight against the hometown hero right here, especially with pump and waves, but similarities to Maui? Temperature very similar. You have a few waves that are like this over there on Oahu and Maui, and of course as a junior we all know you got to go through Haleiwa and Sunset, and Eli's been able to do that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely shown us his stripes in waves of consequence, and you know, this break does have Hawaiian style power. I mean, you go out there and do a couple duck dives, find out quick. This wave packs a punch, and there's a major set rolling through, so it is slightly variant from what we've seen in the opening, you know, those practice rounds we were talking about. But of course, Brian Perez, he'll be able to decode any type of conditions out here. And this is our first look at Eli Hanneman. This guy is super fast, plenty of flow. I mean, it looks like the board is just perfectly stuck to his feet, and those are the turns that'll get you through a heat. So some beautiful highline carves, throwing tons of spray. Hanneman with the low center of gravity, knows exactly where to place his board on these waves. Flying into the end section with intent, and rides out clean. Great start for Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, truly, and we talk about somebody, you know, rising to the occasion right here with priority. Brian pushing him to go on that wave too. So he had to use it. Eventually he converted, and high point of the day so far, the 783 of Ramsey. That's a goofy footer we're talking about. That was a large wave, but we talk about somebody lower stature but lower center of gravity. Not a single hiccup on that wave right there, Chris. Well done. And especially these first combos, that's what we're looking at when it comes to scoring today. First turn all right, kind of almost has to do a small down carve afterwards. That second turn is brilliant though, fully lays into it with the layback. Really love this carve right here, really committed. And staying in the pocket the entire time, and that's what the bottom turn does right here, especially with that first fade you have as well. And I just love the read right here at the end. Made sure to get enough speed and just hammer that thing shut. Should be a great score to start off his campaign, Chris.
You can tell he's really using the force of this wave to build so much speed, and he can completely control it and handle it. This is going to be a good angle of this turn right here. Cranks it off the bottom, boom, lays right into it. And you got to mix up your maneuvers, and I think Eli did really well with that on that one.
Yeah, and another major point too, I think we've always seen Eli as the air guy, and it's crazy to think that he's only 23 when we've seen him in the spotlight for about 12, maybe 13 years now. but he's evolved since then. He's, you know, made runner-up finishes at Saquarema, a difficult beach break, especially going left when it's large. He's won the U.S. Open before, and, you know, it's a second sit on the CT. A lot of people say it's harder to get back once you've dropped down. He's been able to do it twice, Chris, so good on him. Drops a good score to start off the heat.
Yeah, 6.33. I think that's spot on. I mean, that's a great kind of way to open the door, and Eli's not going to want to look at this stat line. 17th place in a row, so a rough go, but you know, I think that's been seeing this year with the whole situational change, you know, the year-end results, the culmination of the results coming, that a lot of these surfers maybe just taking a little bit of time to figure it out, to kind of, you know, resettle from the previous years where you had that first heat, the non-elimination round to get around. So it's been brutal for a lot of people kind of in that lower tier. But one big result, that can change everything. I mean, we saw that happen here last year. Griffin Colapinto, you know, not a great start, and then boom, skyrockets straight to the top. So this, to me, is such an important event to give yourself at least a chance, not just to, you know, stay on tour, but also potentially put yourself in the driver's seat going into pipe at the end of the year.
Absolutely, especially considering, you know, that there are seeds going into that last event too if you're in world title contention. But as you said, you just got to get the ball rolling, and when it comes to confidence, this is a great start, especially considering, as you said, during the free serves, everybody's ripping. So who's really the standout? Are you able to do the same thing you did in the free serves in a heat? And so far, Eli's been able to do that on the 6.33, but he's got the tough draw right here with Brian, and seems like the Pink Panther might be having a look at a wave here, Chris.
Brian Perez, from right up the street, cranks it round the corner, straight up into it, nurses the first turn a little bit, carves high and tight through the second. I like looking at kind of Brian's eye line, identifies the perfect section for the third turn, but contrary to what we've been saying, Eli with better wave selection there. Perez, that wave was kind of a dud to start. It kind of had a weird face on it. I did like the third turn a lot.
Yep.
But he needs to keep the pace right now being set by Eli Hanneman, and we know how consistent Eli is. So we talked about Eli having his handful. Well, Perez has his handful as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point that we make here at the CT level, especially, you know, with the exclusion of the non-elimination round now. You have to get going, you know, in the first 15 minutes, establish your positioning, know that you have the lead, and eventually put pressure on your opponent. And, you know, this could eventually be a backup wave, a backup score for Brian. Don't think it's going to be, you know, nearly close to the 6.33, but the first turn strong too. Maybe not the best timing possible. Second carve, good in the pocket too, but as you said, we both really like this last one, just a bit more intense, and great drawn out bottom turn too. I mean, you can just see right here with his stature, super well done right there by the local.
Yeah, it's great surfing there for Brian Perez. He makes his way back into the lineup. We're gonna get a chance to throw it down to the glass. We got Strider Wasilewski standing by with Luke Thompson.
There in that heat, you had a wild card coming up against you. Does that change your mindset going into it?
It's pretty challenging coming up against these wild cards. I mean, the last I think 3 events I've surfed against wild cards, and you never know. They just have such a good knowledge of the lineup. So I kind of just want to kind of trust what the knowledge that I gain in the free surfs. This event, it's a right-hand point. I kind of just want to let myself open up and not really worry about the other competitors as much. Just kind of do my surfing and really kind of go after it. But yeah, it's always challenging coming up against them. I mean, it's a cool opportunity, and yeah, it's sick.
Tell me about having Joel Vaughn in your corner out in the water. I mean, it's a good mate, but it's also like a good sounding board.
Yeah, I got Joel Vaughn on the coach's roll this event. Run him on the coach's roll in the last event as well. It's nice because he's free, which is also very nice. It's quite enjoyable. But no, it's sick. I stayed with him at the last event, staying with the next event, and we're good mates. And he's been on tour for a year longer than me, and he's got a lot of knowledge and really good soundboard. He's super neutral and really good at bouncing off of. And yeah, it's sick being able to kind of have him in my corner. I'm working with him and then a bit of my coach from home, QJ, and good combination that we got going. And yeah, it's sick to have someone in the draw in my corner. Hopefully you don't match up until the final or something.
And then the hard question, down at the bottom of the ratings right now, it's go time. Does that pressure kind of sit on you, or are you just trying to free up enough?
Yeah, I think like the first two or three events, I was kind of like, or like the last like 3 or 4 events, I was kind of like experiencing and like learning, and I feel like that approach was like good because I learned a lot, and I feel like I've improved a lot in like certain areas, and like I'm really like in a moment where I'm like competing the most comfortably I've ever competed. Like when I put the rashi on, I'm pretty relaxed out there. But yeah, I feel like I'm kind of like experienced now, and I'm kind of over that approach. I kind of want to focus on like ripping in and getting after it and kind of like going after scores and not really like holding back and leaving it all out there. I feel like most of the heats you surf on this tour are so gnarly, especially this first round. This first round's pretty brutal. And yeah, it's kind of just like most of the time you'll surf at 100% and there's still a possibility you can lose. So I'm kind of just hoping to just go after scores and not really leave anything in the water and just come out knowing I gave it my all.
Well, you looked really, solid in that heat. You looked like you had a great flow, and we can't wait to see more out of you. And you're on a right-hand point break, so that's good.
Cheers, yeah, I'm stoked to be on a right-hand point break. Nice to switch up from the left. So I got comboed by Iago last event. I got absolutely split. I replayed that heat in my head about 10 times, and I think every way I served that heat, I lost it. But I'm stoked to be back on a right. I grew up in South Africa surfing right-hand points, so pretty comfortable out here and chucking on the boardies. We got a sick dynamic, staying with the bunch of the Aussies, then we got Maddie back, got a couple of the sappers in the house as well, and it's been pretty sick, just like a super sick energy, and yeah, this place is amazing. I love it here, and I think a right hand point is just an extra bonus. So yeah, I'm frothing to get it going, and yeah, rip in.
Right on. Well, congrats. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Strider. Noticed a little low-key Iago shout out there, and guess who he has next? Iago Dora. But back to Eli Hanneman, throwing it straight up into the lip. Why not? I say send it from the jump, Shoot your shot on these early waves. Plenty of time out there, and obviously plenty of waves coming through. Yep. I'm not mad at that. I'm not going to call that a mistake. That was just Eli trying to get radical, and I would say his strike rate on an air like that is like 75-80%. Yep. He's super consistent, so I say keep throwing those up there. I mean, power for power, yeah, Eli's a super powerful surfer. We're talking Brian Perez here, the Pink Panther. This guy's gnarly out here.
And he can do everything, too.
It's true. Remember, he did a couple years back, he probably did a 10-foot straight off the lip air.
Yeah, double grab, too.
Perfectly. And here is your men's round 1 so far. This round is always sketchy. I mean, this is a long way to come to bow out early. But Ramsey Bukiem got through, so building a little momentum. And then the scary part begins. Ramsey Bukiem going against Italo Ferreira in round 2. Luke Thompson just took out Melvin Ayala. Great heat for Luke. Coming up next, Iago Dora. We've heard of him. He's pretty good. Eli Hanneman right now against Brian Perez, the winner of this heat currently in the water, will serve against Miguel Pupo. And then Seth Moniz and Oscar Berry will have the wonderful foresight to see if they're going to be serving against Gabriel Medina. The four-headed monster lurks in round 2. That is a brick wall right there. All Brazilian flags. Scary surfers to go against early in the draw.
And at the moment, it's one of those 4 guys who's contending to win the world title, too. And we talk about their dominance, and they've been doing it so far in the first 4 events. Here's Eli once again, wave 3.
All right, watch the speed. There we go. Massive alley-oop to start for Eli Hanneman. And you can just tell, building momentum down the line. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up in the lip, but 2-for-1 snap float combo. Love this wave so far for Eli Hanneman. Keeps it rolling through this inside. He's gonna hang in there, trying to attack the end section. Nicely done. And here we go, back-to-back waves. Perez flying down the line. He's gonna lean into a big gouge here. Lays back it into it. Does he get the recovery? So an unforced error there. It looked like he just got a little bit weightless up into that layback. So he goes down mid-wave. Not going to be a lot of points there for Perez, but wow, Eli Hanneman, exactly what he needed to do. It's in the rule book, combination of major maneuvers. He was flying, going so fast. Different type of display of power, too. I feel like just hanging on to your board and standing up through that wild end section is a display of power.
100%. No, and not just that, the control that he's had over, all of his maneuvers on that wave. Let's take a look at what Brian was able to do on the outside right here. Deep bottom turn, large wave. First section truly goes through the lip right there. Second turn, strong as well. I mean, look at the size of this wave, Chris. It is large. That's the layback that we were able to see right before the fall in. You know, he does a good adjustment right here, makes the bottom turn just slightly shorter, but his eyesight, as you said, he was looking just a little bit down the line before completing and riding out of that last layback. So an unforced error, left a little meat on the bone, but I love this air. And the big difference in comparison to the previous air attempt, I mean, the section. The other one was so much more difficult. And right here, he finds the perfect ramp, great placed alley-oop, and then got to work on rail, too. That turn was gnarly
This is
right
video
there.
game surfing. I want a controller in my hand. This feels like I'm watching a video game.
Well, and it's what we talked about. I mean, we've seen him 12, 13 years, so there's some things that might not be as surprising anymore, but that is a large wave. And the first section that he has to do, there's so much risk. That is a critical section. And, dude, the landing's perfect, too. That is a full rotation alley-oop all the way on the outside for the first maneuver. Not many people in the world can do that, Chris.
And that shows tons of risk, too. You know, when you do a big error, a big turn on your opening section, I really feel like that excites the judges. These are human beings.
Yeah.
Do not have AI judges. They are, when the judges get excited, that's when those big numbers come out. And I feel like that's the type of wave that's really going to get their attention this morning.
Yeah, and it's the first true air we've seen like that, too, landed so far this morning. So I feel like right now is the time where you want to reward it just a bit more, especially considering, as we said, the first section all the way on the outside. But it couldn't get much cleaner than that right there at the beginning.
That was so fun to watch. You know, I think Eli, it's almost like he surprises you with every heat he surfs when he rises to the level that we feel like he's at right now. This might be Eli Hanneman angry. And there is nothing wrong with that, because when this guy gets angry, big things happen. And I think, you know, having those 4/17ths in a row, I hate even saying it out loud. Those numbers are not indicative to how good he surfs. So I feel like it really only takes one big result to just kick down that door and bust through into, you know, potential finals day, and then of course finishing strong on tour.
And there's the numero
for everybody. Comes through 7.33.
That's a good number.
Yeah, that's solid. I feel like the judges are right in the sweet spot right now, because that was an excellent wave. He did everything in the criteria, but we have to leave some space on top. So I don't think anyone's going to be mad at that score, and I think Eli is going to be fired up. He's now got 13.66 for his total. Brian Perez with a 10.17. There's the breakdown. International judging panel, as always. And it's pretty cool. The judges are in a new position where they even have a better vantage point. Call it the mothership. It's a brand new structure that looks so cool. And they really now have the prime time location. So our judges, our priority judges, I mean, they have the best view in the house, as they should.
It's going to be a high performance center later on, too. And 7.33, that's now his personal best so far in 26 when it comes to CT competition. His previous had been a 7.23. Confidence booster right there. You're building on these small things, and especially coming up once again, a very dangerous wild card. Because when Brian beat Italo back then, Italo was in a position to potentially win the world title later that year. He then lost out to the event champion, John Florence. There's no shame in doing that.
What a run, though. I mean, when you can lean back on those memories of beating Italo Ferreira at your home break, you know, don't count Brian Perez out yet. We got 13:30 to go. He is such a good competitor out here in his backyard. So with that, scores are locked in. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more round one action. Stick around. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Cero, and we are straight back to Eli Hanneman. Right off the break, comes around the section, he goes into the air again. He is feeling comfortable in these warm tropical waters. That right there, I mean, I feel like the appropriate maneuver for that section. Definitely not an easy section to punt on, but Eli Hanneman showing us that he's come to do some airs, and it's working thus far. He's got a 13.66 total. We'll see if that last wave can eclipse the 6.33. Meanwhile, Brian Perez, his high mark of 5.5, but he does have time and, of course, years, decades of local knowledge here. Punta Roca, Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, so far so good. We've had some super entertaining heats, you know, heartbreaking losses. This round one is it's kind of its own story, right? It's like the first episode of a great series like Game of Thrones or something. It sets the tone for what's to happen.
Yeah, depending on what you like, maybe a little bit of Breaking Bad too. And right here, this guy broke bad on this one, Chris. That landing section was intense.
That was cool.
I mean, you talk about the size of the wave. The air section itself is difficult, but where he lands right here goes completely flat, and look at how it bottoms out too. So yeah, it's that extra little ride out right there, and his front foot all the way up to the nose. Difficult to shuffle it back in time, but doesn't replace the 6. It's a 5.77, but still, you know, I like that they're still rewarding that, because the first section, you know, was just a tap, and considering how good the waves are today, they really want to see you get as much as you can done, especially on the outside, but still adding pressure to your opponent. They're listening to these scores, they're listening to the beach announcers saying that you're up, you're active, and right here, it's Brian's chance. Just under 10 minutes, he's been competing a lot more on the regional QS scene. He's got experience outside of Punta Roca now. He's been an Olympian, as you said, so are you able to tap into that in these last 10 minutes, use your priority well, get the first excellent score of the morning?
Mitch, even though Eli didn't get a score that replaces the 6.33, 5.77, but how important is it to, you know, do an air like that, to do a good turn, even on a wave that's not necessarily going to go in your score line? Does that help with momentum? Does that just keep the ball rolling throughout these heats?
I'm a firm believer in rhythm, and I think especially in the Pacific Ocean, there's a longer time to wave, because for the most part you're having longer southwest long period swells. In the Atlantic or something like that, it's usually really quick. I mean, you have to be as quick as possible over there. Here, patience is something that a lot of people still don't fully understand, but I'd rather see you be a bit more active than way too long out here.
No doubt. Well, speaking of active, we had a really fun heat to watch earlier. We had Thompson versus Ayala, and now is our chance to learn a little bit more about our local wild card who was on the glass with Strider Wasilewski.
Thanks, guys. Down here, Ayala, great heat for you. You got out there, you got your feet wet right away. Tell me the experience that you had in that heat and the pressure.
I was very nervous, actually, to be in the water with Luke Thompson out there. And just with the idea to be competing in the WSL, it was something big for me. So I was basically very, very nervous in the water.
And tell me about your surfboards from Isolated.
Oh, they were feeling great. Isolated surfboards right now are feeling very good. I've been working with him on some small details about a little bit difference, like especially on this kind of waves. And today they felt very good. Maybe just I didn't get the best waves, but I'm just happy to ride those boards. They feel very good.
And would you do what would you do differently when you come back to surf this contest?
I don't know. It's just like I'm always coming here just to have fun and everything. Always trying to be working on some small details when I'm surfing. So I don't know. I was feeling prepared for these competitions. Maybe well, as I said before, I just didn't get the best wave. So I think that was against me the day of today.
Well, congratulations on making it through the trials and being here at the main stage, and we can't wait to see more out of you.
Thank you so much. Let's go.
Back to you guys.
Vamos. Don't forget this name, Melvin Ayala. Huge future and a testament to what it means when a government gets behind surfing. I mean, we're starting to see like so much more talent coming up.
Yeah.
There's been, of course, a handful of legendary ripping surfers from El Salvador, you know, Jimmy Rotherham, of course, Brian Perez. Now the next generation is starting to rise. And on any given day, you come down to Punta Roca, you go to La Bocana, you know, all these breaks around here, and you see young Salvadorian surfers out there ripping, doing big airs. So the future is bright for surfers coming from this region, and that's a testament right there. Melvin Ayala with the wild card. Great performance too, nice showing.
Alan stays with the Molina brothers over there that we see at La Bocana all the time, Jason and Brian, and of course when we talk about the history, Jimmy Rotherham, Wilber Alvarenga, there's been a ton of guys from here that have done well, you know, internationally, especially when it comes to, you know, those old Quicksilver days as well. And Brian right here still looking to fly the flag for the locals. Set coming through, Chris, and it seems like Eli might be going under priority right here.
Yeah, he was just in that sweet spot to get the roll in. Cranks the spot and turn around. That wave got a little bit weird and wonky through the side. So with so much swell and with a storm kind of right off the coast, there's going to be some interesting situations on some of these waves. Here we go. Brian Perez. He didn't like the look of that wave. He is up and out. We'll see what that will do for priority.
Yeah. Got to be careful right here.
Might be a close one, huh?
Well, Eli's still a bit further inside, but this is the decision where the priority judge has got to make. Are you already out there on the primary takeoff zone? So Hanneman, it seems like he's still a bit further inside. Would think that Brian's going to recover it right here. But if he doesn't, changes the whole momentum at the back end of this heat right here. 5.5 on the clock. It's not a whole lot of amount of time, but it seems like Eli had a look at that, and that usually favors the person that was further out back. So Brian recovers priority here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a large playing field. You got a lot of room to work, and if you're wondering about positioning, I feel like, generally speaking, Brian Perez would have the advantage here. But at the moment, it's Eli Hanneman with that 7.33 and a 6.33. Let's talk about surfboards a little bit here. Jason Bennett from Chemistry Surfboards came down here earlier on in March, working on a batch of Brian Perez's La Pantera Rosa models. Added a couple liters of volume to what he was riding last year. A deeper double concave through the tail to increase speed and control. So the boards are looking great. I mean, we saw the practice sessions. At the moment, yet to crack through that 6-point mark, but there is 4.5 minutes yet. And I think for Perez, 8.16,
it's attainable.
Very attainable.
Yeah, it's attainable. And get a read right there by Jason, because this is a wave that requires something with a lot of stabilization. I mean, we're talking about a ton of reverb and a good amount of bumps off of the rocks and the reef right here. It's not an easy wave to surf. Everybody says it's perfect. It is, but just because it's perfect doesn't necessarily mean it's easy to surf. So I think Brian understood that. Good work between him and Jason Bennett. Of course, Chemistry, they've been around a long time over there in Oceanside in San Diego. So props to them doing good work with the local boy.
Yeah, he's a great surfer, great shaper.
Oh yeah.
So it's
pure local.
It's cool to see some different surfboards in the mix.
100%.
3:50 to go here. Massive set rolling through. This is the test for Brian Perez. Will he pick the right wave in this set? Looks like we have about 15 waves stacked to the horizon, and the Pink Panther's going to activate on the first wave of the set. It looks like this could be a gem. Healthy snap to start. Comes around a big section. Beautiful cup on this wave. Big closeout on the inside, goes to the air, nearly gets around it. I mean, that was a matter of inches. We know he has the capability to land airs like that, just unfortunately a little bit too far back over the lip, the oncoming section of that wave. So he goes down, but that's exactly what he had to do. He had to finish strong, because the wave started off really nicely, cupped out on the outside, a little weird through the midsection.
It was broken up afterwards, but what a great air attempt right there. Just a landing,
close,
little too far forward right there in the white water already, and that explosion we're talking about, you know, the tide dropping right now, it's going to happen even more and more, and that's why those difficulties of those airs on the outside are going to play even larger when it comes to those big scores. But as Melvin said with Strider earlier, you either go down swinging or you don't even try. You know, what's the point of even paddling out? So I like that right now. High tide, 5.5 feet at about 6 a.m. this morning, and the low going to be at 6 p.m. this afternoon, so 1.3 feet. So good difference in the tides. You're going to see a lot of exposed rocks, especially further up the point, Chris.
You know, I feel like the size we have today is right there on the edge. You know, I feel like it's in the perfect zone, so it's going to be really fun to see when the tide starts pushing. You know, everything is going to change. This wave, like you said, it is a perfect wave. But I think at the kind of head high to a foot or two overhead, it's like prime time. But this right here is so fun to watch. I mean, this is exactly what we came for. And as a testament to how good the waves have been and are, surfers are actually forcing themselves to go in from sessions. They're surfing 3, 4, 5 hours. They're going, okay, I got to pull the pin on this.
Yeah.
I got to go in and take a nap.
Especially
it's been
middle
that
of the day.
good.
Yeah, like you got to make sure you're hydrating well. You're putting on a ton of sunscreen and, you know, staying covered out there. But 90 seconds right here. Let's see if Brian is able to have one more chance at another potential insider wave. And Eli using priority right here. Let's see if he's able to close that distance in between the two surfers and potentially use that priority on some defensive plays, Chris.
He will. He's a really good tactician. We've seen him utilize priority flawlessly in many events in the past.
This wave might have potential.
Oh gosh, I mean, that's nerves of steel right there. To see a perfect little right-hander rolling through. But you got to know, you got to keep it steady. You got to get out there, and you just got to block off the Pink Panther because you can't give Brian Perez even a medium-sized wave. He is that good out here.
I'm surprised he didn't turn on that, though, considering the amount of time, because beach announcers are on it. There's a clock up there in the judges' tower, too. I thought he would have at least had a look at that wave, but maybe just a bit too far down the point already, and now 40 seconds. There are a couple of lines. I don't know if they're going to get here in time, though. But he's got to try to sell him on anything if he does want priority to switch right here.
So 28 seconds left. I mean, give it up to Eli Hanneman. Just such a well-served heat. Unfortunately, I mean, these are the type of heats that kind of make you miss the elimination round a little bit because I want to see more Brian Perez, but I think every surf fan, and I'm sure, you know, 90% of surfers on the championship tour are excited about this new format. And it really is.
I am.
You got to go quick.
Yeah.
You got to build that momentum early and keep it. So with that, it's over. Round 1, heat 3 goes to Eli Hanneman. So he breaks the curse, makes it through, taking down an incredible wild card, an Olympic surfer, Brian Perez, one of the best to ever do it from this area. And that is going to be a huge momentum boost for Hanneman. Had to be feeling a little bit of nerves knowing that he was going up against Perez. Yeah. That's a name you don't want to see in any heat anywhere in the world, but especially right here at Punta Roca.
Cold-blooded, though.
Yeah, he did everything right in that heat, and so far, air of the event, that huge alley-oop. First turn on that wave, too, so that's a risky way to start it. Judges liked it. We liked it. We're going to take a quick break. More action to come. Swell is pulsing. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
At Punta Roca, the land sets the pace. El brillo solar makes the point stand out. Cobblestones shape the swell. Y la ola takes its form.
He slaps what? Johnny Smith gets blown out of the pit. Lays down a rail and just is in sync with the rhythm of Punta Roca.
Time stretches along the right that never seems to end.
Katie simmers, she dashes that end section.
Up top, anticipation builds. Down the line, rhythm takes over.
So much power.
Come on!
An absolute masterclass.
At the end, everyone finds their moment.
Let's go! This is insane!
This wave doesn't rush you. It invites you to lean in or let go.
Whoa! Come on now! Brian Perez, whose point is this?
And long after the last section fades, Punta Roca keeps delivering.
Welcome back. Punta Roca shining here in La Libertad, El Salvador. Just another great matchup. Eli Hanneman versus the Salvadorian wildcard. Mr. Brian Perez, Eli got the edge in that heat, giving himself a huge momentum burst there. And the fans have come out. You love to see it. We're well underway, and we got some special guests here in the booth. Baron Mamiya, Britt Merrick, welcome back to El Salvador. Obviously, a big switch up schedule-wise, starting in Hawaii in your backyard last year. Switch things up, Australia, and now you wind up back here in El Salvador. When you saw that turn of events, what was going through your mind? You kind of have to replay and reschedule your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be back in El Salvador. When the schedule came out for this year, I saw that Pipe was at the end, and that's the tour I grew up watching. So I was super excited for that, and Pipe being 15,000 points, that's great. And yeah, just super excited to be here. I love coming to El Salvador, and the waves have been absolutely cooking the last couple days. So
we've been watching, and this wave and these rocks has a way of eating surfboards. So fortunately, we got Britt down here and the Channel Islands crew in the water right now. We got Seth Moniz and Oscar Berry. So this is a huge heat for both of these surfers. Started this year, it's not been too kind to either one of these guys. They're so good though. It really is anyone's game now, and of course with plenty of waves coming through, this is going to be a really fun heat to watch. Britt, I saw on my way down here multiple people, Sherpas, carrying bags and bags and bags of surfboards. So tell me about this wave. Why is it so brutal on these surfers' equipment? I've seen so many broken boards already.
Yeah, I mean, this wave packs a punch. It doesn't really look like it if you're watching it, on the webcast or just from the beach, but it really packs a punch. We saw a few broken boards this morning. Ramsey broke one in his heat, and then the rocks are always claiming boards. I mean, these rocks are unavoidable, and it's just crazy how they go from slippery to cutty in an instant. A lot of fins, a lot of rails, and I pretty much have seen a lot of hurt boards.
Yeah. Some frantic phone calls back home. Can you please come to El Salvador with the board bags, stock with boards? So 29:05 on the clock, nothing yet happening. Baron, I want to talk to you about Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz, he is one of the best surfers in the world. We all know that. Barrels, airs, he's got it all. So in watching one of your friends, struggle a little bit in the beginning of the season, do you guys talk about it? Is this a conversation that's had, try to lift each other up a little bit?
Yeah, growing up with Seth, we competed our whole amateur and junior year growing up, and Seth's funny. He's very relaxed and mellow, and then he'll kind of go through whatever his routine and stuff, and then once pressure is applied, he goes into this different person. And we've seen it in Margaret River, the year that he had there's a possibility of him falling off tour, and he surfed so good. That was some of the best I've ever seen Seth surf. And so I see we have Oscar taking off.
Oscar Berry, he had an incredible run on the Challenger Series. Stepped up to the big leagues here on the Championship Tour. We've got a little weird, kind of flat, but a big end section to work with. Hammers it. That was one of those turns as a surfer that just feels so good. Might not be a huge score, but it'll definitely give him some momentum to push through. Now Seth, same story there. Beautiful in the pocket snap, finds the barrel, and the doggy door comes out clean. There you go. There's your start for both surfers. Give me the tail of the tape. What are we thinking on those two opening scores?
Yeah, Oscar's one turn was really good. I think that was the best turn so far. Seth's barrel was pretty cool. I don't know how they're going to judge it, but you know, I think the last few days I've been watching Seth surf, and he's been surfing, you know, insane. I mean, both these guys have been surfing insane. So I'm excited to see. It looks like the wind's kind of backed off a little, and it looks like it's clean faces. So yeah, I'm excited.
27-14, judges catching up now. Here's a look at the replay. The Brit, Oscar Berry, a new name to a lot of surf fans out there. Of course, a big star in Australia. What have you liked so far with Oscar Berry this year?
I really like Oscar Berry. He's not a new name to me. I've kind of been watching him for a while. I really enjoy his surfing. I like just who he is as a person. He's got that sort of Aussie grit, you know, but also a humble, kind guy. Really is able to lay into a turn. As you see there, that was full commitment on that turn. And I think he's just kind of finding his feet on the tour, but he's going to get there. He's got some real grit to him. I like this kid.
He's super consistent, too, and that end turn even better in the replay. Seth, of course, the barrel hunter, and it comes right to him. How is this place for barrels for you?
Actually, the first day I got here, I think it was Sunday or Monday, was my first session, and my very first wave, I got like drained. I was like, "Whoa, what's going on here? This is crazy."
Wait, Bear Mamiya got barrels?
Yeah. And I was like, "Wow, this is sick." I didn't think that we were getting barreled. I just love how rippable it is here, but yeah, it's always a treat to get barreled, you know, wherever you are.
And how many boards did you bring down here? Size boards? What's the deal for you in your board bag?
I brought, I think, about 12 boards because we're going to go straight from Brazil after this. Britt brought me 3 or 4, sorry. And then, yeah, I'm have everything from a 6.0.5 to a 6.2. And that's kind of like my go-to this year. I've been riding a lot of 6.1s. Me and Britt have been working on this half carbon. And yeah, it's like half-half, like half carbon and half normal. And it's been working really good for me. I rode it at Snapper and Raglan, and I'll probably ride it here, so yeah.
Like that. You always, I mean, fine-tuning, just it never ends, right? That's what I love about surfboards. We're not done with them yet. We've got a lot to talk about and a lot to get through as we see Seth Moniz now. Nice little section for Seth to work with. Comes around it. There's a good bowling zone for him to snap through, so a couple good laybacks there. I feel like that's Seth's kind of trademark. Highline snap. So Seth is doing work on this wave. Okay, there's the stall. Where's the section? Boom. Lays into it, tries to get back up, and almost does. And Baron, I've been saying this wave packs a Hawaiian-style punch. Of course, you know better than me. Tell me about the power that this wave has. We saw right there, for Seth Moniz to get knocked off his board with that convex, you know, white water right there. This wave can really throttle you. I mean, throttled me a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, the last few days it's been, like this morning when I surfed, I was like, it was way more powerful than the last few days. I think it's maybe the longer period. But yeah, I mean, you can see at the end of this wave, you know, Seth really surfed this wave really good at the top, did a couple really nice turns. But just, yeah, right at the end, it kind of converged him together, and it has a lot of power, so it's, you know, it'll buck you off your board pretty easily if you're not ready for it.
It's not like Rincon back home. This wave looks so much like Rincon. Chris, you've surfed Rincon a lot, and it looks like it from the beach, especially even through all the different tides. But when you get out there, it has so much more power than Rincon has ever had.
Yeah, there are hold downs available for you all over El Salvador. So right there, Seth getting off, and now he's on the Red Bull ski, getting right back out there. So 23:40 to go. Judges catching up here. First score comes through for Seth Moniz, 5.33. Not bad. Oscar Berry's wave, a 3. So basically that 3-point turn that he did at the end. This will be fun to see if, well, here we go. Oscar did that turn. Give him a little boost in confidence. It looked like it did because that was a great snap to start. Comes around this section. And just
got caught on his toes there.
Man, when it's extra painful when a surfer starts a wave that strong and then just looks like they get a little too far ahead of themselves. Probably the most common way to fall as a competitive surfer when you're thinking about the next maneuver while you're in that second maneuver.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could see this first turn was really good, and then he bottom turn went straight to the next one. And you can kind of see, you know, it happens to everyone. It happens to me a lot too. And he got to the bottom of the wave and he did this like lunge thing, and then your board kind of gets air underneath it, and you kind of are on your tippy toes, and you're just getting too ahead of yourself because you know that obviously you need to get down the line and get to the next turn. But it's hard when it's in the heat of the moment. And you already know you did 2 good turns and you're just trying to get to the next one.
I think every surfer who stood up on a longer wave like this, you just get so excited. And, you know, no fault to him. But I think this will be a decent score because those are 2 great turns right there. And dealing with a little bit of bump here. There's so much water moving around out there. And, you know, Britt, don't talk about it a lot because we talk a lot about the performance on the wave. But do you take into consideration paddle power at an open ocean wave like this? Do you add anything extra for these surfers just to get into these waves and get back out there quick?
Yeah, not necessarily for this wave. For this wave, I'm thinking more about the sections that it provides and the cuppiness and the downline speed that you need. But there's a lot of waves around the world where you're thinking about paddle power for sure. And there's ways to bolster that, you know, like Barron's signature design, the Goldie, is an incredibly well paddling board. Here we go, Oscar again. He's staying busy. Another good first hack. Let's see here as it lines up on the middle section. There's a lot of bump going on this one.
Yeah, he's having to fight through a couple of these turns.
Oh.
Go for it, you know. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I'm not sure who said that. I'll find that out in a later date. But there's your field right there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. You know, a little bit of an upgrade in the Athlete Zone this year. Air conditioning for the crew. And it's really fun in there because in those first couple of heats, I mean, you guys were going wild. Surfers, all the coaches cheering on for Ramsey and McGillivray in that first one. It was getting loud in there, and I think that's exactly what we want. You know, that the nerves have been washed away in the opening couple of events. Now it's time to get to work. I like this wave for Oscar Berry. Not much more he could have done on it because it kind of got weird through this section. And had he pulled that last turn, of course, totally different story.
Yeah, I think he picked this off kind of more on the inside, and the inside has this like weird kind of fat section on it. And then it doubles up really quick again, and I think, you know, it kind of caught him off guard a little, but yeah.
Everyone with the same expression, like, what do we do now? How much do you study and research before you surf a heat? Hours, the whole day, or do you wait till the last minute and just paddle out and see what happens?
Before I go out for a heat, I usually just kind of come down like 1 or 2 heats before. I don't like to sit on the beach for too long, especially here and like places with big tide changes, because, you know, when you paddle for a heat, it's gonna be totally different. So I kind of just come down 1 or 2 heats before and then assess the conditions and then, you know, just make a game plan and paddle out.
We got 19:30 to go. Oscar Berry now on the Red Bull ski, making his way out to the lineup. The judges locked in the score there, 3.57 for Oscar, so a little bit better, slight improvement over his opening wave. While these surfers reset themselves out here in the Punta Roca lineup, let's go down to the glass. Eli Hanneman just went off. He is with Strider Wasilewski.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Eli Hanneman. Hanneman, you were on fire in that heat. Break me down a little bit of the pre-heat from Chris Gallagher.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, it's always the same. We always want to just get ourselves on the best waves and do our best surfing, but, you know, sometimes that doesn't happen. So it's all about just staying calm and being confident and just trusting that that either way, like, the worst that could happen is you lose. So it's not like we're, you know, we live a good life. So it's just all about gratitude, really.
I love it. And tell me about just showing up and having waves like this. I mean, it's pretty much pumping out there.
Yeah, I was telling Chris, like, other than, like, the heats I've had out at Pipe, this is probably the best waves I've ever surfed in a contest. So I'm just super grateful to be here, like, just in such a good headspace. My wife's here, and just enjoying it. It's a pretty amazing life that we live.
And tell me where the confidence is coming from, because you look so sure-footed in that heat. I know you have like a local Brian Perez and all that in the background, but you look like you just overcame every one of those moments of thought and just surf for yourself.
Yeah, I've been watching Brian out here the last, like, every year you guys have had the comp, he's been in it, and he's always put together really good surfing and really good heats. So I knew it was going to be a challenge, but I've had like 4, you know, tough results in a row so far this year. So I've been battling the confidence, but when I came here, I just switched my mindset and just was like, hey, this is the perfect wave. I'm surfing against a really good surfer. Get to surf in board shorts again, and yeah, just grateful for where I'm at.
Well, we're grateful to see you surfing some more. I can't wait for the next heat.
Yeah, thank you.
Eli is just such a likable, humble, great dude. You know, it's one of those guys that you just got to cheer for because he is just super cool, and I love his just steady nature. I mean, the dude is focused. What do you think Eli is going to do for the rest of this event?
Yeah, Eli's an amazing surfer. Growing up watching him, you know, he was like the protege from Hawaii, and you know, his air game is on another level. You know, it's up there with the best in the world with the Philippes, the Medinas, the Johns, and you know, he's one of the best aerialists in the world. And I think once he gets his rhythm, he's gonna just, you know, explode. And I mean, on that last heat, you know, it really looked like he clicked into gear and he went to a different level. It looked like the waves that he was getting weren't that great, but he was surfing them up. And yeah, he has that ability to take off on a wave that's a 4 or 5 and, you know, launch a big air and surf it to a 7. So yeah, I think once he gets into his rhythm, he's gonna be pretty gnarly.
Yeah, passed the test going up against Perez, but coming up next for all these surfers in round 1, watch out. The 4-headed Brazilian monster is waiting. These round 2 heats are so hectic at the beginning of these events. 16:21 to go. So Britt, in the past, we most likely used those opening non-elimination rounds as slight kind of board testers, equipment tester heats. Without that now, what's the difference in the conversations you're having with their surfers in terms of what boards they're going to ride?
Well, you know what's really been helpful is this warm-up session that the WSL started doing the day before the event. It's so great for board testing and getting a real sense because it's closer to the event, and you're going to get, you know, a pretty good sense of what's working at that time. So that, I think that's been good for the surfers and the shapers as well. So yesterday I was down here all day talking to the surfers after the sessions, and pretty much everyone had it buttoned up. Okay, this was what I'm going to be riding in my heat. So that's rad that they've started doing that.
For sure, and as a surf fan, it's so fun to watch. I literally sat there all day yesterday and watched. I was actually in the air conditioner. I don't know if you were on the beach doing the hard work.
I was doing the hard work.
Yeah, super fun to watch, and that is a really cool element that we're seeing here in 2026. We got 15:21 to go. Seth Moniz on top for now with a couple mid-rangers, 5.33 and a 4.5. Oscar Berry, he could get on a roll. There's plenty of time left. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Round 1 continues. Stay tuned. And the contest within the contest, the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. And your top 5 is as shown on screen now. We got Lost, DHD, Sharpeye, JS, and Channel Islands. So the big 5, always well represented here on the championship tour. Switch up from the Shaper Rankings last year. And thankfully, we've got the guy behind number 5 right now, Channel Islands, hoping for a big jump here in El Salvador. So we switched up the Shaper Rankings a little bit. And I think overall, I mean, I just want to say thank you to the Shapers, thank you to Surf Media, thank you to the WSL. We haven't talked about surfboards and Shapers this much in the history of surfing. So I think it's super awesome that, you know, the craftspeople behind the surfboards are getting so much shine. and people are buying surfboards, which is awesome. We love to hear that. But tell me about the Shaper rankings this year. What are the differences in this year's Shaper rankings compared to the last few years?
Yeah, the last few years, your whole team could count as long as they got quarters or above. And then this year, they've changed it to your top 2 finishes, whether it's a male or a female. And it kind of levels the playing field a little bit. You know, some teams are able to put a lot more people in the water. But at the same time, I think the reason it was like that in the past is you kind of want to honor the hard work that it takes for a brand and a shaper to support that many riders. So that was, you know, taken into account the last few years. But I think the way that we're doing it now is a little more sensible. I think it's a little, I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I feel like we've switched things up this year, and Baron, you said it earlier. I mean, the tour that we all grew up with, we're surfers, we're stubborn. We like what we liked as kids, and we like to see things that we're comfortable with. So super rad that the WSL switched things up this year for 2026, and I like the new format for the Shaper rankings as well, because I feel like it does give everybody a little bit more equal opportunity, and I think it gives fans people to cheer for. You know, like there's so many layers to what surf fans want to see and get excited about. So with 11-19 to go, Moni's still, I would say, in a bit of a precarious lead, because we've seen what Oscar Berry is capable of. He hasn't had a mistake-free wave yet, but if he can unleash on one and ride it all the way through nice and clean, that 626 is an easy score for him if he can get the right wave. So 11 minutes to go. Baron, timing-wise in these heats, do you kind of compartmentalize them in 10-minute sections? Is it one linear long heat? Like, where do you kind of draw the line when you think of, like, okay, break the glass, this is an emergency, I got to get going?
I think when you get to the 10-minute mark, you're kind of like, all right, you gotta get going. I remember last year I had a heat at lowers with Kelly, and Britt and Luke Egan, my coach, they were sitting on the beach, and I think I sat the whole heat till like 6 minutes left, and I came in and Britt was like, do you know how big me and Luke are? Like, what are you doing sitting during the whole heat, dude? I ended up getting hurt in the heat, but I still made it. But yeah, I think once you get to the 10-minute mark, you kind of get to the point where you're like, all right, there's some urgency. You need to, start riding waves and getting some scores on the board. So you have an opportunity in that back half, in that 5 minutes left in the heat. So you have an opportunity. But yeah.
It's interesting when you see the different approaches. Some guys are basically like, I'm going to get 2 of the best waves in this heat and just sit and drop anchor like an Ethan Ewing. And then some guys stay so busy. What's your mindset, Baron? Like when you're going into a heat, it might be location dependent, but are you thinking I'm just going to get the 2 best waves, or I'm going to stay busy and build momentum?
I've thought about the 2 best waves, and it's worked for me before, but I feel like I'm more of a rhythm surfer. So if I can get myself into a rhythm and ride waves and just catch waves, I know that eventually one's going to click. It's kind of almost a numbers game. I've always kind of been that way. I've tried to, sit there and wait for the 2 best waves, but I just feel like sometimes I get too selective. Here we go, Seth's up and riding.
Seth Money looks like he has a good section to work with here to start this wave. Nice carve. It's beautiful surfing from Seth. Powers his way, kind of an under the lip layback snap. Throwback maneuver, pure power. So 3 big turns so far. Adds the 4th with the layback, comes around the section. This wave, kind of the gift that keeps on giving. Here comes the crunchy inside section, high speed snap. It's a little air under the fins. That's gonna add some drama. We know the judges do like those dramatic finishes. Stay on your feet, Seth. Nicely done. That right there, wave of the heat so far, and just in time with 8:30 to go.
That's going to put Oscar Berry against the wall for sure. Holding on to a couple 3s. Seth is going to do much better than his 5.33, I think, on that one. But here goes Oscar with his response.
All right. So Oscar can make it a heat right here. A little hung up on the first turn, waiting for this wave to form up. Doesn't like what he sees. He gets out of that one. Is it pretty obvious the waves that aren't going to do it for you, or are these waves just constantly changing and evolving as you stand up?
Honestly, it's kind of hard. I feel like a lot of point breaks, you kind of don't really know what's going to, even snapper, for instance, you kind of don't know what's going to happen down the line, and that's kind of the same thing here. It can look kind of weird on the outside, and then there's an inside double up that will kind of, form up, and you can kind of let a lot of good waves go without even knowing it. Seth's wave, I'm sure it stood up through the outside all the way in. So as we see it right here, yeah, he bottom turns. That was a nice carve, kind of set him up good. And this one he got a little late. It was kind of a weird, like, fluttery lip, and then nice wrap right there. But this wave was such a good pace. That was a beautiful turn. Yeah, just kind of kept standing up, and he just kept, you know, belting it. And this turn was pretty gnarly.
Feels like to me an underrated virtue of surfing at Punta Roca is patience. You saw it was very subtle, but Seth just kind of a little bit of a stall through the bottom turn, waiting for that lip to form up. Patience, I think, a key factor, and of course speed control. Britt, what are you liking on seeing the water fly off the rails of Seth's board?
It looks really clean. His boards always look good. He's on sharp eye, and those are some of the cleanest rails in the game. Fast, really good in the pocket. And you can tell that Seth is able to adjust exactly when he wants to. Like you were saying, it's a timing thing. But as soon as he punches it like off the bottom there, it went right up, and he's got good board control. He's looking good.
And as a shaper, designer, craftsperson, and student of surfing, Britt, when you see water coming off the rail of any board, is that something that tells you how the board is working?
It does. I tend to watch the board more than the surfer when I'm kind of doing my homework, and you can tell a lot by the way that the water's coming off and how the board is responding, you know, to bump and chatter and stuff like that. So my dad always taught me, like, don't watch the surfer, watch the board. That's what you're working on. So I'm always paying attention to the board, and you can tell a lot looking at it.
I feel like the judges are heating up as well. 5-3, 3-6-1-7 so far for Seth Moniz. So nice surfing there. Score comes through for Oscar Berry at 1.6. That was just basically standing up, pulling out. 5.5 left. You know, as grommet surfing in an amateur event, I always remember the 5-minute warning. And you hear that horn and you just start to panic, winning, losing, whatever. So 10 minutes, you're like, okay, get rolling. Then 5 minutes comes, and it feels like that 5 minutes lasts 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. When we were kids, there was this little light, and we'd always look in. You know, now it's obviously like there's the yellow screen or whatnot, but there was this little light and it was a little siren thing, and it would just go like this. And once that happened, you're like, oh no, here
Panic.
we go. I better get going here. But yeah, there's 5 minutes left, and see, you know, Oscar's only has 2 threes. Seth has 6 and a 5, and yeah, it's yeah, we'll see what happens.
Didn't quite shut the door on that last wave. A 7.93, of course, for Oscar Berry. He's such a good surfer. Just feel like he just needs to connect. One big turn to set him up all the way down the line. He's got a great air game. So this one's not over yet with 4:40 to go. Here goes Oscar Berry. Is this the comeback wave we're looking for? 7.93 needed. Great start. Solid connection on the opening snap. Deep bottom turn. Great fundamentals there for Oscar Berry. 2 big, powerful turns. Fighting his way around a section. He's going to have a big finish here if he wants to get that number. Things getting a little wonky and weird through the inside, and they just clean up again. Gets the front 3. Okay, now we're talking. Points accumulating. Power finish. Wow. Okay. Again, just adding a little bit of drama. Fans are stoked. That's pretty rad to see that the stands are already filled day one on the first morning. Okay, 7.93. That was a pretty exciting wave. He mixed up his maneuvers. Maybe mixed them up even a little more than Seth did. Seth had 2 laybacks and 2 carves. Nothing wrong with that. But for Oscar, what do you think the judges are going to think there for that wave?
I don't think it's going to be the 7.93, to be completely honest. I think it's going to get him back in the heat for sure. I think it'll be up there with Seth's 6. He surfed it really well. You know, he just keeps getting these waves that kind of run off, and I can tell that he wants to just light one up, which obviously we all know he can. But these waves just keep kind of breaking off, and then he did this cool air right here, which was nice. He gave it some variety, and then he slammed this inside section. So I think it's going to be around Seth's 6, and then I think he'll get back in the heat for sure. Yeah, he's got 3 minutes left, so he could get another wave.
I think the difference is they're going to be looking at those 2 waves is the pace. Like you mentioned earlier, Baron, Seth wave had such a good pace to it, and it seems like the judges really reward pace out here at a wave like this, which comes down to wave selection and a little bit of luck. But that's kind of the thing on a point like this, is you want to get that perfectly paced wave and hit every section. And like Baron said, his have been little running off from him a bit, and that disrupts the pace. I think that'll be the difference between those scores.
I think there's quite a few definitions to the word flow, right? And the speed power flow equation. The flow in the middle of Oscar Berry's wave, it wasn't his fault. The wave did it. The wave took the flow away, whereas Seth had that good clean line. And I feel like, point break surfing at a wave this perfect, like the flow element is going to be huge. We're going to see styles shining through more so than you'd see in a beach break or a big barreling wave. This wave will really expose your weaknesses between your turns. And so I think flow is going to be a huge element for these surfers to get those big numbers. Still waiting for the score to come through for Oscar Berry. Inside the 2-minute warning now, Seth Moniz on top with priority. I feel like 2 to 3 minutes is that sweet spot with priority at the end of the heat. I think 4, 5, 6 minutes is almost kind of sketch to have priority sometimes because you have to make those big decisions. But right now for Seth, with 1:30 to go, would you say he's in control of this heat?
Yeah, for sure. He's got first priority. Oscar's not yet at the lineup yet, I don't think. He's about to be there. But, yeah, I mean, the only thing that's a little bit scary is there's always been 2 to 3 waves in a set. So Seth's really got to, if a set does come in the next, minute and 20 seconds, he's really got to pick the best wave. Usually the second one's always been a little better, a lot cleaner. But, yeah, Oscar got a 6.33. So, yeah, all he needs is a 5.17. And obviously that's very obtainable for him. But yeah, Seth's really got to pick the good wave that comes in this next set.
And that score makes things interesting now. Oscar Berry just needs a 5.17. So we're seeing the situation here with priority. You've got Seth Moniz in the red jersey. A lot of times in the past, we've seen the surfer in priority actually go to the inside, whereas if you're free surfing with your buddies, you don't take yourself out of line. But when you have priority, you have the ability to drop straight in on the surfer. Do coaches give you priority kind of advice or tips before you paddle out for these heats?
Well, you kind of know what's going on, but the only thing that's a little dangerous with doing that now is, I mean, you've seen it happen to Crosby and Kanoa last year, where Crosby went way up the point, Kanoa sat down at the bottom, Crosby stood up, the horn went off, and then Kanoa burned him, and then Kanoa got an interference because he stood up after the horn. So you kind of have to be right on him now, especially with, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, which Seth's going to take this wave.
And there you go. That's the dangerous element that you talked about. Seth looking out the back going, please no second wave of this set. So that was nicely done. Great defensive and offensive surfing from Seth Moniz. And at the end of it, Hawaiian power reigns supreme. Seth Moniz gets through a tough matchup against Oscar Berry. Some great moments for Oscar. This wave will not count as he was up after. But, I guess the old adage, lose and learn, is going to come into play. Oscar is such a great surfer. I think all surf fans just want to see more, So there you have it. Oscar Berry out of contention now, but give it up to Seth Moniz. A momentum push there, straight into round 2. Thank you so much, Barry Maria, Britt Merrick. You guys got your work cut out for you through the week. Everybody says it. Stay hydrated, stay cool. Stay focused, which is, I know, not hard for you to do because the waves are absolutely firing. So good luck as we move through this contest. Britt, thank you so much for your knowledge coming in here. And
appreciate it.
Good luck for your surfboards. I hope they stay intact because these guys are going to need them.
That's the least of our problems.
You got Vihina Fiera coming up next heat, so you're going to go right back to the R&D zone in the sun. We're going to have some women coming up next. It's going to be another super fun round. Waves are pumping. We're all going to be glued to the screen. Stay tuned. Women's round 1 coming up next.
50 years deep. For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
There is no better time to be a pro surfer. It is in such good hands, especially over here in Punta Roca. The waves are absolutely firing. Seth Meniz through to the round 2. Unfortunately, we did lose Oscar Berry out of the draw, but we have had plenty of action with the men's opening round this morning. Ramsey Bukiam had an incredible heat as well. This means now that the men's is over, we are rolling into the women's. We're expecting just as much fireworks from the women out there this morning too. My name is Jessie Starling and I'm joined in the booth by Tanner Gadauskas. Tanner, tell me, you're here, you're commentating, you're also coaching. You've got your hands full this
You got
week.
my hands full, but you know, on a day like today, it's just nothing but excitement. You know, those men's heats definitely delivered. They all had battles within them, and they were all really so enjoyable to watch. And so I'm so excited to be here in the booth with you. This is so fun, and what a cool opportunity. And with heats like this, Vahine going against Sally Fitzgibbons, it's on. It's going to be epic.
Absolutely. Round 1, heat 1. These two ladies actually met over in Raglan. I feel like it was, if I say a week ago, I'm pretty on point with that. It was such a quick turnaround between these events. And Vahine actually getting the win there. But Sal, it's the same kind of storyline that we're seeing unfold throughout the entirety of the year. It's almost the vets be these new dogs. And Sal has had so much experience out here. She's had ISA wins out here before too. And it feels like this is a wave where she can really tap in and start to let loose here.
In general, Sally Fitzgibbons is just seasoned in all stops of the tour, but competitively, she knows how to bring it in each and every heat, as we see Vahine go on this very first ride.
Yeah, just a little late to that first section. She's going to bar it, come around the corner here, then gets into the lip line here for Vahine. She's got such a strong backhand. We really want to see those waves start to bowl back towards her, let her open up. She's going to get an end section here with a really nice connection for Vahine Fierro. So there's a start for our lady representing France, obviously the queen of Chopu as well, but a backhand that has won her so many events, including a World Junior title.
She's phenomenal. But I think when we get to break down a backside versus frontside approach here at Punta Roca, you know, you can look back through some of the heats today, this morning, Ramsey Bukiam. When you deliver in the big section as a backside surfer, your scores will come good. And I think with Vahine right here, off the takeoff, it looked like she was ready for that first hit to create that excitement, but she kind of had to drive down the line to make that opportunity happen a little further. Here, would have been nice to get over the lip. But she, of course, that's another thing when you're watching from the beach, you notice that last turn has such an impact on all the spectators and the judges and that. So at least she stayed on her board, and I'm sure it feels good to get the feet in the wax.
What's your take on being a goofy footer out here? Because obviously the natural footers, when you think back to previous winners, it's 2 for 2, with Caroline winning 2 events here and then Steph and Gabby. But for someone like Vahine, who has that big power turn on lock on the end section, is it more of an advantage to be on your backside at this wave?
That's such a good question. I don't know if there really would ever be more of an advantage or not, because it comes down to your strong suits as a surfer. But I think a lot of your wave selection dictates what opportunity you can create on your scores. And I think when you're a backside surfer at a point break, you either have to condense your major maneuvers together, so you create a lot of impact and noise turn to turn to turn, because it doesn't look quite as good when you're just drifting through turns and highlining around things, whereas the front side, you create a lot more personality. We've seen Eli Hanneman today do that. We saw actually a fair amount of people, even that last heat, Seth and Oscar both. You can create a big maneuver and then take your time into the next turn, and it can be a face carve, but backhand, it's verticality, it's big major maneuvers. So I think it just really comes down to understanding the lineup and the swell directions and making the most of it.
It's pretty cool to see someone like Vahine also just, I feel like she's got such a classy traditional approach to her surfing, and she's never tried to stray away from that and try and meet this new progressive style. Obviously, she's one of the most incredible barrel riders that we have on the women's side of the tour, but for her to always stick to that strong point, it's got her big results on right-hand point breaks in the past, including a 3rd place at Burleigh last year, which arguably could be quite a similar wave to Punta Roca.
It could, and it does have that, it's a stop-start sort of wave where you have to hit a big turn and get into the next section, and it's not always going to be easy for you to make that happen. But I think what you touch on, and I think it's a really great point with Virginia, she has so much grace in her style. It's not like she's forcing turns. It looks appealing when you watch it, and it, of course, we know her for her barrel riding. She could be literally one of the best in the world, but her backside surfing has come so far, and it's so good. Even at Snapper this year, she looked amazing, and her boards, they look incredible under her feet. I was talking with Brent Powers, the team manager of CI, a little earlier, and she's on that CI Plus Minus, which is their new model. It's an add-on to the Pro Series, and it looks really good for her.
Yeah, she's on a round tail as well, and I feel like a lot of the surfers opting for round tails. I actually saw Sammy Pupo this morning go out on a swallowtail, which I thought was pretty interesting for these waves, but just that traditional round tail for especially a goofy footer like Vahine, it's just going to sit so nice and perfectly in the pocket. It looks like Sal is going to have a little bit of a look here. Sally Fitzgibbons is going to get her campaign underway here in Punta Roca. There's a nice carb to kick us off for Sal, just that style we've grown to love over the years. Comes around the corner again. She's going to push hard through this second carb with a nice foamy looking section to tag. Sal, she's got emotions. We always know when she loves the ends of her waves, and that was definitely one of those ones where she was feeling it at the end there.
I was just going to say, like, how fun is it watching Sally? You can tell her emotion. She never holds it back, and she's polished, but she still gives that flavor to let the emotion come through. And on that last turn, you could tell she was really pleased with how it came together.
She's an entertainer,
yeah.
Sally, and I really feel like she relishes in entertaining the crowds, especially when we were over at the Gold Coast, or I imagine what it would be like in Brazil, where there's just masses of people down the beach, and when she hears them cheering, I always feel like she levels up. Like I mentioned earlier, she's had ISA results here in the past where she's actually won ISA World Games. So she's got a lot of love from this crowd already. This is the replay of this last wave though, and I actually quite like these first two carves.
She did so well, like to be able to get a carve out of that first turn but have to make such a big section and then deliver somewhat here and set up into her biggest turn, which is the finishing turn. It was great. Choreography was amazing there.
Choreography.
Right? You have to.
Yes.
So that's the thing when you're surfing a point break, you're presenting an entire ride. When you're surfing it, it feels like you're going turn to turn to turn. But as you're watching it, as the judges are judging it, there is some sort of a dance to it. And you want to give your big maneuver and then hold off for a second and then deliver when it is most important, which Sally really did on that last turn.
I love the use of that word, and I actually completely agree with what you're saying. It really does have to be a dance, and that kind of comes back to that entertainment point that we were using for Sally. She's just such an entertainer. She wants to impress all these people. Vahine doing the same as well. Wow, loved that grab rail bottom turn up and strong into that carve here for Vahine. Not a lot down the line there, so both of these ladies opting for shorter, sharper waves by the looks of it, but I love the fact that they're not holding back on the moments that they're getting.
That was insane. I like watching that. The utilization of the grab rail on the backside and just getting vertical twice right there in the pocket and just hammering it. I can't wait to see the replay on that because, you know, you notice sometimes on the backhand, it is an advantage that you can draw a little further into the flats and slow yourself down, use a grab rail turn, and then make the most of creating a vertical pocket and delivering. So on the forehand, sometimes it draws you a little bit more out into the wave face, and it's a carve, it's an arcing turn, and so that is an advantage of the goofy foot versus regular foot thing. And I think that's funny because you were talking earlier, Jesse, that these guys had a matchup at Raglan where it would have been flopped, right? One was front side and one was backside, and now it's reverse.
You can see here, just this next moment, this is the bit that we're kind of fangirling over.
Yeah, totally. I mean, oh my gosh, that was insane. And the size of the wave, the size of the section, and really good. So Vahini's getting the rhythm, right? We saw her get her first wave, and it wasn't the greatest ride, but she stayed on her board, and now she's here delivering in her second ride.
We've got a really big round one. There's 8 heats all the way through, a couple of massive matchups, especially towards the back end of the draw. But the bracket for this, I mean, obviously you always look forward to that next round of who they're going to draw. But these 8 heats are absolutely stacked with names like Stephanie Gilmore still in this opening round. It's pretty crazy.
It's almost unbelievable. Like, look at this heat here with Tyler Wright and Tia Zabrowski. Like, that is fireworks. They're all so good. It's going to be really fun to watch it all unfold today.
I'm really loving the look of heat number 8, though. Caroline Marks, Kira Pinkerton. We spoke about it earlier this morning in the Dawn Patrol, but that is power v power.
And to knowing, hey, Caroline really needs to turn the burners on right now in this moment, but she has to come up against Kira Pinkerton, who has looked so good, so powerful, and really connected to her board.
This is the first time this year Caroline has also slipped down into round 1, so she started the year number 2 in the world after her performance last year over in Fiji. So with the start that she's had, this is actually a heat that she probably really needs to make at this point in the season.
Oh, and that goes one of two ways. You're either feeling like you're on the slip, or now it's time to really build out, and that was the valley that you felt.
Stephanie Gilmore and Nat Lelior, that's a rematch from what we saw at Raglan just a week ago as well. So it's cool to see these matchups, like you mentioned, flip, and now we're going to see the goofy footers who we're used to seeing on their backhand get to really demonstrate that at a beautiful point break that we have here at Punta Roca. Sally, her best result last year, although she fell off tour and was just pushed back to the Challenger Series, was actually at Burleigh as well. She had a 2nd place there. She went all the way to the final, and that's where we saw Betty Lou get her maiden Championship Tour win. For Sally and a place like Punta Roca, when you look at the tour, traditionally, she is really one of the veterans that has competed there time and time again. But with this being a relatively new stop, I feel like it does even the playing field a little bit more for everyone else.
And so we're talking about Sally as a veteran. She's not just stayed on tour. She's reinvented herself. Like 3-year blocks, 5-year blocks, she's riding new boards, new shapers. She brings in new maneuvers. She still looks zesty and here for the win, even though she's been on tour for so long. Like, this could potentially become one of her greatest runs. We don't know, you know, and that's exciting to see. I think Jordy Smith has a little bit of that flair too. It's like some of the veterans are still in the game, and they're trying to keep, like you said, the rookie class be the veterans, keep the younger crew down and make them earn it.
It's a full storyline this year. It really has just been really cool to see it kind of unravel in front of our eyes, even over at Raglan with Carissa, and then Gold Coast Steph, Lakey's at Margs. Gabby Bryan is the only woman at this point, and I'm quoting this from Joe, that has won a championship tour event who's under 30 this year. So
wow.
That's pretty crazy to think when you look at how well the vets are doing this year.
Oh, but also too, how incredible, because the younger class is insanely good. There are so many good young girls on tour right now.
You can see Vahine might have a paddle for this one, not super into it. I'd actually love your take on what we've kind of seen so far this season. We might have a little wave rolling through because I want to deep dive and unpack just that kind of vet v rookie class. But Sal, she's got priority. She's going to use it here. It's a big paddle to get into this one. She's trying to back up a 5-point ride at this point. Has the highest wave score of the heat right now. Love the down carve here. Gives her a lot of speed to work with down the line. I can see pushes hard, stays in that top third for that next carve. And then as she starts to get to a little bit more open wall, she's going to tuck in for a tube. But unfortunately, just pushing a little bit too far down. We're actually seeing a bit of a change in the conditions right now with this tide dropping out.
I was just going to say the wave selection has been so unforgiving today. It's really hard to understand when you're taking off. The distance of the ride is so long to know if it will actually become a good wave on the inside. And unfortunately for Sally, she did everything correct. She has a great first ride. She had priority. She waited for the set in the spot, took it. And you could tell right after her first carve, she really had to hit the gas pedal and get going. And the wave never really slowed up to allow her to deliver major maneuvers on the inside.
This is a pretty solid wave though, so we definitely still have a lot of size here, but it felt like it kind of all came undone after that next carve. That's where we really started to see a lot of the foam and the bubble play into this wave.
The foam can be actually a benefit on these days that have a little bit of wind over the face. It can kind of make for smooth water, but there it added a little bit of cavitation and almost kind of looked like it threw Sally off, and the only option was to pull in, which is kind of a classic move. I mean, talking about that entertainer spirit, she's never going to let you down.
No, never. I love that Sally is just still so driven, so determined, and has that eager winning feeling. And I feel like she probably has that maybe more than anyone that we see on tour. She's really open about how much she just loves competing. This wave, if it had a big finish, it probably would have come close to meeting that 5-point ride. It comes in, it's a 3-1-7, so she's taken the lead. She's got the not the two best waves, she has the one single best wave with that 5. So she's going to look to drop that. That means Vahine currently chasing a 4-4-1. But with Sal being in that vet class, I feel like a lot of those girls, similar to what the younger girls are doing as well, are feeding off what each other are doing. And Sally's crop of women are dominating right now.
For sure. I'm actually quite good friends with Lakey Peterson. It was interesting having her insight going into this year as we watch Vahine picking up an inside wave. And this is, if this comes together, it's a great utilization on your backhand. Sometimes the smaller ones are a little bit slower, and they just allow it, they make it a little bit easier for you to place your turns.
I actually really love the look of this wave. It's just a little bit slower. She can open up and push a bit harder each time. Comes into it big on the end turn here for Vahine. Got a bit of fins out as well. So I actually really love just that wave selection and how well she just detonated it from start to finish.
100%. Yeah, and to your point, Jesse, is, you know, when you have an inspired older class and they know it's only going to get harder for them to stay at the top of the game because this younger crew is pushing the level in so many different ways. Vahine, her barrel riding is cutting edge, beyond cutting edge. And even too, looking back at some of those classic heats we've already had this year with Tia Zabrowski versus Chris Moore at Snapper, that embodies that friction between the two classes, and they're pushing each other to be the best that they possibly can be, because everybody knows they have to be honest. There's no easy heats on this tour right now, and with conditions like this and events like this, it's just like everybody's winning. We win as the spectator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We're the ultimate winners in this one. This wave, though, for Vahine, take me through it start to finish.
Well, I liked it. You know, it looked actually quite tricky to surf with this rib in the wave, so it's a pretty good first hit, and then it really all for me came down to how she delivered on this final turn. It had a lot of spice off of the lip, and it threw a great amount of spray. So, I mean, within this ride, I feel like it could be one of her better ones for the heat.
That was sick.
Yeah.
That end turn was so sick. I feel like that a lot of people can kind of just come into that and let it be, but she did push up and over it, and just to see the amount of fun that she has on these waves as well, I think adds another element to her surfing too.
And it'll be interesting to see where the score goes. I was watching a couple heats this morning with Sawyer, and we were kind of analyzing, as a goofy foot surfer, sometimes utilizing those smaller waves can be a benefit because you will be getting the opportunity to deliver scores, but will the judges see it as a smaller wave and dock you? Or will they be scoring you based on the merit of your turns?
Well, I feel like this morning when we saw from Luke Thompson, he got the highest wave score on the heat on a relatively small wave. So I feel like the judges are making a bit of a note that they just want to see good surfing. And all the waves have such good potential. Obviously, if it's a tiny one that runs just along the inside of the rocks, will it score as high as a set with big turns? Probably not. But I feel like the judges are kind of making it a bit of a point that you can get scores on not the set waves today.
That's really, yes, that is true. Using the Luke Thompson example is a great example because he really delivered there and they gave him the score. So we'll see where this comes in.
And so you're working with Sawyer this event. Obviously, you've known her for a little while now. You've got to see her grow into the incredible competitor and woman that she is today. But what a season that she's had so far.
What a season. It's insane. And it's true. She is such a great surfer, and it feels like she's coming into her great years, and she's really relaxing, and she's gaining more confidence in every event. And you speak to finding confidence in a single event is actually hard to do, but then to match it event to event and grow with that energy, it creates inertia through a season, and you never know where that can end. You know, like she's having a great run right now. Can it be a world title season? But you really have to bring it back to each individual event and focus, because it's all about making every heat. You can't even get ahead of yourself.
This feels like it could be a pretty solid event for someone like Sawyer, just with the amount of talent and just her decision-making skills in heats, especially this year. It feels like that last 12 months has really done wonders for the competitive side of her surfing.
She came in, we worked together last year at Trestles, and it was really interesting to tap in at that point with her because she had just fallen off of the cut at Margaret's, and so she had the back half to do her own thing and kind of regroup, and she did very well at lower. She got a third, and so I think having a great result and having the free time, she came back spicy, and now she's working with Glenn Hall, and they've created a bit of a curriculum that's so great. They're so good together, and I think just having that fresh energy has allowed her to let go of the past and just create her future every heat, heat by heat.
And a lot of people are actually drawing comparisons between Trestle's ride to this wave. Obviously, it feels like maybe this wave's slightly longer on its day. Obviously, you've had an amazing result at Trestles before, 2016, third place to Parko in the semi-finals. But do you see a lot of comparisons to this wave to Trestles?
I do, and I definitely see it when I'm watching a Sawyer or even a Griffin. or a Crosby, you know, they do feel right at home. A Cole Hauschman. There's actually a lot of people from San Clemente on tour. Kira Pinkerton, maybe that will be coming into play today, and it's something with a light breeze over a running right point that's on cobblestones. It's very, very similar in what you can do on the wave face with the power in the wave, and I think it's high performance. You know, it's probably one of the most high performance waves on tour if you really break it down, because it can get big. Like today, it's quite large, and you can still blow the tail out. Like, how impressive was that watching Eli Handyman with an alley-oop into a carve and ending it with a big blow tail snap? And everybody has the potential to bring their very highest performing maneuvers to a place like Punta Roca. So, yeah, it's really exciting to watch.
You can see that these ladies, the ocean's slowing down a little bit, so they're asking for the score. They're going to reset, know what they can do in these next 12.5 minutes. Right now, Vahine Fierro is currently in the lead with a 4.6 and a 3.77. Can the vet, Sally Fitzgibbons, fight back in this heat? Coming up next, though, we have Yolanda Hopkins. She'll be taking on Erin Brooks, but let's round out this heat first. We'll be right back after this. We love seeing the world's best compete in such a beautiful part of the world. If you want to get your hands on some of these incredible surfers jersey, you can go over to the WSL store, buy your favorite surfer's rashi, even if it's just your favorite number. You can get that as well, but there is one for every single one of our athletes so far. Right now in the water, it's Vahine Fierro taking on Sally Fitzgibbons, so you can get your hands on theirs as well. I know a lot of people back home have a lot of Sally Fitzgibbons jerseys. They are hot property back in Australia, and Vahine obviously representing Tahiti and France. So a lot of her family, friends, that part of the world really eyeing off a couple of those. Right now though, Vahine is leading this heat. Relatively small scores. My name's Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tanner Gadauskas. Tanner, if we look at this heat, a 5-point ride is currently the high mark. But with the talent and the caliber that we have of both of these women, it feels like we're waiting for something to click at this point to go above that 5-point range.
Yeah, I'm glad we're resetting in here and analyzing this heat, because it's really interesting. There have been rides, but there isn't a dominating figure in the heat. There's not really a narrative going one or two ways. Like, Sally does have the high score, yet Vahine's is really close behind it. And now we're seeing Vahine has the priority, so she's chosen the peak position to take off where the best waves are coming in. However, Sally is underneath her by quite a distance. So she's going to be looking to see, can I turn something up? And maybe that's a more spicy maneuver. And then she gets back out behind Vahine for the next wave. So this has a lot more in front of us from a heat perspective.
Oh my God, that was sick. Just really pushing into that carve here for Sal. Mid-size wave, absolutely attack mode. 1, 2, 3 turns through to the inside, and that's that moment we were waiting for from Sal. Vahine's time to answer back. Comes in, goes kind of vert on that first section. You could tell she left it a little bit short on the wind back around. She gives us a carve to work with. We'd love this one to bowl up. Great bottom turn here for the Tahitian surfer. Nice and tight in the pocket yet again here for Vahine. She'll tag it for a finishing turn as well. So 2 really nice waves here for both of our competitors. Very different approaches, I want to say, but I love the fact we've gone mid-size waves, multiple opportunities on them.
Of course. I mean, we just asked for it, and then it just happened. But Sally, I think what we were talking about, Jesse, is she was inside. Vahine passed that wave up, so she knew she had to turn up the volume on every single maneuver, which she did. She did a great job. That first turn was super incredible, and then she was able to get the second one and into the third. So she presented a very great ride, and behind her, Vahine with a singeing right.
Sal, just these turns here, though. I mean, that first carve, that's the Sal that I grew up just fangirling over.
And she did a great job coming out of that second turn, creating the space and delivering on that third one. Really, really great. You know, she made something out of not a set wave.
And then Vahine here, her style.
Loving her style. First of all, this first turn to me felt great. I wish there was a little bit more spray, but it's spotless in terms of style. Did a great job of weaving through and creating maneuvers. This was another good one in the pocket. I'd be curious to see the differences in the scores as they come in. It's funny because, like we mentioned before, both of them having a pretty similar top score before this happened. I think Vahine might get the nod just based off of a bigger wave and more maneuvers. So we'll see.
I know we spoke about it earlier. I can't get over how graceful Vahine is. There's no downtime between her turns or extra bubble or those small pumps. She just really does have this element of flow it's just so encapsulating when you watch her surf. So Vahine, that's definitely, I would say, going to be her best wave of the heat so far, just considering what we've seen already. But Sal, I feel like she's probably going to get the lead potentially based on 2 waves when you think back to that 5-point ride. But these two have such a different style and I feel like different competitive strategy, but they respect each other so much, and there's nothing I love more than just back-to-back waves in heat.
For sure, yeah, it's a win-win. And I think on the style point with Vahine, I personally feel like she never looks rushed. And as a goofy footer on a backside point break, sometimes it's hard to not look rushed because you're trying to create the energy to get the speed down the line, and it's harder to go from a vertical turn and come up, break your line, get the speed, and go around sections. And she does it really gracefully, like we were saying. But even more bizarre, she'll be surfing like 8 to 10 foot chopu and looking the exact same way. She looks cool as a cucumber, actually, at all times.
I've never surfed chopu. I don't know if I ever plan to surf it either. That wave looks absolutely terrifying, but just the way that she handles it, and you can see she almost meets the ocean where it's at. She doesn't try and outpower it or out just grow it. She just meets it where it's at, and they look like they just create this perfect, beautiful balance between power and grace with Vahine at chopu. She's really channeling that here as well. Sally, on the other hand, I love just the variety we had on that last wave. Scores are slowly starting to filter on through. Vahine's is going to go into her top 2, so it's a 4.33. So judges still keeping it slightly below, so maybe lacking a little bit of pizzazz on Vahine's. But then we look to Sal. She's now going to get the score to take her into the lead. It's a 4.87. So we're coming into 5 minutes. That was a pretty nice wave from both of those ladies. But what is keeping it under this 5-point range right now?
I think we're excited, right? These are great maneuvers. We like the style, and we are also noting that they're not set waves. I think when we look back at Vahine's, if maybe she can condense and create more massive maneuvers, maybe less in between noise, then that's when I feel like the scores will be going up a little bit higher. And Sally, I think looking back, her wave was not a set wave. And I think that now they both have the rhythm in the heat, and as we see more waves coming in, I think it was like maybe a 1-step, 2-step sort of thing, and they both know they have to do more to get those higher scores.
You can see Vahine now needs a 5.27. Sal with priority and the lead. There's 4 minutes to go. I heard Chris talking about it just in the dying stages of that last one. It's almost a bit of a scary time to have priority. She's going to use it here. Bigger looking wave for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's caught behind at the start here, and it looks like that ocean is just going to knock her off her board. So Sal, that is potentially a bit of a mistake right now. Vahine, she's got priority now out the back, choice of what she wants. She likes the look of this one. There's a good bowl ahead of her. That's a massive turn here for Vahine. It's just the one though. So these bigger waves starting to shut down at the top of the point here.
And that could be a tidal thing, and because it does have a little bit of noise in the swell line today. We saw it this morning. It looked chunky, lunky at times, and as it becomes a little bit faster as it's moving down the point, it's going to be harder to make those sections. And you know, to be honest, Vahine took off. She did she made the most of what that wave was going to give her. She delivered a humongous turn here. Unfortunate that it closed out just after she finished it.
It's so funny to me that she's just so unafraid of lips and just going upside down on big gnarly sections because of the wave she surfs back at home. But she mentioned to me over in Margee, she was like, I love groomed point breaks and pretty conditions where that's when I'm not scared. And you can tell that she's really channeling that today because that was a pretty meaty section.
Yeah, for sure. That was a meaty section. But as we talk about Vahine and how she can charge and lift into the bigger sections and bigger waves, we should note Sally, in her own right, is a charger. She's had a bunch of different performances and really big waves. You know, I'm thinking like Fiji, I'm thinking Maui. I'm definitely remembering Sally has go mode within her too.
I want to say it was Fiji. I feel like I would have been maybe 12 or 13. I remember seeing Sal, I think she perforated her eardrum and then went back out and surfed in the final. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, that is real grit and determination, and what an athlete. And I feel like she's still, to this day, and will forever in her life, just have that approach where she's got that never say die attitude, and always put your best foot forward no matter what.
It's resilience. You know, I think she can deal with adversity in a lot better way than a lot of people on tour, and that speaks to how long she's been able to be on tour, because as a competitor, you come across adversities that you can't change. You know, even this heat, you have a game plan, you go out there, and then Mother Nature gives you what it gives you. So for Sally, we've seen that time and time again. Like, it's such an iconic photo of her where her head's wrapped up and she's just got the rashi on, and it's go mode, and like, it's that never say die attitude. And I think as a fan, like, that's why we all love Sally.
I feel like for Sal, these are moments in heats that she really starts to relish in. You can tell that she loves to be able to defend and play a little bit of cat and mouse in the dying, especially 90 seconds, especially for this heat. Vahine, for that last one big turn, was a 3-point ride. So judges keeping it relatively low for single maneuvers today too.
It's so tricky competing against somebody like Sally because they present unshakable. So even if you get them on the ropes, they like the challenge even more. And Sally is in the lead here. This heat needs to really break. Actually, it's closing down as we're at 1 minute. I'm sorry, I'm so in the zone here.
I know.
Wow, okay.
I know, it's flown by. It's just one of those heats where I feel like you can get so into it just because these two surfers have so many strengths and incredible storylines to both of them. I know there's only 50 seconds in this heat, but I'd love to pick your brain. Now, looking at this season's format, does it suit someone like Sally Fitzgibbons, who unfortunately really struggled with the cut over the last few years?
Yeah, actually, that's a really good question. I'm sure she would be really stoked on the new format. Oh my goodness, as we see with priority, Vahine, 30 seconds to go, needs a 5.2. And unfortunately, it's too deep, but Sally's going to pick it up here on the shoulder.
Yeah, going to go down the line here. We know Sal has an air game. She's going to stay high, come around the corner. She's going to carve through this section here. So Sally played this heat so well. I mean, this is hats off to Sal. She's looking at better at 4.87 here. This is such a nice bowly wave.
Oh.
Kicks the fins out, goes down though for Sally here. But this just feels like pure heat prowess excellence here for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Very much so.
I love the fact that Vahine put herself in a position where she could go for that score right at the end there, but just patted herself too far up the point.
Oh, and it could be, again, like misjudging the tide as it draws, or even, too, just making the most of the single opportunity that was coming to you under 30 seconds, and unfortunately, it was just a very fast wave, and she was in the right spot for those sets, but, you know, it didn't come good at the end.
So Sal getting one back on Vahine, where Vahine took the win at Raglan. Sal's going to get it here. So it's cool to see that both with facing the wave, that they're both going to take the win on the relative point breaks to them. Sally into that next round, and it's going to be a pretty healthy matchup that she's going to take on Molly Picklum in round number 2. We're not going to see that today, but we do have plenty more action for the women's. Yolanda Hopkins, Erin Brooks meeting up, another rematch that we saw. Cannot wait to see that unfold here. Sally Fitzgibbons moving on through. We'll be right back. Punta Roca is absolutely pumping. We're straight into live action here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Yo-Yo going straight up into the lip line. A little bit of downtime around it, but you can see we've got swell that we're working with here today. Yolanda Hopkins, always the first person out in the mornings, and it's paying off right now as she tags yet another section, draws out a really nice carve. She's going to get the eject out of there, but Yo-Yo, that's definitely a way to make a statement at the start of the heat. Erin Brooks out behind her. Again, big looking wave. Love that first turn. So much speed, so much energy behind this young girl surfing into a pretty tricky section there. Did so well to hang on. She's going to get out of there as that one runs down the point, but we love when a heat starts with big action here. Yolanda Hopkins, Erin Brooks giving us fireworks. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tana Gadauskas, and this is a fun looking heat between these two ladies.
Matchup.
Yes.
Start this way, like, it's going to be great to see these two styles clash against each other. Erin Brooks is actually just a superstar in the surf world. I mean, globally known and recognized for her incredible surfing. And Yolanda is one of my personal favorite surfers. I love her spirit on the beach and in the water. And like you said, she's out there every single morning in the dark, and she treats it like a profession.
These first two waves of both of these ladies. Loved that first bottom turn there from Yo-Yo.
Oh yeah, the extension on that bottom turn was incredible, and for her to come around here, you almost felt like by virtue of that last heat, these rides were going to end short, but it actually opened up quite well for her to get a couple more big hits.
I just think Yo-Yo has this element of power that she knows to use to her advantage, and that wave, just the way that bowl cupped out, and to know she had the inside at the start as well. And then Erin, only 2 turns, but a lot of power and speed on these first sections.
Erin has such a unique backside style and approach. She stands rather upright, and it actually helps her pendulum swing off the bottom and get real vertical and real tight spaces.
I just think Erin, she also, as she's turning through her turns, whips a lot quicker than maybe most people on the tour. She's got such a quick pivot point when she's at the top. And so when you compare it to someone like we saw from Vahine, where she draws out those carves, it does give her a point of difference. Competed here last year in her rookie year, had a 9th place finish here. But for a backhander as good as Erin Brooks, you'd expect it to be a little bit higher than a 9th place finish.
You would, for sure, but things happen. You know, like even in the last heat we saw Vahine and Sally, like it can be a tight heat and feel like it could go either way, but it just doesn't go your way sometimes. You know, I feel like when we were rewatching that Yolanda wave, her board looks great. I saw that she was on the Mikey Feb shortboard, which is that new model that CI's just launched, and Gabriel Medina was even trying it on the Gold Coast, and a lot of the tour surfers are grabbing it, even though Mikey Febbs is a free surfer himself, and I think it brings a bit more of a free approach to their style. I think Yolanda looks spicy on those turns.
I think when you look at Punta Roca and the wave that it is, this is going to sound ridiculous because Mikey February surfing suits every wave, but this is a wave where you could see him like putting a movie piece together just because of how smooth and clean his surfing is. So the fact that Medina was also trying that at a wave like Snapper, when you see parts of Mikey Feb at J-Bay, it kind of makes sense that a lot of surfers are gravitating towards it at a wave like this.
Well, a big thing I think that's really interesting is the relationship of shapers and their team. And I think with Britt and Mikey, they're able to develop models not under the microscope of the events, because as you know really well, like the timelines of events, they move so quick and the focus is so strong, you don't really have much time to work with the athletes to change their equipment that much. So Mikey can basically take a circle and then draw a square over it, and now you have a completely new design that everybody can benefit from on tour. It's something very fresh.
That is such a good point. So it feels like even for shapers to have like an element of a free surfer on their team, it makes such a big difference for board development.
And I knew at CI, Parker Coffin was a big one for them because he wasn't on tour, but he would have such a high surfboard IQ. He ended up developing that first CI Pro with them, and that was for the exact reason. Here, as we see Erin go on another right.
Zippy first turn here for Erin Brooks. You can see just a bit of bump on that wave. It was slightly putting her off guard. I felt like maybe wasn't setting that rail in or engaging it too well coming up into those sections there. So this is a bit of a reset moment. Yo-Yo trying to take advantage of what was a nice start. Got the better of the opening exchange. Now she's going to put down a couple of hard carves here for Yolanda Hopkins. So birthday 2 days ago, turned 28. Comes through this inside, finishes it with a lot of style and just looking so confident. To be fair, I love the look of the CIs under her feet right now.
Oh, they look great. And so I think when I'm watching Yolanda, it's the low center of gravity that is so attractive to me because it's a power base. And then she's able to hook into the pockets and then create the flare off of a power maneuver, where that board, I think, is giving her a little bit more of that extension and flare. It looks really good.
So Yolanda Hopkins, she's also had success in the ISAs in El Salvador previously. She's one of those surfers, similar to Sal, actually, when you think about it, who just has this element of grit and determination that sometimes that you see more than anyone, you know. So taking a look at her results already this season, 2 17ths, 2 9ths, but Yo-Yo, when you talk to her, she knows she belongs here and she's going to fight and do anything to stay. Most mornings before events, she goes for a 3 or a 5K run and then goes for the early morning surf. That makes me feel horrible about myself because I will not get out of bed until I have to. But Yo-Yo is just so driven and determined to be at the top of her game.
You somehow can feel it in her surfing style too. Like there is that grit through all of these maneuvers.
God, this board just looking exceptional, especially through this end section here.
Well, it's impressive to be able to link turns in succession like that on a day like today. There's so much rib that now these girls are dealing with as the tide drains out.
And then Erin here, what did you see that kind of went wrong?
So I feel like we are noticing a little bit of chunder from the wind and a little bit of rib from the tide. And I think as a backside surfer, you start to battle with pivot bottom turns to the vertical lip while you're trying to traverse down the line as it's a point break. And so it's a weird dynamic. If forehand, you're able to see it a little bit easier because you're looking down the line naturally. And that, I don't necessarily think that wave was very good for Erin, but I think it can become a little bit tricky when the conditions do that.
I just feel like Erin, she's gearing up for something big. She definitely is a momentum surfer, so we're going to see her hit a little bit of a reset button here. Looks like there's some waves starting to roll through. So much energy and power in the ocean today. I love the fact that it's day one. We've got waves on our hands right now. You can see this one breaking from a fair way out. So it feels like the swell potentially building. We know it's getting bigger over the next couple of days. So we'll see how the surfers handle that. Someone who handled it beautifully though, Sally Fitzgibbons. She's down there with Strider.
These guys down here with Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran, the stomper. I mean, the smile is there, but there's got to be some pressure, even as a veteran out here up against the backhand surfing of Bahine.
Strides, first up we got the surf tragics here. You're never going to get rid of us, huh? So for you to be down here interviewing, that makes it special. That one there, yeah, it's like that little bit bigger size, so you don't get to grip and rip as much. You're not as comfortable on the rails. A lot of water kind of moving up underneath you, and the line here, it's deceiving. Like we were just talking about it. It's sort of like, if you go too far, face it, and then you never kind of get the cut back. So it's you're always learning, and today just to get enough points. I've had these close battles this year. Round one so tough, and yeah, Bahine got me there in New Zealand, so got a cheeky one back.
And tell me about what happened in the beginning of the heat. You had a little bit of a wrestling match underwater out there.
Oh, big wrestling match. So it was a bit of a highlight of the season actually. Matty McGilvery back for this one. He didn't unfortunately get through his heat, but he jumped into caddy for me. So he was like, well, maybe now, trying to time it perfect. And then there was just about a 45 wave set. We ended up down at that pier and we were just giggling. I was like, I don't think I'm making it back from my heat. So a bit of a wrestle, but got there in the end.
And then moving forward, you know, building confidence, obviously, as you surf a heat, you know, what are you going to do to reset, get back in there and really just destroy this right-hand point?
Well, every heat for me, like obviously you'd love to get these old build it and get this confidence, but I think those days for me it's just like pedal to the metal. Even if it only looks like 4 and 5s this heat, I was just surfing my heart out, and that's what I got to do every day. Is like grand final day, and yeah, so I think every opportunity I get, I feel like I've carved it out. I've flown around the world, I've done the prep, and I live for this stuff. So just one more opportunity and it's up against the best. I'm always kind of hitting that #1 seed in this seeding pattern. So I really want to bring out my best surfing at the right time, and there's a chance to do it. So I'm stoked.
Well, right on. We love the energy. Thank you, and we can't wait to see you surf again.
And everyone back home, you're all up at, I think it's 1:30, 2 a.m. So love you all so much, and you're riding every way with me. So thanks so much. Woo.
Right on, back to you guys.
Love it. Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Strider. I just think she is just a ball of energy. There is no post-heat interview that doesn't make you feel good with Sally Fitzgibbons.
I've been a Sally fan since day one.
Same.
It's still the same. It's so good.
I just think she's epic. She's going to take on Molly Picklum, who is kind of like this new generation, just Sally Fitzgibbons as well, just with how much good energy she has, how driven she is for her craft. And that's going to be really fun with those two meeting up in round 2. Whoever is going to win this heat is going to have a big matchup themselves, taking on Gabby Bryan, who posted one of the most incredible clips, free surfing clips I think I've ever seen. And there's been a lot of actually groundbreaking kind of movies start to drop as well. The Red Bull Nowadays film and Rip Curl's Sketchy film. Erin has parts in both of those. And for me personally, she holds my favorite part in both of those movies.
Yeah, Erin it's the most incredible part about her is that she has such a competitive prowess. However, she will then take the jersey off and she'll approach it from a free surf mindset. And I watch Nowadays, it's incredible front to back. Her section is lightning in a bottle. Her air game is so strong. Sometimes you wonder if she just should break the mold in her competitive, like in an event like this, start to blow the tail out more, knowing the conditions aren't that valid for a goofy foot here. Like, does she then start to pull out the other bag of tricks?
Well, she has it, though. And I think it's really interesting because a lot of the talk about this new generation, especially coming into the tour, even thinking back to Katie and Molly, like when they were still qualifying, was let's see airs once they get on tour. And really, other than, I'm going to say Molly, we haven't really seen a lot of those women take to the air, which I totally get because there's so much strategy that comes into it. But if you can do it and consistently make them, like we know Erin can. She's got an incredible strike rate with airs. It's hard for the judges to not reward you in moments like that.
For sure, it's all about the risk there. I want to refer to the training day yesterday where I sat and I just watched it all day, just taking it in, and I was so impressed with Katie Simmers based on her approach to the wave. I know it's a free surf day, quote unquote, but she really was delivering the first big turn and then was taking her time and setting up an air on a lot of waves. And I was thinking to myself, like, oh wow, she's using this to like see what it would feel like in a heat if she was to do that, which was exciting.
I feel like there obviously is this traditional competitive surfing strategy of build the house, but maybe sometimes to do it, I don't know, I'd love to know your take on it, to do it on the first wave. I'm no aerialist myself, so I understand it's a lot harder to get it done under pressure, but maybe that'll take an element of pressure off if you can complete on the first wave.
Yeah, and you don't have as much to lose because you don't really know what's in front of you. It could be. I'm not much of an aerial connoisseur myself. I think doing airs in a heat is one thing, doing airs under pressure is another thing. And I think it can change the way that you lift your board off of the wave face, and it can be hard to land.
Punta Roca is absolutely cooking right now. I feel like it's getting bigger as the day rolls on as well. And I don't actually hate this little bit of wind we have. I feel like it's blowing at a nice direction where it's keeping the face is nice and clean, but also just adding a little bit more texture that we're seeing the surfers start to really huck into a couple big carves.
And you spoke to like the similarities of lower trestles, and I feel like with this light little onshore winds, this feels like a California look. I know Erin spends a bunch of time in California, so I wonder if she's tapping into some good feeling.
Yo-Yo surfs in every condition under the sun, so she'd be just loving that. It's absolutely cooking. We also know she thrives when it starts to get a little bit bigger here. This is a solid looking wall for Yo-Yo. Lays in over the rail. Love that she's patient. She's not trying to overdo anything on this wave. That's a nice looking top third carve. She's got a lot of foam. She's going to go for it anyway.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is going to get swallowed. But look at the size of these waves. It is definitely picking up at this point. Patience now from Erin Brooks goes into it. That would have been a really big moment in this heat if she had got that projection out and pulled that one off.
Wow. I'm still kind of reeling off Yolanda's wave. Like, the way that she was able to hold her line for so long in some of these bottom turns and do the world's biggest foam climb, that kind of speaks to the spirit of Yolanda.
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Right?
And I feel like Yo-Yo, I mentioned it just talking through that wave, as soon as it gets bigger, she thrives. And she knows that she can dominate because I've seen her go out massive beachies and just hit every single closeout section coming back at her. Now she's on a big groomed point break, so she's guaranteed to do some big turns.
Yeah, and this first turn was really nice, but what I liked is she looked relaxed. She wasn't forcing it. She knew she had to let the wave set up and was taking her time. Unfortunately, if this turn had delivered, it would have been actually really cool. But that looked like a rock and roll concert. I don't know.
Just, I love the fact as well on her front hand calves that she starts to put that front arm down back towards the water as she's pulling it back around. That's not something you see a lot of anymore.
Yeah, and I think maybe with her low center of gravity, she's able to dip that arm in and use it as a pivot point.
And then this end section, this would have been pretty grim.
Yeah, for sure. No, but it's great she went for it, and you never know. You know, on maneuvers like that, a foam climb is the most challenging, lowest scoring move, but you have to put it up there and see what happens.
Are you kidding? Look at this drone shot. That is just so beautiful. We're in such an incredible part of the world right now. Erin Brooks's wave behind it. Love to see just the damage that she got done out the back. It is. These guys they've seen that you can get scores on these mid-size waves, but also showing that with completions of both of those finishing turns for these ladies, they would have been upwards of big numbers.
So I think something to note here is, and with Erin, this is a great example. She's taking off, and she's realistically only able to get this one big turn, and you've watched all morning. This is a roping point break. Mentally, you're paddling out thinking, okay, 4 to 5 to 6 turns will get a score, and the conditions have changed. So now we're dealing with more onshore flow. The tide has gone out. So now it's potholes in the point break, and you have to separate yourself from what you thought you were going to be surfing in and just get it done, focus. If it's one big maneuver on a huge section, good. Get the score, stay on your board. If it then becomes 2 moves, focus on the 2 moves and go from there. I think sometimes you can get a little bit lulled in thinking, oh, okay, then first turn, let's take our foot off the gas and get down the line. I don't know if there is down the line because the surf is getting much bigger and it looks a little bit more challenging.
So you're saying even though point breaks typically would be maybe a bit more of a easier kind of strategy, I guess easy might not be the right word, but you would take off on a set, do 6 turns, kick out the back, get on that next set. But because it's building at this point, it's becoming a little bit trickier, so the surfers still need to stay adaptive right now.
100%. And then think about where you're lining up in the water and think, okay, maybe I don't need to go to the very tip because that is about a 50-yard high line section. Maybe I'll focus, and we're seeing Erin stay a little bit further inside now. As a goofy foot, that's what I would be thinking is, okay, if I can get 2 really dynamic maneuvers, even this is not a set wave, maybe it's going to be easier to surf, and I can flip the switch on this heat.
Yeah, let's just see some momentum right now from Erin Brooks. She's going to get up into this first section here and goes down again. So Erin, we know that she surfs with a lot of emotion. She wants to be doing her best surfing every single time she's on her feet right now. So you can see potentially just a little bit of frustration creeping in. She probably would have got flogged on that last wave as well. So Erin, she's going to take a moment, regroup. She's currently looking for a 6-3 forward, just past that 15-minute mark. But Yo-Yo, the birthday girl, currently holding it down right now. We'll be right back as we start to break down even further what has been a really fun heat between Yo-Yo and Erin Brooks. It's the catch-up of what was a really fun men's round one, day number one. Ramsey Bookiam went crazy this morning with this big 7.83.
Absolutely electrifying, and what a great way to start the day. It was fireworks. His board looks incredible, but the way he approached this wave was feeling like he was back at home in Morocco.
Yeah, we took down a pretty gnarly wild card of Maddie McGillivray. Then we looked to round two. Lukey Thompson had the local wild card of Melbourne, and he just looked so unbelievably good, Luke.
Great heat strategy. Like we were talking about, Jesse, he was able to solidify on a smaller wave, but his surfing looks so good. It's so dynamic.
I just feel like Luke, he's gearing up for something pretty big here, and it's always scary to draw a local wild card, but the scariest would be Brian Perez. Eli Hanneman had him in this heat, but this combination was easily the heat win just here.
And Eli has been one of my picks since watching from yesterday. His flow, his variety, his carve, his edge, it's all there, and he was definitely challenged coming up against Brian Perez.
Held that finish, got a big 7.33 for that one, and then Seth Meniz with this one took the heat win over Oscar Berry.
Seth is the man. Whatever it takes to get it done. Is it a barrel? Is it a carve? He can do whatever he needs.
The men's at round one looking so fun. They've got a couple of big matchups in round two. No matter what, you're guaranteed a Brazilian goofy footer if you win that round moving into round two, but that's the catch-up. Thinking about the women's at round one, Yo-Yo is currently holding it down right now. She's got a 5 and a 4.17, has the lead. She's going to keep on swinging. I love the connection through the inside here from Yolanda Hopkins. She's one of those surfers, really similar to Erin. She's just going to keep building in this heat, and if she has an inch, she'll take a mile.
So it's interesting because we're watching these heats unfold, and since the women have paddled out, you know, the last heat, it was an under 10 total for the finishing, right? I think Sally had a 9.8 total and Fahini a little lower. So Yolanda with a 5 and a 4, I don't know whether to say that's a good position, or is it the fact that with one good score from Erin, it could really break this heat open again?
And this last wave from Yo-Yo, any moments that really stand out for you?
Oh, for sure. I love the way she's approaching these waves, but again, like we were saying, the wave is closing down. I think that that little bit of chop on the wave face makes it harder, and it holds you back a little bit further so you don't get as much flow turn to turn.
Now, we've just got some news as well that Erin's actually been really crook. So she's currently on day 4 of being sick. So maybe that's why we're also not seeing that full throttle energy that we're used to seeing from Erin.
It makes sense. And too, like we were talking about just before getting in the booth, it is so blazing hot out here. This is the kind of heat that just dehydrates you naturally. So if you're feeling sick and achy and just, it would be so challenging mentally to continue to put it together, even for a heat's amount of time.
Oh, we were kind of just talking about it actually in that last heat with Sally when she perforated her eardrum over at Fiji. These are the moments that I feel like make you a better competitor, to push through when you're not feeling 100%.
I would say it really challenges your focus, because you start to wonder, you know, what am I doing in this heat? You know, every time you're in a heat, it is about resetting. You get back to the lineup and you think, okay, where am I at now? What do I have? What do I need to do? And that amount of focus is really hard to continue to have for like 25, 30 minutes. And when you're sick, you know how you feel. You don't really feel yourself. You wish you were in an air-conditioned room with a cold coconut or whatever,
Yes.
you know? I'm feeling for Erin on hearing that news.
Right now, she's only chasing a 6.34, so it's actually a really attainable score, also considering just how much talent this young woman possesses. She's going to go this smaller inside wave. I actually quite like the idea of these smaller ones. You can see starts to carve on this one, and now watching her surfing, knowing that she's not feeling her best, you can see how hard she is trying on this wave right now. She's not going to get that bowly end turn, but just starting to, I feel like, find her feet, maybe find a little bit more flow in this heat is all she can really be chasing right now. It's definitely not over, and a 6.34 with a couple of Erin's big turns on the right wave is so attainable.
The only, like I would say, the only maybe silver lining on the cloud of sickness is that it forces you to, you're not operating at your highest level. So when you do get that opportunity, and you know you just have to maximize that on it. And unfortunately, this wave, it didn't really come together for her. She had a good approach. I thought it was a good wave selection in the beginning, but it kind of petered off the line.
You can see it just felt like maybe this one was going to bowl, especially through this section here. But I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, as a goofy footer out there, I definitely notice as a natural footer myself, it's really easy to get caught up racing through and going down the line thinking it's that next section, but it's actually the section in front of you that you're racing through at that moment is the one to hit.
For sure. I think that is like the sickness of a point break, because you're trying to not get ahead of yourself. You're looking down the line as you even take off on the wave, and you do have to relax and make the most of the pocket as it comes up. And on a day like today, it's hard to find the pocket, you know, or not today, I would say just in the last hour or so where this onshore breeze has come. And it's not to say that it's bad, it's just a little bit more challenging.
There's definitely potential for a lot of waves to also be had down the line. We've seen that consistently throughout the free surf, so potentially for someone like Aaron or Yo-Yo, or anyone that's looking for a score, Punta Roca is also one of those waves that holds a threat where your competitors can get scores down the line away from you as well.
For sure, and it is interesting because Yolanda has the 2 highest scores of the heat, and even though they're not huge, they are the highest scores of the heat. So now her approach must be, okay, look, let's take away opportunity from Aaron, or let's just be around Aaron, and at that point I can use my priority. It doesn't look like there's much of a difference in the lineup with where you're sitting.
No, I agree, and I feel like Yo-Yo is one of those surfers who's extremely competitive. She has an eye on her other competitor the entire time. She also would think about previous heat matchups that they have, and these guys' first ever CT heat matchup was over at Raglan, and Erin got the jump on Yo-Yo there. We saw a similar story in that last heat where we saw the storyline flip. Right now with Yo-Yo in the lead, she'll be looking to hold that one down. Erin got her entire Challenger Series career as well, so Yo-Yo never having won over Erin Brooks before. But if you look at the tides, we've been talking about it changing a lot at the moment. It's a 12 o'clock low tide, so it's still about an hour away from that dead low, but it feels like maybe now it's starting to sort itself out a little bit.
And I think you're tapping into a really fun aspect of this season, Jesse, where there's been micro rivalries because of the matchups happening a fair amount. You know, we've seen at the highest level the Felipes and the Medinas, but in these beginning rounds, it's like, it's got to be really interesting to go against somebody, travel across the world, surf the same exact swell that you surfed against them in one spot, and line up again. And there's no way you can't create some form of a rivalry, wanting to beat them, wanting to reset the marker. And I think it creates a cool dynamic because they're pushing harder to make sure that they're coming out on top.
If you guys didn't believe Tanner when he said it's hot here, the water is 30 degrees Celsius and 28 degrees in the air as well. So it's definitely warm out here right now. So these, for me, I love it. Like I'm all about the heat, but if you're feeling sick, for someone like Erin, you can see sitting a little further down the line, just trying to take a breath, take a moment. And it's really interesting as well. I found on the low tide, there's actually almost like a reverse sweep that takes you up the point as well. So I think a bit of a smart move there for Erin to sit slightly further down the line here.
I think a really smart move, and it's forcing Yolanda to come at her as we're seeing now. And you know, traditionally, if you have the priority spot and you have the 2 top scores, you probably want to sit either on your competitor or inside your competitor, because if you're not looking at the waves they're looking at, then that just opens the door. And even mentally, you know, you think Erin, it's like, oh, she's giving me the shot here to get a score going. And she needs a 6.3 in one wave. However, she needs a 9.17 total, so she could break it down in 2 waves. So there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of meat on the bone still for Erin.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes to go. Erin Brooks is only looking for a 6.34, so it's a pretty, well, not pretty, relatively small score just for the amount of talent that she has. Yo-Yo holding it down right now. She's built time and time again throughout this heat, 5 and a 4.17. You can see the ocean is taking a little moment right now, but when those sets roll through, it's pretty interesting to see what the decision-making skill is for our competitors right now. I love the fact that maybe they're adjusting on their decision-making for those sets, because the mid-sized ones are looking fun, but look how packed it is already. I mean, it is hot out there, we mentioned that, but everyone piling in down the beach here today.
As you would, though. How exciting is that? This is Surf City. El Salvador has such a cool vibe and scene here. And you throw a cold Corona Zero on that, and it's looking fun.
Have you spent much time in El Salvador?
So I've been here a couple years. I got to do the WQS when they first started the event, and that was my first trip and first time seeing Punta Roca, and I couldn't believe it. It's one of the most unique, rippable, long right-hand point breaks in the world, and yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed coming here over the years and seeing the progression of the Surf City, and to be here now in the booth and seeing how high the level is on these waves is like, it's a dream.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is my first time in El Salvador, and it's so different to what I thought it was going to be. There's so much color and just, I feel like culture everywhere you go, especially if you go into town or El Tunco. It's just, it feels like everywhere is lively and zesty and kind of ready to be enjoyed by whoever comes down here. So it's pretty cool to see the world's best come and just appreciate this location, enjoy the incredible run of waves that we've had over the last couple of days.
Oh, for sure. And I would say, so when we got to come in the first years, we got to stay actually with Jimmy Rotherham's dad. And Jimmy Rotherham is a local, pretty much a trailblazing surfer. You know, you see Brian Perez as a wild card here, and he's done so much for the surf scene. But it was really cool being pretty intimately close to the Jimmy Rotherham story and staying with his family. And El Salvador creates incredible surfers. The surf scene here has everything it needs to have a world-class surfer, and I'm sure it won't be too long until we're seeing Brian make his way to the tour.
Yeah, I feel like it has, you're so right, it has absolutely all the essentials you need to create a pro surfer. And Brian obviously has done so much already in his career. He's competed in the Olympics, and thinking back to a big straighter that he did, I think against Italo in round 2 a couple of years ago, that was sick. So to see him go out of the draw so early, I know that would have sucked for the locals, but he really does hold a place where I feel like this next generation really is looking up towards what he's doing right now.
And you're seeing that with Melvin, you know, the other local wild card. He was ripping, and I think as you plot the course, they're only getting stronger, and it will be more believable for everybody to be taking that path to become a pro surfer. And it's funny because El Salvador always was, in my mind growing up, I was looking at Jimmy Rotherham in the surf magazines and the Quicksilver Crossing coming down here, and it felt so foreign to me. And now being down here, I can see that with the high performance center that they have just built here and it being Surf City, like globally, this is going to continue to be recognized for sure.
Yeah, I cannot wait to keep coming back for plenty more years. There's such an incredible just energy about this place as well. Looking out to the ocean though, it feels like there's a bit of energy there too. It's starting to fill in with a lot more lines, waves. There's 60 seconds to go. We're looking for a 6.34 here for Erin Brooks. Yo-Yo, anything better than a 4.17 will increase her lead over the young Canadian surfer. 50 seconds here. Erin, she's gonna have a paddle for this one. Is she going to get on it? It's a tricky looking takeoff here. She's not going to be... Oh, she's holding on. Actually, let's not count her out. She's trying to get speed to get round this section. And unfortunately, that's just going to put her... Feels like probably too far down the line.
Yeah.
And Erin, honestly, wish nothing but a quick recovery for her and just some sickness that she's been having. Yo-Yo, she's going to back it up just in case she needs something, and still surfing with so much aggression on this wave. Comes into that end section, goes down, but she is just full attack mode no matter what.
So what about nerves of steel there? You have a set coming, about 50 seconds left. You have priority. Erin needs a 6.3, and you actually let her go on the first wave. I don't know what I would have done there because I couldn't have seen the quality of that wave, and it worked out for Yolanda because Erin didn't get to her feet, but really a strong competitive move for her.
Erin, unfortunately, the scores that she got in that heat really don't reflect the type of surfing that we know she can do. And even on those earlier days, some of the clips that I saw, she was just looking really in form. So she's going to have to pack up, get ready for Brazil, and hopefully have a speedy recovery right now. But Yo-Yo, she's going to be moving on through. Like I mentioned, she's got Gabby Bryant in her next heat, and that's a pretty solid matchup to draw. So Yo-Yo, she's got her birthday, she had a birthday barrel, and now she's got a heat win here. So it's all going her way in El Salvador right now. Erin Brooks, we will see her over in Brazil. That next heat's looking pretty solid as well. It's Nadia Aristabe taking on Kika Veselko. So two European ladies going to be battling it out for a spot in round 2. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Strider for the call.
2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Yeti, built for the wild. Thanks for joining us and watching Pro Surfing here in round one as we look at Punta Roca, setting the stage here for Francisca Veselko to lay down some tracks. A couple of big open face carves, a lot of speed, and overturns off the top. And stops what was a great ride in the making to kick things off in an all-rookie matchup against Nadia Aerostarbe. Regular versus Goofy in this one. Both representing the Euroforce this year, coming off the Challenger Series. Nadia Aerostarbe, the goofy footer, had a brilliant breakthrough performance on the Gold Coast where she threw down a lot of huge numbers, and Francisca's been putting a couple of heat wins together so far in the early stages of the season. Joe Turpel with Strider Raspberry Wazalewski for the call today. Waz, waves are pumping. Tide's bottoming out, and we've got a great heat on paper just getting started.
Yeah, forehand, backhand, just like us right here. Regular foot, goofy foot, you know, in the booth and in the water. I can't wait, though. I mean, just looking at the fire coming off the rails on that first wave, I mean, that was like just pedal to the metal. I overcooked it a little bit at the end there, but I think we got some good stuff coming.
Yeah, and it seems like the tide's going to bottom out in about an hour, and then we'll get a bit of a tidal push towards later parts of the afternoon. So we could see our biggest sets later on today. All rookie matchup here. Nadia actually leading the Rookie of the Year race coming into this stop in El Salvador, and she's getting compliments from the greatest of all time, Steph Gilmore, going, I want to do backside snaps like Nadia. Let's see if she could feature one of those big hangers here in Punta Roca.
It's almost guaranteed. And what we saw on the Gold Coast, and really just, I mean, those waves cup out. They've got a lot of power, and they're over a shallow sandbar. And for her going vertical, attacking, you know, upside down with power, it's interesting because you watch her get up on a wave and you're like, okay, we're like, oh, she might do this, and then all of a sudden she just goes explosive, right? It was like from 0 to 100 in 1 second, which is what I love. That's so you can really count on her when she's even down and out to just bust out a huge backhand slammer.
She didn't have an excellent score last year. She had several opportunities as a replacement surfer, and she had an excellent score in every heat she competed in on the Gold Coast, all the way to that semifinal. She's setting up the big backside snap. That one got a little sticky, but she fought through it. Nice clean rails on the second one, and she will fly out of there. We've noticed a lot of little two-turn combos throughout the day. Francisca's gonna take a look at the very next wave. Representing Carcavelos in Portugal, she will have great timing on the top turn. Little chatter off the bottom, wraps it, controlling that speed and just being patient where she sets her rail. Another nice clean forehand arc from Kika Veselko, and she times the finish well, explodes behind her, but she will complete that ride. Nice little back and forth between the two.
Wow, I love it. You know, it's an interesting look at the water right now. So heat strategy, you know, wave number 2 looking like the smoothest. Right? There's a lot of chop on the face. You can't really see it from the vision, you know, watching the screen, but there's this little bit of wind coming out of the east, right? And it's coming up the face over the corner, and it's giving it this like little bump on the face. And so the second wave kind of does come in, pull the sheets tight a little bit, and give you a little bit better surface to perform on. And that's what I think, you know, she had as you watch the rest of that wave. On, you know, on the backhand, you saw how hard it was for her to fight through it at the end. But look at this high line she takes. You can see that the face is nice and clean, and then she goes to work here, you know, pushing in the power zone of the wave. It's exactly what the judges want to see. And right now, finding the lip is hard, especially on the forehand. So when you go up to do those turns and finding a pocket to do a sweep in like that and have a tempo like this, finishing off with, you know, a nice, solid closeout turn right there, that's going to be a keeper.
Like the patience involved that you have to have in between turns because of that chatter. And what about the backhand and Nadia?
Well, Nadia's wave was the first wave of the set, so there was a little more bump on the face. So for her that second turn was something we love to see. But then you saw her catch a rail coming up to hit it again. You got to come up with a lot of strength and a lot of sure-footedness when you're coming through that chop and really push through it. It's really hard to do. You can get caught on the back edge, and that's what happened to her kicking out of that wave.
Such a big playing field. Look at all this power we have in our lineup. This South-Southwest is just providing line after line after line, and just 2 surfers out. This is the dream. Watch this thing just loading on top of Aristarbe.
Hi there, how's it going? And she just duck dives. that was 12 feet of whitewater. You know what? And I was just gonna get to Seth Moniz saying, you know what? I could ride a step up out there because there's so much power coming down the line with these waves. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised that some of the athletes, including, you know, the women, riding a little bit bigger of a board to try and iron out some of that face.
You know, and it's always interesting what type of forecast you get for any venue on tour. But, you know, for this one, having this kind of size, I think we've seen more broken boards, even in the warm-ups, to already today, Ramsey's first wave in the morning, than we really had in the last 4 years we've been at this event.
Well, you know, the forecast is just gangbusters. We are going to have some weather, but, you know, we could wake up and it could just be glassy and perfect with the weather. So, you know, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther, telling us to get down here and look at it every day because Mother Nature is so unpredictable here in Central America.
It changes quite a bit. I mean, conditions-wise on what you might have in heat, even when you look at, you know, the flashbacks of the last 4 years of this event. Sometimes it has like a beach break feel, section to section. Sometimes it lines up really clean and hugs the rocks. I ran into Billy Kemper talking about this event when it was a QS in the past, and he happened to be on one of the trips where he scored it, getting stand-up barrels and getting blown out. And the old joke with Jordy was making those early J-Bay comparisons, and he hadn't seen it yet until last year when he got to load up on finals day and actually get barreled and throw big combos. So I think Punta Roca really has some fun surprises for us and really holds a lot of different moods on the day.
The many faces, you know, of a surf spot, it's an interesting, you know, comment because, like, let's just say the opposite of, like, at Cloudbreak. You've got all this playing field, right, which opens up the opportunity to give you a different look at every type of swell and wind, and the same thing happens here. We have got, like, what, 800 yards of playing field that these athletes get to choose from, and every day the waves are going to be different, and every day it's going to be, you know, up on the point or down in the middle or on the end, and there's just these insane sections coming at you. And, you know, like today there's been these big bulky sections coming at the athletes that they could just unload on and then hopefully link up and, you know, get in that rhythm. So I think we're in for a pretty amazing event.
Yeah, already off to a great start. I love when we start on opening day, the waiting period. You don't have to wait for action, and it's wild with the new format this year, Waz. People are already moving on. It's like you lose in this instant elimination round feeling. One-on-one heats from the get-go. Shocked to see Erin Brooks go down so early with how fast she's surfing and how quick she could be on her backhand. Yolanda got that win in the previous heat. So for Erin, she's already thinking about Brazil. It happens that fast. Brian Perez, the local story, you know, it just is here, but it makes for intense moments right away when something's on the line. As we look at Kika Veselko drawing a nice first turn, clean style approach. You can see her skipping over those bumps on the wave. Kind of had to find the pocket on the second effort. Throws a nice clean top turn, big whitewater section. She'll fly past it. Pulls that turn short. Little whitewater coming down in front of her, which is going to keep her behind. And now Nadia Aristarbe knifing it off the top. Critical section there for the surfer from the Basque part of Spain. Winds up again. Nice clean rails off the top. Pushes quickly as it bottoms out. That end section kind of bowls really quick on her there. I think she just did well to change gears with her turns, especially when it got critical. She met it there with power and then had to be soft and light on her feet and managed it well down the stretch.
You know, we talked a little bit of it right in the beginning. You know, heat strategy. Wave number 2 just looking a little bit tighter, a little cleaner, you know, and you can really go to work when that happens. And there it was where she just kind of like loaded up, got into the corner. But this turn right here, bang. I mean, are you kidding me? There was just nothing but
but purity in that turn. It was so fun to watch. The setup turn right here to come back and do it again. I feel like these are the type of waves that we're used to seeing out of her, and the power and the precision that you see. Everything in between, you're like a little bit shaky, and if you're gonna do anything, it's maybe ironing that out, but it builds you up for what we just saw. And what we just saw was like timing and precision and power meeting with the power of the wave perfectly to give her that massive backhand turn in the power pocket where she's just throwing buckets. I mean, these turns are insane. Nice sweep, you know, really kind of a setup turn. Right here, this is interesting where she kind of sets it up, waits for it a little bit, and then she finds the moment, you know, and this right here is unfortunate on the inside for her not to be able to finish.
And then just the comparison from the front side attack of Kika Veselko.
So Kika's wave was was the first wave of the set, had the bump on it, but she did amazing to fight through that and still execute a well-ridden ride. I mean, there was a variation of turns and she got a lot done, but you know, it's really, really hard with that much bump on the face to fight through it. And you know, at that end section, the timing, I think they're going to get that better as the heat goes on because it's a surprise section. It just hits this shallow spot and just sends you into the, you know, basically the lobster dive at the end.
Yeah, look at this view. Look at this location.
Look at those lines.
La
Oh my
Libertad
gosh.
providing here at Punta Roca, Rocky Point in the translation. Mama Roca at the top. It's such a gigantic playing field. And you see a lot of the locals just got their wave selection down pat, knowing which ones to lock into. But yeah, what a great surfing destination. That's changed a lot in a short period of time. Strider, you've been coming here every year the last handful of years. What have you noticed as far as just the change in the community here?
So I mean, I'll just be frank. I'm walking around back home and I'll see some friends of mine that are surfers, you know, the surfer girls in our hometown, and I'll be like, what have you been up to? She's like, oh, we just got back from El Salvador. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, it was epic. There's so many people are picking this place as a destination. It's unbelievable. And that's what I've noticed is that there's just an invite to everybody here, and the comfort level here, and, you know, the food, the accommodations, and, you know, that kind of like almost festival atmosphere you get over in El Tunco. I mean, it's like so chill. People are stoked, you know. The beach is beautiful. The waves are fun. Everybody's having a good time. It's all like-minded,
yeah,
which we like to see.
And the geography is so cool. Like, there's volcanoes and craters to check out with the jungle, with the Pacific Ocean. That combination is magic.
Waterfalls.
Waterfalls as well. You can plan your day. Wake up early, cup of coffee, get out at Punta Roca, get some of the fastest running rights of your life, and then go check out La Libertad on the waterfront there. Get some ceviche. You do that every day.
Love it.
Pupusa, that's the staple.
But
and
you got to be careful of the midday surf session.
It gets hot.
It gets hot.
Yeah.
We're talking cooking.
Yeah. Heat management. Nadia actually is asking for an update from the tower announcers on the situation, and she'll hear her scores read out and priority. She has a 6.83. And compared to Veselko, a 6.17, I see the score drop down. A few 7-point rides locked in from the panel. And Nadia will stay in second, so still needs a 3.84. Francisca, a 6.17, came on her second wave. The last wave we saw her surf, a 4.5, has Kika out front.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting to, you know, looking at Nadia surfing. And I mentioned it a little bit, but the only thing I feel like she needs to do to make sure that she's getting those excellent scores is iron out the in-between. Because every time you almost look like she's all hesitant. There's something going on in between, but then once she meets the lip, those turns are excellent. So, you know, the judges are sitting there, they're analyzing every little bit of a ride.
Nadia scrapping into this one, doesn't need much for a lead change. And she's just going to be left fishing as she steps off. Leading the rookie class coming into stop 5, ranked 13th in the world. Yolanda Hopkins, we just saw her get past Aaron Brooks. Yolanda came into this event 18th. Kika, 1 spot behind her, and 19th. Tia Zabrowski, we'll see her next against Tyler Wright. She's 20th. and Anatle Lior, 21st in the world. Remember, top 24 these days for the women, but that is the rookie class. They've all had individual moments, but all chasing Nadia for that Rookie of the Year title coming into top 5 was.
Yeah, you know, I think that the damage was done over there on the Gold Coast, and there was kind of an exclamation mark put at the end of her name, and now everybody's kind of chasing that same feel, and I do see them all stepping up. I do see like them wanting it a little bit more on the end section. You're going to see them attack a little bit more, a little more vertical, and you know, it's in the criteria. You know, the most critical maneuver on the most critical part of the wave, and that's what the judges want to see. The face turns are beautiful, but they want lip line attack with that up into the bowl, and you know, to do that heavy turn where the wave is as thick as possible and as heavy as possible.
17 on the clock. Francisca controlling things with the lead and priority. Let's catch up with Yolanda Hopkins with Mitchell Salazar.
It's your birthday today, happy belated, but I mean, talk about an excellent present out there. It's pumping. How excited were you knowing you were coming to El Salvador with this kind of swell on the line?
I mean, I was super excited. I have been here before a couple of times, not competing, but because we do the ISH just next door, managed to get a few reps here. But this wave, I mean, it's beautiful. The other day on my birthday, I got so many barrels and really good waves as well with a few turns. And now, like, we got the size. It's a little bit bumpy, so to compete in is kind of tricky. And I don't feel like I put everything out there yet. I'm still trying to. I felt like the last few days I managed to read the wave perfectly, and today was completely different. So it brought me back to stage 1. But yeah, super stoked to take the first heat. I love El Salvador, and the people have been amazing as well. I just hope he keeps going through. I think we have some good swells lined up, and I'm really excited for the next round.
Why would you say it's difficult to read it more today than previous days? Is it because of the lack of people out there, only 2 people out there in the water, including yourself?
I mean, even in the morning with a bit of a crowd was tricky. I think it's maybe the swell angle or a bit this storm coming through is actually putting the wave not actually lining up with the reef that much. I feel like, at least the ones I went for. So yeah, I think it's just a different type of conditions, and I just got used to it. Now I got to get used to it again, but that's all the process, and yeah, just super stoked that I passed this heat.
Speaking of processes, it took you a few years on the Challengers to get to this point, right? Same thing on the Championship Tour. Not everybody has success immediately. What's it been so far? 4 events in, now with event number 5 here.
I mean, it's been kind of tough to adjust to the way this works. I mean, it's a completely different tour, and just starting to make a name for myself in this stage. I mean, pretty much everybody, I've been competing against a lot of these people for the last few years, but this is a different stage, so I think just trying to establish what I came here to bring, and yeah, just keep hoping that with every heat I keep getting better and show more and more of what I'm capable of, because I don't think we've even scratched the surface.
Love hearing that. Anything you would like to say back home?
Eu sei que ainda não é de noite, então acredito que muita gente está a ver. Foi um hit difícil, passei. A Erin acho que não deu o seu melhor, mas eu estou muito feliz de ter passado este hit, e eu acho que agora nos próximos dias, quando voltarmos ao campeonato, vamos ter grande swell, vai estar muito bom, e eu acho que vai ser grande show. E eu estou muito feliz por ter passado este round, aqui que agora está dentro de água. Vamos lá ver se ela também passa para puxar um bocado de força para Portugal. Bora.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Great words back home for all of her friends and family in Portugal. Yolanda, the first to qualify ever for the women's tour for Portugal, and then her friend Kika Veselko backed her up in the same qualification season. And it's a stop we look forward to every year, where the locals are supported in the best possible way. They'll be surrounded by media throughout that event later on this season. And it's great with all the changes of the tour. It's not like, oh, we hope they make it that far. You know, it's like, you know, she's got a great shot at representing at that part of the season. You know, you got to be in the top 14 once we get down to that postseason type feel. But for her, showing that she's just scratching the surface of what she's capable of, if she just keeps that steady rise, she should be able to compete on her home turf. What an awesome spirit. She said she's one of the most appreciative rookies on tour. completely loves her job, was.
I mean, how could you not? You're traveling around the world surfing perfect waves. Everybody's fortunate to be here, to be honest. Look at this thing.
Getting a big push there with some backwash and leaping into the open face is Kika Veselko. A lot of size on this one, but a lot of whitewater is going to keep her from any scoring potential. And priority will be sent to Nadia Arostarbe. Sometimes those bombs, you got to really make sure you're in the right spot, committing to it. She just had to watch that thing just reel down the line without her.
It's tough, and with that little bit of wind, you know, pushing over the lip at the corner there, it's just making it run out in front of you quicker than you might have anticipated. So with that, you got to really be on your game like you talked about by positioning on takeoff spots and knowing where you're at in the lineup. Out the back, though, look at these lines coming in. I mean, we got action just for days on the surf lines forecast, and right now when you look out there, there's nothing but lines coming in out the back, and it's just such a great view.
Yeah, look at those aggressive paddles that we saw from Nadia Arostarbe to set up her backhand here. Just a check turn, finding the pocket, a lot of lump and bump on the face there, and she decides to get out of there. So 2 waves back to back from our 2 surfers without making an improvement. And now this will be an interesting paddle battle for priority. You can see paddling aggressively has been Francisca Veselko. And hunting down another opportunity is Nadia. Again, just up and out.
Not finding, you know, those open faces that she was looking for. It's really hard to, you know, I think she saw herself losing that paddle battle because of the position she was in. When you're inside and closer to the foam line, there's a lot of current coming down the point. And then once you're on the outside paddling, you almost have a reverse current that you can get into to make it out the back. I remember watching Tom Curran out at Rincon, and I was paddling, you know, he caught a wave and went by me, and I was paddling kind of in the foam line, and the waves were like super fast, and you could like maybe whip it and get one, but by the time I had wasted all my time looking at waves, he had paddled all the way around the outside so much faster. So that is a key note here as well, where you can paddle out the outside and really, you know, if you're not utilizing the jet skis, you can get outside faster.
Good call there. Nadia still working on finding a score to try to take the lead over Kika Veselko in this all-rookie heat. Speaking of rookies, youngest ever to qualify, Tia Zabrowski coming up next against Tyler Wright.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our One Ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
Para mí es muy importante porque soy surfeador. Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
So what we've been doing is collecting plastics before it gets to the ocean and recycle it into usable products.
Now you can go to the beach, Punta Roca, you don't see that many trash because they save it. It can change so many lives, and see that for me is so beautiful to see.
Always love seeing the great work that's happening with WSL One Ocean all around the world at every tour stop, including right here at Punta Roca, as we see the waves are still firing and just peeling down this beautiful rocky point. Surfers are still in the water. Francisca Veselko and Nadia Aristarbe, 2 rookies on tour. Nadia with the most experience because she got called up as a replacement surfer multiple times last year. But she said it didn't feel like she belonged yet since she was getting called up late. She said once she qualified officially through the CS, she knew that it was her turn to feel confident and really take on the best in the world, which she's a part of. And she's shown that already in the short period of time we've had in 2026. Paddling for this one is our surfer from Zarautz. She will set up her first backhand turn just to check. Finding more of a wall down the line. Belts it there off the lip line, controlling her speed. She'll make it out in front. Another quiet little carve under the lip and then hitting it with more commitment. Nice flow and rhythm, reaching for the end section finish, and she's down. Nice reaction from her support crew. Getting her fired up. Nadia coming from a great surfing family. Her dad is an absolute core lord, legend over at Zarautz. Her uncle Eric as well, one of the most respected surfers on that stretch of beach. Over at Murata, they still look over that lineup each and every day. And she's also been taking apart some big wave sessions over at Punta Galea as we watch this one again, Strider.
Yeah, that was beautiful right there. I mean, the timing again, the fins were out the back right there, and she connected really well. This little inside section offered up a nice vertical, tap onto that heavier part of the wave. A little late to the party on the backhand there on the closeout section, but, overall, that was a great wave. And I just love, the way that she's putting waves together. I feel like she's just building and getting better every turn, every wave, every contest. I feel like we're just going to see her kind of get to the second half of the year in the driver's seat. I feel like she's going to be somebody who's going to surprise us all and have, a run at the end here. I feel like she's just getting better.
Interesting season so far, Strider, with so much talk about, the tour expanding to top 24, having the biggest names return after a hiatus, Chris Moore, Steph Gilmore, but also the new generation that have just been taking over. And when we started the year, you're going, okay, we're continuing where we left off, Gabby Bryan, Molly Picklum final at Bells, and then everything started to change. Gabby's the only winner this year that's under 30. Went to Lakey Peterson at Margaret River, then the queen at Snapper Rock, Steph Gilmore won again, then passing it to her rival, Carissa Moore. I mean, we knew we were going to see some great stuff with them returning, but the way they've been dominating has been nothing short of remarkable. And kind of a statement to the younger generation who's up now. Kika Veselko driving off the lip, connects on the first section. See how much chatters off the bottom. But she's just controlling it, keeping her eyes on the prize. It'll be a nice little open face carve. Great fundamentals off the bottom. Throws the wrap in. Chasing a section off the roof and connects well for her final turn.
Wow, she liked that. There was some arc up in the end of that. I was waiting for that moment, right? Because the whole wave didn't give her the opportunity to really attack the lip line and get into that real heavy part of the wave that everybody, the judges want to see. So it's fun to see that attack on the inside there where you really put it on the line. And those are the turns that give you points. Those are the ones that the judges go, okay, there it is, and they start to chalk up a line, and it's just so fun to see the commitment, because that's what we want to see.
Let's have another look. Francisca Veselko trying to get her lead back here.
First turn was actually really well placed. Then the wave kind of gave her a little bit of a challenge on the chop section, but then getting back out in front of it, she comes up with a nice little sweep. And it comes to the inside section where things start to stand up more. So she did another hook, but this right here where she puts it right up into that power pocket and pushes it out over there. So, I feel like that's a moment where you feel like you're building confidence, you're giving yourself the nod, and your next wave, you're going to attack even harder.
Looking solid with all of her decisions, real fluid style and technique. Her mom, one of the original pro surfers from Carcavelos. So it makes sense that she'd come this far to make the Dream Tour. Both surfers in the water on boards from Darren Hanley. Both spending some time with their equipment, working out some great boards for this point break at Punta Roca. And for Kika, she's trying to break a streak of round one losses. Back-to-back events she's lost in this round. At Raglan to Tyler Wright, and then also lost on the Gold Coast early to another surfer in a rookie class, Yolanda Hopkins. Some clean water setting up for the backhand of Nadia Arostarbe. Well overhead, and she'll trim it with a nice top turn wrap. Pushing hard off the bottom, tags the lip line there. Arostarbe pushing down the point. She's got room to move and connects well with the lip line. Gets out in front again and snaps it. Little airdrop as it bottoms out. Getting closer to the low tide, and her support crew absolutely loving that performance. Her boyfriend, her coach as well, Guille, an incredible surfer as well. Can ride just about anything, twin fins, mid-lengths. And he's been really enjoying back in Nadia this year on tours, turning in her best surfing to date on the championship tour, down to 90 seconds here, Was.
Yeah, well, tell these scores are going to drop, and we're going to see, you know, this thing could flip-flop. It's been such a great battle. The thing I love about these two young ladies, watching them around the competition area in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, such confidence, walking around head up, you know, really kind of arcing in their own skin, which is something you gotta love. You gotta see, you love that confidence, and that's what gives you, you know, heat wins, and that's something we're seeing out of these two. So this is a great battle.
So last score for Kika Veselko, 4.63, as Nadia Arostarbe's way before a 4.43. So now we're just waiting for last of Nadia. So Kika staying in second after that last wave. And she'll hear it from the tower announcers right now. Nadia hoping that she made improvement to put more pressure on Kika with 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, you know what? This is going to be one of those, it's a midday heat. It's hot, you know, you're out there literally sweating in the ocean. And there we have, at the end here, is there going to be a chance for another wave? You got 20 seconds left. I mean, anything can happen.
You can see Tia Zabrowski in the next heat, just standing by for her countdown. Nadia, you can see the asterisk on your screen. That means she's waiting for just one more score, and she's already in first. Paddling for this one's Kika. She's not going to get it, and it'll be 3 round 1 losses in a row for Kika Veselko.
That hurts.
And Nadia will be moving on, and she'll get a big hug from her support crew on the beach. And she is going to be surfing against Luana Silva in the next round.
Woo! I love that. Two amazing surfers, the forehand and the backhand. I mean, I'm loving it. I'm loving every bit of it. Luana's been on a tear, and so is this young lady.
And that one wasn't really straightforward, was it, as far as finding the right waves? Nadia really had to earn that one. Chunky sections, caught a lot of waves where she just kicked out, and then she just fell into a nice flow of patience and then attacking when the critical section showed up. She'll take that 12.16 combined total into round 2 to face world number 2, Luana Silva. And Kika Veselko will prepare for Saquarema in Brazil for stop 6. Up next, it's a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright, headlining the matchup with the rookie phenom, Tia Zabrowski. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Cero. You're watching two-time world champ Tyler Wright set up this heat and her big first turn on the Paisel. Laying into what would have been a finish. She gets bounced off her final turn, and now it's time for the 15-year-old to start swinging on the open face. Good start for Tia Zabrowski. Nice drive off the bottom, punches out that next section. Beautiful frontside snap. Nice bowl, even with that foam on the face, she's able to knife it off the roof, beating sections. And now the rookie phenom will get a little bounced around on the final turn, but she did some damage to start off with the lead over a two-time world champion. Take a look at this matchup. For Tyler, it's been a slow start, you know, result-wise. She's outside the top 10, which is just never happens. And then you've got Tia, who's just getting used to the Dream Tour. It's there's been some emotional moments, and she's taken a lot of learnings. Finally broke the ice and got her first heat win back at Raglan. And I think she's in a really good place in this event, especially with her opening wave looking that good. Was
that was insane. The flow she had coming through that was just like, it was I want to say a surprise, just because we've seen a lot of challenge out there with the chop on the face, but she didn't have any problem. She found one of those inside nuggets that were nice and smooth. And look at the surfing she did, just quick, engage, snap off the top right there, comes around into another heavy section, blows the tail out the back, and then regains composure for another inside corner. I mean, she is just looking like she's loving life right there. You know, finishing the wave was a little hard for her, but the damage was done. Like, there was some great surfing done on this wave. I'm really interested to see where the score goes for Tia, because that kind of surfing is really strong, and the judges have been a little stingy with the scores. It's like keeping it down at a kind of a medium level, so to speak. But look at that snap in the lip. I mean, that's precision, solid power surfing in the critical part of the wave, and I love that.
Good job, well done for Tia Zabrowski. Tyler falling on her second turn. It's going to have that score come in pretty small, and then for Tia, just attacking sections. They all look different, and even with all that foam on the face, she kept her lines well.
Yeah, and maybe with the finish, score would have went a little higher, but like I said, the damage was done out the back there. She really did well to find herself on a wave that gave her the opportunity to do that kind of surfing.
And then let's see what happened to Tyler. Was
Tyler had, you know, she loaded up really well, and her first turn, she really sank the rail and got a little gouge in there, really gave it like some power, but then she was doing her closeout turn where she came in and the inside rail there, like, caught the double up part of the wave where it's been kind of slamming shut there, and kind of just grabbed her board from out from under her. So she stepped off, as you would say.
Yeah, Tyler ends up with a small 2.67, and the separation for Tia, 5.67. Tyler winning her world titles back-to-back, always a challenging feat, but you just kind of own pro surfing for 2 consecutive years. Was runner-up in this event back in 2023 to Caroline Marks. But those back-to-back years, that first world title in 2016 was done in such a convincing way. She had 5 championship tour wins along with that world title, and won the world title early. She ended up celebrating in France before the season even went to Hawaii. Carving, just a setup turn there for Tyler Wright, pushing hard off the bottom. Nice arc, enjoying all the wall of Punta Roca. Changes gears with that little lean back to mix up the flow. A lot of speed on this surfboard, and she'll just throw that all into the end section and steps off of her best wave so far.
Yeah, I got the finish, which is key, especially with how hard that section is coming down at the end there. You can really mistime that and just get blasted. I mean, you can have a really hectic wipeout on the inside right there, break a board, you know, lose a jersey, like lots going on. Waves are powerful today, a lot of water moving. Fun to watch though. I mean, that was one of those waves. It didn't look to me like it was going to be a score just because of the chop on the face, and then she just decided, you know what, I'm going to iron this thing out myself. Even though there's a couple bumps on it, I'm just going to power through those things and throw down a couple of turns and make the judges feel my power. And that's what she did. You know, she comes around the corner, does a nice turn back into the power pocket. A little sticky on those first couple, but then comes around here and is still looking for the big turn, I think. And she finds it on the inside here, though. This finishing turn was pretty solid.
Nice solid connection there for Tyler. Board's just looking so fast. Watching this one in slow-mo was.
Yeah. You know, putting the board back underneath that critical part of the section is so risky, because you gotta get back out onto that open face. With that little wind coming down the face, onto it, it makes it hard to re-attack, re-engage, and really go to work. So Tyler doing well. A little bouncy there, but I feel like the last turn there kind of got the fins to drift a little bit in the lip line, which has got to feel good.
Great job for Tyler Wright. Looking for an event win this season. Her last win was at the start of last year, as we kicked off the year with Pipeline. So for Tyler, it's probably felt like a long time before she's, since she's been on the podium. And a long time since she's won a world title, going back to 2017. And just a reminder, she had to withdraw from Margaret River, injured herself, and it was there warming up, and then was like, you know what, I can't do it. I got to take a break and make sure I'm healthy for the Gold Coast. Ended up with an equal 9th, but her best result of this season happened on her backhand over at Raglan and in Manu Bay. So moving up a little bit on the rankings with that quarterfinal result, and knowing that she's made the final here in the past, and what she has been relaying the last few days is that she's really enjoying her surfing right now on the warm-up days at Punta Roca. And she has been opening up about her whole process and how she prepares. And she said she's really noticed her hip mobility hasn't really been where she's wanted it to be this year. She's really spending some extra time with long warm-up exercises to really make sure she can really open up when she gets to that open wall, because that's always been her moneymaker.
Well, it's what we want to see. I mean, let's be honest, this isn't the position you would think you'd see Tyler Wright in, right? You'd see her actually, finals, winning contests, that she's such a veteran, she's a world champion, she's got everything she needs in her corner, and we haven't seen that out of her yet this year, so maybe this is it, maybe we're going to see a roll start, but she's got to get past Tia, and Tia is a little feisty puncher, man. I just think she's so fun to watch surfing.
Yeah, and she comes from a family that are just super athletes. Both her parents pro snowboarders, and used to be a topic that would get compared a lot with Strider, with like, oh, what are the similarities between snowboarding and riding waves? I mean, what's your take on that whole thing? Are they just completely different, or are there little balances in between both of them?
I mean, I feel like there is a balance. I feel like there's a similarity when it comes to surfing and snowboarding, but only in powder. So snowboarding in powder, you're kind of more up the back foot, and you can throw a gouge in, and you're coming down the mountain, and you see one of those big wind lips, and you're just like, can't wait to unload on it. And it's the same thing with surfing. You're coming down the line, and you see the lip coming around the corner, and you just want to lay into that thing. And the speed is both there on surfing and snowboarding. So it's just snowboarding, you're riding a 2,000-foot wave. And surfing, it's a little bit smaller.
And doing like 150-yard carves.
Yeah,
it's easy to pick out a surfer on the mountain.
Yeah.
Because their arms, they're acting like Tom Curran.
It's pretty fun to watch. There is a great, a symbiotic relationship between surfers and snowboarders, though, because there's a love for both of them. I mean, as an avid surfer and then loving snowboarding so much, I mean, I'd almost like to go jump out of a helicopter and snowboard more than surfing these days.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I mean, I remember even when Tyler rode boards from Mount Biolas, they started that relationship by having Tyler go to Mammoth, that Matt loves so much, and actually going down the mountain together and drawing different types of lines. I think they can complement each other really beautifully and even help you creatively on what you might see on a wave, especially at Punta Roca, where you have so much time and you can just harness so much speed and then roll the rail over and get a big score. As we look at Tia Zabrowski finding a fun wall to work with here at Punta Roca, a nice fade on the Sharp Eye surfboard. She'll belt that section. So good with her verticals. And she'll step off. Such a steady run on the Challenger Series last year. Didn't have any events where she was knocked out before finals day. Just so much consistency on the Challengers. And ended up going all the way to winning the season as the youngest ever to qualify So these two have a bit in common. I mean, being 14 and getting the news you're on the Dream Tour and being the youngest ever is huge. And Tyler's still the youngest ever to win a CT when she was 14 a while back. So we look at this combination again.
Yeah, you know, this was an interesting wave choice just because it looked like it had a good line on it, but it was a tough wave because it was one of the first waves of the set, so there was a lot of lump and bump on it. And, even if the wave looks great, I feel like you got to wait a little bit and try and find that smoother section to do your work on. I mean, this wave, that was really the only turn that wave let her have. So solid, you know, in the lip, in the vertical part of the wave, in the power part of the wave turn, but the maneuver was okay, and just really wanting these smooth, cleaner waves so that she could get the work done that she needs to do.
Tia gave a great speech at the WSL Awards, and it was great for all the rookies because they got their jerseys handed to them by Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. And you can see how that much meant to everybody in the room, but especially the rookies that kind of got to realize how big this moment was. And Kelly passed on some words saying, advice for the rookies, just take it all in. You only get to be a rookie one time and just soak up every moment. You're going to have pressure on yourself to perform like we've seen from Tia, but don't forget to look around you and see how lucky you are, how hard you've worked to get here, and you've got to enjoy the ride as well. And Tia being 15, man, she's so mature for her age, and you could tell though, it's like she's such a warrior and a competitor that she's not going to be satisfied until she figures out this system and cracks the code to take out major wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a matter of time, though, right? It's just you're so young, and you're, you know, kind of green to the whole thing, and then all of a sudden you every event you get better. Every time you go out and you get this knowledge, you're building your whole thing all the way through, and it's just like she's such a great surfer that she's gonna really start to feel that momentum and that confidence and really find herself in the driver's seat. I mean, she's surfing so well right now, coming up against a veteran. You know what I mean? That's a big deal. Not to have any nerve, not to to have the confidence coming up against somebody that good, and to go back to what you said about Kelly Slater. You know, Slater putting in the time and giving back to surfing is something that's really cool. I mean, he's the greatest of all time. He's the GOAT, but he's also still there. He's also still giving back, which I love.
Yeah, the man cares. Love it. Tia Zubrowski out in front, 5.67. Her high mark has the lead over a two-time world champ. Tyler needing a 4.18. Preparing in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Jake the Snake Patterson coaching the 8-time world champ, past champ at Punta Roca. Steph Gilmore coming up next. Welcome back, everybody. We've got some great news. Live music returns to the U.S. Open of Surfing starting on July 25th in Huntington Beach. Headliners include local natives, real estate, Matty Costa, and more. You can scan the QR code on your screen to get your tickets now. And we'll see you at Huntington Beach for the U.S. Open. Music, surfing, they go together. You always got to think about what song you might put to your surfing and your movie part. Tyler Wright likes to rock out before some big heats as she lays down a beautiful lean back on the open face. Drawing hard, pushing that back foot on the second decision, and water flying off the rails on the third. Wrapping it all the way back into the power source, now deep off the bottom, going to some snaps, and that snap will be her finishing move. Her smoothest ride, easily from start to finish. So connected in between turns as well. Well done for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, it was all 100% wave choice. That was an amazing, you know, veteran move to just find the inside corner of that wave that ran the whole point. I mean, that wave just let her belt it the whole time and just gave her, like, every time she came off the bottom, it was waiting for her. And that was very key. I mean, we talked about it throughout this heat, but wave choice, everything. You need to have the platform to do your work on, and you got to have a canvas. And you can lay down all kinds of different paint on that kind of canvas. You can just put up anything you want, and that's what we saw her do on this wave. I mean, this wave just lined up so perfectly. She had so much speed coming off the bottom there. Board looks incredible, you know, full just laid back, drop wallet, then comes into the power carve off the lip, switching it up into the snap, and then comes to the inside corner for more. I mean, wraps it back into the power pocket. Everything about it was nice and smooth and finished. You know, she little fist pump at the end, give it the confidence that she wanted to give it back to the judges. Here you go. Just handing it over.
Just like that on the Red Bull ski for a two-time world champ, and a 7-point ride for that last wave, going with her 5. So now Tia Zabrowski chasing a 6.34 to take the lead against one of the biggest names we have on the championship tour. Tyler coming from the great surfing family that includes Owen Wright. Got to hang out with Owen a bit in Australia. He's doing great. Took his son camping around Bells and jumped in the booth with us, and also at Snapper Rocks, Owen was there as well. Always proud of his sister Tyler for what she's done for the game for so many years. Mikey Wright had that run where he started off as a wild card back when you used to keep your points, and he put together some incredible moments on the championship tour. Also Tim and Kirby, big family. They used to travel around in a van to all the great contests in the junior series throughout Australia. I see the score to 7-point ride. You can see what the judges thought there. They dropped the 6.5 and the 7.5 to have a clean 7.0. Well done.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch. It was really fun to see, you know, that kind of energy, that speed, a lot of technical surfing in there, just really laying into turns. Like, just, I mean, look at that. Just hand in the wall for support and pivot, and then just right out of it with speed. That board really does generate what she needs. Another gouge on the face, down carving into it. Like, it's like there's just switching up the turns and blows the tail. Like, that, the variation of the run, so to speak, on this wave was really fun to watch. I mean, full wrap cutbacks, everything was there, and I was impressed that, you know, come through with the finish, and so was she with the little fist pump.
Solid effort there for Tyler Wright. Working with Paisel for a bit. Both John and Matt Biolis were on in a little talk story moment on the Gold Coast. They both agreed how easy it is to work with Tyler, both spending a lot of time making her some quality surfboards, which leads us into the Shaper rivalry we have. You know, they've been more vocal than ever. Strider, what's your take on all this excitement we've had from the board builders?
I think it's a huge plus to have the Shapers Award and the challenge of, you know, who's going to have that crown at the end of the year, and it's created the conversation between the Shapers. I feel like they're getting into the deep nitty-gritty work of it all and really going at each other about it, and I think that it's fun, it's fair play, but it's also there's a lot of pride involved, but inside of there's some fun. But right now you can see Lost out in front again. I mean, they weren't there for the first 3 events, and then after Raglan, they jumped up into first place.
Congratulations, back out in front. Lost Surfboards with Gian Bernini, team manager, MVP of the squad, always flying around making sure everyone's got what they need. Obviously led by Master Shaper Matt Biolas. Darren Hanley dropped to second after he had a sweep of the Gold Coast. Britt had a sweep of Margaret River, Brick Merrick of Sea Channel Island surfboards. So a bit of the love being shared this year. Multiple lead changes leading us in to El Salvador.
Which, you know, we could have another change. You never know. But I really love the way that the Colapinto brothers are surfing out there. They're looking really good. Yago on the backhand, just belting it and throwing down huge backside threes. And you know, then you got Toledo coming in strong with, you know, the sharp eyes. I mean, there's so much going on behind the scenes. I love it. I just feel like the Shapers Awards and the surfers themselves taking even more pride in their surfing for their Shapers.
Surfboard Empire, you can shop the world's best surfboards. Just scan the QR code and you can get the exact surfboards that your heroes are riding on the championship tour, even stickered up from nose to tail. They've got some unbelievable equipment that you could get your hands on. Surfboard Empire, CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea. At the moment, lost out in front. We've got Tia Zabrowski out there on the Sharp Eye surfboards. Marcio Zuvi is just so proud of her and just reminds her how talented she is, and she's just 15. If she loses a heat, he's like, don't worry.
She's got more to come.
You've got so much to look forward to. You know, when he talks about it, you know, sometimes support crews get nervous and they have expectations for Marcio. He's like, nope, we just love what she does in the water. We're here just to give her everything she needs as far as equipment's concerned.
And watching Britt Merrick and Matt Biolas in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just now was amazing. They're two of the most incredible characters of our world, and just, you know, to hear them break down surfboards and talk surf and really kind of have that competition happening between them is so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's just, you can tell that they're very, very competitive, and they need to be to push surfing to where it's gone today. 11 minutes to go here. Waves on the way.
I like what you just said about pushing surfing to where it needs to be. The Shapers really are, you know, creating the next level of surfing from these athletes. Yeah, the athletes got to do the work, but their tools are just precision made by these Shapers.
A beautiful symbiotic relationship. Let's see how this Sharp Eye looks for Tia on this wave. She's gonna sling into some open face work here. Nice hook, and then finds the pocket. Well done for Zabrowski, and just quickly trying to rush that finish, but she can't hang on. Whitewater roll in through the backwash for Tyler, right up and out, and she decides to maintain priority. Now Tia shaking off the fall on the finishing move, leaving some points out there, even though she had to rush quickly to that section. She might be improving her 3.5, but needing a 6.34 to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, the wave started out looking great, and she was radically surfing it in the corner where she needed to be in the power pocket, but on coming off the board at the end there does not give you the opportunity to get the scores. And Tyler, just veteran, kicks out of her wave. She's going to retain priority and go back out the back and just, you know, kind of get comfortable and sit there, wait for Tia to come back and hold her off whatever she wants to. And you know, there's going to be another flip of the priority in this heat, but Tyler looking strong.
Winner of the last heat was the goofy footer from the Basque part of Spain. Nadia Aristarbe is with Mitchell Salazar.
Nadia, muchas felicidades, congratulations. A good heat, back and forth, and especially against Kika. Both of you are rookies, but your experience of competing here last year as a wild card, how did that really factor in, especially in a come-from-behind win? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a tough heat against Kika. I actually was staying with her in Raglan. We did a lot of things together here in El Salvador. And I don't know, I think I had a little bit of advantage, as you said, to already have competed here. I come here almost every year for the last 6 years, and I surf this wave a lot. It was a really hard heat, low tide, big waves, the wind picked up, and it wasn't really easy, but I don't know, I'm happy I managed to make it through.
And what about this location that's so special to you? I know going on the back end is something great, but El Salvador in itself, what has it meant for you and your career so far?
I mean, it's I'm not gonna say like a second home, but it's part of a
place when I come here that I feel like home. I have a lot of friends here. It's an amazing country, has amazing people. I have so many good friends here, and I don't know. I love the weather. Maybe it's sometimes too hot, but the water and the waves are always pumping. So I don't know. I'm really, really happy to be here.
And what about especially the surprise visit that you got from your sister, her husband? You actually missed their wedding when you were in Raglan, right? So having them here now, what is that like?
Yeah, it's amazing. When I knew the schedule of Raglan, when they changed it, and I was gonna miss the wedding, I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you a wedding gift. Come here with us and try to enjoy as much time with her, because I haven't seen her in the last year, for 1 year, and I don't know. It's amazing to have people from home with you.
Congratulations. ¿Algo que le quieras decir a la gente de tu casa?
Sí, bueno, es que ricasco a todos los que me estáis viendo, animando. Ha sido una manga dura, pero hemos pasado. Y nada, por la siguiente, y eso, es que ricasco a todos.
Gracias, felicidades.
Thank you so much, Mitchell. Very happy Nadia Starbe has a family that have met her here, and that happens a lot on the Dream Tour, where you miss, major moments in your family's life sometimes. And the schedule did shift last minute this year, with the addition of Raglan coming up late. So I'm sure they had originally scheduled that wedding for when there was some space in the tour schedule, and then when everything changed, Nadia made up for it by making a nice little honeymoon trip for her sister and her husband to come here to join her at Punta Roca, and she definitely put on a great performance. Moving on to take on Luana Silva in Heat 3 of Round 2. Yolanda Hopkins will surf against world number 1 Gabriella Bryan in the first heat of the round. Molly Picklum, reigning world champ, has another matchup with Sally Fitzgibbons. Easy to see those matchups with the bracket challenge on worldsurfleague.com, but also with no non-elimination heats or like 3 surfer heats. It's so much easier to see where these surfers are going with big heat wins. So for example, Tyler Wright, Tia Zabrowski, winner of this heat, takes on Lakey Peterson towards the end of the round. Later on in the waiting period, carving on the open face is Zabrowski, punching out the lip line well and leaning into a nice open face fading cutback. Draws it back into the source again. It's got a little inside corner to play with and snaps it well off the lip. Arcs it in the pocket again. This line is just slowly building and stretching on her now. Zabrowski catches up to it and section, an absolute dagger of a turn to finish. But Tyler's moving that same direction, and she'll end up hopping out. She's got a jump start on the priority paddle battle. We'll see if Tyler threw any damage down on the opening section.
This is going to be fun to watch the scores drop, because that surfing was really impressive right there out of Tia. She just and the fire she finished with was next level. And we were watching her surf, and we love her surfing, and she's come unstuck on the last bigger wave that she had, but under priority to catch that wave, taking it. This is great surfing, and I'm really impressed for her to, with the pressure, and to come around the corner and just start belting it like this. I mean, buckets out the back. You had Christmas trees flying everywhere. She sets up the inside right here. The wave kind of slowed down, but her pace on it was really well surfed. And then she just goes straight back into the lip, buckets again, throwing the tail, gouging the rail. Like everything kind of came together. Then it smoothed out and gave her the opportunity to finish so fast and strong right here. Look at the speed. Boom! That was a whip off the inside. I like to see it.
Just had such a nice read.
Bango! Are you kidding me? That was nothing but buckets and tail slides and fins out. Great variation of maneuvers all the way around.
Gosh, you love that. That is just that new school power progression, vertical in the pocket, and then to be able to really grease the finish was really nice for the judges to see.
Whew. Smaller wave though.
And that'll be interesting.
Is that going to play in, Here's the replay for Tyler's wave. See if she got some work done out the back or not, because I know she got one turn off, and then she might have just kicked out. Bang! Ooh, that was sick tail throw. We'll cut back. Solid surfing right there. That was fun to watch. Kicks the tail out again, and then she's out. That wasn't a bad wave either. That outside turn was mental. She just full board slide across the lip.
Yeah, gosh, what a contrast in rides when you compare them. You know, you have that small running line of Tia Zabrowski, but just some major turns, big combinations with a finish, something she's been falling on her previous waves. Tyler had a little bit more wave height, but a much shorter ride. So judges have their handful there with 2:50 to go. Tia originally needing a 6.34, but Tyler tried to better her 5. Really close one here.
Came up short.
Last of Tyler came up short. 4.33 is a throwaway, so Tia's score is the one that could make the difference here. 6.34 would be doesn't need to be as good as Tyler's 7. Could be just under, and then we could have a big lead change, which would make things interesting for Tyler's world title campaign. That's why she's on tour to win titles. For Tia, she's trying to requalify.
Looks like she wants priority too. Look at her. She's like, who's in the lineup? What's going on? They gave it to Tia. Look at that. Whoa.
Tyler's baffled.
She's not happy at all.
Throwing her hands up going, how did that happen? She kicked out before Tia, and Tia was able to earn it with a big paddle from deep on the inside.
Well, she was paddling harder and trying to get there, but you know what? I mean, that's not our job. This, from our point of view, right? We're not where the judges are looking at it. Sometimes the cameras are looking from different angles, but Tyler notably not happy about that call.
Well, it's interesting too with, you know, sometimes with a rotation, if they deem that it's close, they'll kind of keep that rotation going. So Tyler rode the last wave, even though it looked like she had a kind of a jump start on the paddle battle, a little bit of a lead just positioning wise. Tia made them think about that a little bit, and they decided to keep the rotation going. Scores still haven't come in yet though for the decision of what could be the heat.
1 minute left.
And judges still thinking about, does the height of that wave matter? Were the combinations big enough to reward a heat victory for the rookie?
Remember, the 7 of Tyler Wright was on a medium-sized wave, but the wave drew out perfect and gave her the opportunity to belt it all the way down the line. The one thing I can say is that Tia's wave did get a little slow through the middle, so that's going to play into the flow factor, but I'm so glad I'm not a judge right now.
Oh, so much drama there. Ian, I'm thinking if Tyler got a 7, I'm just thinking of my comparisons of our angle, and I'm thinking Tia's done enough. You know, I could see it being a half a point shy of Tyler's wave, which would still be enough for a heat win for the 15-year-old, but we'll wait to see. Judges will have to look up to watch this.
Yeah, Tia's got to take it from her, right?
Using priority to get what might be the last ride, 10 seconds. Just rushing this section for a closeout snap. And with 2 seconds to go, Tyler looks like from our view got up after the horn, but she's gonna surf it just in case if she got it in time. So putting some power into that rail hook in the pocket. Doesn't appear like this came in time. No signs of her waiting for a score, but she, man, slammed it shut on the inside. What an effort there. And after a long wait, decision is in. Last of Tia Zabrowski comes up short. A 6.23 on that final wave that took a few minutes to decide. And she ends up getting knocked out in a close decision. Tyler Wright's last wave didn't count, but it didn't matter. As I ski the score dropped down, you could tell it was a split decision from the panel. A couple of 6.5s in there have Tia winning the heat, but ends up falling just short.
Well, fun watch, really great battle. Rookie against the vet, and the vet came out on top right there. I think that downtime in the middle of Tia's wave kind of created the space where she came up short, but hats off to Tyler. That 7-point ride, that was brilliant.
Well done. Tyler Wright will take on another veteran in Lakey Peterson in round 2, heat number 7. And young Tia Zabrowski's got so much to look forward to. She'll be heading to Brazil, a place where she's competed to great success on the Challenger Series in the past. Up next, an 8-time world champ, past champ of Punta Roca, headlines the matchup. Steph Gilmore and Anat Leilior. Bringing Mitch and Chris for the call.
Welcome back, surf fans. We're going to take a little flashback Friday here back to 2022. Stephanie Gilmore, of course. Expectations were so high on Steph, this being a right-hand point break, right up her alley, shows all her strengths. She came down here dominant in the first year that this contest has run. Crazy to think, that was 5 years ago. This was the proof of concept for everybody, showing us that this is an absolute world-class wave. And Stephanie Gilmore, I mean, just doing Stephanie Gilmore things. Undeniable that she was going to get the victory on this day. There she is, surfing's golden girl, Queen Stephanie. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And speaking of Stephanie Gilmore, we all have good heat on our hands to watch. We got Stephanie Gilmore going up against Anat Lelior. I mean, two surfers that couldn't be more different, although they do have a couple of similarities. Mitch, both of these surfers have had Barbie dolls made after their likenesses. They're both Olympians as well. We've got Goofy versus regular. We've got Anat coming in as the rookie. Steph, of course, as one of the most dominant surfers to ever do it in the history of this sport. So a big test for Anat, but also, you know, for Steph, she needs to set the pace here and set herself up for the rest of this contest if she can get past Anat Lelior.
Yeah, and Anat's already done well at a couple of events this season, or at least had a couple moments of brilliance, especially over at Bell's, dropped a big score. 8-time world champion, though, as you said, one of the most decorated surfers of all time. I'd even put there as one of the most decorated female athletes ever, too. But a right-hand point break at Stephanie Gilmore. She's already got one win at one, and that was at home at Snapper Rocks earlier this year. We saw her win in Mexico back in 21. We saw her defeat Lakey Peterson back here in 2022. So it's a good combination, if you ask me, these types of waves and Steph style.
I mean, a right-hand point break, Stephanie Gilmore. It's just it's a match made in heaven for surf fans, for, you know, students of the sport that want to see how it's done. Well, this is how it's done right here. Stephanie Gilmore off to a quick start. Nice snap to get around this one, and then Mitch, this wave starts to stretch out down the line.
Yeah, and, you know, got a score. That could potentially be a backup considering the totals that we've seen so far. So 4.83, not a bad start. And I think ideally, more than anything, especially with the heat, you're going off of the rocks right here. Every now and then, those can get a little slimy. Just get out of the way. And especially if you're going to get a fall, too. We've experienced that in our free surfs the last few days. You get that little grime off of the rocks, just get it out. And, you know, fortunately, we still have 30 minutes to see both of these women surf. And, you know, with good conditions out there, it's noon right now, so just hit the low tide mark, and things should start looking upwards right now with the tide coming up.
Yeah, tidal push especially seems to give us more energy, and it cleans things up as these waves are going to start to hug this reef a little bit. When it gets really high tide, that can have a little bit of a reverse effect.
Yep.
But given the swell that we have, I think it's going to be good, clean fun all day long. 29:30 to go. This is going to be our first look at Anat Lelior, super powerful surfer on her backhand. Just like that, setting things up with their opening turn, flying down the line, waiting for a section to present itself. So a lot of time, I don't want to say wasted on this wave because it just didn't really give her much. And then, of course, a little mistake there, but I think she could have got out of that wave a little bit, what, about 5 seconds ago, because you could just tell she was waiting for the wave to form up. But that's, you know, this wave is super fast, and I don't think there's much of a, you know, advantage forehand, backhand. But when it gets a little chunkier like this, just being front side and being able to kind of read the face of these waves better will give a slight advantage. But Anat, she's such a powerful surfer. You know, I think she's going to clean things up after that opening ride. We'll call that a tester wave.
If you have a broader perspective right on your forehand when it comes to that, you can read the wave a bit more down the line. And Anat, well, no surprise that she eventually qualified, but she did it in a really short period of time. I mean, we're talking about 2 full seasons on the Challenger. She made the final at Pipe, too. The one thing that I really enjoy about her surfing, she's not afraid to go for things. And especially with those big sections out there right now, I'd consider less is more out there. If you're going to go on a bigger wave, you better be going straight up vertical on those bigger sections on the outside. It's the only way to beat Stephanie Gilmore right now, considering the location that we're at.
Yeah, I mean, you got to send it no matter what. Anat has had a really illustrious career already. She won her first regional title at 12 years old. She was a WSL Pro Junior runner-up, multiple QS event wins. And back in 2020, she won the Global Barbie Role Model Award, which I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure it's illustrious because they don't just give that to anyone. Anat has definitely turned some heads and got a lot of fans around the world with just her, you know, powerful approach. She has had success in El Salvador as well at different events, at ISA events. She's done really well in, so she definitely knows this place. It's just a matter of don't fear the Reaper. Don't fear Stephanie Gilmore, which is, I would imagine, really hard not to put a face to the name and be in the water and just look over and go, oh, one of my heroes is sitting right here trying to stop me.
It's something, you know, that can be balanced a bit more, especially when you have people in your corner that might be, you know, in your ear telling you, well, she was at one point the same as you. You know, she was going up against her idols. You just got to put that to the side and make sure that you're considering how well you've done to be able to get here yourself, too. But in the end, there's still people that you look up to. It's way better to beat them, though, and say that, hey, like, I beat them at their own game as well in these types of conditions. But once again, I mean, consider what she's done in the past, what she's potentially capable of doing in the future, too. Got to focus on this 26 minutes that she has ahead, though.
Yeah, and in that we only have 26:35 left. That's not enough time to talk about Stephanie Gilmore's surfing history. I'll just give you some crib notes here. 35 plus event wins on the championship tour. 8-time world champ. Did compete at the Tokyo 2020 Games. She is a Hall of Famer. She's coming off a win, which I would call one of the events of the decade. Gold Coast Pro that happened. I mean, it feels like yesterday, although it was probably almost 2 or 3 weeks ago now. But that win, to see Stephanie Gilmore just back on top like that, was something so special. But it just felt so normal to see Stephanie Gilmore being chaired up the beach. Probably the biggest crowd of the year by far.
No doubt.
And I think what's cool about that is, you know, surf fans in Brazil at Saquarema
Oh, they're waiting for
watching
it,
that contest going, okay, you guys had some fun, but just wait. So that'll be something fun to talk about. Number of fans on the beach. And give it up to El Salvador. It's very hot out here, but we got a bleacher full of fans from all over the world over there, and they're getting a show right now. 25:28 to go. Stephanie Gilmore in the red jersey with priority. And as we move through these heats, I mean, it feels like the day is flying by, and that tells me there's a lot of great waves being ridden.
There have been, and there should be more later on today. 8 heats of this round. I mean, at the moment, we're going to go, you know, through those 6 heats of men's round 2 as well. But you can't let a lot of these waves go by unridden. It seems like a not on the case right here, Chris.
All right, let's watch the technique. Bottom turn through some chunky water in front of her. Gets on rail, smashes it, but just goes down. That wave was really lumpy. Maybe it was just a case of first wave of the set.
Yeah.
Or kind of one of those middle waves.
But to your point, on her previous wave, that's one where you kick out earlier. You kind of know what it's doing down the line. It seems like it's a straight closeout. Just kick out.
Yeah, the difference in these set waves is it can be pretty clear, but I'm sure as you're paddling into it, they all look very similar.
Oh, yeah.
See another opportunity coming through for a knot. I mean, that's a big wave she's paddling over right there. So plenty of force and power and size throughout this heat so far. It's just about picking off the cleanest.
It's a great wave here for Steph.
Look at this option. Look at how much cleaner the face of this wave is. A beautiful.
Oh!
That doesn't happen very often, Mitch.
Wow. Double jinx, too. Unfortunate.
I'm blaming Mitch.
An unforced error right there from Steph.
Yeah, that is rare. I mean, she's one of the few surfers that you can see her smiling as she stands up. That's kind of like a trademark Stephanie Gilmore trait. Right there, the smile turned into a frown quick because I don't know what happened here, Mitch.
Well, she's digging the rail in, and you can see just a little bit of a slip right there with her back foot and an unforced there. Look at how well that wave is just going to cap off onto the inside, too. So missed opportunity. And priority at the moment isn't established yet, and nobody's really broken away with the heat, so could be a momentum shifter right here, Chris.
Yeah, and we've witnessed history. The first time ever that Stephanie Gilmore has fallen on a frontside carve. Well, I mean.
In competition maybe here, and you saw her raise her hand right there. She was asking for priority, and you know, based on the rule, if it's close, it'll go to the person who got the first wave out of the exchange, and that was blue, Chris. So well done by our priority judge. And right here for Gilmore, I'm looking at anything on the inside just to back up that 4.83, get into double digits, add some pressure to my opponent at the moment.
I'm wondering just what was the difference of the wave that Steph had, because we saw Lilior on 2 previous waves that were bumpy and lumpy and kind of like mushy and dumpy at the same time, just weird waves. Stephanie's wave was perfect, glassy. Is it a third wave of a set situation that water comes draining off the rocks? I mean, this is where I'm sure the coaches just come in so handy. They've been studying the cadence of these sets and trying to identify which ones are going to stay smooth, and that'll be our chance to do some R&D right here. So this is the first proper wave of the set. It looks like Anat's having a good look at it.
Might be a bit too far inside, both of them, but we'll see.
Might be a bit too big for... Yeah, see, that one swung really wide and just kind of mushed out. It's probably going to be decent on the inside.
Not to spill all the beans, but personally, especially as a goofy footer, I like the ones that are just a bit further up the point. They're not as big, though. 4 to 6 feet, you want to find those in-betweeners. Seems like both of them had a look at that one right there, but you want the ones that kind of hit the reef a little bit better, hug the point, and sometimes, to your point, the high tide does it way better than that, but here on the low tide, you got to adjust. So if you see 2 sections that stands up, that might be the only opportunities to get on that wave.
Well, there will be more opportunity knocking for these 2 surfers in the water. Let's take a look. CT by the numbers. And in the words of Carly Simon, the old James Bond theme song, nobody does it better than Stephanie Gilmore. 13.74 average heat score. That's the highest of these last few events here in El Salvador, and that these numbers, these names, totally make sense to me.
Yeah, pretty much 2 7s every time she pals out right there. And Gabby Bryan, 2-time finalist, so no surprise there either.
Yeah, I'd say 5 of the best out here over the past few years.
Maybe 5 of the best in the last decade.
21 minutes left. Anat Leliar with priority. Both these surfers jamming towards the horizon for this wave. We'll see if Anat turns and burns, and she does. A little roll in there. It was kind of a wild ride to take off, but straight into the bottom turn. This wave pretty lumpy out the back, but it could clean up the inside. See, it goes through a little double up. A nice backhand carve there. Good bottom turn. Not a super critical section to work with, but
missed it.
Activates nonetheless. Here we go.
Better.
That's what we're talking about. That is that trademark, Anat Leliar backside snap, combos it up, so it goes back to back with 2 solid turns. Decent work on the outside. That'll definitely be her best wave. She's just sitting on a 1.5 and a 0.57, so I feel like this heat has now officially started for Anat Leliar. That was great surfing through the inside, and I like that she was patient enough to wait. You know, it would be interesting to kind of get that angle of the surfers. You know, if they had a GoPro in their mouth looking down the line, just to kind of see what they're seeing, that lip line.
Maybe we do an option, just get a helmet on, and if you want to put it, like, we'll get the clips from it too, with your perspective. But no, I mean, you're talking about a wave that is difficult to read right here. First turn, really just a setup. And as you said, I mean, the inside, she lined it up well. That carve right there, really well drawn out. I love this bottom turn right here, but as you can see, it didn't stand up as well as she wanted to. That section right there, you got to get up to the lip just a bit quicker, and small hesitation. She made up for it right here on the inside, though. That turn was strong and got in one more before this wave eventually closed out. So very well done by Anat. It shouldn't be, you know, a huge number by any means, but the quality of that maneuver right there should be matching at least the 4.83. I'd be thinking a mid-range score myself right here, Chris.
You know, those last 2 turns, while this might not be a just skyrocketing score, those are 2 feel-good turns.
Yeah.
Those type of turns can just give you that extra confidence, like, I can do this. I can beat Stephanie Gilmore, and, you know, kind of try to harness the energy and memory of those last 2 turns, I think will play in Anat Leliar's favor. She did come through with a decent score of 5.5, so she's now currently in the lead. Steph's good wave came in at a 4.83, so we're still wide open here. I mean, Stephanie has not run away with this, and luckily for all of us surf fans, we got 18 minutes, 30 seconds left.
And that's the biggest point you're making right there. Read the room. I mean, don't have to surf a couple of 8s if you don't need to. If all it's taken right now is 10, 11 points, then surf to that at the moment, and then eventually you build on it. But got the best score of the heat so far, and by more than half a point. So that's a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, when you come down to competing here in a tight heat, halfway through it at the moment.
18 minutes left. So Leliar on top. Stephanie Gilmore does have priority. These round 1s women's heats are stellar. Can't wait. And speaking of having a great heat, we got an interview with the previous winner. Tyler Wright is on the glass.
Tyler, no matter where we go across the world, obviously this round, it's so important. To draw someone like Tia Zabrowski, though, she is a scary rookie. A really fun back and forth heat, though, that one between you and Tia.
Yeah, I give a lot of credit to Tia. I see a little bit of myself in her and her determination and the fact that she's on so young. I know it's a hard challenge being on this young. She's really good. Again, it's you coming up in these first round heats. It's so tricky to find a rhythm and find a role when you're up against people that have been on the tour for 16 years and you're only just turned 16. So, you know what, I give her a lot of credit, and I hope she'll keep her chin up. Like, she's one of the best. She will be a world champ one day for sure. There's no doubt about it. It's just a matter of when. And so it's cool to be around, I guess, in this early stage of her career as well. Just, it's hard sometimes when you're that young. And so, I think all of us vets keep an eye out for the kids.
Can we play on that for a second? Obviously, you were really young when you first qualified for the tour. If you're looking to someone like Tia now, you've been through it, you've been there, you've had moments like this in your career. Is there something that you would say to someone who's in Tia's shoes right now?
Oh, it's hard. Like, I feel like she's a lot more, determined. I don't know, like, it was a little bit different when I joined. But I just think you have so much time. You just give yourself so much grace. It's hard. This is a learning process. You're not going to be great on day one. She's exactly where she needs to be to learn to become one of the greatest to ever do it. And, we saw Molly at that first year when she came on. She's, I think, 19 or 20. And she struggled that first year, but look at how she bounced back. She went out on her own and then she won a world title because she built in those foundational steps. It's all a part of building that foundation. If you've got the right support team and the right foundations to really nurture that process, I think you'll have a very long career. But I can also see being so good so young and so stressed so early on can also, kind of fry you out. So you really want to surround yourself with people that give more life just outside of that singular thing. That's what I would say. Like, it can be pretty singular faceted when you're so good at one thing. So read books, stay educated, keep filling in other parts of your life.
I love that. I just wanted to dive into that quickly because I know you've been there before. But looking now to this part of your career, we were just talking off air. You are having so much fun this season. This is a new Tyler, and I just love seeing you smiling and enjoying so much of the season so far, especially here in El Salvador.
Yeah, honestly, it's I'm surrounded by good people. Working with Dog and his team, honestly, it's breathed so much life into it. We were talking to Connor the other day, and I was just like, honestly, without laughing as much as we have, and without so much joy in and around this team culture that Dog's created, you get to a point where it's too lonely. You're on the road by yourself, and my wife's not coming as much this year, and so yeah, it's one of those ones where you do get to a point where you're just like, I've been away from family and friends since I was 13. And so creating that this year, the last couple of years on tour, it really has breathed life into it. It's really put the fun back into getting better at something. And I love surfing, and I love actually getting better at stuff. And so my body, it's been a little bit of a struggle for sure the last few years. But I feel like it's really just turning a corner, and I feel like I'm starting to get all the pieces together, and I'm so grateful for everyone that's put love and energy into me. And there's so many people, I've had to change so many things, but it's really been worth it because I feel like this is the happiest and most fun and the most enjoyment I've ever had competing. I feel like spent most of my career, it feels like I've had rocks strapped to my chest every time I go out. So I feel like New Zealand was the first event that hasn't happened, and that heat again, and so it just makes me so happy.
I love it, Tyler. It's been so fun to watch your journey. Good luck in round 2, and hopefully we get to do this again.
Yeah, I hope so. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
It's great to see it. Great to hear it. Tyler Wright on a roll. And that last heat was a cautionary tale, Mitch. Watch out, rookies. These vets are not going anywhere, and Tyler Wright showing us how. And right now, with 12:55 to go, Nat Lelior is in a good position with a 5.5 and a 3.67. but she is up against a dangerous surfer, especially in right-hand point breaks. So you know Anada's not taking her pedal off the metal. Yeah, you know what I meant to say.
Well, this is during the interview a 3.67, so extends her lead right here. Great turn right there. Nearly loses control coming out of it though. Recovers well. This one, we're on the mid-size kind of things, Chris, but well done executing that finish right there. And unfortunately, that's why it only came in as a 3.67 because of that fall right there at the end.
I like the energy though.
Yeah.
That was like a breath of fresh air, the energy, because you're not going to beat Stephanie on style. Nobody is. This was right after that Anat wave.
Well, covered a lot of distance, but not a whole lot of maneuvering going down until right at that point. So this one just a 2.67. She's still going to keep the 4.83 as her high mark at the moment. And, you know, speaking of rookies versus vets, it's been that kind of year so far, right? We haven't seen really any rookies stand out on the women's side so far. Anat's made the one heat over at Bells. You know, she's in her mid-20s right now out of Tel Aviv in Israel, but coming up against this person right here at this wave, got to be thinking to yourself, okay, this is my chance to kind of prove myself at this point in my career.
Yeah, no doubt. You're absolutely right. This has been a rough go for the rookies. Here's your women's round one. We'll see if things change here in El Salvador. You had Sally Fitzgibbons get through that first heat. Yolanda Hopkins, Yo-Yo coming through in heat 2. Heat 3 was Nadia Aristarbe, and Tyler Wright just came through heat 4. So now we get to the back half of round 1. You've got Bella Kenworthy, Isabella Nichols, Alyssa Spencer, Brisa, Caroline Marks, Kira Pinkerton, who is a wildcard replacement. So we pretty much got through that rookie half round early on, and Yo-Yo did it, Nadia did it, but other than that, more lessons learned from the 2026 rookies on tour.
Accurate, and that heat number 8 right now, Caroline Marks, Kira Pinkerton, watch out. Caroline been living in San Clemente for about a decade, if not more now. And Kira, she surfed in this event last year as a wild card, back again this year. These are her types of waves, Chris. She's going to go out there and try to do her thing.
Yeah, she'll be fun to watch for sure. And speaking of stylish, great surfers, Isabella Nichols will be coming up in heat 6. She has a really great connection with this wave, and you're about to see why. You know, her style, the turns that she does, where she does her turns, she has shown us that she is a threat anytime she enters the water here at Punta Roca.
That is right. Last year's runner-up, coming up against the great Bella Kenworthy. There's Dad Jason, the rest of the fam. A good amount of the family qualified for U.S. champs at lowers, I believe, starting in about a week, maybe a little more than that. Congratulations to the Kenworthy clan.
It's an extremely talented family.
Oh, yeah.
They all skate, they all surf. They're rippers.
You see them out at lowers, don't get in their way. You see them out at creek, don't get in their way. Cool family right there. Good surfing family from SoCal.
Yeah, Bella v. Bella. That'll be a fun one to watch.
You gotta call them by their surnames right there in that next one. It's gonna be a little confusing.
Yeah, you're right. 9:30 to go. Not Lelior, still on top. Stephanie Gilmore needs a 4.35, and you know Stephanie, like, you can't not glaze her every time she paddles out in the water. I want to ask you a question, Mitch. I had some fun with this during the break, just thinking about the Mount Rushmore of surfing stylists, the 4 most stylish surfers of all time. To me, Steph's a lock on the Mount Rushmore of style. I'm going to go ahead and say Tom Curran, Jerry Lopez.
Ooh.
And here's where things get tough. Parco, Machado, Bruce Irons, Katie Simmers,
You forgot
Lisa
Andy.
Anderson.
Andy,
That's why I don't like to start lists off. We'll just keep 3.
You need
Keep
one
things
goofy
simple.
footer. Rob's up there for sure.
Well, I had Jerry Lopez on there.
Yeah, you know what? You can have 2 goofy footers. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's a
so
good list.
For those of you at home, that's always a fun thing to play with your friends or with yourself, is the Mount Rushmore of surfing stylists. And with that, you're going to have time to think about it. Come back after this quick break. It's 8:28. Anat Lelior is on top for now. Stephanie Gilmore is in that priority spot. We will be right back with the culmination of this heat after these brief messages. Stay tuned.
Punta Roca es una ola realmente perfecta. Yo creo que Punta Roca lo hace especial la naturaleza misma. Está ubicada en un lugar privilegiado, tiene una exposición para que el suelo entre y sea sensible y hayan olas casi todo el año. Y además es un orgullo nacional. No es solo el lugar donde crecí, el lugar donde aprendí a divertirme, sino que también es un lugar en el que me siento orgulloso, porque la gente habla de Punta Roca como un lugar perfecto. Estamos en Playa San Blas, al lado del Cocal. A mí me gusta el atardecer acá porque tenemos una mezcla perfecta, un escenario en el que tenemos arena, tenemos piedras y también tenemos el escenario donde están todas las cordilleras entrando una detrás del otro y el sol entra justo en el mar.
Let's jump right back into this heat. We got Anat Lelior on a nice, clean, big wave. Carving it to try to start setting things up for this speed line through the middle. Plenty of speed, nicely placed turn there. So again, good energy from Anat Lelior, only available to throw 2 turns at that giant wall. That's a sign of good things to come. Mitchell, that was a big wave.
It was.
We'll see what the score comes in as we see now Steph Gilmore. Little inside runner, she's out. Before the break, I did offer up the question, who is on the Mount Rushmore of surfing style? And you guys are quick. I got a couple solid answers. My guy, Bill Ballard, came through. Mikey February.
Ooh, Febs.
And Lisa Anderson.
He could be up there.
Well, I got one that I should have had. Aki. Gosh. Okay, Aki's my
telling
fourth.
you.
Here we go. Anat Lelior.
You need at least one goofy up there. It could be a knot too. So this comes in as a 3.8. This is now her backup. Good timing right here with that one turn, especially considering how difficult that section was to read. She converts on it, so she does her job right there. Excels a little bit more in the heavier stuff, as we've been mentioning. She made the final at Pipe. She's been a member of Finals Day over there at the Challenger in Seda in Portugal. And this wave actually has some resemblances to Ribeira de Ilhas over there in that Portuguese coastline. So, you know, good things happen over there. Good things have happened over here already in this heat. Now can you close it out with 4 minutes? And Steph has really struggled to find another score that. Luckily for her, she's pretty much looking at just a 4.5, the option that she requires at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, and this 4 minutes is going to fly by. And give credit to my friend Adam for coming through the Aki call. That's going to be putting a button on that conversation because things are escalating. Sets rolling through. Stephanie Gilmore needs a 4.48 to advance. And for her, I mean, a 4.48, she can do that in her sleep, but she needs the wave. She needs that canvas to show us the elegance, the fluidity, the style that has made her one of the favorite surfers on planet. And here we go. That's how. That's why. I mean, I feel like that first turn was there already. Risky. Speed float. She comes around the section. Just utilizing that little white water to project her down the line. And so twice now. This is unlike Stephanie Gilmore. But the good news is she only needs a 4.48. The first turn had some spark on it. I thought the floater was super cool.
Floaters are hard right now, too.
I think floaters are hard and underrated. And I'm not saying underscored because these judges know what they're doing, but I feel like it's such a risky maneuver, especially when you do it like that and land in the flats.
Yep. And you still got to be pointing forward, too. That, to me, at these waves, is the hardest thing about a floater. First snap is strong, right in the pocket, too. I really like how she goes to the
rocks, and then you're rocking. Nice section to roll around. And actually gets to spray Stephanie Gilmore. Just a little bit of an emotional win when you get to spray your opponent. I just like that Anat's gone to work and stayed at work. Bashing this wave all the way down the line. So a series of 4 good turns. I think she read that wave much better than her opening wave. You know, it was a little bit smaller. It's pretty wild right now how we're seeing waves in like the head high range and the double overhead range.
Yeah,
there's
sure.
It's a wild difference between some of these sets with a minute to go.
And how do you score them, too?
This could be a shocking upset. Of course, unless you're not Lelior, who has been in that rookie class that has been just decimated in the first few events. But to beat a Stephanie Gilmore, the GOAT, the greatest right-hand point break surfer on planet Earth, on your backhand is, I mean, a huge achievement in itself. It's not over yet. Stephanie Gilmore has priority. 30 seconds left. Drama is building.
Now, is she even going to get a chance right here? Because you got to be thinking that Lior is going to improve on the 3.8 right here. So the requirement probably going to be in the 5s, I would think, maybe closer to a 6. 15 seconds, though. Is she even in the spot for a wave right now?
I mean, we could be on the precipice of seeing Anat Lelior's biggest win of the season.
Of her career. I mean, even bigger than qualifying for the tour. Just getting this win right here over, you know, the greatest surfer ever at a point break, as you said, at a right-hander. This is a big one for her.
Here, will you take my phone and throw it against the wall? Because my fantasy team just got wrecked. My power surfer is out, Mitch.
That was my power surfer, too.
But give it up to Anat Lelior. She knows what she just did.
Good for her.
That was straight up David versus Goliath, and Anat Lelior comes through, backhand, power surfing, gets the edge over Stephanie Gilmore. And you can bet there is just silence on the beach. What just happened? It's going to take a little bit to digest, but hey, that was just true blue-collar power surfing that got the edge there, Mitch.
And she earned that. And for Steph, well, she's got to go to Rio now thinking that if she wants to be in contention for the world title, it's got to be semis or better right now, Chris. That's the way you got to be thinking down the line, heading into the pipeline now at the last event of the season.
Wow, well, we got more action just like that coming up after this quick break. The Goofy Footers are going off right now. Will they continue? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf.
Props to Anat Lelior, getting definitely the biggest win of her season, fighting her way past Stephanie Gilmore at a right-hand point break. It just sounds wrong to say, but it's pretty obvious. I think the scores were all spot on right there. Just Anat got the better of them. And here we go, straight back into it. Bella Kenworthy. Again, we just talked about how the size difference between some of these sets. This is a proper double overhead wave. All the way through to the inside. Bella Kenworthy, great style as well. Nice and powerful, good clean lines. All the way through. This wave just keeps pushing down the line. Huge section on the finish.
Wow, she went for it.
Love it. I love it. Straight up into the lip and into oblivion as we see now. Isabella Nichols. Both of these surfers, you know, a lot of flow, smooth, elegant, precise. I mean, this is going to be a really fun matchup to watch. And of course, you think of the stats, you'd have to say that Isabella Nichols has a really good history here.
Oh yeah.
Punta Roca currently sitting at 12th Bella sitting at, or these are the numbers we're looking at for round 1, heat 6.
Yeah, Kenworthy back of the line right now in terms of the rank. He's at number 22. Last year's runner-up here. Nichols up again, Chris.
Yeah, just flipped it on her way back out, almost looking at a tube right there, and then just a chunk of whitewater in front of her. So plenty of power there. That'll knock the wind out of you.
Yeah.
She was flying down the line into that section.
You got pulled down quite a bit here, too. Like, the cobblestones are so large, there's usually a good amount of space between them. Every now and then you're just like, where is the bottom? I can't find the bottom right here to push off of it.
Yeah, it's wild how it goes from like a deep water, kind of like Sunset Beach type of feeling, into a super shallow, inside section where those boulders, you'll see it on screen a lot of times at the bottom of the screen. It looks like a boiling cauldron. That means it's about a half a foot deep. And these rocks are roughly, like you have a basketball next to a tennis ball next to a, bowling ball. It's wild underneath there. Good start here.
I thought she was going to get barreled right there, too. It seemed like the thing was opening up and then presses the eject button right here and she gets pulled back down, too. That did not look very enjoyable, but...
That's a kick to the gut right there. You can almost hear it right there.
Yeah. Not a fun experience, but she's already on the back of the ski. Chris Grimm, Terry Collis, Craig out there as well, and last year's runner-up right here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. And Bella, 2 victories at the CT level already, too. One in Margaret River and the other one at Bells Beach. She's looking for her first one right here in Central America, Chris. Has the accolades to do it, that's for sure. Grew up at the Point Breaks over there in Queensland and looking good so far starting off this heat.
Oh, look at this. And Nat Lelior comes through to throngs of fans. You know what? People love a Cinderella story, and we could be seeing one develop right now. You get past Stephanie Gilmore, anything's possible.
Well, and not just that. I mean, people love an underdog as well. And, she's obviously very talented, but more than anything, she's a people's person, too. And that's why a lot of people like Alan Cleveland Jr., because he's just a regular dude. And same thing for Anat. She goes out there, does her best every single time, but she always takes a lot of time for everybody on the beach, too. Asks you how you're doing, asks about your family, and that goes the longest of ways, regardless of, great results or bad ones.
Yeah, and she's rad, too. She wears her emotions on her sleeve. We've seen her deal with some, upsets in the past, and, you can tell how much she's invested in this, and right there, you see the flip side of it, that big smile. So, that's a interesting sign of things to come. So we do have some rookie success happening here in El Salvador. We got 28-17 to go. Bella Kenworthy's first scores have dropped to 5.33. Not a bad way to start. Isabella Nichols sitting on a 4 and a 1.07. So both these surfers, I'm sure, are going to want to delete those scores off the board. Although in that last one, it was pretty much 5s that got the win there. So we see Bella Kenworthy's best result here. 5th place finish last year.
Yep, as a rookie.
That'll give you a good, some momentum and something to come back for.
Yeah, she went toe-to-toe with Gabby Bryant, who eventually won the event as well. It was one of her best performances despite losing out.
That was a great heat.
Yeah, it was. They actually just reposted it the other day on the WSL Instagram, and you can watch the top 2 waves out of both of them. They were just on fire. The waves were amazing, and, Bella was injured back then, and now at 100%, she's had, a tough run. The first 4 events, she's even gone on her social media herself and mentioned that. But there's a lot of time in knowing Loyal, Whalen, everybody back home, the entire Kenworthy clan. They're all surfers, and, it's cool when you're able to spend a day at the beach with your entire family, especially Jason as your dad. And she gets to do this for a living. Here she goes once again, Chris.
So with priority, Bella Kenworthy. Clean, open face to work with here. Big section in front of her, nice and patient.
Well done.
Identifies the section to throw a carb at the wall. Slicing back, more of a setup turn on her second. There we go, a little style into the layback. Here's where this thing could start to run. Nicely placed, finishing turn right there. I think that's kind of the exact maneuver that, you got to call upon, because that wasn't that barreling end section where you go up and into the lip. So
you got to bring it down a little, huh?
Getting a little bit of extra style points. She didn't hold back, but just did enough, because that section, we've seen it already taking surfers out when those 2 chunks of whitewater come together.
They converge.
Yeah, doubles in power. It'll blow you up.
Well, and especially she learned her lesson on the first wave too. Went up just a little tardy on that 5.33 and made up for it well right here. And as you said, I think the most important thing about her start to this heat has been that she hasn't waited around. 10 minutes into the heat, you already got 2 scores on the board. Whereas in the previous heat, people were struggling to get 4s, and right here, really like this turn in the pocket, brings it around. A lot of intensity right there. That's something judges are really going to appreciate. And this is the moment, you know, do you try the 2 for 1? She did. She got the layback in, but didn't push extra hard, knowing that that last section was just running a bit off. And look at that barrel section down the line. If you push it too hard right there, you're definitely going to go down. And I really like this approach from Kenworthy. Somebody who grew up at the point breaks of Southern California, over there at lowers, at uppers, at churches. And that's good surfing, in my opinion. This should be, if not better than the 5.33, very close to it.
I think that was just really smart surfing too. You know, she had done all the work on the outside, knowing that just finish clean, you know, surf appropriately for the section coming at you.
Yes.
So you can tell that she's learned a lot. I would say she is, you know, vastly improved over the past few years. Every year she comes back, she's just better and better. And I think that right there is going to be a good, you know, placeholder, right? If you can put 2 mid-5s up on the board, then it gives you the luxury to just maybe hunt a little bit more. There's plenty of waves, plenty of opportunity coming through. Some of them actually have too much opportunity. The biggest waves have gone way out to sea. And it would be great if we're sitting out there and you catch one of these double overhead sets and you just cruise all the way down the line. But in a contest, I mean, you got to find those sections, keep it radical.
And that's where style does come into play, because if you try to force things, especially in the minds of the judges, it doesn't look good. They're not going to reward you for that. And it just, in the end, too, I think another thing, when you try to over surf a wave, especially when it comes to like clips, it just doesn't look good.
You're not going to fool the judges. You're not going to fool the
not at all.
camera. And like we said, Bella Kenworthy, perfect amount of just that appropriate style of surfing. 3 big turns on the outside, finished clean. Judges reward her 6-1-7. She is out in the lead now, and Isabella Nichols now needs a 7.5. Now, a 7.5 today, that has not been an easy number to come by, so that might be a combination of 2 waves. I think what the highest score so far has been in that 7.4, 7.5 range. So, you know, the judges are going to make you earn it, but the judges also know that any given section out there, if it stands up in the right way and you're in the right spot and do the right turn, I mean, there are opportunities for 1 turn being a 7 out there.
Absolutely, and I think especially today, considering the size that we have, normally at this size, I'd be going somewhere else personally. Just, you wanted to hug the point a little bit better, especially on that higher tide. But with today, there are some sets out there that do stand up super well. It's not just the length that you're looking for. It's the one section out there on the outside that Bella might be looking for right here. Nichols up and riding.
Yeah, here we go. Isabella, kind of a medium-sized wave that looks like it has a good line, cleaning up as it gets towards the cobblestone rocks. Second turn through her off at kind of a little weird direction, but she's right back in the open face now. Looking for this critical end section. Solid turn to finish, nice and clean. That's going to evaporate that 1.07. So yeah, we have a heat on our hands, folks. 22:30 to go.
Shouldn't be the 7.5, but to your point, maybe you want to split it up between 2 scores at the moment. Just take the lead on anything. But definitely competing for the best wave of the heat right here. The 6.17, the high mark from Kenworthy. Needs, you know, something close to an 8-point ride. I don't think it's there, but just considering the context of this heat, definitely one of the better waves we've seen so far out of the 2 surfers.
Yeah, she's going to get right back over to the Red Bull ski and get whipped back to the takeoff zone where Bella Kenworthy is waiting with priority.
Wow.
Here is your CT by the numbers. Heat win percentage here in El Salvador. Give it up to Isabella Nichols, 75%. Mitch, that is huge.
It is, and look at the people she's beating. Steph, Gabby, who won last year, and Molly Picklam and Caroline Marks. Well, they're no slouches either, but 3 out of 4 heats that she's surfing, she's winning out here at this break.
That's a
big accomplishment.
Telling
right there.
number right there.
So looking at this wave, this is one of those that I'm talking about. Maybe on the outside, it didn't seem like it was going to offer a whole ton, but you go down the line, and especially as a regular footer, you have a way better read of this wave. Great setup turn right there. I'm a big fan of this turn. She comes around the section, really well done in the pocket, and it sets up the inside section right at the end. So hammers it shut. And I think those small carves in the pocket every now and then, people maybe push a little too hard. They didn't push hard enough right there, considering that she had this one last section on offer. It was really just to shave off a little bit of speed. Great projection down the line right there, Chris, and
Love the way that DH is looking under her feet at the moment. She's looking at her best wave by far.
Yeah, we got 21 minutes left. Bella Kenworthy, 617 and 533.
And remember, Isabella last year at this event, because we ran pretty much till the end, she missed her twin sister's wedding and ended up getting a result out of it. Remember, she got the runner-up result, so...
It was an emotional day.
It was pretty
Isabella.
big.
But they did have a second party.
Why would she not
Everybody
really-
kind of wins. It's 2030. Isabella's score drops and it's a 5.57, so just, you know, as expected, another kind of high mid-ranger there. Solid effort. And I still feel like both of these surfers, I think they're going to get one magic wave each. I just have the feeling that the tide is right, the wind is backing off a little bit, consistency is clear as day. I mean, this place is a wave machine. I think El Salvador is up there with going to, you know, an artificial wave in terms of consistency. Like, you come down here any time of year, you're going to get surf.
Yeah.
I made the mistake of bringing a 5.7 and a 5.2. And
the other one's a 5.2?
Yes. My guy, Tanner Gadauskas.
That guy,
brought me,
that thing even going to float you?
Come on, of course. Might be more of a Brazilian beach break board.
Okay, so that's
solid. Could be a straight up into it. Now we're looking at what could be a sizable score. She is flying down the line. Here's that end section. Carves it again. One more chance. This wave is dumping. Yeah, that's just self-preservation right there.
Yeah.
No need to push it. She did a great series of turn out the back. So will it be better than the 5.33?
I think so. This to me is the best I've seen Kenworthy surf all year long. Yeah, and you know, at a wave that she did well last year, got the 5th place finish right here in a really competitive heat that she lost against the eventual champion Gabby Bryant. But you know, once again, it comes down to confidence and being in that rhythm, and she was just able to put herself in that position of success early on. She's only caught 3 waves, Chris, and she's converted on all 3 of them, but I like the aggressiveness right here. This first carve is cool, is more of a setup, but the second one, we're talking about a lot of talent just to be able to bring this board down with that wave standing up real quick, and she just goes to work. That is a beautiful maneuver right there in the pocket, fully lays it on rail, and then this inside got tricky. There was a point where I was thinking, okay, you go to the lip one time, just bring some variation to the maneuvers. And that last section, either straighten out or you kick out by going through the wave. I think she made the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, this is just pure speed, flow, plenty of power, and a lot of risk. This second turn, I mean, that section right there was coming after her. And just the series of turns she did right here, super smart, put them all in all the right spots. Nice whip on that last carve, and then you come to this section, and this is where things get a little daunting. This wave, full focus of energy into that shallow section. That was try duck diving that part.
No, it's impossible.
It's a foot deep, and it's a double up. You're going to get pounded, which I found out yesterday, if you remember. 17:11 to go. Bella Kenworthy ripping her way out to the outside section, the takeoff zone on the Red Bull ski.
Well, she is.
This is going to be an interesting score.
A surfer out of Southern California that comes from a talented generation too. Sori Lindblad, Caitlin Simmers, among the very best that have come through the NSSA and WSA, the USA surfing program. And look at Bella right now. She extends her lead at the moment, Chris. Gets her backup right here.
Yeah, fitting number right there for Bella Kenworthy. She has a 12.20 total. So surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass. We got Jessie and Anat.
And Nat, this is a massive moment in your career right now. You just took down Stephanie Gilmore, someone who has arguably been one of the biggest role models and inspirations for you. What are you feeling at this moment right now?
Still, my legs are still shaking. I feel like this heat for me and Steph was definitely nerve-wracking, you know, this whole format when you just lose the first round or, you know, just man-on-man, it's definitely difficult. After a few losses, it's definitely been hard believing, but I feel like there is enough idols in this tour to get inspiration from, if it's Carissa, if it's Stephanie, but it's not taking away the fact that I want to beat them.
I'm not going to lie, it was a crazy back and forth right towards the end of that heat as well. There, Steph got a really great wave, then you got one as well. Moments like that, no matter who it is, when it's back and forth, there's so much intensity and emotion in the water, but to come in and hear that you ended up getting the win, they're the moments that you train for and work really hard for.
Oh, for sure. I'm definitely feeling all the cardio work paid off. I feel like Salvador is definitely a harsh one for everybody. Everybody's suffering from the heat and enjoying it in the same time. But yeah, I feel like I would definitely be happier with an exchange of excellent scores, but I guess I'm just going to leave some in my tank for more. Yeah, I'm going to pick better waves, going to be more patient, and with the help of my coach and my friend here, we're gonna be smarter and better.
Feels like your team here is feeling a lot like family as well. Give us an insight into who you're here and traveling with.
So I'm traveling with my coach Manuel Gamero and my good friend and trainer John Rabinovich. And of course, all the noise you heard, those are just Israelis, kind of like strangers to you, like they are to me. But we're family, you know, we're one big family in Israel, and I'm getting so much support and so much love. I guess I owe them enough to enjoy it, you know.
This is a big moment. Soak it all in and take it with you for coming up into round 2. Congratulations, though, on that.
Thank you so much. I'm excited.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch, I'm hearing a song in my head. Journey. Don't stop believing. And also, hold on to that feeling, because that's what a knot has to do. Just believe in yourself. And talking about it on the Monday Mass, the World's Greatest Action Sports podcast last week, Todd Richards brought up a theme about giving yourself permission to win, right? So for Anat Lelior, you climb that mountain and you're like, okay, so I can do this. I'm going to give myself permission to win.
And Todd's been like reading a lot of Shakespeare and stuff lately, hasn't he? A lot of self-help books. That's great insight. There's that self-sabotage kind of talk too that you have with yourself every now and then, where it's like, am I deserving of this? Do I, owe this to anybody? And in the end, no. And everybody always talks about, the difficulties of it. But guess what? Those difficult positions got you to where you're at right now. So you've earned that position to be in.
Yeah. Remember how that win felt and carry that with you into your next heat. As we see Isabella Nichols now. Nice turn to start this wave. It's kind of a medium wave that's rolling through. This is where some of these surfers have had some kind of tricky moments. But I think Isabella reading this wave really well. Not an easy wave to surf.
Well
nicely done all the way through. Yeah, that midsection is kind of the telling part of the wave, right? Is this going to be a score above a 5, or is this going to be down in the 3s? We saw some surfers kind of having to just pump and navigate through to the inside, but right there, Isabella Nichols showing the flow side of the criteria is well within her range. So a nicely surfed wave. Will it be enough to keep up with the pace currently being set by Bella Kenworthy, who's got 2 6s? You tell me, Mitch.
Has to be the best way of the heat, a 6.63 or better. And the one thing that I really like about this, the flow was there on every single turn. I mean, there was no downtime whatsoever. First combo really strong. I love this turn projecting down the line, even blows the fins out a little bit, and just does so well with her timing right here at the end too. Brings it down and makes sure to get that last lip line hit up into it as well. And 12 minutes on the clock. I mean, this could be a back and forth one, but as I said, just no downtime whatsoever. This is where it gets difficult though. Do you score the wave, the size of the wave, or do you score the surfing? Because the 617 and the 603 of Bella Kenworthy, they're much larger waves. But to me, these are the better quality waves. They link up so much better. So this is where a lot of new judges tend to have difficulties, and we have no new judges up there in our panel right now. But are you scoring the wave, or are you scoring the surfing on the wave? This is where it gets a bit difficult right here.
Well, I think we saw earlier on with Tia Zabrowski. I think she surfed the best.
Mm-hmm.
The wave didn't give her as much as we saw the waves giving Tyler Wright.
Correct.
So while she did probably the best maneuvers, coolest looking surfing, it just wasn't as impactful because the wave wasn't as big and as long. And of course, length of ride and all that. Like, if somebody goes out there and does one huge snap on a closeout,
it's much more difficult to do that.
Exactly. So you could get a bigger, better score compared to somebody who does 8 turns down the line. So I mean, the judges, they definitely have their work cut out for them with each and every exchange. They've been spot on through this day, so that's a good sign of things to come. With 10 minutes, 55 seconds left, Bella Kenworthy in the lead for now. Isabella Nichols 5.57 and 5.77.
That's good scoring right there. As we were talking about, the bigger, more impactful sections on the outside, they want to see those critical sections like this one, Chris. Bella at the moment out in front.
Right in the zone. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. Round one will continue. Stay tuned. We're back. We're live from Punta Roca here in beautiful La Libertad, El Salvador. It's heating up here on land. It's also heating up in the water. Some big scores coming through. And Surfboard Empire. Get your phone out, scan the QR code, and guess what? You can ride what the pros are riding. I'm talking exact replicas. You can put it on your wall. You can go out there and pretend you're Sawyer Lindblad. You can pretend you are, you know, the best of the best. You can, I don't know, I'm not saying you're going to surf like Gabriel Medina by riding the same board Gabriel Medina's ride, but it can't hurt. And what a cool way to do it. So thank you, Surfboard Empire. Hopefully you got that QR code in time. I'm sure you can find it.
Maybe you can.
You're all pretty smart out there, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, you're on your phone all day.
Well, my phone's broken because I had fantasy surfing rage earlier on day one, Mitch. Let me ask you this. You saw a quick up and down there from Bella Kenworthy. So I've lost my female power surfer.
Yes.
In the
So have I.
first round. Can I still win in my leagues? Or am I...
You can, but it's going to be much more difficult. The route to get there is not going to be easy.
You know, can I change my surfers?
No, you cannot. Once the event starts, your team is locked, you're out. That X right there, by the way, on screen means priority suspended by the surfer in red. So at the moment, that indicates how big it is out there right now, how difficult it is to maintain yourself in place in a lineup that has multiple different takeoff spots. So this is the wave that we saw from Kenworthy right here. Seemed like just a one turn on the outside for Bella. Big section, but just a bit too difficult to be able to get around that one afterwards. So
that wave was grumpy.
Oh yeah. No, and I'm telling you, this wave, a lot of people always say, oh, like it's fun, it's friendly. Not necessarily. I mean, this thing packs a huge punch out here. And I remember the first time I came when I was 18, there were a lot of days where I was thinking, okay, it's going to be something like Karamas. You know, afternoon, goofy footer, just come off of the top. You get the lip line right there with that little onshore breeze. It runs so far down the line, so quickly, too. It is an extremely difficult wave to read. But more than anything, depending on the tide, it can change 5 or 6 times throughout the day, too.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. You had Baron Mamiya in here saying he likes to come down to, you know, watch and prepare just a couple heats before because things change so much. Whatever you studied in the morning, by the time you surf at noon or, you know, 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the waves are going to be completely different. So totally different conditions. It's still going to be a right-hand point break no matter what. We know that. And so that kind of gives you an idea of how much things change with the tide. And then in terms of the surfboards, you know, Surfboard Empire, they're probably going to be busy after this event because we've already seen tons of boards just completely chewed up, spit out, thrown on the rocks. You know, this place eats surfboards. I know you actually were a surfboard Sherpa on the way down here. You carried a pros board down here. I saw multiple board bags like, you know, staffer or a friend going, wow, why did this guy bring 18 boards?
Yeah.
Oh, because so-and-so broke 3 boards, so-and-so broke 2 boards, and you need those replacements.
So I brought a board for a really good friend of mine, Kanoe Garashi. He wanted me to bring 2. I told him I only have space for 1. He broke 2 boards the same day.
It's really selfish, Mitch.
And guess what? He texted me last night too. He broke another 2 yesterday. So it's just like these guys go through so many boards per year.
You guys ride the same dimensions?
Like 3 inches narrower are his boards, and maybe like an inch, thinner. So his boards, I felt it the other day. I'm like, how do you even ride this thing? You're not that small anymore. But it's just crazy to me to think that how light these boards are, but that's why they work so well. But this wave, yeah, especially, I didn't think most people were thinking there was going to be such a big demand, considering, how on and off this year's been when it comes to the consistency of the swells. We ain't lacking any swell this week, I can tell you that.
I remember looking at the Surfline forecast before this event, and I'm thinking, it's always 6 to 8 feet in El Salvador. I've never seen this place under head high.
Right.
I mean, at all of these breaks. So I guess I kind of just didn't grasp the magnitude of this actual swell.
That paddle out yesterday got to you, huh? That thing was scary over there.
Yeah, you're right. But, we just try and try again.
Exactly.
It work.
Love that kind of attitude.
427. It's all business today. We saw in the previous days leading up, and I think some fans might have been a little spooked, like, oh no, it's too good the days before the contest. You know what's about to happen. Well, guess what? It didn't happen. It stayed good, and we're seeing great waves all the way through today. So we are looking at 1:21 local time here in El Salvador.
Lunchtime.
Tide has made its turn. It's starting to push up. Wind has just been nice and favorable with us. I'm going to knock on wood real quick. So we take a look at the recap of this heat, which has been fun to watch. Bella Kenworthy has some good scores.
Oh yeah, throwing away a 5.33 and a 3-point ride for the 1 single turn. So she's carrying the 617 and the 603. Just great read so far. And once again, I think the aggressiveness just coming out of the gates, knowing that she wanted to get a score on the board, she did that. And she hasn't made a heat this year. So this is really big for her. She's averaging just about 11 points every single time she paddles out. She's already surpassed that so far in this heat, 12.2 points. Love that second turn. See how quickly that thing stood up, especially when she was already down, carving that as a quality maneuver right there by young Bella Kenworthy. And the 19-year-old out of San Clemente, well, she's on her way to her first victory in 2026 so far, Chris. So would be a big one for her, especially against last year's runner-up, Isabella Nichols.
Both of these women have such cool looking styles. Bella on those opening waves going so fast, and then you see, I like the look of both of their arms. They both have these really cool, almost like classic style throwback arms, and then they go up in their turns and they're absolutely progressive and futuristic. So great surfing by both Bellas. Right now though, it's Bella Kenworthy on top of the 617 and the 6.03. We got 2.5 to go. Isabella Nichols though, she's sitting out the back with priority. She's been here before. She's tasted the sweet fruit of success here at Punta Roca. Will it happen again, Mitch? Will a set roll through in time? By the looks of the ocean, it's hard to say because this place can just pop up out of nowhere. But right now I'm looking through the window and there's not much on the horizon for once.
And then 30 seconds later, it might be like 8 waves just stacking up on the horizon afterwards.
Exactly. I mean, in reality, 2 minutes in a championship tour heat is quite some time. I mean, things can change quickly.
Bella's got the best heat so far of this round. 12.2. Nadia just behind her, 12.16. Tyler with a 7 and a 5, and that's how close it was between Tia Zabrowski and Tyler Wright right there. But also props Francisca Vaselko. She surfed great. This is a really competitive heat though, and back and forth, and I mean, they're only throwing away 1 wave each, and it's really nice to see that kind of even Stevens play out. They both only caught 4 waves. They've converted. Today is not a day where you should be catching 8 to 10 waves. I mean, it's impossible out there. You're going to gas yourself out. You want to be on the better waves, but when you're on them, you want to convert.
All right, is this the wave Isabella Nichols is looking for? It's nice and clean on the face. Good turn to start. This thing is growing down the line. Good, intense layback snap there. Can she get around this big section? She cannot, so she's going to have to sit on those 2 solid turns.
Strong.
Looks like she's going to come in and try to get that Red Bull ski potentially with a minute left to go. Don't take your eyes off the screen. It's just like, basketball, which, Mitch, I love basketball. Huge Knicks fan, always have been. The last 2 minutes of those games are always so exciting, and that's what's happening here today. The last 2 minutes of every heat we've seen of the day has proven to be something worth watching. Unfortunately, right now for Isabella Nichols, she's probably at the point where 43 seconds is not going to be enough time to get her all the way out the back, so she's going to come in. Now it's up to the judges. Her future is in their hands. Bella Kenworthy now. White watery weird wave, she's out.
Well, maybe go on the next one though. Just make sure that you're on a wave just in case Nichols does get the score. So 20 seconds right here. There might be a chance that she gets to the corner in time, but you know, we did see Nichols get 2 strong maneuvers off of that wave right there, but it does need to be the best wave of the heat, and so far I'm not feeling that way myself personally, but considering how the wave was, very well served.
Well, we're 5 seconds away from potentially Bella Kenworthy getting her first heat win of the 2026 season. Time is up. We are waiting for scores. Was it enough for Isabella Nichols? It comes through just under 5.27.
But a great heat though.
Great heat, yeah. Stylish all around, some incredible surfing, some beautiful maneuvers. And at the end of it, it's Bella Kenworthy. That was exactly what she had hoped for. You know, a rough ride so far for Bella, but she's on a roll now. That was a big win because Isabella Nichols has been dominant here in El Salvador. So just like we saw in the previous heat with Anat and Stephanie Gilmore, you know, sometimes the mighty fall. It seems to be happening right now, but give it up to Bella Kenworthy. Did everything right. Yep. That was a well-earned win.
It definitely was, and a hard one to earn too, because guess what? It's her first heat win so far in 2026, deserving of it, and her highest heat total so far, 12.2. Well done by the young surfer out of San Clemente.
And now the fun part, both these surfers get to clamber over these hot rocks and make their way in. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be right back. We're gonna bring Jesse and Tanner in on the call. Stay tuned.
Estamos en Playa El Zonte, a unos 15 minutos manejando de Punta Roca. Es una playa perfecta, es como un pequeño paraíso. Tiene una energía propia, a donde se siente la cultura de El Salvador. Está el océano, pero también están las piedras, y si ves hacia la montaña puedes ver las cordilleras. Soy un entrenador holístico y ahora entrenador olímpico, y me encargo de plantar semillas en las personas para que sean su mejor versión. Tenés que tener momentos en los que te liberes y te relajes y dejar de hacer, que es en el mundo en el que vivimos ahora, es hacer, 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 hacer. Brian lo tiene bien presente porque es disciplinado. Para ser un atleta de ese nivel también hay que aprender a parar.
How can you not love Punta Roca? We are straight into a wave in heat number 7 of round 1. Alyssa Spencer is already getting the ball rolling right now. Foamy looking face, but a lot of size on it. And Liz is handling it pretty well here. Bit of chatter to work with through this mid phase. but such a strong goofy footer. Has had 2 semi-final appearances this year. She'd love another one here in El Salvador. This wave, completely reeling off, bowly looking section, attacked by Alyssa Spencer here. She's gonna keep this one going all the way down. One of the longest waves we've seen surfed all throughout the day so far, with a nice and tidy finish. Alyssa Spencer looking sharp to kick this heat off. We love when there's straightaway action in our heats right now, and the surf has just continued to keep on pulsing throughout the day. Brisa Hennessy is her matchup in this heat. She's going to get her campaign started here too. Just take a look at the size of this swell. It has seriously started building through this mid part of the day. Great looking carve here for Brisa. Such smooth rail work here. Comes into the final section. There's a lot to hold on to, with a lot of water coming back in behind her there. So 2 different rides, but a lot of power, a lot of variety from both of our surfers here. So this is the type of action we wanted to see at the start of this heat right now. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tanner Gadauskas. And Tanner, this is what we want to see.
How good is that? We just start this heat off with 2 bangers. Front side, back side, both dropping hammers on those waves. And it's always fun when the surfers get into an exchange right in the beginning part of the heat, because then the dynamic of the heat is underway. No more waiting. You have your score. You're ready to move forward. Alyssa with a really great ride. Did really well on her backside to create dynamic maneuvers in between those big hits that she had. And I'm a huge fan of Brisa. She surfs so well on the open face, and a great start.
It is. I really love this matchup as well. Alyssa, current number 9 in the world. Brisa, 23. So there's a bit of a difference in the rankings right now between these 2 surfers. Like I mentioned, Alyssa, she's had 2/3 already this year, but Brisa hasn't made it out of this round yet. So this is a big heat for her.
For sure. And here, it must feel so good to start your heat knowing that. And you just get into a nice face carve here. Her board, of course, she's choosing the Mikey Febbs round tail. Looks great, actually projecting through these 2 carves, and is able to close it down with this maneuver. This last section has been hard for the surfers. It's almost a Bell's Beach ending section where it draws you out of the pocket to hit a funky white water, and both of these surfers do a great job of coming down with it, as that's the most important part of it. So watch right here as we're looking at this. This carve, this is what she's known for, is those sweeping arcs on her forehand. Brisa, she looks at home everywhere in the world, but she's kind of had a little bit of a rough run this year, and I'm excited for her to flip the switch on that.
It's kind of giving also the Margs end section, which is the amount of water that's coming back down behind those big punchy end sections here. And then a different stance, goofy footer. This one was a long wave, maybe less big attacking moments like we saw in Brisa's.
So here's your challenge as a goofy footer. Today this has happened a fair amount, and everybody's done well with it, as did Alyssa. These turns, very challenging to get scores out of. It's open-faced work. You have to make it look presented well and high performance. It's like a bit of a backside wrap. And ultimately she knew she was setting up for this turn, which she delivered on, and that looked really good. And then coming into the back part of this wave, at this point, it's about finishing very strong. And again, here's that section. She had to wait, and then deliver. And coming down with the convergent water is really hard. Did great. I mean, great scores for both of them. Good way to start the heat.
Yeah, we have a 6.5 for Brisa and a 5.83 for Alyssa Spencer. So a little bit of separation, not much, but it's pretty similar to both be dropping scores with 0.7 between those opening rides. In a heat like this that has started as strong as it has for both of these ladies, how important do you really see this opening exchange playing out for the next 27 minutes?
Well, I mean, the opening exchange, when things happen that quickly, then you start to play a little bit of offense or defense. And in this case, it's not necessarily so, because they have such similar scores. I believe we've been seeing so many waves through the day, and you get to utilize the jet ski. At this point, it's still about staying in motion, riding the next wave, not overthinking it, not letting waves go that you think might be good. I think you really want to stay in fluidity and still try to get your best scores, believing they're in front of you.
So Liz, getting the kind of back half of those opening exchanges, you can see that bigger wave also felt like it maybe tapered off a little bit, pushed away from her, where Breeze's really did start to bowl back towards her, and the judges loving just that big element at the end there. So maybe it's similar to what we were talking about with Erin. It feels like that same storyline is really trending through now that the tide's feeling back in. It is maybe those mid-size ones.
For sure. I spent some time in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just to kind of understand what everybody's talking about, and a lot of chatter about your wave selection today. Dog, it was funny, we were watching a heat and he's like, oh, there goes my theory on the middle ones not being the best. And I think everybody, you have to adhere yourself to some kind of theory about what you want to ride, and you make a game plan around it. But like we saw earlier today, Jesse, like, wasn't that so impressive when it felt like in Aaron Brooks' heat, things started switching very quickly. So the tide can become an issue, the wind can become an issue. So you do have to be flexible all the while you have your game plan.
I feel like a lot of the athletes as well, pretty much identifying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong based on your coaching this week, they're loving that mid-tide. It's kind of where we see the swell push in enough that it's still bowly, but it's got more space to allow more turns on the open face here. Alyssa Spencer is going to take this one. It's a long, drawn-out bottom turn. Gets to the lip, it probably doesn't connect quite like she wants to. Now starts to wind up. That's a better-looking second turn here for Alyssa Spencer. Drags out a bottom turn again. A good-looking third turn here for Liz. Another solid wave. Goes for the finish, but that has proven to be pretty tricky to make over this last couple of heats. Brisa now on her second wave. Patient. Love the high line, waiting for this wave to meet her, not forcing anything. Carve here. A lot of foam to deal with too for Brisa Hennessy right now. Wow, big end section, and goes down for Brisa Hennessy. A lot of fans on the beach here supporting Brisa, but that end section has proven time and time again, it's tricky when it gets a bit bigger.
And wow, it's not for lack of effort. Like, both these girls committing over some pretty gnarly bowls. Brisa was doing a good job there, and if she had delivered on that last section, I think that's a very valid big score, because everybody knows, like, throwing it up on the lip on top of something that is doubling up and gurgling out, it's really hard to do. You know, you think of airs as being the top scoring maneuvers, but sometimes a really hairy floater can do the same kind of score.
And then Brisa on this one, I felt like just her timing, wow, that first carve was insane, but just not forcing anything here.
Yeah, I love her timing. Like you mentioned, she seems relaxed. Like, right there, knowing you've got a really great opening carve, being able to not force it in this zone and dancing her way. So right here, she's thinking, I got to load up and deliver. If I pull this last maneuver, gets caught kind of in between with her bottom turn line, and just puts her into a really funky entry there for that last turn. And as we watch Alyssa, a big note here with Alyssa was on this, I believe it's this next turn, is the way she loads up on her bottom turn is incredible. She's able to hold it, almost grab the rail, and then it accelerates really quickly up the face and is able to punch out of the pocket. And that's a big weapon for Alyssa. She uses it a lot. It's cool because it can look really graceful, and then at the very top, it creates a unique spice.
Yeah, her backhand is just, it's definitely, I feel like what everyone's grown to see as her power. It's her lethal weapon. Her entire family's here. Brother Ty, Mum Mary, Dad Paul, they're all hanging out down here, obviously working with Gally as well. And Gally, they've actually been working on a lot of technical stuff over the last few days, trying to extend that bottom turn, not by holding it longer, but by twisting her shoulders a little bit more towards the lip line. And it's pretty cool to see that even at the top of your game, these surfers are still so eager to fix those tiny little things and keep getting better.
I love you bringing that up, because it's so true that when you have, even if you've been in the game for quite a while, to have one little thing to work on and to focus on, it really brings your attention to that. And Gally, we worked with him a little bit in our past, and he's a connoisseur of body technique, like you're saying. He'll do certain things, especially as a goofy foot surfer himself. He grew up in Santa Cruz. He did very well at the lane. He knows a tricky timing on a long right-hand point, so he'd have great insight for Alyssa.
He's also just an absolute legend. Love Gal.
Is, yes. And then also, too, I spent some time talking with Taylor Clark, who's been shaping Alyssa Spencer's boards, and he said he just before this trip shaped her a batch of 4 boards that are completely new. She had a bunch of File 50s before that she loved, and he said just something fresh under her feet felt really vibrant to her. Because I was telling him, I was like, man, in the free surf, she had this one wave that sticks out in my mind. Like, she just, when she clicks into the major maneuvers in the pocket and time again, it's hard to see anybody but her. and she looked really attached to the board. So that's really cool to know that they're exploring and experimenting with their curves and unlocking new dimensions within her surfing.
I love that there's so many equipment changes. Obviously, a lot of people on this traditional surfboard, but looking at rockers or maybe slight tail lifts or pulling the tail in more, and even seeing what Philippe did over in Raglan and was on a 2+1. That board looks so fun. I imagine sales would have probably gone through the roof after Philippe did what he did, but both of these ladies really in tune with that equipment. Obviously, you work with boards a lot yourself. But looking at the conditions today, we spoke about those mid-size ones having a lot of scoring potential, but it is a slightly bigger swell. But if you take in those mid-size ones, do you want to be on a bigger board?
It's such a good question. Like, do you need a different board for the set waves versus the middle waves today? And that, I think, anchors into what we were talking about earlier is what's your game plan? And you kind of have to adhere yourself to your game plan in a sense. Is like, if I'm only going to go for these smaller inside waves because I believe they have more ability to get turn to turn to turn, and I need a different board, then I'm committing. Come what may on the set waves, however my board feels. And it will be micro changes. You know, I'm working with Sawyer. She has a really good 5.8, and then she steps it up to a really good 5.9, and the board is the exact same file, and it scales up a little bit. So I think it can depend on the surfer. It depends on the game plan, but that definitely can come to play. And at the bottom of it, Jesse, I think it's about creating confidence over your board. Like, whenever you're surfing a wave, the last thing you want to be thinking about is, do I feel good enough to go for this turn? You actually don't even want to be thinking about your board. You want to just be thinking about the wave. And I think that connection with a magic board, the board actually just disappears under your feet, and then it's basically coming from your mind and what you'd like to achieve on the wave.
If it was you personally, would you be on a bigger board?
So I would. You know, as a goofy foot, I think I don't have the arsenal of over-the-lip maneuvers on my backside, and I think a powerful approach, as we saw Ramsey Buchheim today, I loved the way he approached it. And I think if you have a little bit of a step up, let's just call it an inch bigger, I think you can have more confidence on your line and create more speed through the wave face.
I love that.
How about you? What would you do?
It's now what's funny is I never reach for my bigger boards. I just always believe that my 5.7s are going to do the job, but I feel like it's probably something that would be better to do more and try it out and push harder on those type of models. Brisa on hers looking so sharp. This looks to be the similar sort of spray and equipment she's had over the Aussie leg as well. Wow, massive second turn here for Brisa Hennessy. Holds that bottom turn, draws even harder through that third carve here, building momentum. Brisa, this is the fire she's been chasing all season. Massive end turn here for Brisa Hennessy. She gets the ride out. I'm talking 4, 5 big turns. This is guaranteed got to be a good number right now.
I'm not kidding you. I just got chicken skin watching that. That was insane. Like, that's what you come to watch Brisa for, is her approach on these waves. And the way that she just stabbed that first carve, created the space, took her time into the bottom turn, and absolutely delivered on the second turn. Let's see in this replay. This is a very unique approach line here. It almost looks like mid-face. She cuts back right here, snaps the line over, and then drops to the bottom, allowing the wave to steepen up, and then delivers.
Wow.
That sort of 1-2 punch right there, you know you're off to the races. And at that point, then it kind of becomes like, okay, look, we know the end sections have been brutal. Let's focus, slow down. But this, again, it's tough timing. She gets there a little bit earlier, gets out of the lip so she doesn't have to deal with that impact. What a great ride.
I actually love that she got there earlier. I feel like she learned from that last wave and thought, okay, let's put this into practice now. Just that second turn as well was so under the lip. It was so meaty coming back towards her. But the fact that she's not afraid to attack those sections at full speed as well, and is constantly adapting from mistakes learnt on previous rides.
Yes.
This is an informed Brisa Hennessy
100%.
right now.
It's so smart. That turn is, maybe we sacrificed a little bit of radicality, but like, she pulled it. And that's an incredible ride. It's presented so well, buttoned up at the end. And I think coming out of that first carve, seeing that section and laying into it as hard as she did, she would know that she was well and truly on her way to a great score.
Wow. Crazy score locking in right now. 8-5. I feel like the best score of the day. It's excellence for Brisa Hennessy. It's really interesting. Going back into a lot of previous winners here, and Caroline Marks, we'll talk about it in that next one. Surfers have won here before and never gone excellent. Brisa's in her first round here and just dropped an 8.5 on her third wave. So now she has an 8.5 and a 6.5. Alyssa Spencer now chasing a 9.17, but take all that aside, I feel like that really does bump up the level that we want to see from the women now. All the previous heats were incredibly surf, but that felt like it had another element of attack on it.
I also think too, like, Jesse, you've watched her entire year. There has been some bump and grind, and to surf a wave like this standalone, get an 8.5 on a cranking right point break, it can kind of let the dust settle and just say, hey, look, fresh attitude, fresh idea. I just did it. I surfed at the top level. Let's move forward and make some heats. This turn is world class. I love the placement of that, and just coming out of it into this next rotation here is perfect. You know, the board looks really great. It's excelling in the pocket, but yet she's able to get pivoty and have that full variety of turns.
It's such a funny thing knowing these surfers on a personal level as well, and I feel like they all set this incredible precedent and standard for themselves, and a lot of this season it's been hard to watch Brisa because she hasn't lived up to that standard she's already previously set for herself. But this heat, this is the Brisa Hennessy we know and love. This is exactly the type of surfing that has kept her on tour and kept her fighting and winning events as well. She's won a CT event over at Sunset before, but this is her best wave score of the season so far and of the event right now.
Sometimes a tough run can sober your perspective of why you're doing it. And I think, you know, with Brisa, you know she's still hungry for it, and she is a veteran, and she has set a standard for herself. So she would be frustrated with how her year has gone so far. And exactly like we're saying, she surfs this wave, and now the ceiling of the roof is back off. And so it's got to feel good. We don't know. She might go on an incredible run here, win the event, and go on for the back half of the season, which nobody would be surprised on. But it's cool to see those moments where they do have to fight through a tough run of heats and get the confidence back.
Obviously, there's still 15 minutes into this heat right now, but when you think back to some of the highlight reels we've seen over the last few days, one in particular that just keeps standing out to me is the Gabby Bryan one. When you think about surfing that has to beat women like Gabby Bryan and the performances they're putting on, you can put Brisa in that stage that she could probably take it to her with surfing like that.
Oh, 100%. You really could. She has all of the arsenal on a powerful, big right-hand point break. You know, you're looking at coming up in the next heat, Kara Pinkerton as well. I think there is a school of thought where it's powerful, it's pure, and it's really nice to watch at the end of the day. But hey, look, we're here. Like you said, we're 14 minutes into it left, and Alyssa Spencer is still in the game. She needs a 9, but she's looking great. You know,
yeah.
That's plenty of time, don't you think, for her to get 2 rides, get fully back into it?
Absolutely, and she's had such an incredible year. Brisa looking for her first heat win so far of the season. Bella Kenworthy just getting hers as she's on the glass with Strider.
All right, down here with Bella Kenworthy. Tell me, I mean, I'm just going to say it right now. My ribs still hurt from that floater attempt on that big one you had. That was a heavy wipeout.
Yeah, I felt like I didn't really do anything at the beginning of the wave, so I kind of just had to hit that section, and I was hoping to make it, but ended up getting pretty pounded.
But then you know, hats off to you, coming alive, getting the sets, executing, big turns on the face, made it look effortless when you were out there on the face.
Thank you. Yeah, the waves out there are so fun. I love this place. Super nice to surf a right point break. But yeah, loving it.
And you got a heat win.
Yeah, finally. I've had a really rough start to the year, so feels really good to get a heat win.
Tell me a little bit about your equipment. You know, obviously the Merrick shapes, you know, Britt, you guys working close together. There's been, that board looks pretty unreal under your feet.
Yeah, I rode it for the first time the other day, and I immediately loved it, and I knew that it had to be the one. I'm staying with Britt and Brent, so yeah, it's been great.
Well, can't wait to see more surfing out of you. Hopefully the waves are still pumping and you're going at those sections as hard as you were on that last heat.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks, Strider. Bella Kenworthy, she's going to be coming up against Katie Simmers in that next round, and I feel like that's a pretty fun heat. I mean, both of those surfers, Katie very graceful, but I feel like both of them almost with like a skateboardy flair to their type of surfing.
They actually get to surf a fair amount back at home. Katie and Bella, and they have kind of a crew of girls, and they push the limit at lowers or oceanside and that, so I'm sure they'll be having fun.
Alyssa Spencer on the answer back now. Needs a 917, can break it down in 2. Let's see what she can do here. Great first connection. That was a hard, tricky section to try and handle here. Drives hard into that second carve. Let's see what this section is going to do. Starts to stand up. Alyssa pushes harder through this third, fourth section. Drives straight into it. No downtime. right now. Alyssa Spencer, she's going to try and get one more big hit down the line here. It's going to bowl out for her. Fins slightly losing, but she's going to hold on. I thought that board was going to skip out on her for a second. Gally likes it. Can see Jake's clapping as well. So those end moments where it's the final piece to the puzzle, they're the ones that get you on the edge of the seat, like, oh, please make this end section.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and wait, how great is her corner having Jake Marshall there too? That's a local San Diego crew right there. That would be great to be having his insight as well, but that wave, incredible. The way she timed all of these turns were spotless. You really had to take your time after this maneuver, create the space. Watch as she goes into the flats a little bit here and then projects up to the wave faces, gets as vertical as she can. It's tough. If you don't get vertical on your backhand, you're not getting it done basically at this level, and the scores will shine that way. She did so great. Like, those turns were epic. And then here, I thought she was going to end the wave, project through this. It's a funky section, right, Jessie?
It looks really tricky, and then this one, it was one of those ones with timing where if she had waited a little bit longer, she might not have had enough speed to get to that end bit, but she did so well to manage that with the fins just slightly skipping out at the end here as well for Liz. So she's answering back under pressure really well. Scores, they've got to lock in. We've got to wait a moment to see if Alyssa Spencer can break down that 917, but Brisa Hennessy just putting on an absolute clinic so far. 8-5 and a 6-5. She's got a lot of fans down on the beach supporting her as well. We're going to come back and break this one down in just after this. If you want to surf at Punta Roca like the pros, download True Surf today. Such a fun wave and such a cool way to be able to do it. And these two ladies surfing it pretty well right now. Brisa Hennessy with an 8-5. Alyssa Spencer just dropping a 7-point ride. This is the best we've seen of the women's draw so far today. That is one way to answer back. Now, Alyssa Spencer only needing an 8-point ride to take this win off Brisa Hennessy. My name's Jessie, joined in the booth by Tanner, but this is a moment for Alyssa Spencer to get back in here now.
It is. She's making her way. You know, as we watch Bella in that interview, we're watching Brisa flaring up. There feels like there is a narrative, Jessie, and I'd be curious a question to you because you have done all of the events to this point, which felt like a condensed leg. And then even though it's been not too long from Raglan, this is a completely new continent. Do you feel like there's a little mini reset happening now that we're in the second third of the year? do you feel like people are regrouping and coming at it with a fresh sort of zest?
Absolutely. Honestly, I feel like the Oz and New Zealand leg, you're right, it was like a mini tour in itself, and it felt like everyone was just focusing on that, and it was getting through that. And now that we're in El Salvador, it's a completely different place. Obviously, the food's different, the language is different, and it feels like everyone is treating this as almost like a refresh, a restart. And I feel like Brisa, you can see, is channeling that the most here from what we've seen so far today. Big looking wall in front of our Costa Rican surfer right now. Brisa, again, just biding her time. I love how she's not trying to run away or out-surf these waves, but that one, so similar to what we saw even at Snapper and at Raglan, sometimes those big walls, they don't actually come into play because they run off so wide.
So that we talked about that earlier, right? Where it comes down to your game plan and your strategy, because sometimes the smaller waves, they hit the cobblestones a little better, which we saw perfectly there for Brisa. It was a little off the bank, if you will, and she was trying to see what was going to happen, which took her down the point. But I think she must have felt the pressure that Alyssa was applying to her, because Alyssa was looking at that as well. And it's hard to let your competitor get a good score and then take the very next wave, because that starts a rhythm no matter what. So I'm imagining Brisa wanted to interject herself into the system and kind of take control of the narrative a little bit.
Yeah, I really feel like Punta Roca is also one of those ways where rhythm actually does factor in quite a lot, because even in the free surfs, you can see so many people will be out there, but one or two people in particular will just be constantly on waves, and fun looking waves too. So Brisa, she's so well versed now that I feel like those tiny little decisions in moments like that, it makes such a difference coming into especially the last 5 minutes of a heat.
For sure. And it's funny because you don't want to think about it as like imposing yourself in the heat, but you really don't want the narrative to get away from you. And Brisa's already done all the hard work. She has an 8.5 and a 6.5. That is the highest score we've seen. And now you're dealing with Alyssa off of a 7. And so she realistically only needs an 8, which is not as good as Brisa's top score. So in the back of Brisa's mind, she's thinking, okay, I can't let this slip. I can't let this slip. And then what happens is she rides this wave, loses priority. Now Alyssa's in the spot. And that is where the control starts to change a little bit, and it'll be very interesting. Alyssa is a veteran in that sense. I feel like she will be able to deliver. She's not really spooked by much. So I'm excited. We're under 5 minutes. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, she's just so laser focused, yes. Alyssa, and I feel like she doesn't really get phased by much. Even if she was needing a 10-point ride and there was a minute to go, she would definitely be one of those surfers who would go, I can do that.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And we've seen her do it in the past. So looking at the last little bit of this heat, your Brisa Hennessy, how do you approach it, Jessie?
It's pretty hard. I mean, you've got a 6.5 and an 8.5. You'd just be... honestly, if it was me, I would be sitting with Alyssa Spencer, probably trying to make her think about a couple of waves that don't look like they have an 8-point ride on it. And usually each set have about 2 or 3 options in them. So if Alyssa goes the first or second one, hey, be on the third. But let's take a look at this recap here. I mean, Brisa just finding this incredible form that we've been waiting to see from her all season.
Totally, and the theme here with Brisa is big sections, big turns, and she delivers every single time, like just with so much grace, power, flow. This wave specifically, wow, just beautifully read. This turn coming up right here, just stabs it right in the pocket, and that's why she got the 8.5. The merit of that score was pretty much coming off of that turn. But she did such a great job riding the whole thing.
It's pretty cool chatting to Brent Powell. She's on a 5.7 and a half, and it's actually got a stage rocker, which he was saying really suits the way she reads this wave and her surfing on this style of point break, and it's working for her right now. Alyssa Spencer, like you mentioned, on some fresh equipment. This wave here had everything she needed, and this is what's got her back in the heat so far.
Totally, and to be honest, it's not too far out of her wheelhouse. You know, like if she gets another wave, she can reproduce this kind of surfing and take it up just a notch to get that 8-point ride and be contending for the win here. So it's the door is not closed on Alyssa at all.
It's just, it's so close really. When you think about how good both of these women have been surfing, Brisa's waves have had the most incredible bowl to them. Alyssa Spencer though, using up priority here, needs an 8.01, drawn out bottom turn. Heaps of foam on the face, but it feels like she's channeling it really well. Great looking second turn here for Alyssa Spencer. Hoping this one starts to clean up a little bit more as it drifts off down the line. Looks like it's slowly starting to taper away here. We know there's a big inside section on these solid waves. If you want to go excellent, you've got to hit it. Alyssa, she's going to go at it, but a meaty looking end section coming back towards her there.
I mean, she probably felt the presence of that last section the entire ride. Taking off on something that big, it honestly looked like Sunset Beach. She did a really great job in the beginning. It had foam on the face. You know, that's going to cavitate your board, and especially on your backhand, it's hard to really dip that rail in and make the space to go vertical. She did a great job. I don't believe it's going to be the score, obviously, because she didn't go for the last turn there. And at a certain point, it's all good. Get on the ski. You got 2 minutes left, and let's just go again.
I feel like as well, this is probably going to take a little bit more pressure off Alyssa thinking she needs to be on those biggest waves, because an 8.5 can be had on one of those smaller size sets that are coming through, especially with Alyssa's timing on her backhand. That end section, though, it was one of those ones, you know it's looming, you're thinking to yourself, I've got to hit it, and then it comes, and it's just so, it's pretty gnarly, that end section.
It's so gnarly, but all of these sections actually are very challenging to hit. She does a great job of staying really close to the foam to allow the wave to steepen up as much as it possibly can. You know, like we talked about earlier with the set waves, it seems like a lot of them push off the cobblestones and then come over this section right here, which creates a rib, and she has to get over the top of that to then hit that next section. And it's just funky to place it, especially coming at a section that is hitting you so hard. When you have that much time to think about where to place your bottom turn, it can get a little spooky. You really get jumpy.
Do you think that it probably, at this point of the heat and thinking there's 40 seconds to go, it could be her last opportunity? That end section was the moment she needed to get that 8-point ride. I mean,
gosh, we're couch quarterbacks on that. I think would have had to hit it.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I wasn't looking at that second. It's big waves.
No, I totally get it. But
I do think to get that score, I think you probably had to throw yourself at that section for sure. Come what may, just hurl yourself at it and just try to close the eyes and just ride out of it.
Close your eyes and hold on.
Because here we are, you know, 10 seconds left, and really there will not be another opportunity for Alyssa, and that's the way that it will go.
Yeah, 5.93 for that last wave for Alyssa Spencer. So isn't that 8.01 she's looking for? There is that question mark around of if she had hit that end section, would it have been the score? But still so much beautiful surfing from Alyssa. But Brisa Hennessy with her first heat win of the season, it's got to feel good to get that hit. You can see the crowd absolutely loving it as well. So much support here from every corners of the world, and it must, for Brisa, and thinking we spoke about it with Al in the Dawn Patrol, this is a place that can pretty easily feel like home for her. It's not too far away from Costa Rica.
100%, and we've tapped into that. Like in South America, the energy is vibrant in each one of these countries, but they group together and support each other, and they show up, and we see it with Al Cleland, we see it with Brisa, and it's awesome even seeing the local contingent with Brian Perez and Melvin and these guys. There's so much spirit and fun because it's a big deal.
Brisa Hennessy just knocked out number 9 in the world, Alyssa Spencer. So Alyssa force packing. She's going to Brazil as the next stop, as stop number 6 on the championship tour. But we love the fact that Brisa has finally broken out of this first round. Coming up next, Caroline Marks taking on Kira Pinkerton.
This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
One of the sickest new movies out right now, Red Bull Nowadays. You can watch it on Red Bull TV. I was lucky enough to host the Australian premiere over on the Gold Coast, and watching that movie, seeing just how far women's surfing has come. I mean, that was just the coolest but quirkiest movie that we've seen. And one of their stars, Caroline Marks, is out there in the water right now taking on Kira Pinkerton, but that film, it's groundbreaking.
You know, I was so excited for it to release. I had been seeing some of the promos and I knew it was going to be incredible, and the movie fully delivers. It's like you said, it's quirky, it's offbeat in the sections, and it's fun. It speaks to the identities that are unique of all of those women, and it puts them together, and it really makes an emphasis that this generation is putting their flag in the sand and saying, we're pushing things forward in every single direction. It was so inspiring.
I want them to make more. That movie was so entertaining, and just the girlhood of it too. It just felt like there was this incredible sisterhood between all of them. Right now, its gloves are on, and there's no friends in the water at this point. Kira Pinkerton, the wild card for this event, she's the highest ranked North American surfer and is lethal on her front side, and just thinking about the swell and the conditions that we have right now, you'd have to think that they're probably playing into Kira Pinkerton's favors right now.
Well, you would think that these are the conditions that Kira loves. Actually, she's a charger. She is a very powerful surfer. She handles her way through big waves perfectly. However, we're dealing with Caroline Marks, so we know now it's going to go blow for blow. This is going to be an incredible heat. We spoke about it earlier. Caroline has had a bit of a flat year, some bump and grind. This is her in the first round, and she wants to click the gears. And I was speaking with her a little bit before, actually. It was interesting. She was very much so aware of her wave selection. She was saying, what do you think? Is it the bigger ones, is it the smaller ones? And she's like, I think it's the smaller ones, especially for my backside. And for her, she was down there in the athlete zone, putting the time in, and she wants the win. And I'm sure she knows she's going to have to earn it coming across Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah, this is their first time meeting head-to-head on the CT, but they have shared a final on the QS together back in 2019 over in Florida. Obviously, conditions a lot different to what we see in Florida, so this feels like a pretty even playing field right now. Caroline Marks, she's going to get us started here. She's won here twice before, in 2023 and 2024. Let's see if she can channel that energy right now. Loved that first turn. So much water comes off her tail into a really drivey, almost snapping carve maneuver in that second one. Kira Pinkerton now giving us her best down carve. You can see, looks like a little bit of tape on her ankle right now. Doesn't seem to be playing too much havoc here. She's going to get around this section, slightly smaller wave, but has what feels like a better tempo. Airdrops to finish. She's not going to get eaten by that end section here. So feels like an evenly paced start from both of these women. Nothing crazy out of the box, but a good settler for both of them.
For sure, and like we said in the last heat, everybody came out with fireworks, and this feels a little different. However, everybody stayed on their board, gets the first ride under their belt, and the heat is off to the races. I think Kira will come away with an advantage there just because of how much more she got out of the wave. But Caroline looked good. She looked sparky. She looked razor sharp and ready to go. So I think as this heat warms up, it's going to be a great one.
Actually, I'll get back to that. Let's talk about some replays first. This wave, it was the second one. I'm going to say maybe third wave of the set here.
Yes.
Great first carve.
Yes, so a note on the tape, Kira was in a free surf 2 days ago, and because the rocks are so slippy here on her way out, she slipped and twisted her ankle a fair amount. However, the training day yesterday, she was definitely one of the standouts, and it's her approach is relaxed yet powerful. There's an aggression there, but it's never overcooked, and we saw a little bit of that on that first wave. And as we see Caroline, I love this. You know, as a goofy footer, you have to make the space in these sections, so you snap, and then you gotta readjust, come up and high line so that you don't get caught behind. There just wasn't a lot of meat on this bone, but she did really great with it. That turn, in its own regard, is very spicy.
Power, equally matched. Not one stronger than the other. They are just so evenly poised in this heat. Obviously, the only thing really changing is just the way they stand. So both of these ladies, they'd know that coming in. Obviously, Caroline really dialed into that wave selection where Kira can probably make things happen easier on her front side, maybe in 1 or 2 turns. Want to know something really interesting?
Talk to me.
I was doing my bracket challenge yesterday, and I have Kira going all the way to the semi-finals.
Yes. No, I totally believe it. I think Kira, she's from San Clemente, and the entire San Clemente board riders crew just absolutely adore her. I think she's one of those girls that put a lot of time in some heavy water at a young age, and she stands in a very unique space where it's almost like she had to then relearn how to grovel to get to the tour level. And you give her an 8-foot barreling, bank fault situation, and she's going to be as deep as you can get. And she's a surfer's surfer, and she's had this path that traverses this line. And now to see her in these events is so special because she's going to have so much takeaway from this. And it's all about building your confidence. As you know, like, you're doing the QS and you're putting that time in, and you think, when is my turn? I am surfing at that level, and this is her opportunity to break that door way down.
And San Clemente just winning the USA Board Riders, right?
Yes, very much so. The San Clemente it's such a tight-knit community. It's really a special place in the world. We talked about it a little bit earlier. There's so many surfers that are in this event, and it feels like trestles. I think they'll be able to tap in to that sort of mojo and bring it to El Salvador.
It's pretty cool. We have the Usher Cup back at home every year, and it's gone international, and there was an epic heat surf-off between Snapper and San Clemente. There was a bit of a riff-raff going on, maybe a bit of funny business from Snapper's behalf where there was a grey area in the rule book, and they really leaned into it in the heat. And then San Clemente were like, well, hang on a second. We're saying it's this way. But it was Kira was a part of that team. Chloe and Dino was in it as well. And it was such a cool moment to see that surf-off and have those two teams go head-to-head in what was really fun 3-foot snapper. So
For sure.
San Clemente got the win over snapper there.
I will say, because I was watching the webcast of that, Australia has always set the gold standard for board riders and the board clubs and getting the community together, and it creates this ecosystem. And we've seen that with the board riders in the US. It's been a really vibrant time for everybody because, let's just use San Clemente as an example. It brings Archie and the Fletchers still around for the young kids that are 10 and coming up. And I couldn't imagine having that sort of exposure to those legends at that young of an age. And it can really make an impact on them.
Oh, absolutely. I was super lucky to have that in my board riders club. I grew up in North Narrabeen, and to have Simon Anderson and Damien Hardman, Terry Fitzgerald, just Nathan Hedge, Laura Enever, just like literally sharing the lineup with them, Davey Cathles. Like there's just, it feel like it inspires any surfer anywhere to be better because the people at your beach have done it. So Kira really just laying into that right now. Caroline Marks here. Great looking first turn, just so much acceleration off that back foot. She's so incredibly good when it comes to right hand point breaks. Tight turn in the pocket here for Caroline. She's gonna keep swooping back. You can see she's pushing harder every single time she puts her board up in the lip line. Love the fact that she got to that end section early. That is such a convincing ride, start to finish, from Caroline, and that feels like what we would see from her when she was in her winning form here.
Totally, and you mentioned it lightly before, that last section looking similar to Margaret River, and I think it's a great way to play the game, especially as your backside. Get there before it's coming at you so that you can ride that convergent water out and you don't have to deal with bracing against it. Caroline's style, it's unique. She's created a genre on her backhand, and I feel like now we use it as an example of like, oh, she kind of surfs like Caroline, or that reminds me of a Caroline turn. She has a whip that she can create out of nowhere, and then she can extend her turns very well in the pocket. She has a lot of variety and a versatile approach.
Something we touched on this morning, especially with Caroline, also with Griffin and Felipe, was if there is a time to turn the season, it's probably now. And I want to pick your brain on that because obviously the last few years the season has looked a little bit different, but For someone like Caroline, is this the moment in the season where it has to start turning? Is it too late if it goes past here?
It's a great question, and to be honest, it could be every single moment is that moment that she has to embrace and change it. Because if you take a step back and put yourself in the first round, that's going to sting. And these heats are so hard. They're cutthroat, and it's dog eat dog. And so I'm sure right now she's very, very hungry to get things going and create that inertia, because she does really well in the back part of the season. We know she's good in tropical water, so, and then she will come through San Clemente. I mean, Trestles is really a sweet spot for her as well. So we'll look forward to it, and I hope she can start it right now, right here.
Yeah, I hope so too. Someone who's just got their campaign started as well. Brisa Hennessy, first heat winner of the year, and she's down there with Strider.
Thank you very much, Jess. You know what? That was amazing, Brisa. To see you go out there, didn't even look like you had a worry in the world, and just to go surf and show off your talent.
Thanks, Strider. Yeah, that was an emotional one for sure. And I mean, making the first round, it doesn't seem like a lot, but I think it's all those like inner battles and all the behind the scenes work, and it's just accumulation of so many things. But yeah, I'm very, very happy.
The waves were big, the waves were solid, you know, not easy to negotiate. Your board looked amazing out there. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, gosh, I'm so lucky to have Britt and Brent and the crew here. We've been really working super hard on the off season, and I'm riding a Mikey fed shorty. It's been so magic. I can't get off of them. They're so fun, and I feel like they really fit the wave at Punta Roca so well. But yeah, it's important to have magic carpets and incredible people in your corner, and really grateful.
Speaking of the corner, the entire spectators area went nuts when you caught a wave. It must feel good. I don't know if you could hear it from the water, but from here it was a roar.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do my best surfing when I have a good why. And I think representing a country that has given me so much, you know, taught me how to surf, gave me the love of surfing, it's a pretty good why. And to be in Central America and just to feel their love, it kind of made me not think so much. I'm a big overthinker, so I think I just try to surf from the heart, el corazón, and con pura vida, and yeah, to keep it simple.
Well, congratulations. We can't wait to see some of that amazing surfing into the next round. And you want to say anything to anybody back home?
Yeah, Mom and Dad, I know they're watching. I've been doing the last few events solo, so I miss them a lot. My whole family, y a todos en Costa Rica. Me siento, todo el amor fue la diferencia para mí. Y si vamos con amor, vamos con pura vida, y si vamos con todo, muy agradecida.
Muchas gracias.
I need a moment.
Wow.
That was a tearjerker.
How
that one.
crazy.
It just goes to show, I mean, this tour, and it just means the world to these guys, and it's their careers. It's on the line, and I love that we get to see this vulnerable side of these people who are so good at what they do, and they put their heart and soul into it, and they're not afraid to show their emotions and how much it means to them too.
And you would know it so well, right? Like doing those events, you could see the baggage accumulate on surfers. We talked about Oscar Berry's run this morning, and it's hard for them to escape that, and to feel right here in this interview with Brisa, like she blasted through with an incredible ride, and it was cool to hear her tap in on the why. Super important if you've been doing it for a really long time. It's like, well, why am I still doing it? And it feels like she's found a really good form.
I think there's something to take away from that. There always has to be a why, you know, and it's cool to see that Brisa, she's finding that again. It felt like her flame was slightly reignited. It's obviously been a bit of a rough start to the year, but she's going to try and break through, keep making a few more heats. She's got Carissa Moore in the next one. I really like the sound of that heat. That feels like a big matchup between those two. Right now, though, currently in heat number 8, this is the last heat of round 1. Whoever wins this, they're going to take on Betty Lou. But Caroline dropping a 6.83 for that last one. Smart surfing here from Caroline.
Perfect. And yeah, and now we have a top score, and Caroline has priority. So, you know, in the background, we saw Kira get a really nice carve on a bigger set wave, which didn't end up petering out at the end here. Let's see here. She comes off the bottom. These are the moves that Kira is really well known for. That, I think, is what sets her apart in the game and puts her in that conversation with girls like, actually with Brisa and Gabriella, because she has the ability to get there on those bigger sections. And unfortunately, she just came unstuck on that.
Just her power, the sheer power that she has with moments where it's similar to Gabby Bryan. It doesn't even look like they're pushing as hard as they can, and it's still just this, oh my gosh, moment when you watch them surf. Kira has that as well. She came so close to qualifying for this year's tour. She was 3 spots short of making it there. Unfortunately, it all came down to one heat at Newcastle for Kira Pinkerton. So for her to get the chance to showcase what she's got here at a wave that really suits her surfing, it's just great entertainment for us as spectators here. Smaller looking wave right now for Kira Pinkerton. Can see she's got this one from further down the line, gets into it for a nice float, and just slips off again. So maybe that ankle just wreaking a little bit more havoc than what we're seeing right now.
It looked like potentially it could have been that was the issue there, because she came over some turbulence and then almost essentially jumped off her board, which is so hard to see. You come this far, you have such a big opportunity, and for it to happen on some slippery boulders is just sad. But Jesse, they're slippery.
They're so slippery.
I can't reiterate that enough. Kira doing great under Caroline's priority, had nothing to really lose here to see if this wave had something on it. But when you ride the smaller waves at a tide like this, that section right here where she hit, it's all about that. It grows into that moment, and then she would have had an opportunity for one last turn, but came unstuck.
Those rocks, they're an emotional roller coaster in themselves, because they're so hot and you're running down, and then you need to burn off speed and burn your feet a little bit so that you don't slip on those next set of rocks. It is a really fun game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, it's humbling for sure. And then you feel everybody's eyeballs on the back of your head, like everybody watching you, ready to see you go down.
Oh my gosh, I had a day the other day. It was bad. It was really bad. I was embarrassing. Probably took me about 15 minutes to go up. I just kept saying to myself, no rush.
Yeah.
Take your time. But these ladies making it look like light work when they come in and out here. So Kira Pinkerton, now she's going to be looking for a 601. You can see she's made her way over to Doug Silva, who's a caddy in the lineup here. She's going to swap boards.
That's amazing. You know, working with Doug, I think, is really a good thing for Kira. Doug has a really interesting approach with his athletes. It's slightly different for everybody, but I think he presents a mindset and a hunger within them. And I think Kira sometimes can be a little bit, she's such a relaxed person. She's actually pretty low key. Having a little bit of the snapped energy that Doug can present is good. Lights the fire under her. Right here, she's resetting new board. By the way, super impressed with the Mayhems here. Completely different approaches with Caroline and Kira. Boards look very good for both of them. And I don't feel like we're talking enough about, obviously, Matt, he's at the top of the Shapers rankings, and he's able to dial in with every single surfer who has a very different approach in their own surfing and make the best boards for them.
Yeah, he's also, my sister and I had him in the booth over at Raglan. He's just has so much faith in his athletes as well, and so much faith in his equipment that he just knows the job's going to get done. And he came pretty close to a clean sweep as well, so pretty cool to see just that Shaper rankings get nice and tight throughout the season. Caroline, a lot of speed, float into this section, bottom turn straight into another fast, powerful carve here from Caroline Marks. Looking to add to a 6.83 here. This is definitely one way to do it. This one bowling out through the inside, a little bit smaller, but just such nice tempo for Caroline Marks to do what we know she does best.
I just am watching that, I'm like, gosh, I love Caroline Marks.
Yes.
Her style is so good. It's so fun to watch. The first turn, catching that much speed and on your backhand doing a backside floater that you know you're projecting into the rest of the wave is such a tricky one. It's really uncelebrated because you want to get off of the lip as fast as you can to set your bottom turn into the next move, and it can get weird where you're jumping off too early, coming down into the flats, and your body position and mechanics, it's a really unforgiving spot, and it can be hard to transfer into your next moves. It throws you off. Watch right here. She's essentially caught behind this wave and utilizes this first turn to essentially, boom, jump over it and then reset right into this series of maneuvers. It's cool. And each turn, it felt like she kind of turned the volume up just a little bit. And going into this last chunk of the wave, it felt like, okay, we're really on for a score here, and she delivered with the last maneuver.
I always felt like backhand floaters were arguably one of the hardest maneuvers to do. Just with you're so right, where you land, you want to be on your toes, but you almost have to be on your heels.
Exactly.
And it's such a quick transition, but Caroline just seamlessly doing that, not even looking like it was a struggle.
Totally, not even changing the position of her feet on the board, just coming right off the lip into the bottom turn, and then just growing with intensity in these turns. They're punch turns. Like the way she hooks with the punch it's unique, like we talked about before. This is the Caroline Marks genre of surfing, and she's really carved her name into the greats, you know, in the Hall of Fame, and it's cool to see her get in the rhythm.
I would never not love a backhand floater. I used to watch, I think it was a clip of Andy in the men's just doing those tabletop floaters where the board almost like shimmies on top of the lip line. It was just such a stylish turn. So Caroline bringing that in. She's got a 5-point ride for that last wave, extending her lead even more here. Kira Pinkerton, she's now chasing a 7.33. We've got just under 12 minutes to go. We'll be right back to round out this heat right after this. Rolling straight back in here. Kira Pinkerton paddling into a pretty big bomb here. She's had the board change. Let's see how this one goes. Big knack swoop to start here from our wild card in this event. Wow. Draws even harder through this second carve here. She has a lot of speed. Has to wipe it off some way. She's going to put it on rail, drift it back to the foam here for Kira Pinkerton. Now this is a pretty meaty section. Draws hard here for Kira. Let's see what this end section has. Into it, goes down. That has been proving to be a hard end section to land when you get to it late, but damage done out the back there for Kira Pinkerton.
That was incredible. I don't even know what to say about that wave. It was unique, and I feel, you know, a theme that we're seeing here with the bigger waves, especially set waves, is how do you slow yourself down to create that space to get the right section? And after the first turn, it looked like Kira almost hit a wobble in the foam, and it helped her slow herself down. That was nice. Here comes a little off her edge, slows down, and that lets that wave set up just a little bit and creates that space for that maneuver. And then she comes into the flats here, which you're really just trying to do the best you can to make something out of kind of nothing there. She looks good. She looks great on the board. This turn is delicious. Boom. And I like that she committed on this turn. It's a really funky section, and she went down with it. But we'll see where it comes in.
I feel like that end section, you got to either get to it early like we saw Caroline doing, that 6.83, or just have so much speed that you almost manhandle it. It's not going to slow you down at all. Caroline Marks here, looking to better a 5-point ride and answer back to Kira Pinkerton. Great looking second turn. This wave shaping up and bowling super nicely for our previous world champion here. She's going to come back through. get a little bit more room to work with here. On the inside, she's going to get out before that wave completely shuts down. But I love that opening part of the wave.
So when we look at the difference of Caroline and Kira and their approach in this heat, to me, I feel Caroline is really polished. Her rides, even if they're not great waves, she is finishing them. She's presenting the maneuvers she can. Kira has fallen on a lot of her best rides, even the last ride specifically, that last turn, and even she had big carves in the beginning and fell off on specific maneuvers. And I think as the heat goes forward, Caroline is gaining momentum, correct? She feels like she's getting inertia. As we watch this wave here, she just does so well. It feels like she's tightening the bolts down on Kira. This series of turns is just red hot. This turn specifically, right into the pocket, and it did so well. It's, again, Jesse, we're dealing with that really hard to time last maneuver.
This is just tricky, this end section. You can see it almost has a little bit of wobble come from the side as well. She went to go for it, but fair enough. That was it looked like it was barreling back towards her from the left as well.
Like a left barrel.
Yeah. So Caroline needing to enter that 5. Kira Pinkerton, she locks in a 6.17, so her best so far. So this was a pretty important wave for Caroline to try and make a little bit more room between her and Kira, but it's going to come in under. It's a 4.97, so falling slightly short. So
wow.
2 judges giving it more, 1 judge giving it the same, and 2 judges going under. So it averages out at a 4.97, which means Kira is well and truly in this heat with, and you're so right, with having fallen on most of her good rides.
Yeah, and you know, in my mind, it starts to become a one-wave heat from this point to the end, because with 6 minutes, they both have a very similar score, 6.8 and a 6.1. So both of them know that the work isn't truly done. Caroline wouldn't be feeling comfortable knowing that Kira just needs a 5.6, and she's fallen on her best ride. And so she would have potentially had the score to do it there. It'll be interesting, you know, like Kira Pinkerton has the priority. What do you see traversing for these last 5 minutes, Jesse?
I really agree with something you said earlier, is that Kira's fallen on a lot of her rides so far in this heat, and I actually feel like that's something that has come back to get Kira a few times, where completions have been kind of her weakest part of her competitive career so far. If I think back to a lot of the Challenger Series as well, just moments where if she makes those end sections, she's probably making that heat and then potentially qualifying. So I feel like for Kira at this point, with 5 minutes to go, it's on a mid-size wave, getting it from start to finish and completing. Because think about if she was completing that 6.17, it's probably going to be a 7-point ride, and she would have the lead right now. So that really lingered with me. I thought, you know what, that's so true. I feel like that's a reoccurring thing, and a place that didn't happen to her was over at Cero in the Challenger Series last year, and she went all the way to a semi-finals there. So this is a right-hand point break, obviously not very similar. The Cero is a lot more of a slopier face wave, but Kira, with so much power, can definitely get it done here. She's going to take off on this one, slightly on her heels, so she's going to have to get moving through this next section here. Now she's going to get around it. It's just a bit of a carve to start this one off for Kira Pinkerton. And she's going to get out of there, which I actually think is pretty smart with the way that wave was shaping up.
Yeah, in the long run, I think when you have to bypass the majority of the front part of the wave, you're so condensed into the back part, and to not deliver on a humongous carve to start her campaign there, I think it was smart for her to kick out. The only bummer is here we see Caroline as she drops in on another set wave.
Just so much speed off that back foot, so much drive here for Caroline. High lines, regains that speed. She's eyed Kira Pinkerton, and she's going to get out of there to try and regain priority right now.
Wow, so there you go. A little bit of gamesmanship coming in at the end here. And as you would, you know, you're Caroline, you're looking at Kira, she has so much potential. And like we were just talking about, Kira, you know, if she stays on her board, she's getting the score, you know, and it's a tough one because you deal with head noise as a competitor, and when you do things like that, when you fall on waves that could be potentially the score of the heat, do you think, oh man, I blew my best opportunity, or are you thinking, oh wow, if I only pulled that last move, I would have had an excellent score? So hopefully Kira can surround herself with a little bit more of that positive energy and just say, look, it is what it is. Let's just finish this thing out, stay on the board, because I'm going to get a great score.
Oh, it's just a guarantee. If she finishes, she's going to get a good score and really challenge for a 5, 6, 7. It doesn't need to be one of those set waves either. It can easily be one of the small mid-sized ones that just hugs the reef really nicely and allows her to just throw down 2 or 3 of those big calves.
Holy.
It is easily a 5, 6, 7 for Kira Pinkerton here. And I think Caroline knows that and knows the threat that Kira holds. So I feel like then that's just another realm of her polished surfing where she knows she needs to regain priority here. But this is what we were talking about earlier. You can find waves down the line here. So priority, especially in these dying stages, if you can create space, it doesn't really come into play.
My goodness, and I was just about to say it before Kira paddled. I'm liking the position that she has in the lineup because she can look at waves that sneak under Caroline, just like this one right here as she takes off.
She's gonna take off. It's a bowly looking takeoff here, but it's gonna taper a little bit down the line. It's a carve. We'd love to see just a big chunky end section here for Kira Pinkerton. There's 2 minutes to go. She's gonna put it up there, just so much avalanche coming back towards her, but again, she just has to go for that turn because unfortunately with the start of that wave, that 5, 6, 7 needed that big exclamation at the end.
Totally, and to be honest, this is the spirit of Kira. She goes for it. Like, she's not gonna leave it hanging. She must be in so much pain. Could you imagine if you had an ankle that was giving you trouble and you were throwing it on the lip on like 6 to 8 foot sections? She's a hero. She's putting in the effort.
You can see Caroline, again, just such a poised, polished competitor. Wow, great hack in the pocket here. Just so tight and under the lip. She really is reading this wave so well. She's gonna come back down. Let's see if she can do a little bit more damage through this inside. We've got just under 90 seconds to go here. So waves, they're gonna be limited through this last minute. Goes up into it and makes it, so times it perfectly. It's not too early where she's forced to do a carve, and it's not too late where she's being detonated. Just right where she can still belt it and get the ride out. So she really, it's something that I feel like a lot of the women in the Nowadays film alluded to. She doesn't fall a lot. She's got the timing down pat.
Totally, and she's just a competitive animal too. Like, she knows what to do to get the score. She can present herself really well. You know, I think on that last wave, Kira was grimacing in pain after she came down from a hero section. We know her ankle's not in the best condition, so really just a great effort that she's putting in here as she's coming up against a pretty informed Caroline Marks, who continues to put the bolts down on her and create more and more pressure within this heat.
Yeah, there's still 30 seconds to go. So Kira looks like she's going to put her head down and try and get back out the back. We saw with Alyssa Spencer, who was on the ski with a minute to go. Unfortunately, time did run out just with the paddle back in that you have to have. So I love the fact that Kira has the drive and the determination to get back out the back, try and find another wave. That score she's needs, it has gone up to a 5.94. Caroline Marks improves her situation to a 5.27. But Kira Pinkerton, I mean, arguably one of the hardest wildcards to draw, no matter where you are across the world. And with a bad ankle, it also just shows the incredible competitor that she is, that she's willing to show up.
Absolutely, she put in a great performance, but at the end of the day, it is about Caroline Marks creating a fresh energy and a refresh coming into the second third of the season, and it's great to see it.
Yeah, taking a win. She's going to be coming up against Betty Lou in that next round. This is the first time we've seen her in round 1 this season, so she's back to where she belongs. Unfortunately, we do lose Kira Pinkerton out of the draw, but we know that we're going to see plenty more surfing from this lady, hopefully throughout the Challenger Series, maybe into a qualification run this year for Kira Pinkerton. That's the women's round 2. Done and dusted. We are going to keep rolling through competition here today. It is going to be the men's heading out there next, the men's round 2. It's a stacked looking heat. I mean, in round 2, heat 1, Liam O'Brien taking on Jake Marshall. Such a fun heat to watch. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Strider for the call.
great afternoon here in El Salvador for another great stop on the championship tour, flying through Australia, New Zealand, now finding ourselves at stop 5, and we just completed the women's opening round of competition. Saw the men's round to kick off the day with 4 heats, and now we're setting up round 2 action to take us through to the rest of the evening. We passed the bottom of the tide. We're gonna have that title push for the rest of the day today. Joe Trappell with Pipeline Charger, just a fan and just in love with surfing since day one.
Surf
Strider,
turkey, 100%.
Wazalewski, let's go, man. What a day. I mean, we've seen that size increase in the swell. There's been some pretty heavy sections the last few heats.
Yeah, I was thinking, oh, there's a new swell coming in, and Mike Parsons just looked at me. He goes, no, it's just the tide pushing up, and it's supposed to peak at 3 p.m. today. He had all the numbers. Everything was perfect. I looked at the Surfline surfer bar. I was like, oh my gosh, he's right on the money. This guy's on fire.
Well, let's check out the matchups that we have in round 2. World number 1, Gabriella Bryan takes on rookie Yolanda Hopkins. Sawyer Lindblad will have a Natle Lior, not upsetting Stephanie Gilmore.
That was a big deal.
Earlier today, fantasy teams just shattered.
Oof.
A lot of people picked Steph as their power surfer. World number 2, Luana Silva will take on the backhand of Nadiera Starbay. Carissa Moore, fresh off her win in New Zealand, has Brisa Hennessy. A big win for Brisa.
That's going to be a massive, massive heat right there.
Yeah, just to get to that second round, Brisa was in a must-win situation. She looked dangerous. Reigning world champ Molly Picklum has another heat with the Australian vet Sally Fitz. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Now we'll have Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright have veterans battle in Heat 7, and then Katie Simmers is taking on Bella Kenworthy. Katie, the world champ. Bella had seen a lot of her through their amateur divisions in Southern California, and we're getting things started with men's round 2. Liam O'Brien, Jake Marshall. You're watching the Australian, a point break specialist from Burley Heads on the Gold Coast. On the Darren Hanley shapes, belting that section. That's one of Liam's signature moves, where he can hammer the pocket, always smooth on the open face in transition, and then nailing that oncoming section, which happens to be his finishing move to start off with a bang against Jake Marshall. Both these guys are rail savants, Strider. They love just getting that rail to roll over with some power. Stylistically, Liam is one of the easiest guys to watch, no matter what type of wave he's competing on.
He's a smooth operator for sure, and just, I mean, I've watched that guy pull into 12-foot first reef slabs at Pipeline and go out and just like tear into the wall on right-hand point break. So he has got the full package, and he's one of those surfers. And Jake Marshall, sitting at number 19 in the world right now, this is his second home. This is somewhere where he feels very comfortable, has a house here, and the type of surfing he does on these walls, he'll be very picky with the waves, because he definitely analyzes this wave and understands what he needs to get, and he's not going to take it unless it's got that beautiful tapered wall on it.
Couple of nights for Jake Marshall here in the Jersey, but yeah, like he said, his family bought a home just down the way around the corner from Punta Roca in front of a world-class wave, so he was really used to coming down here long before the CT was here. And you got to hand it to his parents for being so supportive, you know, of not just Jake, but his younger brothers as well. They'd spend a lot of time in Puerto Rico for months. They'd come down here to El Salvador. They'd spend months and months on the north shore of Oahu, having a house there near Rocky Point as well. So he was always set up to be really well-rounded, and all those different styles of waves he grew up on, along with his home break of Seaside Reef. Jake now a big spring into the lip line for a solid start, packing it really well in the pocket with his second turn. How was that bottom turn? Way out in the flats to set up the wrap. Another quick, smooth cutback. Thus filling in the gaps well through the downtime. This thing is stretching out way down the line. He's picking up the pace. Speed float there for Jake. He will make the section into a nice snap. Good for one more, and lights it up with authority.
Sorry. That was some local knowledge right there.
Yeah, no need to apologize, my friend.
That was incredible. The amount of turns he put on that wall, how many times he dipped into that rail. I mean, come on, that was just pure just synergy.
Gosh, I felt that sizzling in this heat out in the afternoon. A good quick answer back 2, Liam O'Brien start. Two guys that have a lot of similar strengths as we watch this one again.
Watch this thing. Rack-ow! Just off the top into the lip and around the corner, up into it again. Bang! It's all fins out the back if you're watching from behind, then just sweeps into the corner. He really just sets this wave up. He understands what it's going to do. Comes back into it, really looking at the flow, keeping things moving, and then goes, okay, reset, second half of the wave. We're going down the line right now. We're going to bust over this section. Boom! Speed floater to set it up, comes around the corner, wham! Tail slide, and then comes in for the finish and just goes, whoosh. Thank you very much. That was an amazing flow. Here's the opener for Liam O'Brien. A little bit bigger of a wave. Still really smooth face, though. Takes a little bit long to set up. It's a little, you know, carved back into it. But the tempo wasn't a little off at the beginning. Then he starts to go to town. That was through the lips, smashes it. Bingo. A little sticky. Then comes back around for the inside. This one, he kind of tags it. Nice. Kicks the tail out. Beautiful fin, sliding. Wraps. You know, his inside flow here, the second half of the wave was beautiful. I really like that. We saw a wave earlier today where the second half was good. I'm trying to remember who it was. And I think it was
Matty McGillivray.
But the score came in low because it was the second half.
Right. Here comes Liam O'Brien. Wave number 2 fades the start. Setting up a nice wrapping turn, that DHD gripping the open wall. Now it's really bowling severely. Big hammer there for Lobby.
Big.
Out in front now, back into the pocket again, throwing some water to the sky. Nice fill-in work. Liam now setting up a wild section. Jumps out of the sky, and the thing detonates on top of him.
Holy smokes, support crew on the beach just saw their buddy just get detonated.
And they're still looking for him. Lobby there picking up his board, but you saw the look from Morgan. He had to stare at the surface waiting for him to pop up.
My knees hurt just watching that, dude.
Gosh, he obviously charges. You kind of touched on that.
We got to like fill people in on that section right there, that closeout. The reason, look, he's checking his board. He's making sure the fins are there. It's not broken. Those sections cup out so hard on that sandbar that's in there that I don't know if that's just sand. I mean, it is just radical. We'll talk through it. Bottom turn. Nice, easy sweep. Set it up. This turn right here, though, look, this is the wall just right up into it, racks it off the top. I mean, pure power and pleasure right there. Loving watching that. Another sweet turn off the top right there. Buckets out the back. We like to see all the energy and the flow. Sets it up nice and clean. But this thing right here hits that sandbar, comes out, look, doubles up, bangs right on the head. Just boom. There's just no water there. It's just cupping out. Everybody's just like, oh. Look at everybody knows that it's so dangerous. I mean, you could literally end your career right here on this kind of section. Dude, foot slipped off the back. He went over the front of the board. Lip came down on his head. Everything about that just was disaster. I hope he's okay. Because, you know, the adrenaline can build up and everything after that. But he looks like he's fine.
Liam O'Brien sending it. It's something that he's shown us many times over the years, especially when he goes to the North Shore of Oahu. He'll be out there charging at Pipeline. He's signing up for big days at Waimea Bay. There's not everyone on tour that's doing that. They, you know, oftentimes they're you know, kind of managing their risk, you know, when the surf gets really dangerous. And a guy like Liam, he's so comfortable pushing himself. That's, you know, the pure surfer in him is to feel the power of the ocean and go for it. And even on a performance wave like this, the way he attacked it with the intention of landing that finish was just otherworldly.
It was crucial.
Numbers in from their opening exchange. Jake won that by a touch. It was 6-1-7 from Lobby to Jake's 6-8-3, so pretty close to start. And then Liam's last with a crazy fall on the finishing move, a 5.9 to put him out in front.
Man, that was crazy. That was just non-stop action right there for O'Brien. The first wave and then to, you know, smack into that corner on that last one. Jake out there waiting for his next ride. Man, how were those waves that like Liam O'Brien was doing step-offs into, like at Burley's on that huge swell hit over there?
Yeah, you know, it even like comes to novelty waves where he almost has a little Mason Ho in him. I remember last year, In El Salvador, when he lost, he ended up going up the coast, and I saw him surfing this little wedge reform off a cliff where you had like inches between himself and the cliff, but it was just for fun. He was sending himself in explosion backwashes just for a feeling. There's no cameras capturing it. It was him and McGillivray just looking at a wave that probably isn't even a surf spot.
A couple of guys with a couple of screws loose. I'm telling you right now, those guys are completely chaotic in their minds. Something's not up there.
It's just great. And then when you talk to Liam, he's just as cool as a cucumber, who has had a really good start to the season. He's had 3 semifinals in his career, this being his 33rd appearance at the CT level. 1 semifinal was here in El Salvador, and he just had one more recently on the Gold Coast against Ethan Ewing. Always a great point break specialist, as we're seeing already at this wave at Punta Roca. But he's had to do it the hard way a couple of times. He came off the Challenger Series again last year, taking the last qualification spot right in 10th. Opened up with a 33rd at Bells, and then started kind of finding his feet once again on tour. For Jake Marshall, he's celebrating his 40th Championship Tour event today. Competing for a few years now. He's had some big moments where he's featured in the top 5 at certain stages of the year. Best heat of his life still at Bells, which has turned into one of his favorite events. Anywhere he can really showcase that rail work and power, he's really going to shine.
Yeah, I've seen some of my favorite turns were from Jake Marshall on the rail. That sharp eye just slicing through the wall, going so fast. It was just like incredible to see. And it was just like another level of speed, and he's got that, and he's got that confidence out here. So I think, we saw him on that first wave, smaller wave than what we've seen Liam O'Brien on, but his speed and power in the vertical part of the wave and the critical sections was, really strong. And I'm hoping I get to see him on a nice solid one and do those same kind of fast, furious, technical turns.
We just wrapped up women's round 1. Caroline Marks took the heat win. She's with Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, Joe. Caroline, congratulations. Really good heat against a good friend of yours in Kira Pinkerton. I'd easily say one of the hardest draws in this event. How'd you do it out there? You got more than 12 points at the end. Congrats.
Yeah, Kira's such a strong surfer, and we've had so many heats together in the amateur and the junior. I mean, at every single level. So I knew she was gonna be really tough. She was surfing really well yesterday in the practice session. So, and with the waves being bigger, I knew that would play into her strengths. So I was just, I'm really stoked to get that one.
When you made your debut back in your late teens, you obviously qualified in 2017, made your debut in 2018. You've been through the change in the format, now a different one right here in 26. What do you make of 26 so far, especially 5 events in with this one?
Yeah, to be honest, it was a bit of an adjustment for me, like all elimination and obviously not surfing many heats in the off season, or none at all really. I didn't compete. It was like 7 months since Fiji, so it was a bit of adjustment. I've had a couple tough heats this year, but it's super scary to be in the first round, but also feels really good to get a heat under my belt, and I feel like it gives you a lot of momentum into the next round, so hopefully I can keep going.
Yeah, word of advice at this wave, low tide difficult, high tide pretty good, but just looking at the conditions right now, how stoked were you to get on the back end out here at the point?
I was really stoked, and the tide switched, so we were like mid coming to high, which I think is like the best tide for out here, and there is a lot of water moving, and you still have to be really smart with wave selection, but it's so fun out there. There's some amazing waves, and it's really cool we have such a great forecast for this event, so yeah, it's exciting.
Congratulations, best of luck.
Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Caroline. As we're watching live action, Liam O'Brien tagging this one. Jake was on the first wave of this set.
I'm bummed. I talked him up on wave choice, and he just did not take the right wave. He took the first wave of a set, but it just didn't make any sense to me.
So yeah, Jake just ended up throwing that priority away.
Mistake. That was a mistake.
And we'll see if he can recover from it. And just quickly, Caroline Marks sounded just strong there, knowing that it's a long year. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And after a really tough start to the season as a world champion, last year's world runner-up, just had a little bit of adjustment to make from typically if you have a slow start in an event in the past, it's non-elimination, and you have a second chance to do it again. Not these days.
No, it's do or die. And, you know, for an event like this, I feel like, and I think back to Griffin Colapinto last year and how, you know, he didn't look so great coming into this event. And then we were wondering if he was going to make the cut, remember?
Oh, yeah, it was crazy.
And then he went on to be a runner-up, possible world title. So I think there's hope for everybody at this point, you know. I don't think that it's out of reach for anybody.
Yeah, you get tested in so many ways on tour, and I think Griff showed the entire tour and himself that, you know, you can really pull yourself out of any situation if you just follow the process. You know, Cole touched on that at the last event when he started making heats again and had a couple 8.5s against Yago Dora, and just when you have a few events in a row that could just steal your confidence, it's always impressive when surfers and athletes go the other way and they identify a way to just switch things on and fire up. 16:35 to go. Last for Jake Marshall, 3.67 is a keeper at the moment since he didn't really have a low score. So he's still chasing a 5.24, but now Lobby's got priority. And Liam didn't improve on his last wave either. So this situation remains the same. Interesting as Mitch and Caroline were talking about the changes in this venue according to the tides. And as that tide fills in and goes to a high at around 6 p.m., what are you expecting in the waves? Do you think we'll see some bigger sets with that tidal push?
Well, I think that the swell peak, as far as the energy, was at 3 o'clock, or is at 3 o'clock. And then we're going to see everything kind of move in over the tighter kind of point, and everything kind of gets almost like stadium-like. You're like literally, guys are finishing waves right on the rocks right in front of you. So you really get this kind of more atmosphere of being in the water with the surfers if you're here on the beach. And the waves kind of have this thicker, more loaded up vibe to them, where they're really just compact and powerful, moving down the point fast, and you could just get that chance to open up on them, and it's a beautiful thing. So as the tide comes in, I do feel like it'll get more high performance, speed-wise, and powerful along the rocks.
Jake Marshall asking for a time update, a scoring update, priority update from the tower announcers upstairs. They actually built a brand new tower on the beach, just finishing it up pretty much yesterday. Also a high performance center that'll be set up here at Punta Roca, and there'll be a similar structure over at Volcano with so many events happening in Surf City, El Salvador through the ISAs and also with us on the championship tour. So the judges are in a really amazing building to watch this wave right now. Liam O'Brien setting up the bottom turn, punching out the pocket while hustling for this section. Beautiful through the lip line. Showing off that point groom style from Burley Heads. Holding that rail line into the pocket. This thing's got some movement in front of him. It's already wedging. This could be his finish right there. Gets there nice and early to ride away. And he deserved a nice, clean, easier finish than his big wipeout he had earlier in this heat.
I really enjoyed that wave, Joe. That was so beautiful to watch. When he paddled into it, you could see the drool coming out of Jake Marshall's mouth. Looking over going, oh my God, you know what? The mistake he made by giving up priority on that bad wave, he paid for it big time right there, because Liam O'Brien's going to come in with a 7 at least on that wave. I mean, that was some incredible, fast, clean, powerful surfing, because the wave allowed it. You know, at this point, at this level, these guys are all incredible surfers. But watch this wave load up, right? He comes off the bottom, waits for it, and then goes to work up into the lip, just speed smack. Comes around the corner, another huge lip line slam to float, comes around it, nice easy turn back into it, and you know, then he goes to work on the inside here, cut back, and then you know, finishes safely. So you know, definitely didn't want to like do the bang under the lip where he was just going to get destroyed again. So, but for me, that was a beautiful ride. I mean, the board control, you know, the way that he just looked so connected throughout the whole wave was beautiful. Easy sweeps back into the corner. I mean, those are some of the best turns of your life if you're, you know, Joe or Strider.
pretty rad. Let's see if Jake can answer back. He belts the first section. The 27-year-old loading up off the bottom. There's a nice little Wrapping cutbacks, bringing into a quick finish. So nice, tight, impactful turns. And he's going to try to lay low here. He will emerge out in front. Starting to open up again for Jake Marshall. Driving into the whitewater, creates some space. It's going a little bit full and flat underneath him. Wants to make this run worth it to the inside track and has a stumble and goes down.
Oh.
We saw Liam go down on a 10-foot section, but even the smaller sections are still bottoming out severely, Waz.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Jake. Again, you know, that's I don't know if that wave was as high of a score as he would have wanted it to be, but it would have been better if he didn't make the mistake at the end there. Here goes Jake paddling in. You know, positioning, everything was great. Attacked the lip line, beautiful slam. Not as clean of a bowl as Liam had, but, you know, nonetheless, he does some great work up into the lip and really keeps the flow. I was surprised he actually made it around this because it's, once you get behind it, it's hard to, like, push away into it, but the direction of the wave allowed him to get back into it. And you know, the rest of the wave kind of laid down for him. It let him down a bit, and that's something that, you know, again, I would have thought that he would have been on the better waves, and so far, that mistake there is going to cost him as well. So he's got to get out there, reset, get back into priority, and catch the right wave again, is what I think, to get himself, you know, into a secure place in this heat.
Speaking of heat, it is just so hot outside. It's about 86, 87 degrees, but it feels like 90, and thank goodness the Red Bull Athlete Zone has air conditioning. It's a crowded house in there. Staying cool, watching the boys lighting it up. Liam out in front over Jake Marshall. Be right back. The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour. It's a really fun Friday here in La Libertad, El Salvador. A lot of great waves around here besides Punta Roca as well, if you ever want to plan your surf trip. They're easy to find. A lot of friendly people that will point you in the right direction to even get the first wave of your life or get the best wave of your life. It's always warm. Pack a pair of board shorts and you are out there. And you could ride a lot of different styles of surfboards as well. Even if you ride longer boards, longboards, you could find a fun wave to surf with the whole family. There's a lot of great accommodations right on the beach. Puro Surf, a lot of great ones that are right on their own waves that lead a healthy lifestyle. And that's where all the high performance training goes down for the locals here at Punta Roca with Brian Perez and also Melvin Ayala working with Marcelo Castellanos. It's a really cool program that's been developing over the years. First time we had 2 representatives of this great country in the main event. Melvin getting in through the trials, and Brian getting the wild card once again like he deserves. They both went down in the opening round. And now we're in round 2. Our goal is to finish 6 heats of this second round. So Ethan Ewing, Callum Robson coming up next. Eli Hanneman will be taking on Miguel Pupo as we roll in with Liam O'Brien. 7.5 is high mark. He'll just splash that first section with a cool little slash off the top. Goes for the foam climb vertically. Starting to move out in front and goes, hang on, I'm going back to the pocket with the redirect and rebound. Pushing that rail work, and he's got plenty of room to move down the line here. Finds a nice section to throw down the wrapping cutback and throws it straight back up off the lip line. Well done for Liam O'Brien. Could see him changing gears on that one, was like rushing it and then going, hang on, I'm going back, and then having to rush again. So wasn't the cleanest read to figure out the pace of the wave, but with all his gear shifts, that style is just, it makes sense all the time.
He definitely looks like he's driving a Ferrari around a race car track. You know, he's speeding in the corners, and he's slowing down, coming into the, you know, out of the straightaways into another corner, and then speeding right back up. You know, this first little whip he does right here is pretty cool. He just shrack, I mean, like pushes the tail so hard right there, which I love. And then, you know, does the foam climb, and then he comes out in front here, and then he's like, you know what? I get back to the section like you're talking about, does the figure 8, bangs it off there, and I feel like he's like opening up another like gear, right? And then he gets back into it. Now he's putting it into 3rd gear. He's on the straightaway. He's coming down the corner, slides it down into 2nd, and then bang, throws around another corner. So I feel like he's doing all this different stuff with the gearbox out there. It's fun to control your car. You know what I mean? When you're using the stick shift and you can put it into a lower gear to like just really get a little traction, and then you know, you throw your board right up into it like that. It's fun. I feel like having board control like that and understanding what, you know, each and every little part of the board's going to do for you, and how you can lean on the rails and pick up speed. It's so technical, and get back a little further on the tail to push the tail out to make it slide a little bit. And there's just so many different approaches that you can put into a ride out here.
Yeah, Liam doing a good job on that one, just to change directions quite a bit, but maybe looked a little bit disconnected at times. A 5-point ride, a throwaway. Didn't have anything crazy down at the end of that ride. Already has a 7.5 and a 6.17.
Would you, you know, for me, that was his like first mistake, technically, like in heat management, because now he's left the door open for Jake to find that one wave that he needs. He needs like an 8, you know, he needs a solid wave.
Let's check out the recap. 2 incredible guys on rail, 2 great point break specialists. Liam O'Brien taking on Jake Marshall. Things started off with a bang. Liam still keeping his opener, the 6.17 at the start of the heat.
Yeah, it was a great wave. Got a little sticky on a few of the turns, but you know what? He was looking really strong throughout the entire wave, and really just made a lot out of it, especially to start with. The fire coming off of Jake right here on this first wave, though, was insane. And then the wave just kept giving him sections to do turns on. You know, a lot of different variety as well, which I really think that the judges look at, which is something, you know, that you kind of make that call as the section arrives. So I know it's kind of hard to think about during a heat, but these guys are doing that. I feel like they have to make those calls in transition when the wave's coming at them, as a lip line's coming at you, and then you think, okay, I already did one tail slide, maybe I should do a down carve, etc. You know, and each section is so much different that it allows you to just break the lip into pieces, and that's exactly what Liam O'Brien did on this wave.
This wave was crazy. The 2 straight verts in the pocket, and then to do that lip line airdrop with control was unbelievable. And then just it slowed down, but his rail work just kept lighting up sections. Beautiful finishing move. Best ride of the heat so far with that 7.5, as Liam's trying to go 2 in a row over Jake Marshall. They had a heat together going left at Raglan, and Liam got the win there. And so far, he's out in front with 2:50 to go. They had a heat a long time ago as well in Portugal. Jake won that, so it's actually 1 win apiece heading into their third matchup together at the championship tour level. And both 27 years of age, they're exact same generation. USA versus Australia has always been a great rivalry in the sport of surfing. There's been some iconic ones over the years, especially with Tom Curran and Mark Occhilupo maybe being at the top of the list. But these two with a lot of respect for each other. Liam on the DH boards and Jake on the sharp eyes. It was a fun surprise that Jake didn't realize that one of his best friends in the world started shaping for Marcio Zuvi at sharp eye. Jake was riding boards that his friend, one of his best friends, Taylor Clark, was making. And Taylor didn't say a thing. Just didn't want it to get in his head at all. And the next thing you know, Jake's finding success, getting some of the best scores of his life on tour. And then later it was like, oh, by the way, I made that thing. And Jake's like, no way. It was just such a cool connection of two guys that grew up competing together in North County, San Diego.
Is such a great surfer. Amazing surfer.
And a lot of times that's a great recipe to begin a shaping career, when you know how to adapt and change boards to the highest level. As we see a big fin throw for Jake, he's down, and his opportunity to try to get the lead off Liam O'Brien.
3 strikes and you're out, Joe. You can't make 3 strikes. You can't make 3 mistakes at this level.
We're looking at Jake at 19th in the world. Kind of really needed to get the ball rolling towards the top 10. What happened here?
Well, he was pushing really hard, and just, you know, the nose picked in, and he thought he was going to slide it out, and it didn't happen. Liam live.
Nice hit there off the lip. I love how he faded that, set up the pocket with all 3 fins hanging out the back. Crushing that section. He's got his tempo. Throws the wrapping cut back. Nice snap there. Just hops out of the critical part of the wave and finds himself a nice tidy little jam. Liam finding the magic here at Punta Roca today. Jake's got another chance though. Solid wall, bowling out the back. Sets up a beautiful down carve. Perfect rails back to the lip line again. Wave's kind of bending away, so he'll try to throw one into the pocket. He's hoping for more. It looks like it is growing in size down the line here. Jake setting up what will be a finishing move right here, and it's a lot of white water, but he's shown the judges that he likes the way it feels. And we've run out of time.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't think he's going to be able to climb back into the driver's seat after making 3 mistakes like that in a heat. You know, everybody surfs so good. 1 mistake, okay, you might be able to get away with it. 2, you're getting close to the edge. 3, you've stepped over and fallen off. You just can't do it. And at that last wave of Liam O'Brien, he absolutely destroyed that wave. He's going to probably better his low score of a 617. He's going to put it out of reach for Jake, because Jake needed a 685, and it's going to be all she wrote.
So yeah, score is still waiting to come in to make it official. Jake having to do the rock dance. It is extremely hot under your feet there. But yeah, Liam O'Brien putting together a very entertaining heat. We're happy that he's okay after that big closeout snap attempt on what looked to be like a 10-foot section that bottomed out. Didn't phase him though. Found his best wave soon after, the 7.5, and maybe another keeper on that last wave.
Yeah, he destroyed that heat. He was on the right waves. He got critical. He was on the heaviest sections and doing beautiful arcs, tail slides, disconnecting, coming back around the corner and just really finishing strong. I mean, that was in that last wave where he did that fade to straight up vertical. That was art. Oh, look at that score came in.
So last of Liam O'Brien almost matches his best, a 7.43 to go with his 7.5. Left Jake chasing an 8.10. And judges taking an extra look at it. Next heat is on hold till they wrap this one up. But yeah, that board looked great. Nice round tail. Let him push as hard as he wanted. But you got to free up the fins multiple times, so a lot of variation. Last score coming in for Jake Marshall, not close. And he is out of the contest in back-to-back events because of Liam O'Brien's performances. T-Mac talking about that crazy finish that he went for on a big section as he's there with his crew. Oscar Berry, Matty McGillivray supporting Liam O'Brien in this one, and he'll move on to round 3.
That was beautiful work. Good, nice job, Liam. And Jake, I love you. Had you on my fantasy team. But, well.
He was definitely a popular pick at this wave, especially with all the time he spent in El Salvador. But Liam's had one of his best results of his career out here. Semi-final in the past, and he might be heading that same direction. We're going to take a quick break. Up next, Ethan Ewing takes on Callum Robson. Samuel Pupo joins us for the call right after this. Thanks for being with us. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero. We're into round 2 for the men. Liam O'Brien just beat Jake Marshall in the last heat, and now we get to see Ethan Ewing take on Callum Robson. All Australian battle. Ethan Ewing, always a front runner for the world title race, and a great time to be hanging in the booth. Joe Turpel, Strider Wazalewski, and Sammy Pupo joining us for the call. Sammy, always good to see you, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Joel. Yeah, I don't really do this that often, so it's cool to be here with you guys and commentate this amazing heat coming up.
Did you just come in here for the air conditioning? Maybe that was part
Actually,
of it.
Here it's much better than the athletes area, so it was a good idea.
It's packed in there. Sammy, I know you've had a few days out here already, and there's some events where you show up and it's pumping, and that's been the case here at Punta Roca. How have your surfs been over the last couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this type of events are a lot easier to deal with. Just, I feel like everyone's been surfing great, and it's a lot more about your surfing than actual competing. So I feel like we're going to see some amazing surfing next days coming up, and today has been really great so far. So,
does that just take the nerves away a bit when the waves are pumping and you don't have to think more about strategy and defense and all that, and you can just ride waves and do your thing?
For sure, yeah. It makes it a lot easier. Here you see Callum on his first wave.
Callum trying that nice carve in the pocket and pushing back into the power source again. Lighting up the whitewater section well. Such a strong athlete. He'll lay into the open face again to change gears. And now already hitting the end section with a lot of speed and whip in that finish. That was nice, Strider.
Yeah, Callum's he's kind of like that brick and mortar surfer. He lays down like the foundation, right? He's got a lot of power, and he's got the fundamentals all just locked in. The big power gouge, the straight up, carve, a mean bottom turn. The X factor is there, but you don't see it that much. But he's gonna get those, medium to almost excellent scores in his heat because he's just so solid. And I don't know, when you surf against a guy like that, Sammy, do you feel like you have to go above and beyond and do those crazy like X factor moves?
Yeah, I feel like when you go up against a guy like Ethan or Callum, you kind of know there's going to be like 13 points in the table already, so you kind of have to surf your way up in the heat, and here you see Ethan matching Callum on his first exchange.
Wow, fun foam climb with a lot of different angles there that gets him back into some clear water. Section in front of him will stop this ride short, and Ethan disappears in the mix there. So you'd say...
That was a hard wave to surf.
You'd say it was a hard wave to surf, and also Callum doing a good job to get a finish, knowing that he can afford no mistakes against one of the best modern-day rail surfers in the world, who picked up his third championship tour victory in pumping conditions on the Gold Coast. Something that we're referencing as one of the best events we've ever had at Snapper Rocks. Sammy Pupo was all over that as well, getting into the final series again. And the energy that happened at that event, because of the waves, the crowd, the atmosphere, the huge matchups. You had one as well with Felipe. I mean, there was so much going on at that event that was thrilling. Before we get there, Sammy, I want to get your take on Ethan, on his performance on this wave.
Very solid as always, but this wave was so tricky to ride. It kind of looked like it was maybe the first wave of the set. It didn't have a bigger size, but it was really bumpy and wobbly the whole way through, and the end section really got him, and Callum getting the jump on exchange, and solid as always, and really good first carve. And I have a feeling this wave it's gonna really set the pace for the heat, and we'll see the boys pushing hard after this.
Callum Robson finding some good sections and then really sped things up on the finishing move.
Yeah, you know, that quick transition when the wave cups out like that, to be out, to get your board on the lip and then push out in front of the wave is kind of mandatory right there. Otherwise, you're just going to come down behind the white water and just going to smack you off a lot of times. So it's very smart surfing right there from Callum.
You and Callum, Sammy, came on and impressed a lot of people, you know, especially at the start of the season when Pipe kind of kicked things off and it was pumping and everyone's going, hey, what's Callum going to do out here? And then we're asking your brother, you know, how's Sammy going to go? And there's all this unknown. We'll see. It was that big and it was so new. And then you guys just put your head down and made the quarterfinals as rookies on tour. That was an unbelievable way to start your season. You probably remember that like it was yesterday.
For sure, yeah, it does feel like yesterday. It was probably the best contest we ever had at Pipe, and I was talking to Strider just before we got on this broadcast, and conditions were just unbelievable. I haven't seen it like that ever since, so it was amazing just to be in the water. It was this type of contest that everybody was just enjoying the ocean so much, and everybody looked so happy at the beach, and literally it felt like I had no pressure going for my heats and just wanted to surf pipeline by myself and get the best waves of my life. And I did some stuff that I've never done before in a barrel, and it felt amazing.
When we were talking about it, and when I was in the water and I was out there doing the call from there, watching you guys surf out there, I was like, who's Sammy? What? Is he gonna? Has he ever even ridden a wave like this before? And you so impressed us. Everybody was just blown away, and to see the intent that you had and having that opportunity, I guess, would give you that kind of like, you know, I want this, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna do it. But I will say there were some guys that did not want it, and you wanted it, and it was so fun to see you put your head down and want it like that.
For sure, yeah. I feel like just it's what competition does to me, and I feel like I felt like I wasn't really thinking like as much. I was just doing it, you know. I just wanted to make heats. I wanted to improve in that type of waves, and I felt like I had an opportunity in my hand and just went for it really. And after the contest finished, I looked back. I was like, I can't believe I did this really. But I feel like just getting that mindset of just going for it really, just contest does that to you sometimes.
And to frame it up, the waves were gigantic. It was 12 foot on the first reef. I mean, there's 25-foot face, huge caverns coming in, and there was even bigger waves rolling in from the outside that you kind of like were dodging kind of cat and mouse in and out of the impact zone, and then you were just have to put your head down. I mean, the waves, I get chicken skin just thinking about how scary it is out there. But,
sure.
you know what?
Yeah.
Those are defining moments in your career.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that day the waves kept getting bigger throughout the day, and I was the last seed of the day against Jordy, and I started the heat very well, and at the end, just the waves got too big. It was just whitewashed through all the way, and I finished the heat winning. So just a magical day for everyone, and to watch Kelly win that comp too was very special.
Yeah, one of the best ever, I think, in our sport. And when you look at how you started as well, and then making a final so early, and happy to be in Brazil, it was one of the coolest things I saw in you, where you were looking at the crowd and you knew they wanted you to do well. And I was like, oh, he's feeding off this. And, you know, to be in an all-Brazilian final and so young at the start of your career, you know, was even comparable to Callum making a final at Bell's so early, you know. And sometimes that rookie season provides some of your, you know, most magic moments when you kind of don't know what's coming. Right? And since then, though, Sammy, you've had to dig deep and go through the challengers, and how much you've grown since those rookie moments we're talking about now. Like, can you sum up what you've actually been through and how you're feeling today?
Well, a lot has happened since then. I feel like the rookie year is just very special. You know, you're just so in such a good mindset. You're just so happy to, you know, finally achieve your dream. And I've been seeing that a lot in Mateo's like mindset this year, just being with him, surfing with him every day at home, and just kind of feeding off his energy. Just he's been so happy and stoked to finally be here. So it just makes things easier. You know, you're so positive. Everything you're doing is great. You're just enjoying every contest as much as you can, and I feel like the results just, you know, come after that. And Callum coming for his second wave.
There we go, Callum Robson driving hard into that section. Power hack off the lip for Caltex. Driving with that big speed hook. Gets control again. Fin throw to finish things off. That was some exciting surfing.
3 to the beach.
That was it in an explosive way.
I would love watching that. I mean, when I come into you know, preheat of this, is, you know, Ethan and Callum. I know Callum's going to go strong, but to be honest, he looks like he's got the rhythm, and he's, I mean, just smashing it. I mean, that was some really beautiful, flowing but powerful and technical surfing all wrapped into one. I mean, that was like that was a solid 7 easy right there on my book.
That
for sure,
was
yeah.
Huge. What do you think, Sammy?
Judges just love this type of surfing. You know, he had big sections and he did big turns on all of them. And it's not about the quantity, and it's about the quality. And he had 3 really good turns, mixed it up, had a little blow tail at the end of this last turn. And I do have a feeling it's going to be the best score of the heat for sure.
On a long point break like this, sometimes you think you have to do 100 turns. Leo Fioravanti joined us this morning. He's like, you're really looking for 3 majors. And that's exactly what Callum did. Even foot released off the tail, but he had variety, tight transitions, a lot of power. Standing by for the score. As we wait for that, let's check in with Liam O'Brien and Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Liam, congratulations. Anybody that follows surfing knows that that's a core heat right there. Lob against Jake Marshall, firing Punta Roca. Knowing that we're going to have this swell coming up against Jake, what was it like competing out there with these kind of waves? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty nerve-wracking, actually, knowing I was against Jake. I know he puts a lot of time in down here and has this lineup pretty dialed, so yeah, I had a lot of doubts going into that heat. I was trying to quieten the mind a lot in the lead up. Had a pretty average surf this morning, so just sort of had to like reset myself a little bit before going into the heat, and yeah, just come back to trying to take care of the little things and take care of all the stuff that's in my control. And yeah, I mean, when you're against someone like Jake in good waves, you know it's gonna be a tough heat. So it's just like I got to just do what I can do and try and put some good scores on, and then if he gets the jump on me, then so be it. But I just really wanted to like hone in on just taking care of all the little things that I could, and yeah, glad it worked out for me.
Speaking of you're going out swinging, you went for a Hail Mary right there at the end. Can you just talk us through that elevator drop right there at the end, the one you didn't make?
Yeah, that was a fair old smoking. I didn't expect it to go so below sea level. I think every wave I've had here, it's been kind of a mushy, like, cruisy end section. So I was half expecting that. And then as I was sort of going into the turn, I was like, geez, this thing's pretty steep. And then it just jacked right up. And yeah, it's like doing a bit of a yoga pose on the bottom. But yeah, luckily came up unscathed, all good. But yeah, it was a fair smashing, that's for sure.
And sometimes you talk about the average surf you had this morning, the free surf especially. Doesn't that change things once you go and paddle out for a heat? Like, you almost want that to happen first thing in the morning rather than when you're putting your jersey on.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a warm-up, but it's so easy to read into it. Like, you want everything to be feeling on, you want your board to feel good, you want your line-up knowledge to feel right, and it definitely wasn't that for me this morning, so I just had to remind myself it was a warm-up, and it's all good. Like, you know, it's not the heat, doesn't matter, but yeah, it's definitely hard. You get a lot of head noise when, when you're kind of not clicking, so it was a good challenge. I just sort of went, all right, that's how it is today, so just going to do the best I can with what I got.
Appreciate it, brother. Congratulations.
No, thanks so much. Cheers.
Joe?
Thanks, Mitch. Thank you, Liam. Liam's always so humble, so honest about how he feels. I mean, he's never going to tell us that he was just the best surfer of the morning. He's never going to say that. But he's always saying he's got more to work on. I think that puts him into gear of like, I need to achieve more. I'm not done yet. And I mean, with that humility, it's like he's so likable and easy to back as a human with his kindness, but also just with that professionalism and always trying to push further. I mean, you spent a lot of time with him, Sammy, as well, coming off the Challenger Series again last year, and he always puts that out there, too. He's the first person to criticize himself, and then we're kind of going, hang on, you're ripping, dude. And maybe it's just part of his process.
Yeah, I feel like we're very similar. It was cool to see. I talked to him after Newcastle, and I asked him what he was feeling like after he lost, and watching the whole comp, you know, go on and seeing people making heats, if he was nervous or not. And he just said that he didn't watch it at all because he couldn't. You know, he was too nervous and he didn't want to cheer for anyone to lose. And that's such a Liam thing to say. So I was like, man, I agree with you. You know, it's a destiny. So it's up for the gods to decide.
We're so stoked that he got that last spot as we run into this wave with Callum Robson. Look at him just hunting sections, just chasing moments and opportunities. There he is, whipping that turn in the pocket, deeper off the bottom, more crispy connection on that one off the top. Fades it. He got the 6.5, the score we're waiting for before he went to break. And now he'll try to better a 5.17. And this is pretty normal. Ethan can drop anchor. Sometimes he'll just catch a few waves in matchups. And, you know, right now, Callum's the one staying busy, Strider.
There's so much time, you know, on the clock. The waves are pretty much pumping, so I feel like he's gonna put himself in the right position and wait for the right wave, because I feel like that first wave he was really upset with because it was so bouncy and weird, and there was nothing he could do to really, you know, get into the driver's seat of that wave and really do the surfing he wanted to showcase. So I feel like that's what he's doing right now. He's waiting for that moment. He was waiting for the right wave, and then we're going to see him go bananas on it, and I'm sure right-hand point, Ethan Ewing, it's going to be pretty sick.
Yeah, interesting, Sammy, on that take of getting busy or staying patient. At the moment, Callum's the one riding waves. What'd you see in this wave?
Yeah, I feel like his intention was to really find big sections so he could do something big, but he was really never there, you know. He was always behind the wave, had a kind of a slow timing from the start and just couldn't really click. But it's a finished wave nonetheless, and keep applying pressure on Ethan, and let's see where Ethan's confidence is.
Do you watch Dab in the Dark?
Yeah, I did, of course. I feel like everyone did.
I think everyone did as well. Ethan Ewing was the star of that show. Great job to the whole crew. Dill Robertson, everyone at Stab, Sam McIntosh, Taj Burrow did such a great job with that series, and all the great shapers in the world that made unbelievable crafts for some they didn't know it was Ethan. They knew his height, weight, dimensions, that he was a world-class surfer, and it ended up being Hayden Cox taking the win. But watching him surf in that series, you're going, wait, this was probably the best warm-up you could ever ask for to kick off your season on tour, Sammy.
For sure. I mean, I feel like everybody was just so excited when we knew it was going to be Ethan trying different boards and how good he's been surfing the last few years. He's probably been top 3 best surfer in the world for a few years now, so it was very exciting from the start, and I was super excited to see him in the JS. I really wanted to see that, and I still haven't talked to him about it, but I will soon.
Yeah, is that something you think about? And you know, you're a proud JS Industries team rider, of course, but is that sort of a topic with the elite surfers of it being okay to see what else is out there and come back to your crew and talk about it?
Yeah, I feel like it is.
Not trying to get you in trouble here.
I mean, we're all checking each other's boards, and it's just such a normal thing nowadays. And I was watching Ethan and Joao talking about the CIs a bunch of days and talking about all of the other boards, and Joao talking about DHs, and it's just we're the whole year together. You know, it's gonna happen at some point, and we're all super cool about it. And it was cool to see how like Ethan was ripping on every single board. It just shows how on point his surfing has been, and I was kind of glad he didn't pick DH from the start. Just go for someone else, you know, let someone else shine.
Yeah, what a cool series, and just great to see how unbelievably talented Ethan is on all kinds of boards and shapes that he had never ridden before, different shapers he'd never ridden before, and got him fired up to accomplish, you know, his third victory this year, which was kind of wild, Strider, of going, hang on, Ethan Ewing, he's been world runner-up. He's been this guy for so long, and you'd almost expect him to have like 10, 12 wins by now. You know, we're going J-Bay, Bells, and the Gold Coast. He's got the big three as far as the classic rights. But, you know,
I feel like he's everybody on tour, and most of the people that watch surfing, they're his favorite. He's a favorite, right? I mean, the beautiful style that he has, a calm upper body, the solid, powerful lower body, the torque on the rail, just the beautiful surfing that he does. It's just like you would expect him to have more wins under his belt. But you know, do you see holes in his program? Do you think there's obviously everybody can improve, but where could he improve, do you think?
I feel like sometimes he gets a little too peaky. I feel like he surfs so good that he could easily just ride waves and win heats. We do see that a little too often from Ethan, and almost losing his first seat at Gold Coast, going, you know, to the last wave, and it's just I feel like he wants to be too perfect sometimes, and it's cool to see when he's just riding waves, and I feel like he did that after his first round at Gold Coast and was just surfing, and everyone loves his surfing, so it's gonna get him through a lot of heats.
Yeah, his wave count definitely went up as we now look at Callum Robson getting another opportunity here. Under priority of Ethan Ewing, throwing some water off the tail, jumping at this section. Setting up a third turn, he's hustling, aggressive foam climb, still puts him on his heels. So Callum doing all the hard work as Ethan's just being a silent little giant out there waiting for a certain wave to come through. 12:15 on the clock. Callum trying to fit this one into his top two was.
Yeah, you know, I think keeping the momentum, keeping the flow, and really trying to, you know, put the pressure on, like you said, Sammy's a good thing, but I feel like he's almost trying too hard. He looks like he needs to get out in front of some of these waves and unload on some of these sections, which I think his intention is to do that, but he's kind of been behind each wave that he had there, so we'll see what happens.
We've got a good story coming up here. The hard work of Callum Robson, 6'5" and a 5'17", forcing Ethan to get at least an 8.34 on his first wave after this long wait to come back into position. Ethan's thinking about it now and will ride this wave after a serious wait. Ewing tracking down the line, all setup work here at Punta Roca, but it's lining up for days. Big, grippy carve into the pocket, throwing some water off the tail. He's got that easy tempo. Doesn't look like he's having to work too hard, just picking his points and laying into them. Nice, classy surfing, and he'll shut that one down after a long wait. So he's able to stay hot. He doesn't need to ride waves. He knows he's more than ready, and he'll call for the Red Bull ski to head back out there, Was.
Yes, and he's going to get back out there. And in his head right now, Sammy, was this the wave he was waiting for, or was it kind of undercooked a bit?
I feel like his thought was, it's around 10 minutes and I don't have my first score yet, and I feel like his thing was like, I need to get this heat started, not let this heat get close to the 5 minutes and not have any scores under my belt. So make sure he's at least one score up with Callum, and they could both go to the last exchange and see who gets the jump.
Those
But
first
amazing technique.
2 turns were just, I loved them. I loved them. I think these were great right
It's
here.
just details, and you don't really see that in the live action, but once you put it on slow motion, it's just such a good technique and so powerful as always.
Well, he's always going to make it look easier than it is, too, right? And just with perfect board placement, variety on every section. And you know those hard-working waves that Callum's trying to just hustle and hustle? It's like Ethan's just in the tempo and the rhythm of the ocean and throwing down huge rail turns. Way out the back on the Red Bull ski. Ethan trying to break down the requirement. Needs an 8.34 to go right into first. But like Sammy was thinking, could have been just time management to kind of put himself in the game. And now he might go back to drop an anchor here to see if what Callum does in the back end of this heat.
Stephanie Gilmore always said, it only takes 2.
Just 2 numbers.
She's always like, I'm like, yeah, I got stressed out watching you. And she's like, why? It's only 2 waves. I know I'm going to get 2 waves. She kind of shamed me a little bit.
Well, the topic is kind of like what Sammy was saying. You know, sometimes there were heats I remember where Steph, all she had to do was start surfing, you know, and you're going, she just didn't ride waves, so it didn't give her the chance. So it's the theory there, right? You're dropping anchor for a reason because you're looking for 2 of the best waves. But when you have that ability that is just so good where you could surf medium-sized waves up, there's the theory of like, why not just get going? And maybe that was Ethan's adjustment there where he's now matched Callum's high score of the heat. They both have 6.5s now, and this is a whole new heat now with 8:30 to go, Sammy.
For sure, yeah. I mean, this is gonna be so exciting. This last few minutes, Callum has a priority and has a really important choice to make in the next few minutes. Really pick the right wave and make sure he's gonna get the jump on the score against Ethan, and it's gonna be very exciting.
Callum's just had a whole new feel to him, just like yourself, Sammy. World number 7, by the way. Congrats. Heading into this event's top 5. Callum, the winning pipe at the CS this year was huge. And the way he's putting himself together as a professional athlete these days, I'm loving everything he's doing on social media, how giving he is with his thought process of what he's working on. He even was telling us the other day when he was paddling out, he's working on opening up that left shoulder and really driving through his turns with speed. And he's turning into, obviously, such a solid professional, but also just a student of the game. Strider known that he's got so many great things to learn at this level.
Well, I feel like if you can be open to always improving yourself and becoming a better you, then you're gonna put yourself in a position to grow. And I think growth is something that we all need to look for no matter what until the end of our time here. And if you stop being curious, right, and you don't open the door up for yourself, then you're just going to get stagnant. And so like you said, for Callum, he's curious. He wants to get better. He wants to become a better athlete and a better surfer. So I feel like that's impressive. And and with that, you're going to have better results, which you can see.
Yeah, they all learn that quickly, right? You get to this tour and then the hard work begins and it gets fun. You fall in love with that hard work. As we look at round 2, the goal is to finish heat 6 today. That's why we got Sammy in here. He's got the day off. He's coming up tomorrow probably against Joel Vaughn. Up next though, big brother, Miguel Pupo taking on Eli Hanneman. How's your bro been feeling the last couple of days?
He's been looking so good, and I mean, he haven't lost a first round heat yet, so I mean, it's just been so cool to watch him this year and how confident he is and how much work he's been putting on this year. By far, he's been the most focused I've ever seen, really taking care of his diet, really training a lot, and working on his board with Adriano, working on his surfing, and it's been on point all year, and we have some amazing heats coming up.
Look at that. We've got world number 1, Italo Ferreira, taking on Ramsey Bukiem. Ramsey was in the first heat this morning, and he's earned that matchup, Was.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch. The Moroccan just going rocking right through the lip. I mean, watching that guy surf is and just walking on the beach, he's a god. I mean, the guy's just ripped, beautiful, gets out in the water, blasts the lip apart. The guy, I mean, it's just like he is the full package. And to finally see him, excel and win in heats, that was fun today to watch.
For sure, yeah. Jack and Cole is definitely one of the heats that I'm looking forward to, and I like try to stay on Ramsey. Oh god,
so
the
good,
guy,
man.
that guy is tall, handsome. He does everything, huh?
He's like a prince.
Royalty.
Royalty, yes.
But I will say,
and fun to hang out with.
I will say that I am so impressed with your brother this year. I mean, watching him come on and just be lights out. I want to say 2.5 times faster in transition. I don't know what that guy's eating or what's going on, but or in the gym, what twitch muscles they were working on. I want to know. I want to know what's going on, because
Sammy, tell us the secrets.
How do you go from, you know, the smooth operator that he was? I mean, he's always been an amazing surfer, but he has put on so much speed, and there must be something tweaked in the board. There's something going on there.
I feel like it's just a lot of things together, but firstly, I feel like it's been just up here, you know, the mindset. I feel like this year, after his Bells win, here's Ethan.
Yeah, we'll continue that thought. Ethan Ewing, important wave here as he's just flying through section, still looks controlled and comfortable, needing a 5.18 to turn it. Framing up that nice snap and belting the finishing move. Gosh, no mistakes. And when you have no mistakes, you're allowed to just have an efficient wave count and only take the waves you think you need to progress. Speed management was really well done there. Under Callum's watch with priority, Strider.
Yeah, you know, he kind of just, you know, did what Callum was doing, but he's capitalizing on it, I think, a little bit better. He's getting out in front of it at first, and then he's setting up his turns where he's just really being able to be free. And the type of surfing that, you know, he can do, I mean, he's even a little bit behind this one, but cleanly, you know, projecting still, which is hard to do from behind the wave. Nice little clean finish with some variety right there, you know, that having the board in the lip and then throwing a tweak out through it is something that he is so good at. It's crazy.
And just so many options, front side, big snaps, fin throws, rad carves, along with one of the easiest styles to watch. 3 minutes to go, scores in for Ethan Ewing, and it's not enough. So he went the distance with that one, did a lot on it.
Smaller
and
wave.
Gets a 4.67.
I was playing catch up.
Sammy, what are your thoughts on that?
This is so hard to watch. I mean, the heat went so slow. I can feel like their pressure in the water. You know, I would be freaking out of this heat.
Yeah, well, long way to go for Ethan not to be effective in turning it. So the 5.17 for Callum is keeping him out in front. And he's holding priority, and Callum's really smart to shut things down with defense if it does come down to it. Ethan, after the huge win at the Gold Coast, knocked out really early over at Raglan. And now up against it here with 2 minutes to go on a wave, you'd expect him to be on the podium.
I think he's probably 65–70% of everybody's pick, and you know, to win, right? I mean, he's got to be a power surfer for a lot of people in this event when it comes to fantasy, just because it's a right point. And you think about him on the Gold Coast and the result that he had there, it would be pretty simple to put him right in there. Did you put him on your team, Joe?
Oh yeah, he's on my team, along with Sammy Pupo as well. No pressure, no pressure, Sammy.
Oh, here we go. We got some lines.
Oh.
Callum, decision time priority. Lets Ethan go. Needs a 5.17 here. Starts with a wrapping turn, trying to really push hard through a soft section. Just kind of touching the pocket, waiting for this thing to grow, drawing that out. This is just all Ethan's ability to try to surf these really full sections up a bit. It's not really giving him a ramp yet. And now he finally sees that bowl section. More vertical there in the face of the wave to finish on his feet, but you could kind of see why Callum let him go on that.
That was nerves of steel from Callum. Straight out. That was so crazy to watch that wave go in.
Ice in the veins.
And how do you let Ethan go on anything out here, Sammy?
It's a tricky one, man.
Here comes another little set, though. Looks like Callum's paddling out.
Ooh.
There's time on the clock. This is going to be an interesting one to see if the score drops in or not. And then watching Callum ride this next wave is going to be... He's going to surf it like he needs it.
For sure, yeah. in his head, he's thinking that he needs to score for sure.
So Callum Robson is going to really light up this first section if he can. He does get the fin ditch, so placed it there in the right spot. Nice round arc. Good transition as well. Little setup work to find the power source, and now it's opening up again. Beautiful timing on the snap. Robson then throws down a solid finish through the whitewater. Unbelievable heat for Callum and the last couple of minutes. His friends are cheering him on. Nerves of steel to let Ethan go. That was really full and flat on the face, and then finds a gem to finish it off. That was really well done from Callum.
That was ice in the veins right there, huh, Sammy?
Ice in the veins. Wow. I mean, it looks like he made the right decision. The best wave definitely came at the end, and Ethan had a shot here, but Callum didn't see that this wave was good, so it was a little mushy and bumpy, and
still you're giving Ethan Ewing a perfect right. In your mind, you're going, you know, I mean, he rips this wave.
Yeah.
He does. He you know, does as well as you could have done.
For sure.
And if he would have taken that wave, Ethan would have been on the better wave that Callum just got, and everything would have been different in this heat. So hats off to Callum on heat IQ right there.
Yeah, I mean, just feeling the ocean, really, looking at that wave and making his choice, and he was right about it. The next wave was a lot better, a lot cleaner, and he served it to the best potential.
That was an insane turn right there. The way that this wave loaded back up right here and it offered this in this one right here was so clean.
Yeah.
Nice.
It looked like it was gonna run for a second looking back here live, and it just waited for him the whole time, and he served it very well.
Wow, I'm so impressed. Callum still waiting for the decision, which probably is making him nervous, because when it takes a long time, that means the judges are considering a couple of different things here. But I don't know how many people are letting Ethan go on a wave like that with priority, especially with the nerves and the pressure, just those decisions to make, and he stayed calm.
Oh, I would have freaked out and went for sure.
And
I would
a
have
low score too for Ethan. A 5, it's literally almost nothing for Ethan. So it's a really hard choice to make, and Callum was very, very confident on that one.
Look at where Ethan is. He's going into the locker room already. Wow.
So walking that one off. Callum chatting with George.
He's about to crack a can down there for sure.
And they're having some laughs, waiting for the final outcome. This is one of the longer waits we've had for the decision. And, you know, Ethan chasing that mid-ranger, so maybe he gets it. Then Callum needed something on the last wave. But he definitely lit up his last wave so well with big first turns. He had a nice steep wall to start with, and
yeah, I felt like that was one of his best waves. What do you think, Sammy? Was that last wave one of his best?
I feel like it was the best wave of the heat for me. It just felt like it was really well served, and some of the scores are coming right now.
And numbers locking in. Ethan Ewing, not enough. Callum Robson gets the victory there. 5.8 on that last wave, and ends up eliminating one of the favorites of the event and getting the roll into the round 3 action. Well done to Callum Robson under pressure to deal with Ethan Ewing on a right-hand point break.
That was so much fun.
Wow, I mean, just so hard to watch this heat. It was so nerve-wracking. We didn't have a lot of sets, and not what we want to see, but it did put some excitement in the heat.
Sammy, always great hanging out with you, and it is fun to find you during your brother's heats. I know you're going to find a towel and hide if you need to.
I'm gonna be so nervous.
You're gonna have fun supporting your older brother. Miguel versus Eli Hanneman. Sammy Pupo surfing in round 2, probably tomorrow, the next day in the waiting period. Coming up next, Miguel and Eli will bring in Chris Cote and Mitchell Salazar for the call. But keep enjoying watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Cero. We'll be right back.
Well, if you listen closely, you can hear something interesting. It's the sound of a million fantasy surf teams that were just completely blown out of the water. Big ups to Callum Robson taking out event favorite Ethan Ewing in a big way, a massive heat. A huge upset there. Less support to Callum Robson, who is absolutely hyped, and we're straight back into the water. The silky smooth stylings of Miguel Pupo now on display as he kicks a couple turns out the back, and he's streaking down the line. Waves are pulsing here. The last couple heats of the day. Straighten out, somehow gets around a huge section. He goes underwater. It's all happening. We're live from Punta Roca in La Libertad, El Salvador. And what a day it's been, and it's going to continue on at least for the few more heats here. Just trying to regather and regain composure after a wild few heats there. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. We know you've been enjoying the show. We've been right there with you. And like we said, big upsets throughout the day, massive waves coming through. We're talking waves in the head height at triple overhead range. This has been an awesome opening day here in El Salvador. What do you think, Mitch?
Oh, it's a spectacle for sure, Chris, and it's a really Central American jewel that we have right here at Rocky Point at Punta Roca, and another great heat. Eli Hanneman has already surfed once today. He was able to advance over the local boy, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, and Miguel Pupo. Last year made it into the quarterfinals right here. Had the great floater that you called against Al Cleland Jr. Looking forward to some more of that right now. But number 2 in the rankings, his best start ever in his career. Another victory at the Championship Tour level earlier this season, the first one over at the Rip Pro Bells Beach. So maybe he goes 2 for 2 with right-hand point breaks when it comes to right here at Punta Roca.
Yeah, these are the heats we were alluding to earlier this morning. The first round surfers who made it through their heats are basically going up against a brick wall. Four-headed Brazilian monster, Miguel Pupo being one of them. But Eli Hanneman, he's proven his worth out here. Big heat earlier this morning, and obviously continuing that trend.
That second bottom turn was superb, and really exploded once he got to the lip line. He read this wave so well. It was not easy to surf at all. Seems like he still had some more on the inside right here too. Mix it around the whitewater, especially with this high tide. It backs off just slightly enough for you to be able to get around these corners and eventually maybe get a 2 for 1 in at the end. Boy, this wave is still going. He's ridden this for at least 600 yards right now, and I feel like this inside section right here has been critical for a lot of the major scores. Let's see if he was able to throw in an air too. No, just a big blowtail, but that'll get the job done too. And big score to start things off, Chris, right here. But that second bottom turn, I mean, majestic stuff from the kid from Lahaina Maui. You can see right there, just explodes once he actually gets to the lip line. But the way he drew that one out, not many people in the world that could do a bottom turn like that, Chris.
He's so steady, and sure on his feet.
Oh, yeah.
All that whole combination of 4 turns right there, under duress, but just making it look so clean. That speed, power, and flow, all in one wave. And one of the highest scores of the day, 7.33 for Eli Hanneman. He is now in the lead. Miguel Pupo dropped to just a 0.70 and a 0.37 for 317 for his second wave. A lot of time ago, of course, 29 minutes. Wow, give it up for Hanneman. Coming into this event, he was going up against one of the hardest draws you could get as a wild card in Brian Perez early this morning. And now he seems like he has continued that momentum, stayed fired up, and he's well prepared for Miguel Pupo, who's having another one of his best years ever. I think we saw Miguel Pupo here in El Salvador last year go on that incredible run. That was really where things were kick-started for him.
Yeah, and it takes that momentum to eventually get it into the next season too. And you're right, number 2 in the world right now, a father of 4, 34 years old right now, and 2 CT wins, Tahiti and at Bells. So very well versed, been doing this for a long time too. 15 years on and off the Championship Tour, but really been a staple for the last 7 or 8 now.
And one of the best styles in the business.
No doubt.
28 minutes to go. Nothing on the horizon for once. That'll give us a chance to catch up with a very stoked Callum Robson, standing by with Jesse.
Cal, nerves of steel in that last one. I feel like the whole beach was like, oh my gosh, is he going to let this wave go? Is he not? Take me through that moment, because Ethan, he's no easy draw no matter where you are across the world, but on right-hand point breaks especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I knew I was up against it, surfing against Ethan. When I seen that last wave, I'd taken a lot of waves in the free surfs and in that heat, even just looking down the line of them and seeing that type of line that it had, I just looked at it and thought, that just doesn't look that good of a wave. And there was still a little bit of time to go, and there was potentially going to be one after it. So I just had to trust my gut and trust my read, and luckily it worked out. It was like, I think the boys were saying that he was probably going to get the score. It was going to be right thereabouts. So I was super thankful I got gifted that last little wave to hopefully put myself in the lead, which I did.
Ethan is arguably the best point surfer that we have on tour. I mean, he's already won at Snapper. It was absolutely pumping there. Seeing the surfing that he did there, you would have known coming into that he was a really hard draw. For you, you've got the power edge on Ethan. Is that what you were really relying on in that heat?
Well, I don't know. Some would argue I probably don't. So I don't know. I just felt like, I knew I was up against really good surfer in Ethan, and I think sometimes you can put the shine on them too much and worry about what they're going to do. And I just had to trust that my surfing, like you said, is powerful enough. It is at this level, and I can match it against power surfers like Eth. So yeah, I was excited. I'm stoked that I got it done on my rail and just trusted my surfing. And even though it wasn't a perfect performance with like really high scores, it was still good enough for today. And yeah, it was that massive hard draw, and I knew it, but I'm stoked that I kind of stayed in my lane and got it done.
There's big points going between this round and then into round 3. So this is exactly what you're looking for at this part of the season.
Yeah, I need to make some heats. That's what we're here for, is make heats. And you do that one step at a time. But yeah, I'm here to make as many heats as I can. And like he said, it's this time of the year you want to start making some heats, and that's what my goal is here. And keep my head down and my bum up and just give it a red hot crack.
We love it, Cal. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Just want to touch on something real quick right there, Chris. That second answer that he gave, like, rely on your own strengths and don't put the shine on the others. That is a perfect role model of a person right there. I mean, if you're only talking about the other person, what about me? I'm here for a reason, too. I love that.
I like that he's saving my lane, powering his way through. And so I'd say 2 of the biggest upsets of the day, and just in terms of, fantasy and whatever, resume, Ethan Ewing, Callum right there, and then earlier on today, not Lelior, taking out Stephanie Gilmore. So 2 power brokers here at Right Hand Point Breaks out of this contest. And I'm sure the wild times are going to continue, because the waves are going to be pumping throughout the entirety of the week. Great day of surfing already behind us. With 25 minutes to go, a huge heat right now for Eli Hanneman, who wants to continue his role. And so far, so good. 7.33 to start for Eli. And Miguel, meanwhile, 3.17 is his high mark, 2 throwaways. 24 minutes, 52 seconds to go. He is really a calm, cool, collected character, though.
Yeah, he is.
Never seems to panic in any type of waves. And I think just the surf fan in me just wants to see more of both of these riding a lot of waves. The more the better. And you're thinking about 2 guys with pretty much polar opposite styles, opposite stances.
At least for this wave.
Opposite
right now.
approaches,
Yeah.
too. I mean, this is a fun matchup in the lineup now.
But that's been the best thing about today. Everybody's had opportunities, especially right now in the afternoon with this tide still coming up. It is cooking out there right now, dude. I mean, like, all these small insider waves, it's that white water just pushing you forward. You're able to generate a lot of speed. The low tide here is really difficult, especially when it's this size out there right now. But the high tide right now, if you're one of these 6 men's heats that's going to surf in the afternoon, you are stoked. And we have seen a couple of incredible clashes. That one between Jake Marshall and Liam O'Brien is must-see TV. And right now you have another clash of styles right here. And really 2 guys, polar opposites of their careers, too. Miguel's already been able to do this for a long time. He's having the most success he's had ever right now at number 2 in the rankings. And Eli's just sort of finding himself on the championship tour and beginning his career. So I really like what I'm seeing. This could easily be a point where Eli gets that breakthrough result, though, against a guy who's been on fire at the moment, though.
And it's always fun to see, the surfing deciding, right? Not just who got the better wave.
Great point.
A lot of events where it's small or beach break or whatever, and it's going to just go out there, spray and pray, see what happens. An event like this, wave selection is really crucial. And the good part about that is there's plenty of waves to choose from. And I like that we haven't just seen rapid fire wave after wave after wave. It's been a lot of quality waves. So this is living up to everything we expected to be when we got first eyes on it at dawn. And with 22:50 now to go, Eli Hanneman finds himself flying down the line. This wave's growing. He's hunting the section. Goes for the extendo float. Just kind of a positioning roll, I would say. He was kind of thinking that there was maybe something special coming at him. But good job to get out of that wave and get back into the takeoff zone.
And get pressured by Miguel to force him to use priority on that wave too. And that's a veteran move right there, Chris. Further up the point, you don't have priority. You're not on the inside, kind of baiting them into it. You're actually forcing them to go. And right here, well, you know, a situation that could be advantageous to Miguel. See, one of our local brothers right here with the Salvadorian flag and the shore break.
Just vibing in the shore break.
Those are not small rocks either.
Looks, you know,
He's having fun.
Appears to be an expert at the rock dance.
I did that yesterday. Have a couple of bruises coming in, starfishing. Wasn't fun on the low tide. But got some good waves, so gotta pay to play, you know, and it's a small price to pay.
Sometimes, yeah. Here we go, 2140. It's gonna be Miguel Pupo now. Pleasure to watch every time he stands up. Arms perfectly placed, straight up into it. 2 big backside snaps, gets around the section. Quick float there. Great series of maneuvers. Looking at about 4 turns already, setting things up. Inside racetrack, he's gonna have a big, solid finisher here. Goes vertical with the whip.
That was sick.
Expert level surfing there from Miguel Pupo. And I mean, that style, it's just so, you know, he stands up and it's like you can just breathe and watch him and get psyched.
Well, you wanted my list of 4 surfers, the Mount Rushmore. This guy could easily be on the list too. I mean, he's definitely one of the most overlooked surfers, I'd say, especially out of his generation. But for sure, very pleasing to the eye to watch, and very cool right there, and calm. I mean, under pressure especially, you forced Eli to use priority right there. You converted yourself, and back into the heat right here, Chris, converting on a good wave.
Yeah, it was nicely served, and you know, sitting at second in the world right now. There's all the pressure. Well, I think they're experiencing different types of pressure, right? Eli Hanneman needs to climb out of that hole. He needs to get some results. Miguel Pupo now, he just needs to defend his spot up top, and I think surfing like this is going to help him out.
You're in the spotlight, as you're saying, and first turn was good, more of a positional turn, and second one open over, that was sick. Love these floaters that he does. I mean, I remember your call last year about that long one when it was pretty big, and right here, these transitions are so well, and I love the patience that he had, especially right here towards the end. Waited for that section to bowl up, and it's not like he tried to go through the lip, but it just intentionally worked out, and you know, this is definitely going to be better than his 3.17 by a couple of points, but wouldn't even argue that it's definitely going to be closer to the 7 in my opinion.
Boy,
I like it.
His style is so good, and he goes so fast that you almost forget how precise he is. I mean, he puts his board in the exact right spot on every turn. 19:42 to go. Score comes through. 5.33 for Miguel Pupo. I think that's appropriate. You know, 5 turns down the line, a couple of more setup style turns, but he nailed all the critical sections of that wave. So that does enough to put him in the lead, although it's just by 1.17, and Eli Hanneman is now out the back with priority. And Eli's got springs for legs. Give him a section, he will fly. So I hope we see kind of a mix of both of their skill sets as we get into that inside of the 20-minute mark.
And I'd say that's a good route for him to go right here. Already having the 7, you're able to accomplish that with major maneuvers that were turns. But I think today is the day to go to the air. I mean, the size is there. You got the section earlier with the alley-oop section that he landed in his opening round heat. But especially right now, we're talking about the spotlight on the surfer, second in the world right now with Miguel Pupo. You got to make it so decisive that you're the person that deserves to advance. So leave no doubt whatsoever.
And we're deep enough in the day here where I can say this without fear of you know, natural retribution, but thankfully the wind has just been right on our side.
We still got 3 heats
long.
though. We still got 3 heats, so.
Well, you know, we're there, and we're there, man. 18:20. So Hanneman, see right there in the middle of your screen. Huge playing field out there today. You know, pretty big takeoff zone, and we haven't really seen many chippy paddle battles. You know, we haven't seen any blocks, no interferences yet. So again, just good, clean surfing, and tactics have been kind of invisible today. It's just been about who's surfed better on the better waves, and that's exactly what we want to see. Here we go, Eli Hanneman. Deep bottom turn, cranks it off the top. Beautiful carving slash there for Eli. Another vertical snap.
Wow.
The airdrop, adding to the drama of the turn. Stop it, the third turn was whippy. Comes around a big section, sets it up again. I mean, every turn has been dynamic.
Wow.
fluid, powerful, huge section on the inside, cracks into it.
My guy.
All right, well, we were talking about his errors, but what about that power? The gallery's loving it.
You see the two guys, Marco and Yago, they're like,
yeah.
I'll give you the nod, but like I won't clap, but like that was good. That was good. They appreciated that.
Oh my gosh, that was, I get excited to see replays like that, and that one has me fired up because he really just told the complete story all the way down the line, and he added elements of like, oh no, he's gonna fall, and then he got right back to it. So 16:56 to go. Expect a big number from Eli Hanneman, and anytime you got Mitchell Salazar leaping out of his seat and yelling, you know something big happened. Here we go, Mitch.
Well, dude, I mean, these first two are world class. It doesn't get better than that. How's that carve? Fully committed on rail. Look, the second bottom dirt straight up into the lip. That was a huge section right there on the second one, but I love the commitment right there. I mean, he already did so much work with the first two and left no regard for that wave on the third one. But look at this combo on the inside too. Reads it well, never rushing anything. Make sure to get there just in time for this last one and ride out cleanly. He shut me up. I mean, I thought he was gonna go to the air. He went to the rail, and this should be the first excellent score of the event, Chris. But those first three on the outside, pristine, clean, and of course, we're talking about the flying Hawaiian out here with Eli Hanneman. How about his timing? The kid from Lahaina. Love what I'm seeing out of him so far.
You know, this is all types of power on display because it does take a lot. When you get almost disconnected from your board, you're free falling like that while flying down the line. The power to be able to just regain composure, the power to be able to strangle an excellent score out of the hands of the judges. Boom, 883, new high mark of the day. And it's Eli Hanneman, who's now has a huge 16.16 heat total. Miguel Pupo is officially in trouble. He is comboed, Mitch.
Yeah, which doesn't happen very often either. And Eli's been able to do it with 3 waves. It was just the one, the quick in and out that he looked down the line. The other 2 are counting scores, but a massive heat total. I mean, he's averaging something good per heat, but he's only won 1 heat before this, and that was at Raglan in the first round. So this is a big momentum builder. And I think before the event, I was talking to a couple of friends back home in California. I was telling them, dark horses in the event. You guys got like this, but matches or styles make fights. And so far, we're seeing a knockout by Eli Hanneman at the moment.
Well, Eli Hanneman has the chance right now to upset the balance at the top of the rankings as well. Miguel Pupo sitting in 2nd place. And look at that list he puts himself on. And you know what's cool about this list right here? These are pretty much all underdogs. These are all guys in the bottom tier. You know, you put Liam O'Brien a little bit higher, but for Ramsey Bukiam, who's just now starting to get the good ball rolling, and for Eli, you know, these guys were kind of in the basement, but we could see the rise of the underdogs in this event. We've seen it happen before, and that's kind of the story being told right now.
Well, nearly halfway through the year, like this is where it has to happen, but he's got 2 of the top scores of the event, and both of them are right here in this heat. The 883 and the 733, so Eli finding his next gear, and this is kind of what we expected from Eli when he was a Grom, right? You saw those clips from the Lahaina Harbor, Sean Ward, his manager, always hyping him up. Now he's rising to the occasion.
Well, we've seen this story before with Miguel Pupo as well. So don't count him out with 13 minutes and 58 seconds. 2 big turns there. The wave starting to grow down the line. See that incredible speed control through this lumpy section, and this is one of the first waves we've seen in a long time just completely flatten out through that inside. And you just kind of compare those last 2 waves. Eli's wave was twice as big, twice as fast, a freight train down the line. And Miguel was, I think, looking for that wave to grow, of course, and be nice and smooth on the face, but I don't think that wave's going to help him much. You know, he is trying to get rid of a 5.33 and a 3.17. Great turn out the back, but nothing else really to celebrate there.
Yeah, he shouldn't even improve on the 5.33 right here, I feel. So needs a 6.16 to break the combination. It comes in as a 4.83, so under. And right now, 13 minutes. In these next 13 minutes, you need to be on the 2 best waves of this final back end of the heat. So Eli, he's going to try to improve on the 7.33 here, Chris.
Kid is back on the escalator and into the air and off of his board. But you know what? He's got those big numbers. Here's where he can have some fun.
Yep, totally. And he's got great arsenal, too. Full bag of Skittles, as we call it. Any kind of maneuver that you want to do, he's definitely got it on lock. You go for straight airs. You go for some different grabs, alley-oops, and reverses that we saw this morning. Should be entertaining.
No doubt. 12:35 left. Eli Hanneman way in the lead. He's got Miguel Pupo comboed. Will it stand? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We will be right back. You want to know the ins and outs of what's happening on the WSL Championship Tour? Well, have I got a podcast for you. Check out The Lineup with Dave Proden. All you got to do is scan that code right there or find it wherever you find your podcasts. I learned a lot about this sport and this event, about fantasy surfing, who to watch. It's all there for you on The Lineup. And sometimes Mitchell Salazar is involved. You were on the last episode leading up to this event.
Yep.
And it was a great listen. It helped get me prepared to do this job.
Well, we're trying to
thank
do
you
a
for
collab
that.
with Monday Mass.
That's right.
So
collab coming soon.
we got all our gear right here. I feel like we could do it, on an off day. So if you have time, and Todd won't get mad at us for not including him in it.
Well, I think the waves are going to
collab.
be. I think the waves are going to be about 20 feet for the next couple of days, so I'll definitely have time.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to find some different activities. This place is pumping, and the swell shows no signs of stopping. I think it's cool when you kind of hear the gossip around the site, like, okay, well, which one of these days is going to be small enough for us to run all these heats? That's just the type of energy we have in the ocean here.
It's a good problem to have.
It's a
Too many
great
waves.
problem to have. 9 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Hanneman with a 16.16 total, one of the highest of the event so far. Miguel Pupo right now in an unfortunate combination spot. Because the bright side of that is there still is 9 minutes left. And we know how good Miguel is, and we know he has nerves of steel. He's a veteran. I mean, he's been a title threat for many years for a reason. He is one of the best to ever do it. And I think you mentioned it earlier, pretty underrated throughout his career. I'd say he's one of the best goofy footers in the world.
In the history of professional surfing, for sure.
Sure.
Look at the season.
And look at this season he's had. Bell's Beach. I mean, who would have picked Miguel Pupo to win Bell's Beach?
And he saved the best for last. That he had in the final was ridiculous.
I was like in my living room screaming at the TV. That was so fun to watch. A couple nights in a row, New Zealand, a 5th place. Of course, you think, okay, Miguel, Ragland, New Zealand, this is going to be really great.
Yeah.
Goofy footers went off over there. And goofy footers are going off here. And we've seen some big performances on the backhand. But in this heat, it's Eli Hanneman. I mean, he is just, he's going twice as fast. His waves have been twice as big.
And he's been on the best waves.
Yeah, it is really kind of that like momentum shift that we saw happen earlier on. Eli started off with that 7.33, and when he dropped that 8.83, it was almost like you could hear like the air coming out of a tire. It was like,
Yeah, but
someone's in trouble.
The thing about Eli, because I was on the sideline for a while, and Jake surfed, they're working with the same coach, Chris Gallagher, and it's almost like he saw what Jake did well, but what he could have done better, and now he took all of that and applied it within his own heat. So strategic, of course, but more than anything, somebody that really follows his own intuition too. Right waves at the right time, and Miguel's been like that in the past too, and
Yeah, underrated. I'd say more than anything overlooked for Miguel Pupo. 2 CT wins, including the one this year, number 2 in the rankings at the moment. But the other events that he's won too, the big QSs, you were there. Coldwater Classic, where it started at the lane, it got small, they had to run it at Waddell Creek at the end. He's won big events in Brazil, at home in Maresias. He's also won Nike 6.0 Lowers Pro back in the day, back in 2011. And guess who he beat in the final? Our colleague, Tanner Gudauskas, who was on the CT. So kid's been around for a long time. Now a father of 4, 34 years old. I love Eli, though, and I think right now he's proving why he deserves a spot right here. And these are the big moments. Can he rise to the occasion when it should be met?
Well, he is the best father of 4 surfer in the world that I know of. I can't think of anyone else. How many kids does Felipe have? 3?
I want to say so. Yeah.
Well,
might
somebody
be wrong.
fact check that, but I'm just going to say it. He's the best goofy-footed father of 4 in the world. 6:35 left here. It's like a pulse coming through. The medium-sized set waves. Go ahead at home. Feel free to mind surf.
I am. How fun does that
Yeah,
look?
we'll give you a minute. Coping right there. Bam.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this place is like on the right tide, right size. Especially, it's such a swell magnet right here. And there's so many different places to surf. And how about the hospitality too? I mean, every time we come here, everybody's smiling, everybody's so happy. The food's great. I love coming here every single time for the event.
Well, in just a few hours, it's going to be round 2 pupusa time. And the national food, these, if you've never had one, they're just in these incredible little delicacies. They're like, let's say almost like a little mini quesadilla, but they're filled with beans and cheese sometimes, or chicken. They're just, I mean, everybody talks about them. Everybody raves about them when they're down here. So, you know, even if you don't surf, come here for the pupusa.
Yeah.
You will not be disappointed.
Well, I mean, Surf City isn't just necessarily about attracting the surfers as tourists, excuse me. A good amount of the tourism has actually been the surfers that eventually come here, learn how to surf, and then they take it with them wherever they're from. And I think that's such a radical part about it, is that, you know, it's impacted the local community, but it's made things better for a lot of people that have come to visit and left with an even bigger smile afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun destination. It's the type of place where, you know, you can go out at night, you can have a good time, but it's not like outrageously wild like a lot of, you know, these big spots in the world are. It's just right there in the sweet spot. You can come have a great time, day or night, surf, eat good food, you know, meet people from all over the world.
And I like how it gets light early here. I'm a morning person myself, so like by 5, if you want to paddle out, it's already sunny, you know, and then sunset's what, about 6:15 maybe quarter before 6, so really fun times down here all the time.
That's why it's called Surf City. 4:35 left here. Eli Hanneman in the driver's seat. Miguel Pupo is out the back with priority, though. Let's take a look at what Eli did to just completely grab control of this heat, and he hasn't let go.
Wow, those combos on the outside have just been spectacular, and especially, you know, his speed management too. I think that's a critical part of having success at wave that changes speed so much, making sure that you're adjusting to your own speed too, and he's been able to do that both on the inside and the outside. Consider this, I mean, he had to surf on the high tide this morning, had to see the low tide through the noon, and then all of a sudden you get a high tide in the afternoon once again. He's just been going off in this heat. 7.33 on his opener, then was able to get the best score of the event so far, the 8.83. I just love the way he's able to adjust his footing on the fly too. How's that blow tail at the end, Chris? But this is the near 9-point ride, 8.83. How's the second one? Free fall coming out of it. And then I love this hack right at the end afterwards. Look at this angle right here. Look at how deep he draws that bottom turn. Woof!
That was the turn right there. That was the turn.
And he's just been going off on these waves, relishing the chance to surf one of the most perfect waves in the world with just another person out. I think I'd be pretty stoked myself too.
Yeah, I mean, putting the world _2 in a combo spot is a pretty huge achievement already, but we still have 3:16 to go, and Pupo's blasting his fins on his backhand. Gives us another nice kind of backside rock and roll floater. Goes vertical again, just a little stuck in the white water. I mean, this wave looks super fun. Is it a 9? Probably not. It's just a little bit slower and smaller than the previous waves we saw Hanneman on. He's surfing it brilliantly. Could grow to the inside. Now we're talking. That was a blistering series of backside snaps. You could tell. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen Miguel Pupo angry. I think that's probably the angriest I've seen him in this event. Yeah. Those last 2 turns, unleashing, you know, and it was a great wave. It was kind of steady all down the line, but we just saw that recap. Hanneman's wave was so exciting, so big, so fast.
And those sections
so critical.
Large, yeah. Well, he might break combo here, though. 6-1-6 is what he needs, and then he'll need a perfect 10 afterwards. First turn is strong. Blows the fins out the back, really well done. Love this floater right here. Covers a good amount of ground and distance with that. Then gets a little stuck right there. That was a bit more force just considering how soft the section was, but as you said right here, read the inside perfectly. Make sure it gets that wrap, and then this is where he gets a little bit more aggressive. This wave starts to stand up, hooks it, and then all of a sudden it's this 1-2 punch right here at the end. How's that below tail and fits in one more with the steep bottom turn too. So comes in as his best, Chris, and out of the combination now.
I want to surf like that.
You do? I saw that at Pally's the other day in car parks.
Minute and a half to go. So yes, out of combination, but now needing a 9.33. So that score was pretty solid, 6.83. And I feel like that was, a lot of that was just earned from just good, clean, beautiful surfing from Miguel Pupo, because that wave didn't look to me like it had a high 6 on it, but he made it happen. And now he's got a minute 13 left. He's off the Red Bull ski and heading back to the lineup.
Oh, it would have to be a multiple wave set too for him to be able to get a chance right here, and that would have to be the best score of the event. And you have the comparison in the water right now with the 8.83, so it's not going to be easy, but it is possible. 50 seconds though.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Always.
50 seconds left. And this could be a shocking upset for the Brazilian four-headed, goofy-footed monster.
Well, considering the rankings right now, this is the biggest one of the day so far.
Yeah.
I mean, because Ethan was a bit further down. Steph, of course, a favorite at a wave like this, but she's further down in the rankings. Talking about number 2 in the world right now.
Yeah,
so,
this is a by the numbers biggest upset.
Yes.
Pretty cool though. Something we haven't talked about it yet. All 4 of the Brazilian surfers up top, goofies.
Yes. We're going places
Pretty
finally.
Cool. We're going backside here in El Salvador.
Yeah, we are.
10 seconds left. This could be a wrap. And it's going to be surfer out of Lahaina, Maui. I mean, he did everything right, including put one of the best surfers in the world in a combo spot early on in the heat. Give it up for Eli Hanneman. Earned every bit of that incredible 16.16 heat total. 8.83, the high mark of the day. That's the high heat score of the day. Eli Hanneman's on a tear here in round 2. He's going to be moving through into round 3. Pretty much turned his season around right there. And today is going to be a day he remembers for a long time. So Eli Hanneman moving on through. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Special guest coming in the booth. Stay tuned. Round 2 continues. We'll be right back.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Round 2 rolls on and we're straight back into it, starting off with Kanoa Igarashi flying down the line here at Punta Roca in La Libertad, El Salvador. Waves still cranking, turns still being thrown up into the lip. Kanoa on a gem straight off the buzzer, ripping his way through the inside. These bumps do not stand a chance, as just as I say that, he grabs rail. That was my fault, Kanoa, but no worries. He's back on track. Nice little speed flow through to the inside. Good control, good series, mixture of maneuvers, and a strong finish. Nicely done. Great start for Kanoa Igarashi. Number 50. Right behind him, Alejo Muniz. This is his victory lap year, so he's hoping for some big results. Put a punctuation mark on a stellar career. This guy is always electric, very fast. He has the ability to kind of whip up into these big turns. Could have a good section to work with through the inside, blows the tail out. Just a little stuck, but reacts nicely. So both surfers with a little trouble through the mid portion of these waves, but finishing clean. Alejo still going. Ooh, lost the tail out there, gives a little too much pepper, and he goes down. So a solid exchange to start this round 2 Heat 4 matchup. I promised you a special guest, and I don't know if they get any more special around these parts. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian Perez, AKA the Pink Panther. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. Welcome to the booth, Brian, and thank you so much. You've been such a great host over the past 5 years and the last couple of days, putting on an incredible display of surfing out there. This has to be one of your favorite times of the year when the championship tour comes around.
Yeah, I got super stoked to be here again. Stoked to be with you guys here, and yeah, super stoked to have everybody here. In Punta Roca, La Libertad, it's been firing last few days. Still firing too all day today, so super stoked. We have good waves since they are right here, and we still have waves, so it's look good for the next couple of days too. So super stoked, grateful to be here again, to be part of this event, and yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we got you for a fun heat. Kanoa Igarashi going up against Alejo Muniz, number 13 and number 20. I think for Kanoa, you know, he has been right there in that top 5 picture for the better part of the last 5-10 years. I mean, he is that good a surfer. Alejo, I mean, this guy has been around the world and back a million times. An absolute vet, just an incredible sport. We've seen him put on big performances, and mentioned earlier on in the year, this is going to be his last year on the championship tour. So finish strong. Expecting big things from both of these surfers. Here's a replay of Kanoa's last wave. Brian, break it down for, this is kind of one of the mid-sized set waves that has a little bit of bump on the face. Not super easy to surf, but he made the most of it.
Yeah, Kanoa have been coming here a lot last few years. I've been surfing with him a lot of times. He came early this year. We surf a good swell. And yeah, this wave right now is kind of tricky, but it's still fun. Like good size, and he take that one, the medium-sized wave, better. So you can push harder, and the big ones is kind of like difficult. But he been surfing really good, and Alejo too. Alejo been ripping, and it's a fun heat to watch, because Alejo has been ripping too, and Kanoa has been ripping. Both guys looking good, and the wave is so fun. That wave was super fun. Like good ball, he hit the lip really well, and then that maneuver is kind of missing timing, and then he's doing another turn. But he, like I say, like the wave's been firing every day, like from the morning to the sunset. So super stoked. Like finally we have a like good wave, and every day is like good, and the whole day. So super stoked to everybody see Punta Roca on fuego.
If there's anybody that's a perfect host, though, it's this guy right here. I mean, every time you got a good smile. You obviously bring good waves, because I know Kanoa's stoked, and seems like he's using priority on this one, Chris.
Yeah, foamy at the start. He makes the most of it, hoping for this wave to grow down the line. Here you see the speed burst. Speed control, paramount today. I mean, you're not going to have to generate any of your own. This wave is pushing these guys so hard down the line. So Kanoa gets up and out of there. That wave was really milky and frothy, which just makes it a little bit harder to surf. So we're inside of 30 minutes now. Mitch, maybe you could break down the strengths and weaknesses for Kanoa Igarashi. And I know which side is going to be hard. That's the weakness side because he is the complete package.
Yeah, it's really difficult to find a weakness. I'd say his strengths is definitely his versatility. He's really good everywhere. 2 fifth-place finishes here in the past. Statistically speaking, he's one of the best surfers ever at this location, too. Surprised that he actually hasn't made the final, but that's his thing. He's made the final at Sunset multiple times. He's made it the final at Haleiwa, and he's made the final at Sunset. The only difficulty is maintaining that consistency throughout 11 or 12 events in the year, and that's everybody's Achilles heel, you know, and that's why it's so difficult to succeed on the Championship Tour. And, you know, I think this could potentially be the breakthrough year for him, where he makes a push in the top 10. If he's one of the top 8 seeds heading into the Pipe Masters, he's got a good shot to be world champion.
100%. It's 27 minutes to go here. Looks like something potentially coming throughout the back. Brian, maybe you can tell us a little bit about, we've shifted the schedule, so things have, you know, switched up a little bit. We were here earlier in the year last year, so we're right here, you know, at the beginning of June. It's kind of the start of the summer. Is there much of a difference between spring and summer down here in La Libertad zone?
Yeah, when it's early season, it's like kind of more clean and more like offshore wind in the morning. And then this time of the year is more like rainy season, so we never know how the weather's gonna be the next day because sometimes rain the night and it's make difficult and then maybe too much water. So depends. It could be good every day, it could be bad every day because if rain a lot, it's gonna be like weird. But it's good. It's been good like for like a while right now. Yeah, Alejo catching medium-sized wave look good.
I love Alejo's energy. I mean, he puts everything into every turn he does. He's, you know, using his arms, using his entire body, and just whips up into these turns. You know, and he definitely carries a lot of speed all the way through. This is a guy that can, you know, win heats and 1-foot sloppy beach breaks all the way up to double overhead Punta Roca. You know, you're not going to beat him in tactics. He's an absolute vet. What you got to do is turns like that. Kanoa Igarashi, 2 blasters to start, 3-turn combo at the end of that wave, so potentially something more from Igarashi on the outside. You know, both these guys being total vets. They've surfed in every scenario before. At the moment, the 717, like Igarashi's frantically waving the Red Bull jet ski. It's coming at him now.
Yeah, I don't know if they had saw him initially right there, if they had seen him initially, but you know, he's going to back up the 717 pretty strong right here with another good wave.
Brian, the tides here changed quite a bit, especially this time of the year. We saw the low tide really low.
Really low.
At noon. The difficulties for yourself to find the right waves at that tide compared to the high tide where it seems like almost every wave is good.
Yeah, it's crazy because like it's changed so much like right now because it's a lot of water in the ocean. So when it's low, it's super low. When it's high, it's super high. So you can, like when it's super low, Punta Roca is the wave more faster, like super fast. And when it's like super high, it's more like you need to catch the right wave to make good scores. So it's different every time, but always something good coming, and you need to be right there waiting for that wave and take it and make it happen.
So you went up in volume and right? Like the width on your boards and the thickness on your boards went up a little bit, correct?
Yeah, I've been working with chemistry Jason Bender from Oceanside, like so much to get my board really good. And every year I've been learning. He be teaching me how to, this is different, more liters and like double concave, so it's different. The good thing about me and him is like we've been trying a lot of different boards. Like, hey, try this one. I put something different in this one. So I've been trying a lot of boards, and I have a couple magic board on my feet. But I'm feeling good. Like my board is like I think one of the best people I have, like since I write chemistry. I think like every single board that I have right now, all boards are good. I can surf with any board that I have. And I have my own model, Pantera Rosa, so super stoked to have that model. And a lot of people from here like it too because it's made for this kind of wave, like powerful wave, right point breaks. So stoked to put more liters on my board, and more bigger, and feels better too.
We got 23 minutes left here, and I like to hear that because I definitely did not bring a board with enough liters to deal with what the ocean is throwing at us. As this swell has been pulsing, like you said, Brian, for the entirety of the week. But maybe you could tell us a little bit about, of course, all eyes are on Punta Roca during this championship tour event, but I know there's a lot of events in and around this area. I know that you guys have really put a lot into the development of surfers from El Salvador, men and women. This is going to be a new performance center. We had the trials down here, super rad. Your guy, Ayala, absolute ripper. I would say the future of surfers from El Salvador is very bright, and I give a lot of credit to you for that, for helping just lead by example. So maybe tell us a little bit about the competitive scene around here that maybe we don't necessarily see on an international stage.
Yeah, for sure. The government been push a lot the competition here in El Salvador, bring contests like CT, ISAs, Alas Pro Tour. So for us, like Salvadorian, for us it's good because so we can improve and get better every time we compete with the best surfers in the world. Like right now, Melmi was competing in his first CT ever, and he's 18 years old. So just to see that, and I'm super grateful with the government, with Ministra, and Sur City. Yeah, super grateful to bring those events to El Salvador. We had the good wave. We know we have a lot of good wave around El Salvador, but Sur City, the Nayib Kelly president been putting the ice and the wave, and yeah, we you can see right now a lot of people, a lot of kids right now surfing really really good, and they are focused and see they believe in themselves now. So that for me is super important, and see we have ISA Junior coming next in September, and everybody, all the juniors getting ready, all the stuff. So super stoked. Yeah, you can see it's getting bigger and bigger, the surfing here too.
No doubt, and with waves like this, of course, WSL is going to keep coming back.
Please.
Wow. I mean, that right there is a testament to how much water is moving around out here. These waves are so forceful. I feel like, something we haven't talked a lot about is speed control. You have to be able to control how fast you're going, because, I mean, right there, Kanoa Igarashi was going about 100 kilometers per hour, flying down the line. And, I mean, these boards can only take so much. So speed control, Mitch, I mean, how important is that for success out here on a day like today?
Yeah, as Brian was saying, right board is obviously super important. I think the right fins.
The right fins, yeah, that's really important, yeah.
Especially you and I, you ride FCS for the most part, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm riding FCS, it's always MF for my style of surfing and for these types of waves. And I know Kanoa's been working with a lot of different fiberglass ones, just a lot more control. And that's exactly what we're talking about. This wave, Brian, you need to go fast. But in order to go fast, you need to be able to control that speed too.
Exactly, and Kanoa has been testing a lot of board here too. Last time he came here, he was testing a lot of board, a lot of different fins, and I think he have a couple of magic board in his feet for sure. And like you say, Mitchell, it is super important to have a good fins and a right board too for this kind of wave. Sometimes, when it's big, you don't need a bigger board. Sometimes you need a right fins, so you can do big maneuvers, and when you have a big board, it's hard to do big maneuvers. So I think maybe same size board, but different fins makes the difference. Yeah.
Encyclopedia surfing over here, Brian Bettis.
Trust me, anytime this guy paddles out, anytime he's cruising around the beach, I'm kind of spying from.
Don't follow him though, because if you try to follow him in the lineup when you're free surfing and it's good, there's certain waves that only you can surf that nobody else can, and that's what I tell people, don't follow him.
I heard a whisper, and you can tell me, Brian, if this is true. Was Ethan Ewing kind of hanging out with you out there, asking you a couple questions during those free surfs?
Yeah, I've been hanging out with Ethan Ewing a lot of time because he stays at Puro Sur. That's the place I train every time. So I've been hanging out with him, Cole Usman, and I've been with Carissa too. I've been talking with Carissa, hey, this is the right way, this is the spot you can see it, and little details gonna make the difference maybe when it's tricky, but when it's perfect, you're
just go surf.
Just go surf, right? And especially those guys that surf really good, like Carissa is an incredible surfer, so I think just when it's perfect, just go have fun and catch the wave and enjoy.
I think a guy that got that note was in the previous heat, went absolutely ballistic. Eli Hanneman on the glass now with Jesse.
Eli, this is a big moment in your career. For the first time ever, you've made it past round 2 in the championship tour. You said when you qualified at the start of the year you wanted redemption, and now you're finally kicking goals on the championship tour.
Yeah, better late than never, I guess. But yeah, Gally was saying that he was going to cheer me up the beach just now. I've been just like, it feels like it's been like this like weird like wall for me. Like, and it was, I know that like, once it happened, the floodgates are going to be open, because the same thing happened in the Challengers. It took me like 3 years to get a 9th there, and then that year I qualified. So like, I know that I have it in me. It's just like sometimes I get in my own way, and yeah, lately I've just been like, I just let go of it. I was like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I travel around the world, surf perfect waves. Like, it's a good life.
What kind of changed in that heat? I mean, obviously you had such an aggressive performance first thing this morning, to then surf a second heat in the same day. It's hot out here, so there's a lot that has to go into that, but you leveled up again in the second heat, taking down Miggy. It feels like maybe you're channeling something a little bit different here.
Yeah, I know. I was like, New Zealand, I made the first heat, and then I went and just lost to Medina like 20 minutes later, so I didn't even get to really sleep on it. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing's really changed. I put a lot into what I do, and I work really hard, and I feel like sometimes I just put too much pressure on myself. And just since New Zealand, I feel like I've had a full life switch. Like, I know my serving's there. I know I work hard enough, and I've just been focusing on trying to be the best person I can be, and work on my personal life, and just find out like who I am outside of surfing. And then if the results come, they come. If not, it's all good, because life's good.
And of course, that was always a big heat as well. I mean, Miggy, he's won events on his backhand at right-hand point breaks already this season. So I feel like when you look forward to heats, sometimes you can get caught up in the competitor, but it looked like you were just surfing a heat by yourself out there.
Yeah, both the Pupos are always just like, Miggy's been doing this for so long, and he looks better than ever. So anyone you draw on this tour, you're never, if you want an easy heat, then you shouldn't be here, because every heat's gnarly. Everyone's, you know, winning events or could be winning events. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just backing yourself and understanding what you're capable of, and just not being afraid of losing, I guess. And yeah, I'm stoked to get through it. Feels like a big weight off my shoulders, but I got more to go, so just enjoying the ride.
We can't wait to see what you do this event. Congratulations again, Eli.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Wow, some pretty gnarly stats coming through right there, and some facts being dropped by Eli Hanneman. And yeah, I mean, he's really risen to the occasion. I don't think he was necessarily on everybody's list of like event favorites. And that's, look, there's so many good surfers on the championship tour. There's so many incredible wild cards that these guys and girls have to go up against. So for Eli Hanneman to get through already 2 just incredibly tough heats, he's got to be very proud of himself. And the surfers coming up against him next have to know that Eli Hanneman has arrived and he means business.
Yeah, they do, and that's maturity right there. And actually, yesterday during the press conference, I asked Brian about pursuing the regional QS now, and he gave the perfect answer. It's hard for me to leave these perfect waves and go surf, 2 to 3 foot beach breaks every now and then, but that's what Chris said. You're leading by example in that sense. And even if you don't qualify, if you don't succeed, you're still succeeding because you're inspiring everybody else by doing it.
Exactly. That's the more important thing. Like, you inspiring some kid, like they want to achieve their dream. So I just do it because I love to do it, like compete and surf. For me, surfing is everything. You know what I mean? Like, I love surfing. I love being in the water with my friends, with my family. Especially here in Punta Roca, like you say, like it's hard to live here. But when I go there, I always have fun, and I find new friends, and we surf, we compete, and always learning, always putting the time, and it pay off for sure. Like, I've been learning so much about competing, about traveling by myself and go to different countries, and like just go for my dream and always win it. Yeah, always.
Ryan, if you could go to one other stop on the championship tour, what would be the one that you would want to pick?
I always dream to surf a snapper rock.
Oh.
I think
Snapper rock with 1 or 2 other people.
Yeah, exactly. Like in a heat for sure. Like in a heat, that'd be fun to surf. Yeah.
Great question. Even better answer, probably. I could see you doing something.
I would like to see that in the future, Brian. Here we go. Igarashi. These guys have dealt with some kind of different looking waves than we saw even in the previous heat. You know, those waves that Eli Hanneman had, double, almost triple overhead, glassy on the face, running all the way through. Both Kanoa and Alejo right now have kind of been dealing with some frothy, a little bit bumpier waves. I think they've just been like out of the cycle a little bit. So we'll see as they get themselves out and reset this heat. With 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go, this one is still wide open for both surfers. Stick around to find out who's going to make this heat. Is it going to be Kanoa or Alejo? Stay tuned to find out.
Punta Roca es una ola realmente perfecta. Yo creo que Punta Roca lo hace especial la naturaleza misma. Está ubicada en un lugar privilegiado, tiene una exposición para que el sol entre y sea sensible y hayan olas casi todo el año. Y además es un orgullo nacional. No es solo el lugar donde crecí, el lugar donde aprendí a divertirme, sino que también es un lugar en el que me siento orgulloso, porque la gente habla de Punta Roca como un lugar perfecto. Estamos en Playa San Blas, al lado del Cocal. A mí me gusta el atardecer acá porque tenemos una mezcla perfecta, un escenario en el que tenemos arena, tenemos piedras y también tenemos el escenario donde están todas las cordilleras entrando una detrás de la otra y el sol entra justo en el mar.
That's how you do it. Cero on the sunset, on the sand. And here we go, straight back in. We went from blissful to pure energy with Kanoa Igarashi. Another similar sized wave. Slips out just a bit there on that opening carve. That's the slide we wanted to see from Kanoa. He was just hoping for that wave to build up down the line. Pulls out. So currently in the lead with the 717, 617. Not sure if that'll beat either one of those scores, but right behind him, Alejo Muniz. This one bowling out perfectly, cranks it around the section. Nice slidey carve there. Vertical, not easy on your forehand to get that vert. Grab rail cutback. Love to see mixing up maneuvers. This one building up through to the inside section. Little stall. Now just setting it right back up again. Starting to get a little shallow in here. That's his pretty much trademark snap there. You see him wingspan spread. I thought this wave was over a while back, but he rides it all the way through. So looked like a bit of a switch there. Alejo Muniz, I think, getting the better of the exchange there between the last two waves from Kanoa.
Yeah, no, for sure. And this should be his best wave, too. Needs close to an 8. Don't think it'll be that, but it definitely seems like if he touches something in the 6s, Brian, he's back into the heat right here with about 8 minutes and 20 on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. That was a good wave. Like it was perfect wave. Like he do like good maneuvers in that wave, and yeah, I think he have like 8 minutes left, so it's gonna be hit his own, huh? I think canoa, that way was a little tricky. I think the first way kind of tricky, like little, like bump, a lot of bumps, like right there, like, oh, yeah. But the Alejo was good way, like super fun way to surf, super rippable. And yeah, I think it's gonna be fun last seven minutes.
I really like this bottom turn too. That is a tough section on the outside where it's so bully right there.
That one too.
Oh. And you can even see, even with the high tide, like you can, if you look at the bottom of the screen, there's all these bubbles that are coming off of the rocks. Like it's still shallow out there, even with the higher tide. But that calm on the outside, really nice. I think the only thing that affected the score right here, Chris, is this middle section where it goes a little sleepy, and then you have to regain speed. But it just doesn't stand up as much until the end section right here. So still well done. It's his best wave, but in order to get something close to an A, you need to be on a perfect wave on the outside.
Well, he's back in the heat with a 6.43, so made his job a little bit easier, but now Kanoa streaking down the line again. Big power snap there. Love the extension of the back leg, getting through it, slicing down the line here. That was a blistering series of turns for Kanoa Igarashi. This is way more indicative of how he surfs. His last 4 waves, you could feel a little bit of frustration maybe, but this wave's gonna wipe all of that away. He gets a good, clean finish, little snap, air drop. Quick glance up to the judges, letting them know he means business there as well. So 6.5 left, and I think that's gonna be, that right there could replace the 617, maybe even go higher than the 717. It was a real flashy wave all the way through.
What you think, Brian? 6 minutes 20. You think he extends his lead here?
I think so. Yeah, that was a good way, like a medium size wave, but a little bit small too. So those waves are better because it touch more the rock, so it's kind of more leap to hit. Like a lot of you can do like turn back to back. So that way was, I think I like that wave. It was a lot of different maneuvers too, like combination of maneuvers.
I think his board looks amazing too.
Amazing, yeah.
Been working a lot with Jason over there on the Gold Coast. I know that he got a ton of boards in California made too. Because the JS Garage, it's in Oceanside now, Chris. That carve right there, right in the pocket. One thing, Brian, too, his fade is incredible. Like he goes out into the face of the wave, but he always returns right next to the whitewater too.
Yeah, and his bottom turn is good too. Like he was waiting, and when the right time, he hit the lip really well. So, like I said, he's been putting a lot of time here. He's been testing a lot of board here too. So, he know what to do in Punta Roca. Like I said, we surf a lot here. Like 3 months ago, he came like for like 2 weeks, and we surf every day. Every day we surf here, a couple of secret spots, but most of the time here, and he was testing a lot of different boards.
I mean, it's showing. He's looking super comfortable now. The score does come through. It is better than the 617. It's a 7-point clean score. So you see the 7.2, the 7.5 across the board. And I think Kanoa Igarashi, his style is just so perfect. Everything's in its right place. He goes so fast. He's so powerful. He's so well-rounded, such a complete surfer. Sometimes you forget that he is an incredible powerhouse of a surfer. We saw it in the carves right there. We saw how precise he is in his turns. I mean, there's a reason why he's been fighting for world titles over the past 5 or so years. He is that good, and for him being so high rated, I'd say he's still a little bit underrated for how good he really is.
Yeah, and the reason being is we see the replay once again right here. There's a couple of maneuvers, especially that layback.
That one.
Timing.
Timing is everything here in Punta Roca, for sure. If you hold the bottom turn really well and then you timing good, you're gonna get that big turn for sure. So he been doing a lot of those waiting bottom turn, and then the right time he hit the lip, and he's like doing big turns and big score coming through. So.
Working with Jake Patterson once again too, but comes down to winning events. You know, he's won one, he's made multiple finals. There's no doubt about that, but just got to be able to convert, and he's been so close. The final last year with Jack at Bells Beach could have gone either way in my opinion, but he's right there. He's on the verge. He's still super young. He's 28 years old, so nearly 10 years on tour right now. This is actually his 10th. To me, I think if he really wants to, he could easily go another 10, maybe 15 even too, with the condition, the shape that he's in. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be world champion, you definitely got to win at least 1 or 2 events per year, Chris.
I mean, this could be it. He's showing us right now that, you know, consistency pays off. So he's got the pair of 7s. He's going to throw away 617 and 447. This next wave will be his 9th wave written. So I like that he's rolling the dice on a few of those medium insiders. that last wave he rode was absolutely perfect all the way down the line. Had to do a little bit of work in the middle, but he kind of hit it by just applying pressure in all the right moments. The rail work spot on, and just that added little kick to the tail he showed us. Super cool looking. He made it undeniable. You don't want to like leave it up to the judges and leave them a question mark. Make it undeniable that you got the score.
Correct. So Brian, I heard you're a businessman now. Is that true?
Yeah, we like surfing is so beautiful. I love surfing, and we have a surf shop and a little place to stay. So me and my brother, we've been putting a lot of time in that place. So stoked to we just opened like 1 week ago. So
wow, congratulations.
Yeah, super stoked. Right here in Punta Roca, you can walk from there to here. So
what's the Instagram? Let's promote it.
It's Gordinho Surf House. That's
Surf House.
Yeah, that's my brother nickname, Gordinho, Powerman. So yeah, we've been putting a lot of work there. That's why I stay here a lot, surfing Punta Roca, like not complaining about surfing perfect wave every day.
That's where you do on your lunch break and go surf?
And then I surf and go eat there, so it's nice. So a lot of people want just to come here and surf every day. You can stay there. You have a restaurant, have a surf shop, whatever you need is right there. And then you can walk from there to Punta Roca, easy.
Business, surfing, I know you got some travels coming up. What can we expect next in the world of Brian Perez?
Yeah, I just want to surf here a lot.
Right here.
Yeah, but I want to go I want to make like a little surf video. Like I want to try to make a good video and show the world they know already we have good wave, but I want to show you like a couple different waves like we have like kind of secret. But yeah, I love surfing, like I say, and I spend time with my family. I wanna give like big thanks to the other locals from Punta Roca that have been supporting me since I was a little kid. Muchas gracias, super agradecido. Thank you all you guys for the support, my family, and all my sponsors that believe in me. Super grateful to be in this life. You know, it's beautiful to do what you love to do and travel the world and meet new peoples and yeah, I'm crazy. Like I grew up here watching car, you know what I mean, and then I'm surfing with the best surfers in the world right now. So for me, it's a dream come true. I come from nothing, and just to be here and inspiring some young kid is beautiful. Life is beautiful, and God is good, super good.
Don't make me cry at this point.
I love it.
I'm like getting teary right here.
Well, 30 seconds left here. The business at hand could be done with Kanoa Igarashi. Pair of sevens there. Alejo Muniz did make it a heat. His last score came through at a 6.43. You know, it's always electrifying, always fast, and full of just energetic surfing that we love to see. Could be the last time we see Alejo Muniz surfing here at Punta Roca, unless, you know, he comes back for a surf trip and stays at you and your brother's house. That could be a pretty cool, you know, retirement present for him.
Why not? We're waiting for a good wave.
Well, that was a really fun heat to watch, a stellar matchup between two titans of this sport at the end of it. It was Kanoa Igarashi defending his spot in that upper echelon of the championship tour. Do lose Alejo Muniz. And we're going to say thank you and goodbye to Brian Perez, dropping knowledge.
Yeah, Brian.
And, we just want to say, again, thank you for hosting us. And thank you for, you know, being out there and helping out some of your friends that you've been surfing with over the past couple days. You know, everybody's been shining, and I think we all owe you a debt of gratitude for, you know, having us in your home break. So thanks again for that. And we're going to be hanging out all week. we're going to keep putting you to work. So that's not going to be all you see of the Pink Panther Brian Perez, trust me. But we are going to take a quick little break. We're going to flip the booth again. And we got a lot more surfing yet to come. We got Marco Mignot coming up, Rio Waida. This is going to be awesome. More special guests. It's all happening. It's a party at Punta Roca. Let's go.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching Pro Surfing today. It's been pumping all day. Solid sets here at Punta Roca as we are continuing through round 2 action. Marco Mignot taking on Rio Waida. 2 regular footers going for it on the big wall. How cool is this booth? I know there's more people getting waves at the lowers left today because these guys are here in El Salvador. Tanner Gudauskas and also world number 5, Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so excited.
Having a good trip so far?
Yeah, it's been really fun. The waves have been pumping in the free surfs, and yeah, I'm just really excited to compete soon.
Oh, thanks for joining us for the call here. Marco versus Rio, and then we'll be finishing up the day with Iago Dora taking on Luke Thompson. The fun part for you get to take in a lot of heats, you know, and joining forces with Tanner again. This is a special combination that we got to see last year as well at lowers. How fun is it to kind of feel like you're home?
Oh, it feels so good. Tanner is one of my favorite surfers of all time. I grew up watching him and his brothers in San Clemente, so it's an honor to work with him for this event, and I think it's just going to be a really fun week.
Good vibes all the time. Tanner, this is a fun one. Marco Mignot, Rio Waida. Starting with Rio, what's been impressing you about Rio over the last couple of years and really this season as well?
This draw is amazing. I like this battle. I find that with Rio, he's a compact unit that's a power-based surfer, really technical on the rails. It's always fun. He has an electric speed, and then it's really angular and sharp in his turns. I'll be excited to see how he goes against Marco, because Marco as well, in his own regard, he opens up with this turn, but he's really known for all of his variety. He can bring it on the rail, he can throw it in the air, and he's a competitor, man. He's had his back against the wall in a lot of heats throughout this year, and he's come out on top.
Yeah, moving around a lot in some good places on the wave from open face hooks, now using the lip line well and drawing that tail slide. So this started off this heat quickly, already scored at a 6.17, and then just trying to tag that end section, ends up going down. So we've noticed how much variety you can put down the stretch of this wave. Sometimes that finishing move is the most challenging part to stay on your feet. There's been some wild wipeouts throughout the day.
Yeah, for sure. I was watching Bella Kenworthy's heat, and she hit a crazy end section. I was like, oh my gosh, I hope Bella's okay.
Yeah, it was like kind of nerve-wracking, huh?
Yeah, it reminds me of the Margaret River end section, actually. Like, it doubles up, and it breaks really fast, and you gotta like be prepared for it.
Yeah, totally. That Margaret River end section is psycho. You know, just though you're running out of water, there's a flat brick section, and Liam O'Brien just did the splits on one earlier as well.
We've been having that conversation all day as we watch the heats, that it's an awkward section as well, because you're dealing with converging water coming at you, which felt in a similar sense to what Margaret River offers. You know, it's a dead ender, and you got to make the most of it.
Marco, Rookie of the Year this year. What a feeling to get that award, Sawyer. You know, your first try on tour and having that success. What did that mean to you?
Oh my gosh, it was incredible. My rookie year was so hard in so many ways, but it was also like so amazing. Like I felt like I just really surprised myself that year, and coming on the tour, I like didn't have many expectations for myself. I just wanted to do lots of learning, and yeah, I ended up like getting Rookie of the Year, and I think I finished 8th that year. So it was a really fun year. And yeah, I mean, congrats to Marco for getting that Rookie of the Year. It's really hard your rookie year, so yeah, it's impressive.
Watching this wave out the back there, man, from Indonesia, Rio Waida is able to catch up with it. One of the fastest guys on tour. He'll throw a little arc to start, a lot of water moving on the face. He's just skipping down the line, hitting these wedges, and already looking like he might be out of there. Wave selection, sometimes I think it's almost cruel to judge in the moment, maybe better in hindsight. A wave like that had so much turbulence on the face. He kind of had to get out of there, Tanner.
Wave selection is key today, for sure. And I'd be curious, Sawyer, this is a question for you. We've talked about it a lot through the booth today. Similarities to lower trestles, over cobblestones, there's a light wind on the texture of the surface of the wave. Do you feel like it is similar to trestles, or do you feel like it is a fair amount different to surf?
I feel like it definitely has some similarities to trestles. I actually think that uppers is kind of similar to here, just because it's a little bit longer, and like it's kind of fast in some sections and then mushy in some sections. So yeah, I remember last year I was surfing out at uppers to kind of like get ready for this event. But yeah, it is pretty challenging with that bump, like as you can see in Rio's last wave. That any bump in the face makes it so hard to do big maneuvers.
You were working with Micro through the Australian leg and hanging out with Rio a lot, right? Because you guys were sharing Micro as a coach there. What was that experience like? Hang on, we've got a wave. It's going to be Marco setting up this first turn, throwing the arc in the pocket, looking like he's got control. Just pacing, waiting, a lot of white water there. And he will decide to kick out on a single maneuver option. Still his best score, the 617. But yeah, what was that experience like, getting to know Rio a bit better and also working together to work out heats?
Yeah, it was really cool. Coming into the year, I was like really grateful that Glenn decided to work with us for the Australia leg and the New Zealand event, and it was just nice having just like a boy and a girl on the tour. Sometimes it gets a little hard when you're like competing against your competitors, and so yeah, it was nice that I had Rio also working with Glenn. He's such a hard worker, and he surfs a ton and trains a ton, so it's pretty inspiring to see. But yeah, hopefully he gets a good wave in this heat.
Yeah, now Rio jumping in with Matt Myers for this event. Matty Myers from Santa Cruz, California, was just focused on Sammy Pupo in the beginning of the season, and he did work with Rio in the past, so they've connected once again. Matty loves pro surfing, man. Watches a lot of heats, loves going to QSs. No matter what level of event, Matty's involved. He's psyched.
He's a really good dude, and even in that coach conversation, I like how you were talking about Sawyer having that influence of a crew that gets made with a certain coach. It can create a reality that is around the event, and it has a lot of influence over you within the event. And I'd be curious your thoughts of working with a couple different coaches and finding that right equilibrium. It seems like you found a really good rhythm with Glenn.
Yeah, it was awesome working with Glenn. He's also a goofy footer, which I like because especially at waves like Raglan, you kind of want that goofy footer mindset out there. So yeah, it was super fun getting to know him, and I really liked the way he coached. It was just about thinking simple, and yeah, we worked together really well, and I'm excited to hopefully work with him for another event this year.
It's kind of a good point, too. It's like having a woman and a man on tour. Then it's not like you're fighting for the same thing with your stable. Some stables are huge.
Yeah.
And then your coach has to divide their time accordingly, but also you're like, wait, but I'm fighting for the same thing. So that's probably a really sweet balance, moving forward to kind of consider.
Yeah, for sure. It was awesome. It worked out perfectly.
Today, too, you even saw it. Like Jake Marshall was down there supporting Alyssa Spencer, and you can create that. It's like yeah, exactly like you said. It's a non-competitive kind of love there and support that is so essential when you're on the road traveling for the full year.
Last heat was won by Kanoa Igarashi, taking out Alejo Moniz. Kanoa's with Strider.
Thank you, Joe, down here with Kanoa. Kanoa, beautiful work out there. Got the job done. A lot of beautiful open face carves.
Yeah, thank you. That was the first heat I've ever surfed where I was asking for a lull. I mean, I was out there, and I swear, me and Alejo were like, we didn't sit once the whole time we were out there, and that's stuff that you normally dream of, and when you're competing or when you're surfing, but not when it's 40 degrees out and you're just trying to not pass out. But it was fun. It was nice. We were in a good rhythm, and he was catching good ones, and I was catching good ones, and I'm excited to watch that heat over.
The blade looks pretty amazing under your feet. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, the guys at JS, this is my 4th backup board, and it still works just as good as my first one. So thanks to the team over there in Australia, all you guys, from the guys providing the fin boxes to the foam to the glassing, all you guys, make the magic happen. And yeah, luckily I have a really good board on my feet, and I have a whole quiver of good boards. So super happy. I feel like this wave suits me a lot, and I love being able to turn tight and push really hard on the fins, and I have the equipment to do that, so I'm super happy.
Did you say this is your 4th backup board, meaning you broke 3 other or 4 others?
Yeah, I feel like over here, the wave is so powerful, and there's a lot of backwash in the wave on high tide, and with rocks involved and so many elements, I've just been going through my boards, and it's one of those things, like you go through your boards, but that's why you bring a quiver of boards. I have so many people ask me why I travel with 12 boards every event, and if I'm on my 4th board right now, who knows how many boards I'll end up at the end of the trip. So No, I mean, you know, it's just we're always pushing ourselves to the limit, and I mean, you know, we're pushing our boards to the limit, and the boards are meant to last, you know, a few months because we're just trying to get as much performance out of them as possible. So, yeah, it's fun. I mean, this is the perfect wave to try boards and to push a board to its limit, and today's a good day to do that.
Well, congratulations, Kanoa Igarashi. He's stocked, he's loaded, he's ready to go. He's got 12 backup boards coming on his way. I can't wait to see you surf again, Kanoa.
Yeah, and shout out to Mitch. Mitch, he brought this board over, so thank you. That was one of my backup boards. But hi to everyone back home. Everyone in Japan, みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンドもラウンドアップして頑張ります。
Thank you very much, buddy. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Strider. Thanks, Kanoa. Good job, Mitch, bringing over a couple of boards last minute for Kanoa. And it ended up getting the job done, getting through that heat into some clear water. Wow, that was rad. Whipping that tail all the way around off the top, and then more of a down kind of carved swing on the next one. Oncoming section, just belting it. Wow, some positivity on the impact of all those major maneuvers from Rookie of the Year, Marco Mignot. Every section's different. You're kind of almost freestyling. It's not just that clean carpet where you can kind of just wrap it and shove it in the pocket. It was like, okay, what do I have now? And he reacted brilliantly down the stretch, Tanner.
100%. And when we come to El Salvador, forehand surfer, you look at some of the greats, the Felipes, the Griffins, and it's all about your versatility on your forehand. And Marco gave us exactly that. Even if he's in the carve genre, he's pushing it in different ways. It's almost a layback carve, and then it looks unique and different. And Marco is actually really a special surfer in that way. But a quick note how much insight Kanoa gave us in that interview and how great the entire JS team boards are looking at the moment. Marco himself riding them. And when Kanoa was tapping in on his 4th backup and it still looks that magic, it's a note that you have to appreciate being on that team. And it's funny, Sawyer being in your corner and hearing that first trip you took to Australia and you broke your magic board and it almost unlocked a door, getting other boards under your feet that you've ridden for the rest of the year. What was that like? I'm sure it was a little stressful to go through.
Yeah, for sure. I ended up like ordering some boards from Lost Australia, and one of the boards was like my magic board I rode at Snapper, and then I rode at Raglan too. And then Matt ended up coming to Snapper, and he shaped me a board that was like an inch bigger. So I've been riding that one out here, and it also feels really good. So it's pretty interesting. Like you ride boards that are shaped by the same people and sanded by the same people, and then you get a board from a different country, and it's like randomly magic. So
That's
it's pretty cool.
Good to have those kind of resources as Marco just tore apart that wave into live action. Rio White on the Shark Bite program. Setting up a nice bottom turn, hitting that lip well. And the man from Bali kind of has to step off there as it rushes down the line without him. Marco Mignot on the JS program, just like Kanoa. He's 5'11", 161 pounds, that's 73 kilos. He's typically on the Monster model, 5'10", 18 3/4, 2/3, about 27.7 liters. The keynote for Marco this year, just a touch more volume than he had last year as we watch Rio heading down the line on this one, Tanner.
So this turn right here speaks to what I love about Rio is the way he makes a unique pivot out of the lip. You know, it kind of reminds me somewhat of when I was watching Michel Perez and his power and the way he would exert it over the rails, and it's refreshing and it's unique. And for Rio, I think when he clicks into gear, you can almost feel it. He becomes frenetic on the wave face, and he can create a lot of energy. But at this point, he really needs to see himself getting on those better waves because Marco's really putting the bolts to him.
Gosh, I love that Michelle reference. I see that in Rio surfing as well. Shout out to Michelle, man. What a great power surfer. He was always that guy that just belonged in the top 5 no matter what. He was that unbelievable on tour. For Rio, he's waiting for waves, but he's enjoying the Red Bull ski. Sawyer, just so many great moments already this year for you. And it just keeps getting better and better. You know, I know it's got to be hard when you're in a final getting 9s and not getting the win, but gosh, you must have been so proud of yourself. Reaching the final, first CT ever at Raglan, followed by 2 back-to-back semifinals. It's like you've been on such a hot streak.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was such a fun event at Raglan. I was just really excited to go left. I mean, after 3 back-to-back-to-back events of just going right, like I don't think I went left at all during that like I think that was 2 months. And then I got to Raglan, I was just like, yes, finally, I could go left for 2 weeks. And it was exactly like lowers left, to be honest. It was like lowers left, but on steroids on the good days.
Wow.
And then the bad days, it was like lowers in the winter when the like wind was kind of on it. I just felt right at home, and it was an honor to surf a final against Carissa, and she's a big inspiration to me, and what she's doing is amazing. And yeah, she's really showing us younger girls that we can have both. We can have a successful career, and we can also have a family. So props to her.
It was interesting. Some goofy foots were actually like, wait, I actually kind of like rights. They're so used to it. You, not the case. It was like, okay, I'm going left. I get to show people what I've got here. And it just brought the importance of balance on tour, of how cool it is having a performance left. Now everyone's minds are ticking. How many more lefts are out there that could we add to the tour in the future? I mean, Tanner, you were on tour as well, and that must have been thrilling to go, wait, there's a left, like, high performance style, like, game
totally.
on.
Yeah, I think growing up, you watch the tour, and it's a lot of these rights, and goofy foots are really well known for their backside. You know, you go through the Hall of Fames, and it's like the Mark Richards and the Luke Egans and these guys, and all the way down to present day. And it was funny when we got to work at Lowers, and I was like, Sawyer, I watched Sawyer at Lowers left all the time, and I'm like, you're as good as it gets out here. Like, this is such a treat to watch. You should go left. I think everybody thinks of you as this big backside surfer, but her frontside is such a weapon, and it's cool in these events that she's able to utilize it. I think for a lot of people on tour there, it's a refreshing thing that they get to exercise.
Yeah, I remember Yago a couple of years ago, he told me, he's like, if every wave was flipped on tour, the results would look totally different, you know? And I was like, that's fun to even think about, you know? Like, think of all the rights, if there are lefts, what that would be like in that world. And that would probably be Sawyer's favorite world. You know, just
that would be.
to have a wave like snapper on your forehand. Watching this, looks like double overhead on the takeoff. Marco Mignot slicing through the open face, jamming it beautifully off the lip, looking comfortable with a lot of control. The French-Mexican into this next part of the wave where it kind of slows down a little bit, but he still has pace. He'll just shove it in the pocket. This might be a finishing move. Nope, he'll just kick out. So numbers looking like a 6.7, 6.17 for Marco Mignot, and Rio Waida chasing a 9.7. Marco's coach, Jason Aparicio, there, happy to be on the second lap on the championship tour with Marco. He said that everything was just kind of brand new last year. They didn't really know what to expect, and so now their confidence is sky high, knowing we've been here before, and now we can just add to our playbook moving forward as we check out the replay, Tanner.
Yeah, so we're looking at Marco's scores, and he has pocket sixes. So this first turn is absolutely electrifying. He took the brakes off the machine, and he let it rip into that turn. But as you saw, the wave and the pace of everything started to slow down, so it felt like he kind of lost interest, knowing that he was going to need to have some big finishing maneuvers to get over those sixes. And at the end of it, he ended up kind of kicking off the wave face and resetting for another one.
So that was the move to hop out for Marco Mignot, still leading the heat on the Red Bull ski. Rio Waida with priority, now starting to chase a pretty significant number. A 9.7 to break down, but plenty of time in this heat here, heat number 5. Winner moves on to round 3, and we're already seeing those matchups start to set up. Eli Hanneman had an explosive win over Miguel Pupo, and he has Kanoa Igarashi in the next round. And you're seeing the reigning world champ prepare for what will be the last heat of the day, coming up against rookie Luke Thompson. We'll take a break and still continuing our conversation with world number 5, Sawyer Lindblad. We'll be right back. Good evening, everybody. It's about 5:26 local time in the evening. Still a couple of big heats to wrap up, and we got some great news coming into the U.S. Open. Live music is returning to the south side of Huntington Beach starting on July 25th. You can see headliners like Local Natives, Real Estate, Matty Costa, and more. Scan the QR code right now to get your tickets, and we'll see you at the U.S. Open with all the great music that's going to come with it. Sawyer thrives in that arena, dominating that U.S. Open title a couple of times and even last year. So let's pencil you in. You've got to go for it again, Sawyer.
For sure. I love the U.S. Open. I love the energy and how close it is to home. And we have a break during July, so I'm like, might as well just do it. I think my brother's doing it this year, so that could be really fun doing it with him.
Awesome. Shout out to Taj, doing great this year competitively as well. That's exciting.
Yeah, it's so exciting. He's going to be competing in Bolito in July, and then he'll just be doing the whole Challenger, which is really cool. I hope he can put some good results together and make it onto the tour with me.
Oh man, just like you love bringing family with you on tour. You know, it's either your mom, your dad, sometimes both, sometimes Taj. I mean, how cool is that to be able to share these experiences with your family?
Yeah, it's so fun. I brought my mom to New Zealand, and then my dad's doing this event and the next event. So it's been super fun just having like some family with me. My rookie year, my dad came to like pretty much every event, which was so good when you're that young. I feel like you really need family with you because you're gone so much from home. So yeah, it's been pretty special.
And lucky when you have talented siblings. Tanner, you got to share the tour with your big brother Pat, which was pretty special.
Yeah, it's a unique treat, realistically. What a wild ride to be on tour. And at times, it can be a little lonely. You know, you're traveling all over the world, but there's gaps in between events and you're making it happen. So either if it's friends or your family, like in that case with Pat, we had so many good times. And even Dane, he did the QS for a fair amount of time. And with Taj, he will be there one day. Taj goes down in the history books with the most legendary podium ever by riding a horse up. Did you see that?
I did.
He went horseback in jersey, in wetsuit, no boots, and just like, I think that will always be known as the greatest ever chair up.
It's got to be, right?
For sure.
I mean, growing up with horses, Sawyer, is Taj kind of taking the charge with serious horseback riding?
He has, for sure. I think when he was like 16, my grandpa took him to like a horseback ranch, and he like fell in love with it. And my grandpa ended up buying him a horse, and then now Taj is like gung-ho on it. He loves it.
So like if Taj is driving, what's playing on the stereo?
For sure.
Alan Jackson,
yeah,
Straight?
Yeah, all those, all the above.
That is awesome. What a good vibe. He said he did a rodeo the other day. That's insane.
Yeah, he goes up north and does all these rodeos. I'm like, where are you? And he's like, I'm in Arizona doing a rodeo. I'm like, what? I'm in Australia right now surfing, trying to make some heats. And he's like living it up in Arizona, going to all these rodeos and having a blast.
What a nice, well-rounded lifestyle that Taj is living. I back that.
I know, it's really cool.
Really sick. Sawyer, it's fun to see you in the position you are now, you know, at world number 5. And it was interesting because as the tour expanded, last year, you kind of finished in that 11th through 14th spot where you knew you were on tour, but you had even a bigger offseason that was already going to be gigantic. What did you do with that time to maybe not think about heats and also improve your surfing?
Yeah, it was a lot of time off. I fortunately got the wild card into lowers, which Tanner and I worked with each other at that event. And then I did the U.S. Open, and then after that, I was like, I have like 7 months off of competing. I'm just gonna try and get better at surfing. So I went to Indo. Me and Ethan actually spent like a full month in Bali, and we went to the Mentawais, which was insane. We got some really good waves, and then after that I did a trip to Hawaii, and then I went to Australia for a month and just practiced there. I kind of just followed wherever the swells were. I didn't really want to be home in January because the waves aren't very good then, so I just went to Oz and surfed snapper and got all this good practice and got to try my boards that I would be riding this year. Yeah, it was just really fun. It was so fun, like, not having to think about competing and just, like, free surf and just focus on, like, getting better. I feel like I never had that time in my life before where I can just, like, really focus on, like, little things to improve on with my surfing and technique and stuff. So it was, yeah, it was definitely an awesome break.
Can we say living the dream? Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
totally.
that
Wow.
list, that itinerary.
It kept coming too.
Oh my goodness gracious. And I know, Tanner, for you, it's like when you're competing and you're so focused on the jersey, you find the importance of you need a boat trip. You
For
need
sure.
those times to really just improve in quality waves.
Like Sawyer noted on a couple points, it's a reset for sure, and it's time for improvement in your own way. You can break out of the competitive mindset and embrace things you've wanted to work on the entire year. You might have free surfs at all these locations and do an air that you're like, that was kind of rad. Like, what could I do with that? Could I ever bring that into a heat? And then when you go to these perfect waves and you don't have the pressure of a heat time and whatever, a competitor, you can just relax and enjoy, and Sawyer's really made the most of that.
Here we go, rolling in with some momentum is Rio Waida. He's got some speed. He loves to ramp up. He's fine in air section. That one's just gonna go around the corner, so he's got a snap there. Another opportunity off the top, but he sinks, so still struggling to break out of those 3s and 177s that he has at the moment. Marco looking better and better as time's ticking off the clock, and I love the energy of Jason. This is Marco's coach. He's always animated. Marco's dad as well, when he's around, if they look at their iPhones, their steps are got to be in the thousands during these 35-minute clashes, so it's so entertaining.
For sure. I've seen like Marco's dad, I think last year when he was here, he was on the rocks and just like running around, getting so amped up. It was pretty cool to see. I'm like, whoa, my dad would never do that. but it's cool that his dad's doing that.
I was talking to Snips recently about energy, Mike Parsons, and lately Brad Gerlach's been working with Mike Parsons' son, Grant. And Snips was getting a little stressed on the beach, you know, watching Grant surf, and Ger was like, he can feel that out there. And there was something like tangible about the energy your crew's sending out to the lineup as we get caught up with what's been happening with Rio in this matchup, Tanner.
Gosh, you just want him to click the gears over so badly to turn this heat on because there's so much potential. He's such a great surfer, but he just caught the rail on the outside edge there and went down. But I love it, what you guys are talking about, because I've been watching from the outside, seen them. I've known the Mignot family for a while. Marco has brothers, and they were on the QS, and it's a great family, and it's a global family, and they always have the energy. It's within them. You can tell. It doesn't matter if it's on this tour or that tour. It's like they're vibrant as a human, and I think what you're tapping into is the connection from the beach to Marco, because in some ways, Marco is a singular person on this tour. He represents something that's much bigger, but he's really pioneering in his own way. So to have that energy be really like forward facing, I think it's super important because he needed maybe that confidence to be like, I'm here, we're doing this. Team Mignot is on it, and they are on it. And now the more they go, it's just creating an inertia, and you can tell he's still blossoming, dude. Like each heat you watch, you're like, it's even more impressive.
Hey, I mean, it's like answering your question, what is your why? Like, why are you here? What's your purpose? And he can just look back at the beach and go, yeah, I want to be a world champion. Just right there, he's just like locked in, you know?
Yeah, it's really cool. You can tell that he feeds off of the energy too from his dad. Like I know that, like I think last year when his dad was here, he ended up getting like a really good result. So maybe that plays into it too. Like his dad just kind of amps him up and gets him like ready to win some heats.
It's been a fun year, Sawyer, and the whole story was like leading up into one of the most anticipated seasons in surfing history, with Carissa coming back, Steph coming back, your generation just firing up, 3 new world champions in a row, from, you know, Caroline to Katie to Molly, and to see how it's unfolded so far. You know, how do you look at it all with not only Steph and Carissa coming back, but winning, you know, Lakey winning, you know, and all the other players still involved. We'll see if we'll have time for that. We got a wave for Rio chasing a 9-7. Let's see if he can break free here. Throws the cut back to start. Needs to be almost perfect here. Lays into a big section, and once again, can't find what he's looking for. Struggle continues for Rio Waida. Still going to be chasing the 9.7. Sawyer, do you kind of see, you know, what's going on with Rio since you spent so much time with him, as he's been falling more than he has in a long time?
Oh, yeah, I feel like he's just not been in the rhythm in this heat. This wave, I feel like you really got to be in the rhythm to be getting the good waves. I've seen that in like multiple heats today where like if you're not in the rhythm, it's really hard to come out of it, and it just seems like this is happening to Rio, which sucks for him, but yeah, damn, there's only like 2 minutes left. He's still surfing so good, and yeah.
Yeah, he was scary in the warm-up sessions, and you could tell he was having a blast. Board's looking good. He's surfing so fast on this point break, and just right now he can't just buy sections. He's going for big laybacks and falling, and it just hasn't quite come together, and he's got 2 minutes to go. But yeah, quickly, Sawyer, that your review of the tour and seeing the statements made by some of the old school coming back and flexing.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that they're all coming back, and like I grew up watching them all compete, so it's pretty cool having heats against them. Like having a heat against Carissa was like probably a dream come true. Even like Tyler, like I have this photo with Tyler when I was like 6 years old, and she was at Matt Biolis' house, and I showed her the photo, and she's like, no way, that's crazy. They were like literally my idols growing up, so it's pretty cool that they're all still going on the tour and that we all have like an opportunity to compete against them.
That is so cool. Minute 22. I mean, Rio's not comboed. We haven't seen a 9-7 yet at this event, but he'll throw down an arc to start. Tracking off the top with a quick whip, waiting for some opportunity, starting to fly. A little section popping up and goes for the tail high reverse and slips off. And now down to the final minute, looking like Marco is going to be moving on to round 3. Rio, one of the best guys in the air. He's got so many waves at home where he can just launch to the sky. I thought he had a good chance at pulling that one off, Tanner.
Yeah, and like you said, he's so phenomenal in the air. It's great to see him understand the situation he's in. He needs a 9.7, and to just say, hey, look, I got to throw the kitchen sink at this and go for it. He actually came fairly close to pulling that, which would have been a really good score. And it's tough, you know, like you look back in these heats and the small mistakes, the small falling on certain rides, it starts to build a narrative, and Marco made him pay for it. Look at that. He was close. He landed centered in his board, ready to ride out of that. The full rotation stuff is amazing. These guys are landing blind while they're spinning. So, look, here's the deal. Marco made it happen, not even with the air, which he normally loves to get above the lip. Really impressive surfing.
Marco Mignot getting the job done, moving on into round 3. Smart surfing. His coach loves it. Jason's psyched. They'll watch the clip and stay very, very focused. Marco takes everything so seriously as far as being a professional on this tour, and he has his sights set on taking over his first event win of his career. Maybe it'll happen at Punta Roca. Rio Waida will prepare for Saquarema, Brazil for stop 6 of the season. And we have one more heat to call before it's starting to get dark out here at Punta Roca. Reigning world champ Iago Dora will take on rookie Luke Thompson. And Sora Lindblad, thank you so much for your time. Love talking about life and surfing with you, and I can't wait to see you do your thing in the water, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for having me, you guys. That was so fun.
Thank you, Sora.
Epic. World number 5, Sora Lindblad, having an incredible season. Remember, one more heat to go. It's going to be Iago Dora taking on Luke Thompson here at Punta Roca. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
llegando al momento más esperado del día, el momento de ver el atardecer. Estamos en el peñón de Comasagua, en la cordillera del Bálsamo, y de Punta Roca se puede manejar acá, son aproximadamente 50 minutos. En estas cordilleras baja el agua a toda velocidad y eso hace que se generen las olas de Punta Roca y que se cree el fondo increíble. Está conectado con todo este ecosistema y aquí es a donde inicia todo, desde las cordilleras. Tenemos aquí enfrente el mar y este peñón que es bien icónico. Realmente es un lugar épico para poder ver el atardecer. Lo increíble de El Salvador es que podemos estar en la playa y rodeados de un ambiente totalmente tropical y en cuestión de media hora estar en un volcán, estar en las cordilleras, estar en un pueblo o ir a unas cascadas. Creo que por eso este lugar es tan bendecido y privilegiado.
Always great to check out all the fun outside the surf here in El Salvador, but let's get back to business in the water. Luke Thompson starting things off against the reigning world champ. Big bottom turn. Thompson hits that section beautifully in the pocket and belts it off the lip line as well. The 21-year-old rookie from Durban is now resetting to light up that white water. It was always going to be an awkward finish. And that thing will take down Luke. Here comes the world champ, Yago Dora, compressing off the bottom. Smooth with power. Driving into the critical part of the wave, tagging it. Regains his balance to go straight up, super late. But the guy's a cat. You never know how he's going to come out. Typically on his feet. That one takes him down. And fun to get a quick start here to the last heat of the day as we approach the high tide, which will max out in about 15 minutes. Joe Turpel with CT Shredder, Tanner Gudauskas for the call here. Yago Dora versus Luke Thompson. Yago into this event, number 4 in the world, and Luke getting his feet wet on tour, trying to put together some heat wins. But the Giant's always going to be the reigning world champ, and especially the rise in the Brazilian force for Yago, adding another name to Brazilian world champions. And he's only looking better in his world title defense this year.
It's incredible. He's already had so many hallmark heats throughout this year. It's like, feels like it's just beginning as well for the year. So things are ripping hot for Yago Dora, but I want to note right here on this replay, actually, this first turn, really well done. This second turn gets incredibly dicey. That's whitewater foam. He cavitates, that's disconnection from the wave face, almost like an air, and then he goes back up into an awkward bowling section. He's hungry, dude. This is like an apex predator doing what he does. It's good to see. And then on this ride, I love it. Luke's going for it. Like, I don't know what it is with the South African men, but they know how to handle a big right-hand point break. Luke Thompson has looked really good throughout this year in free serves, and I want to see him put it together right here against Yago.
Just love that control he had off the bottom, and then things got interesting here. He's like, where do I put my finish? And that thing like kind of started breaking and then rolled into a weird, messy high tide double up and took him down. But a couple of good connections before that earned him some points, a 5.33 start from the rookie.
I want to tap into, like, what do you think Luke was thinking as he's coming up? You know you're dealing with a reigning world champ who's in form, and the surf's pretty much pumping. What's the thought process there?
Yeah, I mean, for these guys starting in round 1, it's like you're just running head into one of the top Brazilian goofy foots that's owning the top 4. That's just the scenario. And it's like, okay, you're surfing like it's a final. These guys can bring out anything at any time and can't afford any mistakes. You've got to be perfect. And I think their scale shifts. It's like, it's 8s or lates for Luke Thompson. And I think that he has that just firing him up right now to maybe take this opportunity to maybe have the heat of his life.
For sure. And here's another one for you, though, Joe, because you've watched so many world champions in the year after they win the world title. Sometimes, to me, it feels like there is this, like, breath out. You know, it's so much effort to get the world title. There's so much on the line, and they do it. That year that follows, it almost feels like an identity shift where they're still learning how to be as a world champion, where we're looking at Yago out of the gates, just incredible. He was even saying on the webcast that, hey, I've never connected with bells. It's like, well, he definitely connected with bells. Ripped into the next event, into these iconic heats, and he's getting his back against the wall. The 10 at New Zealand, it's like he's not skipping a beat.
Like, what is it in his program where it almost feels like he's looking at a dynasty here. Like, we could be looking at 2 to 3 years of Yago as a world champ.
Oh, 100%. And you're spot on with that. I think there's been some examples of the world title win, chasing that your whole life, and then the following year you've just let the gas out a little bit. You know, even Mick Fanning talked about that. He said he never went back to back because he would go all in for his world titles as being such a professional the next year. And for Mick, he's never having a bad year. He's still top 5, sometimes second, third in the world, but he's like, it was just, he was tired sometimes just trying to do it year after year. For Potts, his year after his world title was one of the toughest on tour. He said he was still celebrating. Adriano de Souza, when he got his title, he actually, I think, started contemplating, maybe I'm ready to move on. Yeah. Like, he finally got it. Derek Ho had his worst year following his title in '93 as well, and you can't blame him for it. You're like, you finally reached the pinnacle, and you've gone all in, made all the sacrifices in your entire life, and you could almost see, like, that would be human nature to go, okay, fine, I can enjoy this. I was able to do that before I moved on from my career. And then there's guys like Yago who's going, I've got goals to have a legacy, like you said. And every year Yago's been on tour, he's only improved. He only turns in better results. And, you know, when the Final 5 story was on, he finished 6th, you know, and then it was like he kept just moving closer. Yes. And then he started winning events in different locations. And what he did in Fiji was just phenomenal as the #1 seed under that type of pressure.
As a surf fan, I will say the journey of Yago Dora has been absolutely insane. You know, like, he came onto the scene in Psychic Migrations, which was that incredible Volcom movie. He bookended it. He opened it and finished it, and I feel like that's where he went onto the global scene as a free surfer, changing the game in the air. And then he started to take it to the QS, and you could see him evolve his mindset to be competitive. It didn't feel like he was born to be a world champion in some ways. And it's wild because, like you said, Joe, that makes sense. Every year, it's like he's taking a step closer to being a world champ. And he got it. And now it's like, oh my gosh, he's still walking forward full steam ahead.
Yeah, and then those moments that identify greatness, like you mentioned, Ed Bell's showing up. You're wearing the yellow jersey. You're the guy to beat. Now you got the target on your back. And to have Gabriel Medina using all of his weapons, and then he's under pressure to come back against Gabe in the clutch moment to get the 9-5 with the full road Indy to finish at Winky Pop. And it wasn't just, oh, that's a one-off moment. Then the 10 against Cole at Raglan on the buzzer beater. You're like, he knows he can do it at any stage, any venue, any direction as he flies away on that section out front.
Yeah, and let's just examine that specific heat with Medina. You would have every reason to believe it's not going to go your way. Your back's against the wall. Gabriel Medina is a titan of competitive surfing, and he's putting you to the bolts. And that maneuver that he chose was really tough. He was extending down the line on the backhand, and he lifted, got a crazy grab, fully rotated it. You can tell that he's now able to tap into his entire life of being a free surfer and utilize it to the highest level as a world champion. And I think that actually is the cutting edge of competitive surfing. Like, he is the truth of that moment. And, dude, honestly, I'm like, I just love it. Like, what's going to happen next?
Well, and to be reliable in that arena, to be that clutch. Let's revisit the 10, shall we? Raglan, Manu Bay, Cole Hausman, surfing a perfect heat. He's got pocket 8.5s, and then Yago does this.
This is bizarre. Fully rotated, didn't miss a beat into this turn, which he felt very fired up about, and then this carve. When you lace 3 of those turns together, you know the deal's sealed, but he needed the score of a 10, and he got it. Like, he didn't let go, and then he let go, and he knew it. Dude, it's crazy.
This angle's crazy. Biggest full rut we've seen, and to do it on an impactful section like this.
Yeah, by the way, that's not really an air section. He's coming out of the pole, and by virtue of a little bit of an air wind, he was able to lift and fully rotate. Like, pinnacle air game there.
And he definitely earned that Yeti 110 Tundra for scoring that 10-point ride. It was one of those chicken skin type moments. Cole Hausman, gracious in defeat, was actually applauding Yago for going, hands down, that was insane. You're the world champ. Thank you for that moment. You know, for heat loss for Cole, he'll never forget being a part of that because he pushed the champ to have to dig deep to get our first 10 of the season. Now with 23 on the clock, this one's starting off a little bit slow for Dora. A 3-point ride, Luke Thompson with a 5.33. And he's trying to create a major upset. Remember, we did lose Ethan Ewing from the draw today. Definitely one of the favorites to win. Lost Stephanie Gilmore on the women's side as well. So a couple of big names already out of the contest. Miguel Pupo going down as well, which is interesting for the title race. Dora, and being aware of Miguel Pupo's absence, knowing that there's some spaces to climb above him on the current live rankings.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. I mean, and I like the dynamics of how today have played out. Like, now we're into round 2 of the men. So Luke having a steam from just today, you know, he had a heat. He already got a heat win under his belt. So that could come into play. It's been punishing, I would say, for how inconsistent it can be and the rhythm that that creates. So Yago chose to go to the air on that last wave and he fell. I think it was still a good call, but he had to risk it. It's still early enough in the heat. But when you look back in these heats, we've done that in hindsight a lot, where it's like, hey, these little, we just saw it with Rio, these little falls can add up. If Luke now has the 5-3, let's say he's taking his time, he has priority. If he executes an 8, the game is fully on for Yago.
Pretty awesome matchup here. Big opportunity for Luke Thompson. Seeing a wall build in front of them. Pumping southwest swell. Looking like for the entire forecast here. They'll both let that one go. Luke Thompson got his CS season started with a big win in Bolito. Tanner, you've won big in South Africa before on the QS level, which was great to see you and your brother Pat actually achieve that. What a great surfing culture that they've built for just really since day one in that region, and to win there. There's a lot of people that were on the beach for Luke to back him for your victory back in the day. It's one of the great surfing zones in our industry, and also so important for the tour.
I was going to say that, like, it was such a cool opportunity because it took us down to South Africa and in those zones. Like, the Mr. Price Pro, wasn't it? Is it the Gunston Pro? It was always coming through Durban, and you'd read it in the magazines, and it was iconic for a WQS event, and it highlights the surf culture from South Africa, which is a really incredible group of people. You know, salty core, like really down to surf, and it's authentic.
Yeah, cool. And then it made the shift up to Bolito over the years, which is great. And Luke was able to win that, get a wild card into J Bay. As we watch Yago take off, little airdrop to start. Just set up work, almost getting a little off balance. Now committing. Wow, he cleaned that up well. Big straight up vert in the pocket. Throwing the arc off the top. Swinging into the wall that's starting to bend away, so now he'll be patient. He threw so many different variations of backside punts on this wave when he made the final in the past, and he'll just go upside down a bit for a little backhand hollow float and get his best score so far.
To me, that felt like a smart ride from Yago. It felt like, hey, he assessed the situation. He saw Luke as a 5. He'd like to see himself having something of that regard in his back pocket, just in case he needs it at the end of the heat.
Yeah, smart surfing from the world champ. Luke Thompson holding court with priority, and let's watch this one again. It looked like the wave wanted to take him down, Tanner, but he hung in there.
Why did that look so slippery? And right here, it almost came unglued, but straight into not missing a beat in that turn. That was so radical and really well executed. And you know, on the backhand, when it gets a little chunky and lunky with the tide, it can be really hard to time, which Yago did such a great job with. I think the takeaway here is he made the most of this limited opportunity, and I really do appreciate him kind of downshifting the gearbox there just to make it happen and stay on his board.
Well done for Yago, waiting for scores from the man that's current world number 4, and he'll do the lap on the Red Bull ski. He's got the opportunity to move into round 3 action, but a guy that's been proven at this venue in the past as a past finalist. Let's catch up with Marco Mignot with Strider.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, Marco, great surfing out there. It must feel really good to have some juice under your feet.
Yeah, brother. Well, yes, no, it feels really good. Get this heat done because Rio Waida is a solid competitor, and I'm just happy to make this heat because it's always important. The first one gets the nerves out, and yeah, happy.
I feel like, you know, like you said, getting the ball rolling, you know, and you're moving on through the contest. We got a lot of waves down the line. You have a deep quiver?
Actually, I have a solid quiver. I have one from 5'10" to 6'2". I'm ready. I got everything. Been working with Jason a lot. We've been a few details here and there, and boards are working really good.
And tell me about your pit crew, because you seem like they have a lot of energy and they send it out to you a lot. We see them on the beach excited on the broadcast. Do you feel that?
I do feel it 100%. I think it's really important to surround yourself with people who really want the best for you, who have the heart in the hand, you know. So yeah, I feel it not only when I'm in water, in land. So it's important to surround yourself with people who love you and wants the best for you.
You have anything to say to your fans back home?
Bon, je veux remercier à tous les Français qui ils me donnent l'énergie de continuer et vraiment donner le mieux de moi. Y también a Sayulita, los agradezco mucho por toda la energía, todo el amor que me dan. Y tú ya sabes, como siempre decimos, vamos para arriba.
The trilingual man, congratulations. Can't wait to see you surf again.
Thanks, Strider. Good to see you too.
Back to you guys.
Great job, Marco. Great job, Strider. Thanks so much. Marco Millon moving on, and what a gift to be able to travel around the world, speak multiple languages. You know how many friends Marco has because of that, you know?
It's going to open a lot of doors right there.
Yeah. You been to Sayulita before?
I have, a really long time ago, actually, and it's another really cool surf scene. I think we were lightly touching on it in the last heat that it must be very bizarre to be from these places that when you go home, you're very removed from like the central surf scene, and then you tap into the world's highest level surfing. And I think like what Marco's saying is surrounding yourself with those people that have nothing but love for you and want the best for you. It's cool to see it like paying off, you know?
Oh, that's the best thing. And then you sometimes have it all come together in a heat. I'll never forget Sunset Beach, Tanner Gudauskas looking to qualify for the tour. These are 4-man heat days. We look at the heat draw. Tanner needs one more heat to make the tour. And we're going, oh my gosh, he's got a heat with his brother Pat and Dane. 2 older brothers in the heat, along with like a cousin, Mason Ho.
Yeah, it was Mason Ho.
And so Mason's going to win the thing. He's going to win that heat. And then Pat and Dan are just going to be like, all right, Tanner,
yeah,
let's get you some waves.
And honestly, like looking back at that was so crazy because we were so deep in the draw, and like Dane had made 3 or 4 heats, Pat had done the same, and with first and second, it was almost just a unicorn that all came together, and I really look back at that and I just can't even believe it happened.
What a great moment in surfing history as we watch Iago coming off a 5.5 just step off. So when you see him looking at a lot of different waves, we saw Rio was just trying to hunt for anything. The conditions have gotten very challenging on this high tide.
Yeah, and here's a theory for you. I think, you know, Iago's the alpha here. He's the world champion. And when he rides waves, whether they're good or bad, it commands some sort of attention from Luke Thompson. Oh, was that a good wave for Iago? Did I blow it? Did I give him a score? And even in that, it can subconsciously creep into the back of your mind because Luke has been waiting. He's in his own way surfing a great heat because he has the 5. He now knows he needs to level up a better score. So he's trying to not ride another 4 or 5. And Iago is making him really think about that.
Yeah, for Luke, you know, in his mindset, he's like the last thing he wants this to be is a close decision at the end. You know, he's the new face on tour. He wants to really show that he's clearly beat the best in the world. You know, is that going to come down to keeping Iago off the best waves? Does he have to do something that the judges have never seen before from him?
And hopefully he does. I mean, it's a tough one because you start to think, what do you have to do to get it done? And you mentioned it earlier, Joe, you can't hold back. It's 8s or lates. And I think if you create a solid game plan for yourself and you stick to it, that's probably your best approach against a guy like Iago who's in form and the world champion. So, you know, it's cool. Like Luke is sitting, and that must be a part of his strategy is he's identified what waves he wants to ride, and he's going to hold it to it.
Here we go, 13:50 on the clock. Iago at the moment out front, but it's extremely close. Rookie Luke Thompson trying to create a big upset. Doesn't need much. He's trying to hold his nerves and push his surfing against the world champion. We'll take a quick break and we'll wrap up the last heat of the day here at Punta Roca right after this. It is time for the catch-up, showing you the biggest highlights from a big day of surfing here at Punta Roca for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Anatle Lior, the rookie, upset one of the favorites, Stephanie Gilmore, a past champion of this event, an 8-time world champ, going down to the backhand of Anad. Ended up finding the right sections. This came in at a 5.5. The fans absolutely loving this underdog performance as she moves on. Then we saw another big name going down. Ethan Ewing played the selective game against Callum Robson and ended up running out of time. Callum was very busy to start, was looking very powerful and dynamic. Got a 5.8 in a scrappy heat to go with his 6.5, which matched Ethan's best. And it was enough for Caltex to create another huge upset. Big win for Callum. Moving on to the next round, and Ethan Ewing goes to Brazil. Another clutch moment was Eli Hanneman throwing down a 7.33. Unbelievable rhythm here at Punta Roca. Start of the year hasn't been great for him until now. Just dancing above the lip, automatic with his alley-oops. 8.83 to go with a 7.33, getting past Brian Perez and also getting past Miguel Pupo with excellent surfing. One of the best combined heat scores he's had in his career on tour, and best performances as well to eliminate current world number 2 from the rankings. Eli Hanneman moving on at Punta Roca. Here we go in the last 10 minutes of our evening competitively. We've got Luke Thompson streaking down the line, still a little bit of light as the sun sets here at La Libertad. Little messy on that turn with the wave changing shape, but trying to hang on to a big finishing move. Thompson goes all out and gets blown up on that finish. That's been happening all day. Here goes Dora. Going straight up in the pocket, using the white water to project. Arcs one on a nice little slingshot wrap. Deep off the bottom, nice motions there to keep pace with this one. Draws that one nice and tight. And now Finn fits in a beautiful finishing move. There's something about tempo and rhythm on the pace of a wave. And even with how tough it's been in the evening on the higher tide, Tanner, he found that magic where it almost feels like the wave is waiting for you. When that end section's kind of closing out, he's just right in the right place at the right time.
You nailed it. And the dream is you do your turn, you reset for a bottom turn, and you look up at the lip and it's right there. You don't have to overthink a thing and you just go again. So these two rides contrast in that sort of situation. Iago felt like he made the most of the timing that this wave was going to offer. He has so much variety. It's like his bag of tricks is so wide and deep. He's able to swing with the carve, get tight in the pocket, make it look unique every single time he's getting into the lip or engaging with the lip. And I would say that last turn, he didn't really have to overthink getting there and getting out of there. On the other side of it, we'll look at Luke's wave, which had a beautiful carve. He did have a hiccup where his nose almost buried, but then it shot him, in my opinion, into the flats here before this last section. He had to think about it, and that is a really tricky read. It basically takes away all your speed at that oncoming section. So you're kind of base jumping off the lip there at that last bit, and it hasn't worked out for Luke in this heat.
Yeah, scary end section. That's been the topic of the day today. There's been some of the heaviest wipeouts, man. Liam O'Brien probably at the top of the list for crazy wipeouts. And speaking of highlights, as we wrap up the day, Corona Cero post show is coming up next to talk about a giant day of competition here on Friday. Opening day of the waiting period for the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We'll have Jesse, Tanner, Mitchell talking about all the crazy things that went down, the upsets, all the matchups to look forward to. I'll give you a few of them now. Lobby's got Callum Robson, Eli Hanneman, Kanoa Igarashi. Marco Mignot will get the winner of this heat, but there's so much left in round 2. And I was eavesdropping to the contest officials, guys like Renato, and their plan is to try to get started in the middle of the night. No, just kidding, not that early, but it feels like at 5:45 call. I haven't seen that in a while. I mean, for maybe a 6 a.m. start, why not?
I think it's worth going through that heat draw, Joe. Like, Felipe Toledo versus Kauli Vast is gonna be a banger. Kauli has been ripping in the free surf days, and that'll be a different approach. It'll be really cool to see how that pans out.
Yeah, for Felipe, I mean, he's kind of the guy to beat this year. I think his lowest heat total this year is 14 points. I mean, he's just in beast mode, and I think the heat he had with Gabriel Medina on the Gold Coast, the surfing he brought to that type of venue, was some of, like, you could call it best evers type stuff in high performance conditions.
Well, then what about him embracing a little 2+1 alt high performance board to go against Medina? That's high stakes gambling, and he made it look really good. I think that's cool. Like, he's pushing his level, but he's also not just staying in one lane. Like, it seems like he's got a really open mindset. So I would imagine he's enjoying it.
Well, I'm not sure if he can even get a hold of Marcio Zuvi, because now he's slammed. The amount of orders that came in after that performance on that 2+1 model, it's just through the roof for Sharp Eyes. So congrats on that momentum for that squad. George Pitar winning his first event this year at Margaret River. He takes on Joao Chianca. Joao Chianca has been in the top 5 in the world in the past, but he's still trying to get that motor running this year.
Yeah, but if you do watch those training days, at Snapper Rocks, he was blowing the doors off the hinges. He was literally taking every maneuver he could and putting it on every single wave he rode, and he kind of was doing it out here too. So you can feel he's hungry to break it down, but George Pitar has been, it's a really great matchup. They're both on fire.
Also, Griffin Colapinto, a guy that just feels like he's home when he's surfing here at Punta Roca. You were making those lowers and trestles type comparisons with Sawyer earlier. I think Griffin feels that, maybe more than anyone. He has all of his weapons, goes above the lip. He finds success with like consistent results at this venue, making multiple finals. But he's going to have the Latin crowd going for Al Cleland Jr. in that one.
That's what I was just going to say. He's going to go against somebody who's going to feel like they're right at home for different reasons. Al Cleland right here, he would be one of the crowd favorites to do it. And he is a rhythm surfer. He's an emotional surfer. He taps into that, kind of what Marco was saying. Like, when you have a crew around you that is having love and support for you, you can really push your level. So that's going to be a great heat.
Also, Morgan Siblett coming off a final over in New Zealand. He's got his mojo back. And he's got a kind of this underdog favorite. Crosby Colapinto hasn't won an event yet, but it feels like that time should be coming soon. Door up and out.
Yeah, and to your point, Joe, Crosby Colapinto, it feels like he's been knocking on that door for so long, it's only a matter of time. And coming up against Morgan, he knows Morgan's in rhythm coming out of that great result. So I'm sure he'll bring his best surfing.
And sometimes you just got to check in with a talented Goofy Foot to wonder what your reaction, Tanner, was to Connor O'Leary's explosive power blows that he's been laying down this year.
I feel like the collective whole of surfing just loves Connor O'Leary, me included. It is geometric, it is powerful, it's guttural, it's like, so you can't look away. It's been really fun, actually. I've been a huge Connor O'Leary fan since forever, and it looks like he's on a hot heater this year.
And he takes on Baron Mamiya, you know, who has a lot going for him this year, working closely with Luke Egan. Luke actually did some time coaching with Connor O'Leary in the past too, but what a great leader in Baron's corner, who's made a lot of improvements, especially focusing on open face carves and combinations and high performance waves. And you can see that improvement in real time this year.
Oh, totally. And we've talked about it all day today, this shaper-surfer relationship, and you can tell he's tapping in with Britt. His boards are performing for him better, and he's pushing his level. He's really evolved as a surfer. He's so enjoyable to watch in these conditions, because you think of him and you think, okay, gnarly slabs, you know, or just heavy barreling waves, and he has come to life in performance right-hand surfing.
Yeah, the waves he's gotten at Pipe in back-to-back years, and kind of an eerie way, beating John twice in similar types of waves where he's doing like a cartwheel backside and making a section of the wave that is really frightening if it went wrong.
Totally.
And he's getting 10s, you know, in back-to-back years. That guy's insane.
He comes from that entire crew there, Makana Pang, Noah Beshin. It's a younger cut. I think it's actually called the Raw Cuts, those boys were running it as, and that's under John. So John really pushed the bar, and then they just continue to blow the roof off the ceiling.
So many heats to look forward to. Those are all round 2 heats, by the way, that sound like finals as we look at Yago Dora looking to improve on his lead. Beautiful bottom turn, attack mode off the lip line. The world champion carves into the pocket. This thing's really starting to bowl up. There's a lip, but he slips off. Luke might be considering this next one. Here he goes. The rookie had the door open for him. Sets up that first turn. He's got a lot of speed coming out in front here. Great rails for Thompson. Drives off the lip, airdrops, but can't hang on. And that was the section he was hoping for, but he had to pull it to try to beat the world champ down to 1:30 to go.
Wow. Oh my word, that floater had so much emphasis on it, it became an air to the flats. He did so good, he was hanging on by his toes, he almost had it.
You know, the word floater can be overlooked at times. Sometimes it just can be a filler move, but sometimes it could be a crazy, impactful, scary move as well.
He did so well with this read. That's a humongous turn and was able to jettison around this foam ball and make another great carve. He was well and truly on his way to a great score here.
And just got tangled up, coming down into that flatter water. The fans reacted with him, as now he's down to 50 seconds. No signs of where priority might go. Now we could see them paddling out. So Luke a little bit further out than Iago, who's wearing the red jersey. Could have time to maybe get one more wave. We're seeing some quiet little lines here as we're almost, it's almost completely dark out here.
I know, but it makes me love Luke Thompson's choice of high-vis board shorts. It's working for the last heat of the day.
Luke hoping for one more chance. It's all about being in the top 22 to make that little mini postseason and playoff type format before the Pipe Masters, but also to stay on tour for next year. And also to try to take on the Rookie of the Year award, and no one's really caught fire quite yet. As we look at Iago getting the last wave in, Luke Thompson does run out of time. And in a challenging matchup on the higher tide this evening, Iago's able to come through with a victory. And when you're the world champ, you've got more fans than anyone. The crowd is going ballistic there in the stands.
Rightfully so. Iago, he's a people person as well. You know, he's the people's champ, and it's so cool. He continues to give his very best performances in each and every one of these heats.
Iago will take on Marco Mignot in round 3 here at Punta Roca. And keep an eye on him on the live rankings. Remember, Miguel Pupo lost to Eli Hanneman today, so Iago's got some room to move at the top of the leaderboard. And as for Luke Thompson, he's got a reset for Sakurema. The thing is, he's got some reps out there, because that's one of those waves that has been really important for the Challenger Series as well.
That's true, and I'm sure he'll be tapping into that. There's great things in Luke Thompson's future. He's just going to break through the door, and he'll go a very long way.
So Luke washing that one off, having a chance at the end there. And Iago Dora moving on, wanting to fight for that yellow jersey again, which is being worn by Italo Ferreira after Italo's win over at Raglan. We're going to take a break, but coming up next, it is the Corona Cero post show to go over all the big major highlights of opening day here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona Cero with Tanner, Jesse, and Mitch. We'll see you then.
Welcome in to the Corona Cero post-show of what was a really fun day one of action here. The waves were pumping, we had good looking swell, the winds held off and they were played in our favor all throughout the day. As you can tell, we ran a big day. We started just as the sun was coming up and we thought we'd go all the way through, make the most of some really, really fun conditions. So we've got a lot to break down today of what has just been so fun, as per usual. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tanner Kadauskas and Mitch Salazar. Guys, first things first, we really just need to reap the rewards of a great day. Cheers.
Cheers.
This was so fun.
Salud, salud.
It's been so long since, like, well, first of all, this is our first full day together, so that's a cheers in itself, Tanner.
What a blast we had, too, huh?
And Mitch, I've missed you. It's been a while since I've seen you.
I know. It's been a great day. I'm really sweaty today. That's a good indication of how good the waves were, though. We were here at sunrise and finished at sunset. And luckily for us, not only did we score today, I think the high tide afternoon was one of the best days I've seen a competition here. So well done by the competitors. And, of course, our staff did an amazing job, too.
And Tanner, what are your takeouts for today? Obviously, we broke down a lot. We had a lot of different opinions on things, but it feels like no matter what, we had a lot of high moments today.
A lot of high moments, and on top of that, how cool is it to start day one of the waiting period with cranking waves and run all day like that? There was drama, there was high scores, there was airs, there was falls, there was crazy airdrops in a bowl that looked very hard to hit. I don't know, it was just such a treat to be in the booth and see everybody pushing the level.
I love it. I love pro surfing. I have no issues with anything. I just love coming down to a comp. We have waves and it's fun and we get to see some of the world's best do their thing, including that last heat. I mean, that was a pretty close heat between Iago Dora and Luke Thompson. At one point, I was thinking Luke is in this here, Mitch, but Iago is so hard to beat, especially at a right-hand point break.
Yeah, and he's finaled here before, too. And he's done it for good reason, but you know, we talked about the Latin American Jeffreys Bay, as we call Punta Roca. You know, coming from Durban, Luke's been able to surf at the CT venue over there at Jeffreys before, and, you know, given his preparation throughout the event, I was expecting a bit more in the afternoon. He did surf this morning, Jess, but talking about the current and defending world champion Iago Dora, he can find a way to win, whether it's cars, whether it's airs. He was able to do that right here in our final heat of the day.
And it was pretty interesting, Tanner, to see him go for an air really early on in this heat and then it not work out for him, so he just switched and went to rail mode.
Yeah, and like Mitch, really good point. He'll do whatever it takes to get it done. I think that is a testament to his skill and ability. Sometimes you watch the surf be cranking all day and you think, okay, for sure it's going to be on fire from a heat. And when you have to adjust in those moments, mid-heat or whenever it hits, Iago had to do that and he had to refocus. I believe there was one ride in the middle of this heat where you could see him downshift purposefully to get a good ride on the board and create that rhythm. And then the heat started to click for him, and that ride specifically was so great.
Combo was amazing at the end.
Yeah, he has that world title just ooze about him. I feel like he's really learnt those tiny little things, and sometimes you're not going to win with two big excellent scores, but taking a win, especially at this point of the year, is so essential in these rounds.
Well, and he has the only perfect 10 of the year so far, too, in a clutch moment, remember, and he's had multiple of those so far this season. But I think Tanner knows is better than anybody here, being a former CTer. In those close heats, those are the ones that make or break the difference, whether you're a top 10 surfer, top 5, or world championship contender like he is, our current defending world champ, Jess.
Well, Iago, he is actually currently with the man Strider on the glass right now. I'm intrigued to see what his take on that heat was.
Thank you, Jess. Beautiful heat, Iago. I have to be honest, at the end there, I was, wondering what was going to happen. Were you thinking about it? Did it feel like a scrape by, or did it feel like a victory?
Yeah, for sure. That was a stressful one, of course. I know how good Luke is, especially on waves like this. And I knew that my last wave was really important, and I made a mistake there by falling. And I didn't have priority, so I kind of needed to go to have a response to the next wave he was going to catch. And yeah, I ended up falling and just having to pray he made a mistake as well, and he ended up falling too. It's actually really hard to stay on top of your board right now. There's a lot of water with the high tide, and yeah, just crapping through and feels good.
And during the heat, you tried to throw a huge backside air off of a huge section out there. Is that just instinct?
Yeah, just instinct. I felt like that wave gave me a nice ramp, and I just tried it. I knew that wasn't like a great wave at the moment of the heat, and I just went for the attempt and didn't quite get it right. It was a lot of, like I said, a lot of water. It was even hard to do airs out there, but yeah, it just feels really relieving to get through that one. That was not an easy one.
Well, we've seen you do amazing aerial antics out here, those heats, with John and everything you were doing out here. Do you feel like all of those past heats are going to give you the confidence to go through this and take it out?
Yeah, for sure. I know what I'm capable of doing on this wave. That win that year just slipped by, and I felt like I was going to win that event. But yeah, I feel really comfortable here. I've been coming to El Salvador since I was young, and yeah, this wave suits my surfing. And today was hard. It was just one of those really tricky days. There's a lot of waves, but really bumpy, and high tide makes it more volume, more water moving. But yeah, I know what I can do out here, so that gives me the confidence.
And let's talk about the blade. You love your surfboard. What are you riding out there?
Yeah, so this is a step driver. It's a 6.0. It's like my regular shortboard size, but it's a step driver, which is a little better for when the waves are more powerful. It's what I mostly ride on tour, actually, because we usually have good waves. But yeah, this board feels really nice, and one of the boards that I ride the most on tour.
Well, congratulations. We can't wait to see you again, and we love to see that star over the cup.
Right? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Strider. You can see even in that post-heat interview just how much that meant to Iago to get a win in such a close heat between him and Luke Thompson. Obviously, Mitch, we've rolled through 6 heats of the opening round. We've got 2 more, so we've got 2 more on this page and then a whole nother 8. But as far as your bracket challenge went, how did it go in these first 6 heats?
Well, we all knew, the cores knew that Heat 1 was just going to be an anticipated final. Liam O'Brien, Jake Marshall, that was incredible. I was thinking that Ethan was going to sneak by Callum. I love the way Callum approached that heat, though. He went out there knowing that Ethan was probably the favorite. Callum thought himself that he was going to be able to achieve the win. Eli Hanneman's been on a roll, and then back into the round, Tanner looking just as good right now.
It's so bizarre. It was great, and it just keeps getting better. Look at these matchups. We talked about just in that last heat, Felipe versus Kaoli, insane. George Bitar, Zhao Chunka, they're matching up heavy. Crosby and Morgan Ciblic, that's an all-time heat. I don't know, it's hard to have favorites in this draw. Like Connor O'Leary and Baron Mamiya, that's power on power, and Griffin and Al, that's all flavor and energy coming at this point break here.
I had a really interesting conversation with Eli after he won his heat, and he said, if you're looking for an easy heat, then you're not in the right place. And I feel like that draw really speaks to that, just with how stacked every single one of those heats are. It's so hard to be able to pick a winner, but unfortunately there does have to be one at the end of the day. Someone who got a win over one of her heroes today was Anat Lelior, beating Steph Gilmore, someone who is arguably been her biggest inspiration from day dot. And Steph, she's won here before Tanner, so I was thinking, oh, she's going to keep that roll going, but the rookie and Nat getting her.
Yeah, so I was in the Red Bull Athlete Zone before this heat, and I could see Anat psyching herself up, as she should. This is kind of a pet event for Steph, but she stuck it. She's been all about big moves on big sections with her backside, and it's great. You know, she's coming to life throughout this event, and turns like these ending turns, which were so tricky to come away with. Look at that. She's just banging it, and she just really, I think, will take away that she beat the GOAT out here at El Salvador, which is a big win.
On a right-hand point break. That's hard to do no matter where you are across the world, just with how good Steph is. Mitch, when you look to the scores, I mean, Anat had a 9.8, Steph had 8.5, and that was their heat total. So this is actually a really close heat between the 2 ladies.
It was a makeable heat for Steph, and I just thought Anat surfed this wave very well, considering how difficult it was on the low tide for the goofy footer. She did have the best of the heat, the 5.5, but Steph opened up with the 4.83. She was in the lead at the beginning of it, and eventually just never was able to get her feet going after that. Had a couple of falls, and this is by far the biggest win of Lelior's career so far at the moment, Jess.
And for Steph, there is a part of my heart that's gutted, just because we know that we've got good waves to come, what Steph can do on right-hand point breaks. She obviously has already had a win on the Goldie this year, Tanner, but it feels like probably Brazil and maybe a couple events back-to-back, she's going to need to bank a couple keeper results just to stay in that world title conversation that we've started just dancing with so far.
I think as a surf fan, you're always bummed to see your favorites go out of the events, and she did execute so perfectly at Snapper. You felt the heat coming, and I hope she can find that kind of rhythm later in the year. I know she'll have takeaway from the heat, like you were saying, Mitch. It was tight, and it was a low-scoring heat, and there could have been things that could have been improved on. So yeah, it's a bummer that she's out, but again, like you're saying, like it's only going to come down to one at the end of the day.
I feel like we spoke about it on the men's side. the next couple of heats are really hard. There is no easy heats on the men's side. It's the exact same story on the women's. Round 2, Mitch, just looking so stacked with all the ladies.
Yeah, the first one is really difficult already. Current world #1, Gabriela Bryan, defending champion right here at this event. Against Yo-Yo, she goes for things. I love heat #6, Sakura against Caroline, 2-time champion Marks, going against Sakura Johnson, who won multiple events last season, Jess. But look at heat #8, 2 good friends, grew up in the same era, Caitlin Simmers, Bella Kenworthy. We got a great one, Tanner. We're looking forward to it.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be a great day. Hopefully tomorrow.
Very American heavy on the backside of the draw as well, so it feels like that'd be gearing up to at least one American doing pretty well in this event.
Wow, there you go. And two, Caitlin and Bella grew up together, so there is a little bit of a hometown rivalry effect in those heats, and it'll be fun to see how it plays out.
I feel like as well, when you look to some of those heats, even thinking about the Molly and Sally heat, they both attack this wave really similar, Mitch. So with moments like that, for all of these women's draws that are coming up, it really does come down to just relying on your strong points in moments like this.
It definitely does. We've seen Molly get a near perfect 10 over at Sunset for one maneuver. The only thing I will say differently, judges were really critical about single maneuver waves. They weren't going that high with them. And this is a long point break, I understand that, but there might be moments of brilliance tomorrow if it is larger in size on the outside where you got to reward that. And I feel like, especially in the first few heats of the morning, we should be able to find that out.
I'm excited to see what the conditions are going to be like tomorrow. There's a lot of talk in the air about what it's going to be like. Is it going to be big and windy or big and clean? Mitch, obviously you know this wave pretty well. You've been here multiple times, and we've got a lot of swell on the way here.
We do. We got a lot of weather too. Hopefully it's not as bad as they're predicting, but you see those purple blobs coming from the deep South Pacific Ocean, all the way from New Zealand. Long period south swells, that's what we want right here in this part of the Pacific. And luckily for us at Punta Roca, it seems like the next 4 days, we're definitely not gonna have, you know, an absence of waves, that's for sure, but the wind is really gonna be the key variable right here, Tanner.
We saw it come into play a little bit today, and you could tell if it comes up any heavier and the size of the waves is what it is meant to be, it'll be very, very challenging to lace together those major maneuvers.
Just when your day couldn't get any better. We've got swell on the way. We've had plenty of fun heats all throughout the day so far. We also have a pretty great QR code on your screen right now. If you scan it, get 2 weeks free premium Surfline. And I don't know about you two, but I use Surfline religiously. I check the cams I was sitting with Tanner today and I was like, D-Bar is cooking. I was watching waves back home. So I would definitely scan that QR code.
I've had Surfline Premium for about 8 years now, I want to say it. I see a couple of the forecasters out of the water on my local breaks. I see Kevin and Charlotte Perry quite often, so shout out to my boys over there from Costa Mesa.
I love it. Seems to be waves all around the world right now. Obviously, we had super fun waves here today. So many to choose from, but we have top 5 to go through. There's just too many moments. We've narrowed it down, though. We started the day really strong with this man, Ramsey Bukiam, finding that momentum that he's been chasing all year here, Tanner.
He clicked into gear. It really did feel like he was approaching it with a Moroccan style to it. Hitting the biggest sections available this morning was really lunky, actually. It didn't find its form in terms of conditions until later in the day, and he made it work for him.
Yeah, we had Leo in the heat for that one, in the booth for that heat, and it was so cool to see their energy. Bella Kenworthy getting her first heat win of the year alongside Brisa Hennessy here, Mitch.
Yeah, and this is the best I've seen her surf in a little while, so good on Bella. The board looked amazing too. That's the Mikey Shorty that we're talking about. Same thing for Brisa Hennessy. She needs a big result right here. She's the lone Central American in the draw on the women's side, and of course, when we talk about great waves right here in Central America, you can't forget about how good Punta Roca has been to her in the past. Dropped an 8.5 in the process too, Jess.
Yeah, highest wave score of the women's so far. Highest wave score of the day, I feel like, actually. Cal Robson, nerves of steel in this one, letting Ethan go a wave in the dying stages, but it's hard to beat Ethan Ewing on any right-hand point break, so this was a big one for Cal here.
You knew he was going to have to put it down, and he did. He's surfing so phenomenal, and it was a really great bout to watch play out. Of course, it ended in Callum's favor, and I'm sure he'll take that strength into these next couple of heats.
And Ethan, this was a big loss for this one, just considering how good he is at right-hand point breaks, Tanner.
Yeah, he would be looking back in hindsight and thinking, oh, wow, what could I have done differently? He's incredible on his forehand. I think as a surf fan, you really want to see him do his thing. And when he's caged, he still looks great. But Callum really put the wheels to him today.
This was the moment where he kept his nerves of steel here, Mitch.
Yeah, and we talk about the power of self-belief. This guy really went out there thinking that he was the best surfer out of the two that went out there. And once again, he works so hard for it. This is a kid that we really want to see succeed just based off of that. But he earned his stripes out there today, guys, because he went and defeated one of the best surfers on the planet at potentially his best location in the world, too.
He was so humble about it when he came in as well, and obviously a big storyline today. And Nat Lelior, a rookie on tour, takes down Steph Gilmore, which we spoke about. It's hard to do anywhere, but on a right-hand point break, especially here, Mitch.
Yeah, no, and we talk about, you know, needing those great moments. There were a couple brilliant moments on these waves right here, Tanner, these deep bottom
Right
turns.
there. And I feel like she's becoming known for that. You know, we have some really incredible goofy foot females on tour, and she's right there putting her name in the mix.
Yeah, and Nat just using power. I feel like as soon as it gets a little bit bigger, she really does start to open up and unleash even more. A lot of Israeli fans are on the beach as well. She said it feels like having family just support her wherever she goes around the world. But this was a big one, Tanner. You called this very early this morning. You said Eli Hanneman's gonna go crazy this event, and for the first time ever, he's made it out of round 2 in the championship tour.
Fully. And you know what? Him going against Brian Perez was such a great matchup because it allowed him to pull out his versatility with that alley-oop, which that's what I've been seeing in the free surfs. He has an electric rail game and so much speed and flair in his conventional surfing, but he's able to get up and over the lip. Right, Mitch? This is insane.
Dude, that second heat that he surfed, the 883, he backed it up with a 733, more than 16 points, but, you know, he shut me up during the heat. I was like, okay, you got the 7. I think you got to go to the air right now, just shut it down on Miguel. He proved us wrong in a different way, just because he went to town, rail to rail the entire time, combos and major maneuvers, and he left truly no doubt that he deserves to be in round 3.
Just those waves as well. They were just so perfectly groomed. I felt like that was when the wind was at its most perfect. The swell had figured it out. It was on that fun mid-tide, and he just found these 2 perfect bombs. And when I spoke to him on the glass, Mitch, he was just ecstatic. And I feel like we had some moments today with Brisa and Eli where it really does go to show how much making these rounds means to these surfers.
Right, and he was also very honest on the fact that he has the best job in the world, too,
Yeah.
right? And it's like, it's not the end of the world if this doesn't work out for him, because in the end, he's enjoying this. He's having a ton of fun, and I think that attitude goes the longest of ways.
Tanner, just because you picked it so well this morning with Eli, is there anyone that really catches your eye in that next part of the round, men or women? And you can't say Sawyer because you coach.
Totally, but Sawyer's going to look great. I don't know. It was such a treat. I would like to see how everybody's going to match up against each other. Noting that everybody's looking really on fire and the conditions are great. Now it's about the battles within the heats. And we saw a lot of those play out today. Like, how did you surf the rides you got? What did you cash in when it was important? And I think as a surf fan, it's like more about just loving every single heat and just noticing everybody pushing the level.
Well, guess what, guys? We have plenty more of it very soon. We have a 5:45 a.m. call for a 6 a.m. start. So we are going to finish our Corona Ceros, probably talk more about the day and be back here bright and early. You guys have some highlights to enjoy, but we will see you nice and early in the morning tomorrow. Cheers, guys.
Yes, great day.
Thank you.
But This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.